ballots into an outdoor mailbox days before the original primary. In September, incumbent Bridgeport Mayor Joe Gainham defeated challenger John Gomes by 251 votes out of a little over 8,000 cast in the primary election. However, Gomes released a video in October that appeared to show two women stuffing heaps of ballot papers into drop boxes at least 4 locations across the city. Superior Court Judge William Clark determined the amount of evidence left the court unable to determine the result of the state's largest city's election. The volume of ballots so mishandled is such that it calls the result of the primary election into serious doubt and leaves the court unable to determine the legitimate result of the primary. Clark wrote on his ruling on Wednesday, and so that's straight from the judge. He said this is not a good thing. Judge ruled that an abnormally large number of absentee ballots were cast in certain voting districts and that the video evidence showing the alleged ballot stuffing violation violated the state election laws. The videos are shocking to the court and should be shocking to all parties, Judge Clark ruled. And so when you take a look at that, if you haven't seen the video, take a few minutes and Google it in whatever search engine you use and pull it up. I mean, it's let's just say it's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. Now, of course, those people have yet to respond and say, "Hey, we picked up all the votes from the neighborhood." That will be what is said next, and it's we were just helping out. And but what a situation that they have there. And you go, But judge says now they got a mess because today's the election. If one side wins and the other doesn't, then the point is moot because they don't need the. If the Democrat wins, then you've got a problem because now you're going to have to go back. You'll need to go back and have another primary. And whether that, do you go and have another full election then? I don't know. But starting to look like, let's just say, starting to look like there is some funny business going on in elections across our country. It doesn't make a difference what level, it seems. This is a race for mayor, which you would say, okay, I'll have strong feelings about that, but I don't know if I would stuff ballots over that. But apparently there are people that will. And you sit and say to yourself, okay, I see that now as people are going out there and trying to sway elections. We talked to, Clint Jenkins. He's the county clerk for Miller County. He believes strongly in our voting system. I believe that the state of Missouri does a good job with their election. I believe they do in our counties here as well. I don't know about some other ones. I'm not there. But we see that going on just about everywhere out there. Yesterday we talked to Ike Skelton, the presiding commissioner for Camden County. We talked about the bill that was in the state legislature that put to the counties that if they wanted to freeze the property tax of citizens 62 and over, they could. Left it pretty vague, left it pretty open. So Camden County is trying to figure it out. Miller County had a meeting last night, and they were starting to try to figure the process out as well. And had a conversation about this last night with some people, just having a conversation. And some said, well, should it be based on income level? Should some people that make a lot of money not get that refunds, or should it be for everyone, and what it exactly looks like? And it's there's a long way to go out there. They've got until January the 1st to figure this out. It's a good thing for people. I think it's also a good thing for people seeking a tax increase, whether it be a school, whether it be fire, ambulance, library, because big population of the voters won't be affected anymore, that they can just go ahead and support those issues. And we're going to be right back after this break. This is Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
Active Liver is one of many award-winning health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at Amazon.com or for a volume discount, visit newnordicusa.com. Available as a tablet or delicious sugar-free gummy. Protect and help your liver the easy and effective way with Active Liver at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Lake Alarms Plus offers easy-to-use home security systems. Choose your favorite way of disarming the system, such as facial recognition, Bluetooth from your cell phone, 4-digit code, key fob, or the award-winning Alarm.com app. Visit LakeAlarmsPlus.com for frequently asked questions, client testimonials, and more. Lake Alarms Plus is experienced, caring, courteous, and there's no pushy salespeople, serving the entire Lake area and surrounding communities. Lake Alarms Plus, 573-569-3038.
Bulletin, do you want to go on our KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, Mexico? Seats are selling fast, and now you only have till the end of this month to book your trip. Well, we just made your choice easy. This station has been Apple Vacations' best customer for years. So, bingo! They just gave us a big discount to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. This resort is less than 1 year old, and it's north of Cancun in a new uncrowded exclusive area. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. This all-adult paradise, 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes air, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food. Even your tips are all part of this package. Now, the good part. The new price has been lowered to $15.29 per person. Ocean View rooms are a bit more. If you bought one of our trips at the higher price, you're going to get the difference back in cash. We want you to be happy, and we want you to join us to beat the winter blues in Costa Mujeres. Check out our radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. Or you can call Kim at Direct Travel at the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. Let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake, presented by KRMS Radio and TV. It's time for your insect education.
Fact 1.
Spiders and other pests are cold-blooded.
Fact 2.
They don't like to be cold outside.
Fact 3.
They're smart, and they can find the tiniest little hole in your house to get inside where it's warm.
Fact 4.
When they're warm, they breed. Now you have bugs everywhere. The facts are clear. You should call All-American Termite and Pest Control for an interior and exterior spray and live comfortably this winter. Call 346-4830 or visit their website, bugsfearus.com.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
And we right back here. We've got some technical issues resolved, basically between you and me and the trees. That's basically I didn't know what I was doing there. And so that does happen as well. I want to go to this. Yesterday we were talking about President Trump in court yesterday. What is an odd situation? My realtor friends out there, you could, this is odd. Well, my lawyer friends out there as well, there's some odd things with it as well. As Trump paid all the loans back, no one was harmed. Who gets the damages if there's damages in this trial? You don't know out there. But of course, President Trump comes out and says it just the only way he can.
I think it went very well. I think you were there and you listened and you see what a scam this is. This is a case that should have never been brought. It's a case that should be dismissed immediately. The fraud was on behalf of the court. The court was the fraudster in this case. They made references to assets that were very valuable, and they said they had no idea. They had no idea what the numbers were when they said $18 million for Mar-a-Lago, and it's 50 to 100 times that amount by any estimation. It's It's a terrible thing that's happened here. We're taking days and days and weeks, and it goes on, and then you look at the outside world and what's happening. But of course, they're getting their wish because I don't have to be here for the most part, but I sort of do have to be here because I want to be here because it's a scam. And this is a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that now should be dismissed. Everybody saw what happened today. Everybody saw what happened with their star witness who admitted that I never told him what he originally said. I did. He admitted that he lied, and he has absolutely no credibility whatsoever. That's their only witness. That's their only witness. And I think you saw what I had to say today, and it was very conclusive. Everything we did was absolutely right. To think that we're being sued and spending all this time and money, and yet people being killed all over the world, that this country could stop. With inflation and all of the other problems that this country has, I think it's a disgrace. And when you look at the numbers, the poll numbers that came out today from the New York Times and CBS, I'm sure the Times was not too happy. But people are sick and tired of what's happening. This is a sad, I think it's a very sad day for America. But anyway, this is a case that should have never been brought, and it's a case that should be immediately dismissed. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sick and tired. The people are sick and tired of this. And I will tell you one thing. He is true on several different points there, and that is people are sick and tired. They are tired of their daily life being moved and destroyed, and it's they certainly are. And it is a situation where people want change. The president is right about that. I believe he is right about that. And so you will see that reflecting in his voice. I like the speech where he talked about inflation. He talked about the problems of the country. And that's what I think that he should focus on as well. And of course, his lawyer, Alina Habban, she came out and spoke, and she came out on fire as well.
I'm not here to hear what he has to say.
Very well. I think you were there.
Got another little technical issue there. We mute that one. We play this one.
I'm not here to hear what he has to say.
Very well. I think you were
Still learning this one on the fly, and it is a situation where the president got looks like he's getting a little railroaded there to me, but you cannot really. Let's try it now.
I'm not here to hear what he has to say. That was what rang true, loud, and could not have been more honest, coming from the judge who has already predetermined that my client committed fraud before we even walked into this courtroom. I'm not here to hear what he has to say. Then why exactly am I being paid as an attorney, and why exactly are taxpayer dollars being used in this courtroom? The answer is very clear. Because Miss James wants to stand right here like she did this morning and call my client a liar, call the company fraudulent, and make a name for herself. She said this morning that the numbers don't lie and they won't lie in this case. Well, Miss James, I have a message for you. The numbers didn't lie when you ran for governor, and that's why you dropped out. And the numbers don't lie when President Trump runs for office in 2024. And those numbers are loud and clear. This country is falling apart. And if we don't stop corruption in courtrooms where attorneys are gagged, where attorneys are not allowed to say what they need to say to protect their clients' interests, it doesn't matter what your politics are. Everyone has a right in this country to get up and put a defense. I don't care who you are. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can put objections on the record. You have a right to hire a lawyer who can stand up and say something when they see something wrong. But I was told to sit down today. I was yelled at, and I've had a judge who is unhinged slamming a table. Let me be very clear. I don't tolerate that in my life. I'm not going to tolerate it here. And you know what? You shouldn't either. because not every American citizen gets a camera and a microphone. And what I'm seeing is such a demise of American judicial system and democracy. Miss James came out this morning and said that she knew Mr. Trump, and she always calls him Mr. Trump because it kills her that he was the president. But the 45th president of this country, one of the best presidents we've had, has built a great company. It's worth a ton more than that statement of financial condition. And she doesn't know how to get out of it because her politics won't allow her. She calls him a bully. She says he's going to bring out racial slurs. He's going to say things today and taunt her. Well, Miss James, you taunted him. Before you came into office, before you saw one record, one statement of financial condition, you taunted him. You said his administration was too male and too pale. Those are her words.
Too male, too pale, too stale. And that is the response of the AG in New York City right there. And that's we're going to cover those cuts as well. Several errors, what I thought were errors by the prosecutor's office, by the judge as well. When you sit and talk about, I don't want to hear those points. I think the judge's role, especially when there is no jury, is to listen to all sides and base it on all facts as well. President's team will tell you they don't expect to win this one. We're going to be right back. We're going to bring it local after this with Camdenton AD, Bill Kurtz.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at stonebridgeseniorliving.com.
Planning a special event and not sure where to start? We can help. Hi, this is Lindsay with Bridal Cave. Our Thunder Mountain Park Event Center is perfect for weddings, receptions, family reunions, corporate events, birthdays, or any special occasion. Featuring an intimate mountaintop setting with $1 million view of beautiful Lake of the Ozarks and accommodating up to 80 people. Make your reservation by emailing me at lindsay@bridalcave.com or call 573-346-2676. Make your special occasion exceptional at Thunder Mountain Park Event Center. Find out more at bridalcave.com.
KRMS Radio and TV and Celebration Cruises presents Christmas on the Lake. This experience benefiting local charities starts November 24th and goes through the end of the year. If you have a home between the dam and the 4-mile mark on the first or second tier and can be viewed from the lake, you're encouraged to decorate and light up for this charitable cause. Reservations are required for Christmas on the Lake. Go to cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212.
Are you ready to make a difference in a child's life? Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association is here to help you become a hero to a child in need. Every child deserves a loving home. You can be the one to provide it. We will support and guide you. Imagine seeing a child flourish under your care, their laughter filling your home, and their dreams soaring to new heights. Join Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association and become a beacon of hope for a child in need. Visit mofosteradopt.com. Your health, their mission. When visiting your provider is more than just an appointment. They listen. They care. Central Ozarks Medical Center accepts patients with Medicaid, Medicare, Medicare Advantage, managed care, and offer a sliding scale fee plus private insurance. Central Ozarks Medical Center has convenient locations to serve the entire family with clinics in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. Visit centralozarks.org.
There's no better time to enjoy the sun, sand, and savings with direct travel and travel impressions. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Soak up the sun and the savings with the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Indulge in the pristine beaches, exquisite dining, and unparalleled service at any one of the luxurious all-inclusive resorts, like the Zoetry Curacao Resort and Spa, Secrets Cozumel, and Breathless Cancun Soul Resort. Dive into savings with up to 40% off your stay and exclusive perks including a 25% discount on spa services, in-room champagne breakfast, and nonstop airport transfers when you book before March 30th of 2024. From the first burst of sunrise to the purple-pink sunsets, your sunlit escape awaits. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
We're going to bring it home on this segment of Morning Magazine. We're going to talk Camdenton High School with Bill Kurtz. He's the athletic director, and he's had a busy fall. A lot going on. Camdenton School is going to change conferences, and we're going to get to that subject as well. And that's a big deal. That is a big deal for the kids, for the school district as well. But we're going to talk about some of the events. We're going to recap their fall seasons, and then if we got a little time, we'll look going into the winter as well. And so I appreciate you taking some time coming in with us today, Bill. It's you guys had a busy fall, brother.
It has been a different one, definitely.
When Kirksey comes in here, I'm going to tell him to give you some more money.
Hey, do that. That'd be great.
I wouldn't cross my fingers, though.
No.
I wouldn't, no. And it's, but you guys, I mean, you guys are doing some great things over there at the school district, and you guys have had a great fall. And, of course, football, we hope to go a little further, but we didn't. And so, but still a good season as Par Pitts takes over for his first season as head football coach.
Absolutely. Yeah, football was, it's a big deal in our community. It's a big deal in a lot of small communities,
Mm-hmm.
but for us, man, that's just something that's a little different, a little special. And of course, from just a bean counter point of view, that's a lot of people. That's the event where everybody comes. We get to highlight the band and cheer and dance all at the same venue as a football team. So there's a lot of people there, a lot of administrators. It's a big deal when we have those 4 or 5, sometimes as many as 7 or 8 home games. But yeah, they obviously wanted to go farther. They learned a lot through this season, a lot of different kind of opponents they played. And it was funny, the parallel this past Friday with the Friday before that with Rolla, how Rolla went up on us, and we had to mount a drive in the last minute after their last 3-minute drive to come back. And that's really what Capital City did to us. And what you maybe don't see in that game is in the first half we had a certain defense on and it wasn't working. And right before the half, we noticed some things and changed things around, and the kids really came back and playing that a little different setup allowed them to cover the quarterback and pitch better and let people play assignment football. And little adjustments like that's a big deal for the kids to learn, and that kind of struggle and then not giving up and just fixing the problem, realizing you can fix the problem and then working toward it. And the way we came back after that is fantastic. It's the kind of lessons you only learn when you get to play sports, when you do competition against somebody that's striving as hard as you are. So we don't like the result, but that kind of thing is awesome to see the kids do and accomplish that little win within the game that didn't necessarily reflect all the way on the scoreboard.
You said a couple of things there that you just, first of all, if you're not an athletic person or you're not a competition person, when you get in a game that close and that tight and with that much on the line, I'm going to just say what everybody else knows and what everybody else thinks. There's a lot of expectations for Camdenton football. And so you get in a situation where you're behind or the game's not going as it's supposed to. Most expected to win that football game against Rolla. I would imagine at some point the goal was to get out of there, not too beat up to continue to play. But then all of a sudden, didn't work that way. And so now some changes have to go in. And as 17-year-old kids, 18-year-old kids, they have to make those changes and do it. And then you feel that heart in your jersey as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that Raleigh game was the same kind of deal. We may have gone in thinking we had it under control. There were a couple kids that were kind of sitting out, kind of laying out, trying to get healthy for the final push, and they came in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had to put them in and say, hey, let's finish this up, and that was a big difference in that game. And it's the same kind of thing. Expectations, things that you thought you were going to do on the field or on the court, and you have to make adjustments as you go. But yeah, you mentioned football's got different expectations, and that's a Camdenton thing. You know, when we were interviewing for new football coaches, we loved Parr, but we interviewed several outside candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And the big thing that we were looking for, and we had former coach Bob Shore in there too to get some perspective on that, but it was what's different about Camdenton. There is something a little different about coaching, about playing, about being a Camdenton football athlete. And it was interesting to see a lot of the outside perspectives, some people that really that knew that, felt that too, and wanted to be a part of it. And others that said, I can't put my finger on it, but I wish I knew. I wish I could come and do it. And so, yeah, that's something that's great to hear from non-Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
There's something different there, and the expectations are huge. Now, our parents are great. Our community is great. They're there for the kids. But that is one program is more than any other where, hey, we also expect wins.
Yeah.
We need this many wins a year for it to be an average season.
For the old saying, much is given, much is expected.
Absolutely.
And I think it applies in this case.
For sure. Yeah. And what's given, what we see given to football is the respect in the community. It's the football's great. Everybody talks about it. It's a positive. And that's why so much more is expected. And so many people that still live around here after being through the program. And so they know what they did. They know what they were expected to do. And they expect the same of the current crop. And it's a great supportive relationship so far that we're really proud of.
Let's talk softball, another program that had a tremendous amount of success this season.
Yeah, man, those girls. We were talking a little bit before we went on the air, and softball, this group of girls has done what baseball did the last few years. It's generated so much excitement that there's a younger group of girls that are excited to play softball when it comes. And, as athletic director, I set a bunch of schedules, and I do a bunch of clerical work, and I've learned that it's a bunch of bean counting most of the time.
Yes.
But I also deal with complaints and problems. And, there's teenagers in every one of our teams because that's what we do. And so there's teenager problems, teenage drama kind of things. But with that softball team, the meat of what we got out of that was older girls supporting younger girls. And if there was a problem involved in anywhere, it was when somebody was doing something that was unacceptable. And not just drama because I want to be in charge of something, but this is how we treat each other. And it was such a great environment. So many people looking to hold the standards high, not just for runs on the field, but how we behave, how we practice, what we talk about and what we do on the bus and in school and in the classroom. It was a great group. So, there's also some sports stuff to talk about with them, but man, what a fantastic group of kids that had high expectations for themselves. And then going, to the quarterfinal, a game that they really had a chance to win. And if you talk to them, they'll tell you they should have won. Mm-hmm. They'll give you all the reasons why they should have. And it was just a fantastic set of wins for them, fantastic expectations. I mean, some girls were hitting home runs, the great pitching we had. It was so many things to talk about. It was just a great group of girls, and we've got several coming back. There's a strong cohort coming back, and what they'll say is next year you're going to say the same thing. We got great senior leaders like we had this year, and next year we're going to have new senior leaders, and there's going to be a younger group that comes and fills those gaps, and we hope we can just keep pushing that great mentality they brought to this softball field.
And it's with a good solid nucleus coming back and then those players coming up. I mean, that's how you build a program. You build a program. You don't build a program and come in and start with the ones that you have on this team. You build a program with the ones that are going to be on your team 5 years later, 7 years later. And one of the things that you and I talked about was, our feeder programs, our youth programs, whether it's School of the Osage, Camdenton, whether it's Eldon, they seem to be getting a lot better. We seem to have a group of coaches in any sport that are going down and make sure those kids are falling in love with this activity.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's where it has happened. That softball coach Dinsdale is pushing hard for, I think the 5th year in a row to look into a middle school program. Can we get something more going? Right now there's those youth programs, and then there may be a little bit of a gap for 7th and 8th grade. If they're not on a club team, then maybe there's a gap for a couple of years before they play softball again as a freshman. And we've got a lot going on, a lot of things, and not sure how quickly that kind of thing will happen or if there's enough interest to make it happen right now. But that's the kind of push that they're looking for. And, of course, that's happening with soccer and just name the sport. everybody wants to make sure we have a middle school version, and how can we help the younger?
Yes.
Absolutely. And you're right. That's what's needed to, if you want to build a program rather than just here's a few
A winning
years.
season here and there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when the talent leaves, so does the win if you don't have a program.
Right.
And
right.
so I see, you know, when you talk about an average year, you said it as well. You know, an average year of football is so many wins. You know,
Right.
and that's what you want. That brings the pressure, but that's what you want. And I would think in the softball program and the other programs, that's where they want to be as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. We say that, and then think of the football season. It's easy to talk about football and say, well, here's 2 or 3 teams that we expect to beat every year, and they don't expect to beat us. And it's a sad deal, and that's part of why some of this conference stuff happened, was that these teams didn't feel competitive. And it's the same thing in softball. The softball coach has talked about a couple teams he'd like to get rid of off our schedule when possible, and it's not teams that he's worried about losing to. It's teams that we only got out of an inning because we had to leave early from the base. He's got to tell the girls, hey, get off. We're winning by 20. We need to get out of this inning because the mercy rule doesn't kick in until later. So that doesn't help anything. And so just like we were talking about earlier, when kids are pitting themselves against somebody and striving for something, there's got to be somebody pushing back. And, you know, and it very well may be that we put the right people on our schedule and we're not good enough to compete with somebody else, and they don't want to play us because we're not good enough competition. It's certainly not the Camden's the best at everything all the time, but we need to find the right players or the right teams to play against so that our players actually get a challenge and learn something from it.
You know, a lot goes into schedule that people don't think about. I mean, you have your games that are already set. Those are the conference ones. I have to play those. Then you know, but you want your schedule. If you're a coach, you want your schedule to be, you know, games I'm supposed to win. Games, you know,
Right.
I need some help, Lord. And then toss-up games where we need to play well. We need to win these games. But the blowouts, whether you are the one getting the dog beat out of you or whether you're the one that's up big, doesn't do anything for either program.
Right. Yeah, and that's, you know, there's tongue-in-cheek, some laughter, some eye rolling when you talk about the winning and losing is not what's important. The scoreboard's not what you look at, but that's only true when you realize that. When you realize, hey, when we destroy somebody, it didn't help us any. This was no good. When we get destroyed, it's not, hey, we want to go play them because they beat us so bad. It's, did we get something out of it? Were we able to compete close enough that we learned something from that? And the other team wants to do the same. So, yeah, that's exactly the way it is. And we see that throughout our schedules. We try to get a third, you know, a third of games that, hey, these are games that we expect to win and they're going to push us a little bit. And, you know, a third of the games that these are toss-ups, let's see what happens. And then a third that really push you, really challenge you. And when you win those, it's a big deal. We don't want an undefeated season every year if we get it by just blowing through the season rather than working through it.
You know, that's a great point. A lot goes into that. Talk about some of the activities that don't seem to get a lot of attention out there that had good seasons as well.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, because that's perfect. You think about some of the stuff, and our girls golf team this year had fantastic results. They played really well, and that's one that any golfer will tell you, there you're not necessarily competing against the 5 other girls that they're in a match against, or all the other girls on a tournament. Now they get to the end and they talk about which team had the best scores and all that, but they're really competing against themselves, and they are trying to challenge themselves to do better on this hole than they did last time, or just strictly iron play, or whatever it is that they're trying to overcome. But we had Sydney Ryder and Joe Camarina that qualified for the state tournament this year. Fantastic for both of them. Sydney ended up playing well both days and ended up medaling. She got a 15th place medal and is all state now for girls golf, first all state girls golfer we've had in a while. So that was really exciting. We've got one fall sport still going. Swim, boys swim is in the fall. And we've got a whole group of kids that are going. I don't know if the community knows. We've tried to make a big deal out about it, but we've got the fastest swimmer in the state of Missouri ever swimming right now for Camdenton. Ethan Vance set a record in the 50 meter free and swam under 20 seconds. Only swimmer to swim under 20 seconds in the state of Missouri. So he's qualified in the 50. Hunter Johnson, Cage Orr, Tyler Foster, Ethan Wardell, Nathaniel Beeson, Mason Angerbeyer. Make sure I get all these names in here. Johnny Hogart, Ethan Wardell. All these guys have qualified in something. We're sending a couple relays. We're sending 100 freestyle, the 100 breaststroke. We're sending a lot of kids to the state swim meet, and that's this week. That's happening Thursday and Friday. So we're excited about that.
We're going to continue our conversation. We're talking kids and success here today with Bill Kurtz. He's the athletic director for Camdenton Schools. We're going to be right back after this break. We're broadcasting from the Radio Television Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS.
One of the most valuable startup companies in the world has filed for bankruptcy. WeWork, which leased buildings to offer small office spaces to entrepreneurs, started to have problems in 2019. That's when they ousted their CEO and tried to go public. And then the pandemic happened, and everybody started working from home. They say that the filing only affects the U.S. and Canada and that its offices are still open. There's a state of emergency in North Carolina as a wildfire doubled in size overnight. At least 75 structures are in danger, and fire departments from other counties have been called in to help.
It opens up so many channels to state and federal help.
There's a burn ban in 14 counties, and a second fire started over the weekend. Finally, remember how we all watched Tiger King during the pandemic? The Justice Department says that Doc Antle has pled guilty to federal wildlife trafficking charges.
There's no greater pickup line than, "Do you want to pet my tiger?"
He's accused of selling cheetahs, tigers, and other animals and laundering money. That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All-Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Times Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
We're talking success, specifically Camdenton success at Camdenton High School with Athletic Director Bill Kurtz. You know, this kind of dropped out of nowhere, Bill, this conference realignment. You know, you hear it all the time at the collegiate level where, Mizzou moved from the Big 8 to the SEC. You see all the moving going all the time, and it's big money reasons. But now it's at the high school level where it seems the average lifespan of a conference might be 5 years now, where it used to be generations. And you are no exception to the rule where the bottom kind of dropped out of your conference.
For sure. Yeah, it's gone. And looking back, I've said it before that I was kind of naive thinking that as schools talk about, hey, we need a little something different, we're going to look into moving, that because it said in the bylaws there's going to be 2 years to get out of the conference. I really just thought that's what people did. I just didn't pay attention to.
No, we're getting out next Thursday.
Yeah,
they're leaving now.
That's it. Yeah, and that's really what it was. And I get it. Each school was looking out for their kids. They're looking for ways that they can compete better and get wins on Friday night. And the problem with it all was just the timing. It's, I don't know if people understand, but by the time football season's about week 2 or 3, the schools have their games figured out for the next couple of years. Mm-hmm. We go 2 year cycles because you want a home game and away game when you play somebody. And so you agree on 2 years at a time, and we were finishing a 2-year cycle right now. And so the next 2-year cycle is done. You've got that figured out. You've got your contract signed. And so by the time people were leaving the conference, there's no football games.
Yeah,
there's just nobody that, somebody have to break a contract to play you. Mm-hmm. And that would be hard. That'd be hard for like Lebanon to do. And Lebanon's been playing so well. Who in the world's going to play them? And being a Camden guy, I feel weird saying it, I guess, but I say, who wants to play Camden football? What bigger school wants to play us and lose to a smaller school? And what smaller school would say, I don't want to play a big school, especially not Camdenton with the tradition they have. So we were looking at really driving crazy or looking far for games. And so it was a weird deal. It was something that kind of forced our hand, and we needed to find something that was going to work for us for the next 2 years for sure. And we found a conference that we compete with already, that we had competed quite a bit with in the past, and that we can make a long-term deal out of, really push our kids and hopefully make us better athletes and better competitors.
So the current conference is?
CMAC Conference. It's the 3 Jeff City schools, all 3 Columbia schools, and Sedalia Smith Cotton. Mm-hmm. So Central Missouri Athletic Conference, and it's made up of those 7 schools. We're the 8th. And so that'll give us 7 football games. We need to find two more that are non-conference games. And I go tomorrow for the first conference meeting. So I'll get a lot of answers then about how they set things up, if we're going to block off certain times in the other sports for conference games, or if we just make them fit in. What important tournaments weeks, there's things like that. We can say all conference games are going to fall in these 8 dates. But then we got to look around and see who goes to this tournament or that tournament and who wants to block this weekend off. And so I assume that's the kind of thing we're going to be doing. We'll find out how we can schedule all those other games and then see how quickly we can get that in.
Current conference falls apart, which is shocking because that was one of the older conferences in the area. Basically, Springfield schools and then a couple of outliers, which is, of course, in this case, West Plains and then Camden as well.
Yeah.
That implodes, and it just takes a couple of dominoes to move. And next thing you know, it collapses.
For sure.
And then the conference that Lebanon is going into is?
The COC.
The COC,
yeah.
Which is used to be kind of the step below the Ozark Conference, and now they are the premier conference. I didn't feel that Camden High School got the love they deserved in those negotiations, if there were negotiations.
Yeah, we always feel that way about ourselves, probably. I should get more respect or whatever. And that, when I'm standing up and representing Camden, absolutely I talk that way. You betcha. What was going on there is, of course, the COC will tell you they are the preeminent conference. They are.
I don't
they're
doubt
the
that.
men to beat, and of course you got to feel that way, and they've proven it correct now. I guess they're still there, but it was really, from my point of view, it was really great of them to offer us anything because they had their football schedules set. They're good, they're fine. Lebanon, Camden, Rolla, Waynesville. We were out in the cold. There's 4 of us there, and maybe there would have been a Springfield school or maybe not, but still we're going to be looking for a lot of games. So it was great that they offered us anything. But yeah, it was not something that we could do easily. Without a vote at the table, we just needed a conference that would make us a full member, make us feel like a whole member right away, and that's what we did.
Good move for the district.
Thank you. Yeah, we think it is. It's going to be great. Like I said, good competition, but we're going from a conference with good competition to another one, so we're excited about it.
Absolutely. We're going to be right back after this break.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Fall is in the air. Check out the beauty of the autumn scenery from the climate-controlled comfort of Celebration Cruises. Board at the dam, cash bar, and food is available. Learn more at cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212.
That's going to do it for this 9 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. I want to thank Bill Kurtz for coming in and talking about fall season of Camdenton Sports, 9 o'clock hour, sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center. You know, when it comes to your health, your first concern should not be, how do I get this paid for? But it should be, what's the best for me and my family? You know, COMC, they understand this, and they accept private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, offer a sliding fee scale based on income and household size, providing high-quality, comprehensive, and affordable health care services. Today at the Osage Beach Senior Center, they got chicken pot pie, tossed salad, beets, dessert, and milk. They start serving at 11, go until 12:30. We'll be right back with Teresa Fuentes.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. The U.S. Supreme Court's taking up a challenge today to a federal law prohibiting people from having guns if they're under a court order to stay away from their spouse, partner, or other relatives. Solicitor General Elizabeth Preliger.
All too often, the only difference between a battered woman and a dead woman is the presence of a gun. Armed abusers also pose grave danger to police officers responding to domestic violence calls and to the public at large.
Ohio voters are being asked today if abortion rights should be protected by the state constitution. Political scientist David Niven.
This is going to say something to the nation about the degree to which voters want to see abortion limitations pursued.
The mother of a 10-year-old killed in the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, is hoping today to be elected the city's first female mayor.
A year after the shooting at Robb Elementary, Kimberly Rubio was at the Texas State Capitol fighting for her daughter Lexi's legacy.
Did you look at images of children running for their lives and think, what if we had enacted stricter gun laws?
Rubio also lobbied for a federal ban on assault-style rifles. As mayor, she hopes to help Uvalde move forward from that day when her daughter, 18 other students, and 2 teachers were killed by an 18-year-old gunman.
We cannot see progress until we're on the same page.
Rubio is running against former Mayor Cody Smith and local teacher Veronica Martinez. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
Prime Minister Netanyahu says Israel is planning to take overall security responsibility in Gaza after the war with Hamas. CBS's Deborah Pata on the month-long conflict's impact on children.
Even in war, there is time for play. A brief respite at the shelter for these children of Gaza amid all they have lost and seen. Mothers and fathers running, desperate to protect them. The grief that overwhelms those who cannot save the ones they love. So many young lives barely lived.
In a first, the counsel in the Hunter Biden investigations expected to testify today before congressional investigators behind closed doors. For retirees, it seems Pennsylvania's the place to be, according to U.S. News and World Report. Harrisburg leads the way on a rankings list that puts the top 5 all in the Keystone states.
Consumers indicated that affordability was the most important thing. Now, that's not surprising given that housing prices are quite high and mortgage rates are so high.
Beverly Harzog of U.S. News. Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 70 points. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Late news now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. It's that magical time of the year for hunters and trappers across Missouri, with one season continuing, another to open up this weekend, and yet another season to open up next week. Arguably the most popular season, the first shots will be fired this weekend on Saturday when the November portion of the firearms deer season opens and will run through the 21st. So far, statewide in 2023, there have been more than 65,000 deer harvested, with Franklin County leading the way with more than 1,600 harvested. In the Lake area, Benton County has reported 960 harvested deer, followed by Morgan with 853, Camden with 725, and Miller with 575. In addition to the firearms deer season opening up, the woodcock season opened up on October 15th and continues through November 28th, while it'll be open season starting November 15th and running through February 29th for striped skunks. 2023 continues to be a busier year in general for fire districts across the lake area. Osage Beach Chief Paul Berardi says that his district responded to 190 incidents alone during the month of October, resulting in an end-year figure so far of 1,888 responses, up 79 from the same time in 2022. Of the 190 responses, medical calls dominated with 134 responses. Osage Beach personnel also went out the door 7 times for public service assistance, 3 times each for electrical problems and malfunctions, combustible incidents, brush fires, and vehicle fires, and 1 response for a structure fire. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit furnitureatthelake.com.
I'm meteorologist Michael Caro with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. For today, we'll have some clouds to start, then clearing skies into the afternoon with highs approaching 80. For tonight, mostly clear, a low of 62. Wednesday is still sunny and warm for this time of year, those high temperatures approaching 80 degrees. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 63, and the temperature at the studios, currently at 69.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Stern. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
It's been 8 months since a transgender woman shot and killed 6 people at a Nashville Christian school. Audrey Hale left behind a manifesto which the school and the government tried to keep under wraps. But today, 3 pages of that alleged manifesto were leaked. Conservative YouTuber Steven Crowder published exclusively several pages of the manifesto. She used slurs to describe rich white people, expressed hatred towards white privilege. So now we know why the federal government didn't want to release that manifesto. It flies in the face of their well-crafted narrative that rich white Christian people are always the bad guys. Even the Southern Baptist Convention got involved. They try to use their power and influence not only to stifle the manifesto, but to push for stricter gun control laws. Well, I say shame on them all. The reason why Hale pulled that trigger had a lot more to do with woke critical race theory. I'm Todd Stearns.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to 1 per hour. You've had all morning to think it over. Now let's talk about it. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or toll free at 1-866-372-1270. It's hour number 2 of the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS, and 97.5 KRMS FM.
And it's the 10 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. It's Tuesday, November the 7th. We're at 69 degrees. We're going to get up to 80 today, so make sure you get outside. Do those things you need to do before the cold winter comes, and have some fun, too. You know, we're going to this 10 o'clock hour sponsored by Camdenton Glass. That's Terry Trower and his crew. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they're your local Pella certified contractor. For residential and commercial glass services, shower doors, screened porches, flat boat glass, windows, window cleaning services, windshield repair, auto glass services, Camdenton Glass has you covered. And we are talking with Teresa Fuentes from the Osage Beach Senior Center and our neighbor next door, Teresa, thanks for coming in.
Oh, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone.
Good to hear from you. Busy week as you guys are closed on Friday to observe Veterans Day.
Absolutely. Closed on Friday, although we have our Veterans Day program Thursday. So we have veterans will be receiving a complimentary lunch, and the lunch is really good. We're having ham, sweet potatoes, peas, ambrosia salad, roll, and dessert, which will be a cake. And
you can't go wrong with cake.
No, you can't go wrong with cake. Everyone loves cake. And Professor Jim Paisley will be with us. He'll start his presentation at 12:30. And we always enjoy Professor Paisley's talks about the veterans, and he's quite knowledgeable about the Missouri history, and so we always enjoy his visits.
Yes, good guy. Good to listen to. Good storytelling as well. You know, you guys not only provide a lunch every day, a place to play a mean game of cards.
Oh, yes.
Until
Lots of
4
cards.
o'clock Monday through Friday, but you guys got a lot of events going on as well.
Yes, so we have a lot of events. We try to celebrate anything and everything that we can. And so we have the Veterans Day program this Thursday. We have our birthday bash on next Tuesday, where we invite everyone to celebrate those folks that have a birthday in that month. And so we'll be celebrating the November birthdays. And we are having our special Thanksgiving Day lunch on November 16th, the following Thursday, with all the traditional meal items for that day. And it's still just the suggested contribution of $5 per meal. So that's going to be a great deal for folks.
You know, I went to the drive-through the other day at a restaurant just to pick up something quick. $12.
Oh, yes.
$12. I mean, it's fast
Quite
food does
easy.
not mean cheap food anymore. But you guys provide a great meal. Suggested $5. If you don't have it, okay, that's true.
Right.
But you certainly do as well, and you provide a great service. Before we continue to roll through the activities, because we're listing all those activities out there, talk just a few minutes, Teresa, to the people that are out there that maybe, you know, they'd like to get involved. They'd like to, whether as a volunteer, whether as coming in and helping some other people out, or maybe they just would like to come in and have lunch and things like that. Encourage them to take that first step and come on in.
Sure, absolutely. We're a friendly bunch, so don't be afraid to come in and visit with us. When you come in, you just fill out a short application with a little information so we know who you are. Like I said, it's a suggested contribution of $5. If you would like to come in and help us out by volunteering, we have lots of different positions. As a volunteer, you can be a greeter at the door at the front desk, and we have office assistants, so someone to help me with all these events. That would be nice, which would just be folding, stapling, and things like that. We have dining room hostess, so just going around making sure everyone is okay at the table. If they need help getting their meal to the table, we have those. Game and activity leaders. If there's a game or activity that you would like to see at the center, we really encourage you to come in and talk to us about that. Music entertainment, if that's something that you are interested in sharing with the group, we could talk about that. And then the most important, I think, is our homebound program. So a lot of folks don't know that we have such a need here in the area for homebound, and we do. So our particular center services about 30 on average homebound clients. And so for that program, we need someone to package the meals. So that is done weekly. We package up a bag of meals. They get milk and bread and cocoa and juice and anything that we can spare from the food bank deliveries that we get. We try to include that with our homebound, along with 7 frozen meals. So we have a person that puts that together weekly. And then we have our delivery folks that come on weekly. We have 4 routes. And so there's 2 routes that go out on Wednesday. There's 2 routes that go out on Thursday. And so when those folks, they need vacations, they need time off. And so when they're
One of which is my broadcast partner, Greg Cartwright.
Yes, and Greg helps us out quite a bit. He does a regular route, and he also subs for me when I'm in a pinch and I need someone. So that's
And
how
if he can do it,
right?
anybody can.
Oh, he's a great guy. He is. And so if you sign up as a sub, so you're not committed every week, I call on you. We have another very devoted sub, John Duba. Everybody knows John. Then I call on him when I'm in a pinch too, and I need someone to deliver meals. Very needed service, very gratifying service.
But you know how it works is you need people to come in and help others, but you need the other people to come in as well. And so if you're sitting out there and maybe you go every day, and God bless you if you do, if you have the ability to do that, come on in and add to your schedule. Maybe you don't get out very often, and this might be a great opportunity to meet some people.
Great opportunity, yes. If if you're by yourself or you have a friend to bring, that's great. But if you're by yourself and you'd like to come in and meet some folks, it's a great way to meet people and socialize and get to know some others. And, once our folks get together and, on the weekends, we're not open. So I hear them talking about going out to other places on the weekend and doing other things, and that's just fabulous. So, yeah, come in and meet folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, several events. We've talked about Veterans Day. We've talked about, but you actually have an event this weekend as well.
Yes, we have our holiday bazaar. And so we have over 20 vendors signed up for our bazaar this weekend. And we'll have a variety of vendors there, from jewelry, greeting cards, paintings, leather items, just about anything you're looking for. And so we also have, we'll have food, we'll have lunch there, of course. You know how we are about that.
You guys like to eat.
We like to eat. And bake sale items, and some music, and just good old fun.
And it's actually got a call. Caller, go ahead. You're on with Teresa Fuentes.
Oh, yeah, Tony, thanks for taking my call. I hear it's like a party every day over there at the senior center.
It's a blast.
And I was just wondering, do they need help serving and doing dishes and stuff?
Yes, that is another position. I'm glad you mentioned that, dishwasher. So it's just a short time to help us out with the dishes. And, the folks that do it, we have one volunteer. He comes in a couple times a week, and he really enjoys it. He makes it so much fun, and we're glad to have him. Very glad to have him, and a very important volunteer position for us.
Yeah, so come on in. It's matter of fact, if it doesn't settle down over there, I'm gonna have to call the police a couple of times. It's always a party over there, always happening. Thanks for calling in, and but it is a good time. It's a perfect example of it's a good time to give, and it's a good time to receive as well.
Yes.
And so the bazaar is this Saturday. What time does it start?
I'm sorry, the bazaar. The bazaar is this Sunday, November 12th, from 11 to 3.
Gotcha.
11 to 3, yes.
And it's with Christmas coming up, you never know what to get folks. But a great opportunity to get some knickknacks or something out there as well.
Get your shopping done early. That's always a good thing.
Yeah. I've been there on Christmas Eve.
Oh,
and
yeah. That's not nice. You got to get done early.
No. I've been told that as well. Some of the other events you have.
So like I mentioned, we have our birthday bash. That's Tuesday, November 14th. And again, great menu items. We have pot roast that day, roll, potatoes, carrot, onion, fruit, and of course, birthday cake and ice cream. Our birthday cake is donated to us by the Camdenton Dairy Queen, so it's an ice cream birthday cake. You can't go wrong with that at all. We also have our age-related macular degeneration and low vision support group. That group meets on the third Wednesday, so November 15th, and they meet at 12:30. So come in and enjoy lunch and then stay for the support group. We have our guest speaker, Kamea Underwood, coming down from Jeff City. She's a rehabilitation teacher for the blind and low vision. So that's another way if you're experiencing some of those symptoms, and, it's always good to talk to someone else who's going through the same thing and get some helpful hints on how to cope.
And I mean this in all sincerity. It's a tough time right now. It's a tough time to feed yourself every day. It's a tough time that you can spend a lot of money on medical costs. Great opportunity to learn about yourself going on right there is one of those, because it's free to attend.
Right, absolutely. It's just come and join us anytime. Like I said, we're there from Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
We're going to continue our conversation with Teresa. If you have a call, give it at 573-302-7000. And then Luke Hagedorn will be in studio. We'll always has something interesting to say. This is Morning Magazine on KRMS 1150, 97.5, 103.3 FM.
Oh, the dreamy life, where I hop in the car and we pull up to this magical place. It's called Susan's Pet Grooming. They have smooches for pooches.
What a good boy.
Oh, I love it there. You never know how great a grooming feels to us pups. We get our nails done, our fur is all clean and trim, even our ears too. Heck, Susan's Pet Grooming might as well be dog heaven. If you're gonna be gone for a day, drop your pooch off and get them back cleaned and fluffed. Why don't you call Susan at Susan's Pet Grooming? Your best friend will love it here.
Call Susan's Pet Grooming for boarding, for bathing, for grooming and fluffing, and of course, for lots of love. 1 mile down D Road behind Hy-Vee. Call Susan's Pet Grooming, 552-6301. Susan's Pet Grooming, voted best groomer at the lake. And be sure to ask about doggy daycare, 552-6301.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at StonebridgeSeniorLiving.com.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6 seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social on Wednesday, November 15th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on November 15th is sponsored by 4 Wheel Promotions and WFO Water Sports.
West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
We're talking with Teresa Fuentes of the Osage Beach Senior Center, and say that one 3 times fast,
Yes,
about
absolutely.
the different events that they have going on. It's always seems to be a party over there, and if you guys keep the sound down a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll try. No promises.
Trying to work over here. Talk about some of those other events that you have going on. You know, some of them, if you need them, stay for it. If you don't stay.
Absolutely. So I do want to mention, so the Central Missouri Area Agency on Aging, which is Aging Best, is a private, not-for-profit corporation serving seniors in 19 counties, a 19-county area in mid-Missouri. And so this is our nutrition program is run through Aging Best. And so therefore we have their support as well. And they come down, representatives come down from Aging Best, which is based in Columbia, and we do educational programs. Right now, we're in the middle of an educational program regarding fall prevention.
Yes.
So this course will go through December 6th, I believe, first Monday in December. So like a 7-week course. They meet on Mondays from 1 to 3, but they go over so many things of trip hazards in the house, exercises to keep your balance, and again, a nice support group too for the seniors to get together and talk about different things that has helped them in the home. So we have that, and then on this Tuesday, Tuesday, November 14th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., we have another representative from Aging Best coming to talk to folks about Medicare open enrollment.
Big thing.
Yes, very big and very needed. And so what this representative does is she compares plans, she checks your coverage, and she sees if she can lower your costs. If it's your prescription medication, she can view like 3 or 4 different providers and see which one would be best with the medication that you're taking at the moment. So again, she'll be at the Senior Center on Tuesday, November 14th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
I got Russ on the line. Russ, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Nice show this morning.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. When will Paisley be at the Senior Center?
So that will be on this Thursday, November 9th. And Professor Paisley will be there for our lunch. We're having our Veterans Day program. And then his presentation will start at 12:30. We hope you can join us.
Hey, I'll be there with bells on. Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Russ. See you, brother. And yeah, that's. I mean, in all seriousness, it sounds like. I mean, that's probably the best deal in town.
Yes. So we have a lot of support groups. We have a lot of educational programs that go on. So, like you said, come in for lunch, and if it's something that interests you, something that you feel you would need a little help with, we can talk and see what type of program would benefit you.
We go through November. If you have, you also have a couple events in December as well.
Sure.
How'd the car show go, if you might ask?
Well,
I hate to throw a curveball on you.
Yeah, the car show. So last year we had about 30 cars, and this year we had about 15. But the weather was not nice that day.
A little chilly that
day. But, we made the best of it, as we always do, and we moved everything inside except the cars, of course. And we had our bake sale and food. We had hamburgers and hot dogs, and, we did our 50-50 raffle. So we still had a great time. Despite the weather.
Absolutely. I didn't mean to cut you off, but go ahead.
That's okay. I just want to remind everyone that Thanksgiving Day lunch is on November 16th, so join us for that. We have a pizza party where we support the Kansas City Chiefs on the 20th. They have an evening game that day, so come in for our pizza party that day as well. So going into December, we... KRMS and Celebration Cruises presents Christmas on the Lake.
Yes, we do.
So we are the charity for the Thursday, December 7th cruise. So we invite everyone to come out for that. We'll have some raffle items and 50-50 going on there. That's always a great time.
It is a good time. I honestly, I go to quite a few of them, and it's always a good time.
Always a good time. So you enjoy complimentary appetizers. There's a cash bar and live entertainment, and it just really gets you into the holiday spirit.
And it's hard to do that with me. And it does. It's a good time out there. And, of course, I mean, you guys have a great service, and you're certainly worthy of
we appreciate
being included as well.
Yes, we appreciate partnering with you on that. That it's always great and a lot of fun, and enjoy the lights and everything. Then also we have a Christkindl market in December. So Christkindl market is a German feast and holiday market. So we'll have some great German food, pulled pork, German potato salad, red cabbage, baked apples, German chocolate cake, hot cranberry cider. Along with that, we'll have little Christmas items that will be our fundraiser for sale that day. So come in, again, another chance to get that Christmas shopping done, Tony. So just next door, run on over.
I usually try to be mean this time of year.
We're going to correct that.
that way I don't have to do all that shopping.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it's fun. And so we invite everyone to join us for the Christkindl Market. That will be on December 13th. Of course, we'll have our Christmas lunch, and that will be on Tuesday, December 19th. We'll have our Christmas lunch with ham, mashed potatoes, corn casserole, hot roll, baked cinnamon apple crisp, door prizes. Wear your ugly sweater, because there's a contest, Tony.
I'll have to borrow one of those from Guy Wayman.
So you have to wear your sweater. We'll have a silent auction, Christmas music, and just a lot of fun. Then we'll end the year, of course, with our New Year's Eve bash. That will be on Friday, December 29th, with a countdown at noon.
Absolutely.
Okay, yes.
So that is a lot of events that are going on. And, of course, if you have a lot of events, you need a lot of people to help.
You need a lot of folks
You need a lot of people to attend as well. It's a great time. So once again, if you're thinking about, I'm tired of staying at home, or maybe you go, come on out. Add it to your schedule as well. Still, we all hired up, or we need somebody?
So we still have the head cook position open and available. And like Tony said, we are in need of volunteers, always in need of volunteers. So if you have any extra time, like to come by and help us out, we would really appreciate that.
That's Teresa Fuentes. She's from the Osage Beach Senior Center. And they serve from 11 to 12:30. Get on over there. They're open till 4. They have a good time until 4 as well. Teresa, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We'll be right back.
KRMS Radio and TV and Celebration Cruises presents Christmas on the Lake. This experience benefiting local charities starts November 24th and goes through the end of the year. If you have a home between the dam and the 4-mile mark on the first or second tier and can be viewed from the lake, you're encouraged to decorate and light up for this charitable cause. Reservations are required for Christmas on the Lake. Go to cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212. RJ's Family Restaurant salutes America's veterans and active military by offering them a free meal this Veterans Day. Mere words cannot discharge our country's debt to those whose sacrifices pay the price of freedom. To honor veterans and those now serving, show your military ID and enjoy a mouth-watering complimentary meal at RJ's Friday, November the 10th on West Highway 54 in Camdenton. Open for breakfast and lunch Tuesday through Sunday from 6 until 2. RJ's Family Restaurant, close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass. The people that call when you need glass for your home, business, car, and more. They're the champions in product, service, and personal attention. In addition to glass, they're experts in construction, decking, siding, and screen repair. Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass, serving the entire Lake of the Ozarks area and beyond. Your local Pella certified contractor. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404.
Are you ready to make a difference in a child's life? Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association is here to help you become a hero to a child in need. Every child deserves a loving home. You can be the one to provide it. We will support and guide you. Imagine seeing a child flourish under your care, their laughter filling your home, and their dreams soaring to new heights. Join Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association and become a beacon of hope for a child in need. Visit mofosteradopt.com.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream. Get 300 megabit internet for $49.99 a month, including advanced Wi-Fi, and 1 unlimited mobile line free for 12 months. And when you add Spectrum TV, get a Zumo Stream Box free for 12 months. Spectrum One Stream. It's streaming simplified. Visit spectrum.com for details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
My man Luke Hagedorn comes shuffling in, looking for the word to call it without hurting your feelings there. Comes skipping into the studio as well.
I spend most of my days skipping around town.
Yeah, I'd say those days are gone, brother, but who am I to judge? And it's a lot going on. Yesterday, Donald Trump went about as what you thought it would.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, his style, and that's, he's gonna be combative, and I think that's when that's his mode where I think he hits the best, scores the most wins is when he's in that mode. I don't think he knows really any other mode, quite frankly, and that's just kind of the way he rolls. But yeah, it's a big day between some Supreme Court hearings today, a lot of voting going on across the country. When you live in a state that isn't on the cycle to where today's election day, it pops up in my calendar, it says election day. I'm like, election day? There's no election day.
Yeah.
But across the country, there's some.
It's a big day.
It's a big day. It's going to tell you a lot about it. It's kind of one of those take the temperature of the country style elections, and not just when you look at the gubernatorial and the state house elections that are going on across the country, those statewide races. But to me, some of the interesting things will be these initiative petitions that are going on in some of the other countries, whether it's in Ohio when they're dealing with the abortion. They also have a marijuana law on the books at the same time, which I found interesting strategically for the folks to put both of those issues on the ballot at the same time, because oftentimes these initiative petitions, especially in off years when it's not a presidential election, it's all about getting out the vote. And I think you're going to get a certain demographic out to vote on the marijuana law, right? And while they're there, they'll still vote on the abortion law. And then you'll have the people who are very motivated to go out for the abortion law, who will, while they're there, vote on the marijuana law. So things like this are always, as a political junkie who likes to watch some of these things, like I watch sports, and I like to watch the strategy of it and how they're going about it. And I watch it really, I have my opinions, and I have how I want things to go and how I think things should go. But sometimes I watch just pure for the strategy and for the gamesmanship that goes on. And these are the little things that the average listener, the average voter might not pay attention to, but I certainly do.
You see, tomorrow at this time, we, if you're a conservative, you're either going to be smiling or not. If you lean towards the heavy blue, you're not going to be smiling or not. But it is going to be, I think, a good indication if the country is going to take a move back towards the center, back towards stability is what I call it. And as you see big races in Kentucky, very popular Democrat governor, but Kentucky is a red state traditionally. You have a popular Republican candidate for running. Democrat 15 points up 2 weeks ago in a poll. Now he's down 1. And a lot of that has to do with Joe Biden and the popularity of his policies. And at least I think it does. And then, of course, Mississippi, you have a popular Republican governor who is expected to win, but a little race is a little closer than what he expected.
Well, when you're second cousin to Elvis's second cousin running in Mississippi, where the king of rock and roll was born. Oh, yeah. I mean, that gives you at least a little bit of name recognition, which I think certainly helps the situation. But yeah, it's interesting to me how in Kentucky in particular, where Andy Beshears is really kind of trying to stay away from Biden and basically say, hey, this race doesn't have anything to do with Biden. You know, he understands he's a rare Democratic governor in a red state. He's very popular, though. The folks in Kentucky tend to like him and things like that. So he's trying to, kind of win it on his own merits. Whereas Daniel Cameron, who's his opponent and the Republican opponent in that race, is really leaning in to the Donald Trump endorsement that he's had and really kind of trying to rely on the popularity that Donald Trump has in the state of Kentucky to kind of get him across the finish line there. So, yeah, that's an interesting race. I think that's kind of one of those bellwether races when you look at it, and it might tell you a little bit of, I think the pundits, guys like you and me, the national guys, may read more into it than what it actually is because we need something to talk about, right? Mm-hmm. But we're looking to talk about something. But I think it says something. I think it tells you a little something about where we're at this particular moment. And I think what you see after a race like this, these midterm election type things, people start to kind of maybe shift their strategies a little bit and shift what they go back to the exit polling and they find out why did you vote the way you voted? What were the things that really motivated you to the polls? And that starts to shift how people are going to approach this race, especially the Republican primaries in Iowa and going forward. I think some of these campaigns have maybe set back, kind of chilled a little bit. They're going to see what happens tonight. They're going to read the tea leaves afterwards, and then they're going to make adjustments on the fly because of it.
Well, I think if Kentucky goes red, I think that is an indicator. And the governor's race. This is a governor that, in a crisis, in a flood, Kentucky had a flood, did a nice job in that, was perceived as doing a nice job in that area. But he's in a dogfight right now. I think it could show. You take a look at Virginia. Virginia is a state that leans blue, but they have
especially lately,
a very popular Republican governor, and let's see if he's got the star power to. They currently have the state house, but they do not have the state senate, and that is what they're seeking to flip in Virginia.
Yeah, it's a 51-46 in the House and in favor of the Republicans, and 22-17 in favor of the Democrats in the Senate. I'm not sure how many of those, I'm more aware of Missouri cycles and things like that, where basically a third of the Senate is up for vote every 2 years. I'm not sure if it works the same in Virginia, but I imagine it's something similar to that. So, you got to imagine there's not too many Senate races up there in Virginia to flip a 5-seat difference when the House is only, less than 40 people, so it's I don't know the logistics of that and the likelihood of that, but if they can hold on to the Republican majority there in Virginia, I think that, obviously that allows them to at least stop any kind of legislation the Democrats might want to pass.
And the governor in Virginia, very popular. His stance on education, ran on education, and that seems to be resonating in Virginia with people as they go to the polls. I just got to think, everybody, doesn't matter your race, it doesn't matter your sexual orientation, everybody wants their kids to have a good education, don't they?
Well, and he particularly was a big proponent of the parents' rights to know what was going on in their schools, what was happening there, especially on some of these social issues that crop up from time to time. When you're not necessarily talking about the reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? There's other issues that schools face on a day-to-day basis, and some of those are the things that maybe get people fired up and going to school board meetings and things like that. And I think he's kind of latched on to some of those issues, and that's kind of carried the day for him in a lot of ways.
Several state polls have come out this week that showed Trump with a leader in the majority of, I shouldn't say majority, in some of the swing states, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Of course, when Trump was ahead, they immediately put in another poll. And so that shows one of the things that I thought the former president would not do well in Georgia because of his situation in Georgia. But a poll coming out today, this New York Times, same poll, came out today. He's got him up 7 in Georgia.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things where, all the issues he's faced in Georgia, the things like that, there's a bit of a backlash there, right? The people who think, hey, man, this guy's under fire, seems like unfairly, and then, somehow, I don't know that it hits with everybody, but I think for a certain population, Donald Trump is starting to look like an underdog, right? And he's the oppressed one here in this situation. And if Donald Trump can parlay that sentiment into a nationwide kind of thing, to where he's the underdog and he's the one under fire, but while at the same time he's always on offense, right? Mm-hmm. But he's these lawsuits and these criminal cases against him that have piled up. I think for some people, they look at it and they're like, "Oh, look, it's terrible. He's never gonna get out from under that." There's a certain popular part of the population that look at it and say, "Look at our guy who's under attack by the conspiracy of the left wing. We have to get his back." And I think it emboldens people, and it gives a certain amount of these people even more fervor to go out and support the former, and as they said in the court, perhaps future president.
Well, I think I certainly think New York should have never been filed. This is a case where you have a very biased prosecutor. You have a very biased judge that have made mistakes, in my opinion. And I overvalued my property. I got news for you. That's a real estate business. I heard someone make the point yesterday, which I thought was very, very good, is, those red slippers that Judy Garland wore in Wizard of Oz were probably $100. The fact that Judy Garland wore them made them $2.5 million.
It's a good point. It's a really good point.
And so you see that you see the value. The brand of President Trump is got some value to it. And I gotta be honest with you, everybody out there, I don't even have $18 million, and said if he'll sell it for 18, I'll come up with it. As it's that property worth a tremendous amount of money. I thought it was a mistake to bring some of those lawsuits against the president. I still nervous about Georgia. But this poll, which showed Trump ahead of a few points at the beginning of the week, now shows him tied in Pennsylvania, Michigan. He's still up in he's going to be tied in Arizona as well. But Nevada, which is definitely a swing state anymore, he's ahead in 6.
Yeah, it's polls this far out. Polls are tough, but we got to look at them. We got to check them. Both the
shows you where you are.
All the campaigns are looking at them on the day to day. I just don't know how valuable they are, other than talking points.
I think anymore. I think anymore. When a poll comes out right now, I don't think you look at the end. I think you look at how you should change strategy.
Yeah, you look at the trend. Maybe not the end. You look at the trend.
We've got a call here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'd like to comment on this case in New York where Trump admitted that he and his kids were valuing property too high or valuating too low. He just said, yeah, we did it. And let's take Mar-a-Lago, for example. The property has been appraised for $33 million. And the reason it's praised for that is because you can only use it as a club. You can't subdivide it. It's really green space, and you really have to get permission to make changes to it, even internal in the buildings. It's a club, and usually people don't live in a club. Now,
so who did he harm? Who did he harm in this case? Who's the victim?
Oh, okay. Insurance companies. He paying taxes by misvaluating his property and misvaluating income statements. 2 years in a row, he paid $750 for total federal taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we did have auditors out there which should have audited, you don't come up with $750.
Whose responsibility is it to know what they're purchasing?
Okay, now let me show you what a bank and an insurance company would lose if they had to.
Tell me isn't there a reason why there's a phrase called buyer beware? Isn't there a reason?
They're not buyers.
If you come to me, they're lenders. Lenders have the responsibility of due diligence. Who pays for appraisals? Who demands an appraisal on a property? When you go to get a loan.
I guess the owner does.
Absolutely not. It is your responsibility if you are purchasing a property to know the value of that property, to know what is wrong with that property.
The property?
In this case, you're getting a loan on it. Was he getting a loan on it? Getting loans, right? It is the bank's. It's the bank's responsibility.
Running an income statement, having accountants say that this is an audited income statement, and so they're operating on that, thinking that it's audited and goes by standards. Mm-hmm. The auditors really said, no, they told us what all this stuff was, and they're responsible. We're not. You don't value things 500 times or 50 times what it's worth and send that to somebody unless you're committing fraud. That's fraud. I don't care what you say about it. It's fraud.
So when you go to purchase a home, and that home is listed at $500,000, and you pay $475,000 because the buyer says the value of that home is $475,000. I'm only going to give you $475,000. Am I now a criminal because I bought that? Someone bought my property for less than what I said it was worth? Because when I say $500,000, that's what it is.
I'll give you a better example.
Give it to me.
You find the property, and you'll like this one. You find the property, it's $5,000.
But I've got to hold on. We've got to be right back. We've got to go to a break.
We have here in the Milky Way, and it's still growing. Finally, who knows what that smell is?
Hello again, naughty nostrils.
A new study has found that each of our nostrils has its own unique sense of smell. Scientists stimulated each nostril in the study with the same smell and found that each one computed it differently. That's what's trending. I'm Jen Clark.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Planning a special event and not sure where to start? We can help. Hi, this is Lindsay with Bridal Cave. Our Thunder Mountain Park Event Center is perfect for weddings, receptions, family reunions, corporate events, birthdays, or any special occasion. Featuring an intimate mountaintop setting with a $1 million view of beautiful Lake of the Ozarks and accommodating up to 80 people. Make your reservation by emailing me at lindsay@bridalcave.com or call 573-346-2676. Make your special occasion exceptional at Thunder Mountain Park Event Center. Find out more at bridalcave.com.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
Buyer beware. Your responsibility to make sure that you don't overpay or finance. All right, let me have that example.
Okay, so you have 5,000 lakefront that you buy.
Gotcha.
And there's a covenant on it that says you can't subdivide it. It's going to be green space. You could keep your house on it and live on it. Maybe it's an historical house. You have to keep it historically accurate. And so you go to the bank, and you show them all this property and so on, and you hide this fact that there's this covenant stuck in there somewhere.
Sure.
And yeah, maybe they made a mistake, but you also lied.
The White House on the Strip.
And you also lied, and it could put the bank under, and so that doesn't hurt anybody if the bank goes under, because they expected $20 million on your property and not $500,000.
Well, my point is,
go to the insurance company, and I pay more for my house, and you pay much less because you valued it less. Then you go to somebody else and you value it more. It's all fraud. Good Lord.
Anytime you're valuing any value of anything is a matter of opinion, right? It's a matter of what I think it's worth versus what I can sell it for versus what I can. Okay, all right.
More than that is probably fraud.
Nobody seems to be mad, though. Am I missing it? Nobody seems to be mad. The bank is not suing.
The banks are mad. The insurance companies are mad.
I don't think so.
I'm mad because he didn't pay his taxes.
Well, I will tell you, you know what his answer is. I pay what the laws are. If you don't like the laws, change the laws.
No, he did. That's not true. No, that's not true. He pays because they didn't audit him, and the laws would say that was illegal.
That's true. I mean, we'll get Hunter to pay. We'll get Joe to pay, and then we'll worry about Trump as well. I got two other calls I got to get to. Hey, now, brother, they've got it now. Your whole entire party now wants Joe Biden out. And it's reflected in the polls. It's reflected in the conversation of politicians. I got to go, though. Good to hear from you again. And let's get rid of that one. Go ahead. You on there, Russ? I'll go to this one. I lost them both there. And so Matt Burns was on there as well. Point, Luke.
Well, I was just, one of the callers' point was the fact that this space was, you couldn't subdivide it, you couldn't do this, and that affected the value of it. But anybody who can come up with $36 million to buy any kind of property, if you think that they can't figure out how to change the zoning or the subdivision of it or get things done, I mean, we see it here locally. People like to buy property, make decisions, shoot first, ask questions later kind of thing. If you can buy a $36 million property, you can figure out how to get some zoning changed.
Russ, go ahead. I got a minute.
This is Kirk, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kirk. Go ahead.
Just real quick, Trump's just doing things on a much bigger scale, and he's been smart enough to leverage banks to loan him money.
Sure.
And if this was a fraud, why isn't it a criminal trial and not a civil trial? Why aren't the plaintiffs the banks and the insurance companies and not some schmo from New York? So that's just my point. This is all, of course.
Exactly.
What it is.
That's my point. Who's the victim here? If there is a settlement, usually in a civil, there is some sort of settlement. Where's the money going to? They all got paid.
Yeah, the banks are out money. They sure as heck calling for an investigation. And if you don't think IRS has been up Trump's butt, you don't know what's going on.
Probably since he was a freshman in high school.
Right.
And it certainly is. Hey, brother, thank you for calling.
Yeah.
And that's my point. He just said it a lot better than I did, and it certainly is. And Matt, go ahead. I got about a minute.
Okay. It's so frustrating listening to that guy. I know he's got his own set of views, and that's fine. But
I appreciate his call.
My God, why is it your responsibility to make sure the insurance company values your property, right? That's the insurance company's responsibility. Yes. That's the lender's responsibility. And they sell condos down there by Mar-a-Lago for $20 million. So to say that Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate's worth $33 million is a joke. I mean, it's worth well over that. I guarantee you he could sell it for way more than that. And none of this would be happening if Donald Trump never ran for president. That's what people need to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. None of this would be going on. He would be left alone. He'd be living the high life somewhere. He ran for president. They don't like it, and they're weaponizing the government against him. It's called lawfare. And that's what they're doing. They're using lawfare against Donald Trump. And be careful what you wish for, because when the shoe's on the other foot and it comes for you and the boot's on your neck, you won't like it so good.
Nope.
So the Democrats need to think about what they're doing here.
I agree 100%. We're going to be right back. We've got to take this break. We'll be right back. I'm Tony Herman, Luke Hagedorn in studio. Appreciate your calls as well.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Fall is in the air. Check out the beauty of the autumn scenery from the climate-controlled comfort of Celebration Cruises. Board at the dam, cash bar, and food is available. Learn more at cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212.
That's going to do it for this 10 o'clock hour morning magazine, sponsored by Camdenton Glass. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they're your local Pella certified contractor. If you're tired of looking through stained, scratched, or cracked glass, call Camdenton Glass. You'll see clearly again with their quality glass for residential, commercial, and auto needs. Get on over to the Senior Center. They're ready to serve, and they are having today chicken pot pie, salad, beets, dessert, and milk. Luke?
I need some beets. Yeah, it's Election Day in Kentucky, Virginia, Mississippi, and Pennsylvania. I say to all those folks, before you go vote, go buy some groceries, fill up your gas tank, check your IRA, pay your bills, and look at the crime rate in your area, and then go vote. And that'll tell you
75%. 75% are concerned about paying their bills, gas, food, what is out there.
Just take a look at all those things before you cast your ballot today. I know we have a lot of listeners in Kentucky, Virginia, Mississippi, and Pennsylvania, but
we're everywhere, and it certainly happens, and it's.
But that's a good thing for everyone to remember at any election. Those are the things when you really think about what you're voting for on any given Tuesday in the fall or in the spring. Think about those things. Think about those things, and that'll tell you where to cast your ballot.
It's a very serious world. I want to thank Teresa Fuentes, Bill Kurtz for coming in today as well, talking about what's happening. We're going to be right back here tomorrow. And as always, thank you for your calls as well.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. Supreme Court arguments today over a law that takes guns from people who are cited in domestic violence restraining orders.
The U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar, speaking in favor of the law, told the justices,
"Guns and domestic abuse are a deadly combination. As this court has said, all too often, the only difference between a battered woman and a dead woman is the presence of a gun."
But a lower court overturned the law, saying it violated the plaintiff's Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. The plaintiff's attorney, J. Matthew Wright, says there's something wrong with the law.
I'm looking for a ban that applies to a rights-holding American citizen.
Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
1 month after the deadly Hamas terror strike in Israel, Israeli troops are pushing into Gaza City. Thousands have died in weeks of airstrikes and battles. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
This woman's son was at the music festival in Israel attacked by Hamas.
It's been 30 days. Every day is like eternity to me, and I can't wait any longer.
In Tel Aviv, protesters sat on floors, blindfolded with their hands tied behind their backs. Protesters pushing empty strollers in Rome called for the return of missing Israeli children.
Prime Minister Netanyahu indicates Israel will take security control in Gaza when the war with Hamas ends. Voters in Ohio today are deciding on whether an abortion right should be part of the state constitution. Early voting numbers were big. The balance of power in Virginia could have an impact on abortion in that state.
Virginia voters are in the national spotlight.
As Virginia goes, so does the country.
People probably see it as a bellwether for what's coming in a year.
It's a highly unpredictable election, with Virginia's Senate narrowly controlled by Democrats and the House narrowly controlled by Republicans. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin has made it clear that if Republicans do take full control, one of their priorities will be to pass a ban on most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Nick Iannelli for CBS News, Fairfax County, Virginia.
New images from space show a shimmering collection of galaxies, too numerous to count, and a nebula resembling a horse's head. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
The first images from the European Space Agency's Euclid Space Telescope are clear proof the $1.5 billion observatory is working flawlessly 4 months into its 6-year mission.
A mix of smoke and fog, known as super fog, has led to accidents involving multiple vehicles and at least one death on Interstate 10 in Louisiana. Police say a stretch of I-10 is closed. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 62 points. NASDAQ ahead 111. The S&P is up 11. This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. 123rd State Representative Dr. Lisa Thomas, whose district covers parts of the Lake area, will apparently face a challenge in the 2024 primary election. The challenge will come from Lake area businessman Jeff Vernetti of Ballparks International and Vernetti's grocer fame, who announced on Monday his intent to run for the position that's been held by Thomas since she was elected in November of 2020. Thomas and at least Vernetti are now expected to go head-to-head on the August 6 primary ballot, with the winner appearing November 5th on the general election ballot. The first day to file as a candidate will be February 27th, with the filing period to close at the end of business on March 26. It could be a 1-2 punch of good news coming from MoDOT this week. Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel for that bridge work along Route C in Miller County.
If you're commuting between Richland and Osage Beach, that's the bridge closures. We've replaced 2 bridge decks on Miller C, and we're getting ready to wrap that work up.
Optimistically, Miller County Route C could be clear sailing again for drivers by the end of this week or early next week. Rager also says the scheduled closing of Bagnell Dam to traffic this week for some routine work on Thursday is expected to take only about half a day.
It'll just be for a few hours, so for those that have to commute through there, highly suggest you use 242 and be prepared to go around.
And of course, with any MoDOT project getting done as planned will largely depend on the weather. 5 people find themselves on the wrong side of the Osage Beach Police for the week ending this past Sunday. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says a 32-year-old from Osage Beach and a 72-year-old from Richland were arrested, respectively, for alleged endangering the welfare of a child and domestic assault. 2 others were busted for driving-related offenses, and 1 on a warrant out of Camden County. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit furnitureatthelake.com.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny skies this afternoon, a high of 80 degrees. South winds at 5 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low near 63. Wednesday, sunshine, a high of 80 degrees. Then by Thursday, partial sunshine develops. We'll see a high around 59. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 63.7. And the temperature at the studios is currently it's 74.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Well, look who's back in action. Here we go. Here we go, girlfriend. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world, broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City. It is a big Tuesday episode of Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, a man who did not interfere in the 2020 election by limiting your speech rights. No, a new report from the House GOP says the Department of Homeland Security formed its own censorship board at the collegiate level just so they could report to the government on posts they didn't like and have big tech take them down.
That's not right.
It's not right, but it is complex, and it is very much a trampling of your rights leading up to the last election. And we will discuss and fold it into just how it impacts this next election, including the ones going on today at a local level. It is, in fact, Election Day. We will discuss local races. We will discuss, of course, the big 2024 general election, as there's a lot of water cooler talk about getting Biden off the ticket.
Biden's lost his marbles.
Who knows where that's headed? But Dana Perino, Belle of the Ball, co-host of America's Newsroom, The Five, host of the Perino on Politics podcast. She will be joining us on the show today, as well as Battle and Brian Brenberg, who weighs in on Bidenomics, which have pretty much ushered in the golden age of people selling pictures of their feet on the internet.
What the hell did you just say?
Every day I open up the internet now to prep the show, and it's like one story after another, like, oh, this mom was laid off. Now she's, selling pictures on OnlyFans.
Hubba, hubba.
But the point is, everybody's doing things for money except for the conventional things. Why? Because the economy is tanking.
He knows what he's talking about.
We'll discuss it with the host of The Bottom Line, who joins us in the third hour. 888-788-9910 if you want to be a part of the shindig. Also, the phone number if you don't want to be a part of the shindig. You know the rules. I say them every day to the point of exhaustion. Please, and I do mean this, not just for the show, but for life in general, be a Republican. Great. Hooray. You lean to the right. Be a Democrat. Wonderful. Climate change, all that good stuff. Believe in whatever the hell you want. It's America. I'm not going to tell you what the... Freedom! Thank you. Okay, the only thing we ever ask, man, just don't be a... There it is. That's all you got to do. If you want to help the country right now, you don't need to get out there and campaign and scream and yell and try to convince people you're right. Here's a newsflash. Everyone is so set in their ways that the only way we're going to make progress as a society is not having this epic clash of, political positions where people just throw their hands up and go, you got me. No, the only way we're ever going to make progress is if we just start by downshifting. Okay, the world is on fire. That's why I say every day we're trying to roast radio marshmallows and take the edge off. Because if you look around politics, everybody's...
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
It's a drag, man. It is a drag. That's why I'm so excited to get back out on the road. Go tell some jokes. Here's one. We're in Utica Saturday night at the Stanley Theater. If you're listening on WIBX, you can see Kennedy and I this Saturday. But the bigger event I need to promote... okay, is we just got the word that tickets are on sale for the Fox News Patriot Awards next Thursday, November the 16th, down in Nashville. Yo, if you've never been, Nashville is a wild town. Okay, like, for real. Like, everyone is hammered. And, of course, if you're coming to the Patriot Awards, bigger than the opportunity to get drunk and sing bad karaoke at a Nashville bar is the opportunity to pay homage to the people who put on the uniform every day and sacrifice so much for your freedoms. The thing you'll love about the Patriot Awards, if you do get a chance to go, is it's not a political event. It's not like Fox News getting out there going, these are the best Republicans in the world. It's Fox News getting out there and saluting people who didn't declare a political agenda at the beginning of the day. They simply put on a uniform, whether it was a police uniform, a fire department uniform, some type of EMS, first responder uniform, okay, or having a military uniform, and got out there, okay, and risk their lives on behalf of you. Those people get highlighted. It is the Oscars for camouflage, and it should be required viewing around the country because it would give people perspective, in terms of just how much we take for granted every day. So that's the first hook of the Patriot Awards, is that it is like a really spiritually uplifting thing because you see how many good-hearted people are out there, not bogged down by the politics, not asking whether you're a Republican or a Democrat before they pull you out of a burning car, or run into a building or whatever the heck they do, to save a life. And that's the part that I think is uplifting. On a superficial level, if you just like Fox News a lot and you want to meet Fox News people, we're all going to be there. It's a cable news petting zoo. We're all basically staying in the same hotel down at the Opryland Convention Center. And, of course, the big event, the show itself, will be at the Grand Ole Opry. I will be walking onto stage and opening it, telling some jokes, and then handing it off to Pete Hegseth for that night's live stream on Fox Nation. It's a really cool thing to see. And the other thing I would tack on is you'll never feel better about your own drinking problem than you will after hanging out with a bunch of TV people.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
Oh, these folks are made of booze. It's something else. When they get on the road, man, after all the hard news we cover, I mean, it's so grim right now in the world. When we get a chance to unplug at the bar, get out of the way. So that is Thursday night, November the 16th. We are down at the Grand Ole Opry for the Patriot Awards. We'd love to see you there. Tickets are available right now. Go check that out. And if you want to double it up, you can see me Friday and Saturday. I'll be down in Naples, Florida at the Off the Hook Comedy Club. Friday night and Saturday night. Ryan Reese is on the bill opening the show. Some of you will recognize Ryan as the guy who did the warm-up for my Fox stand-up special. Ryan was the comic that went on before me, and you will, of course, see that special in its entirety the first week of January. So buckle up. As it pertains to today and my actual job, which is radio host, we should probably get going on that. So, talking about comedy dates and jokes and stuff like that, this report out of the House GOP, not a joke. This is a very serious thing. And, the long and short of it is election interference. So let me explain this to you. Okay, according to a new report, and I will read you this. Okay. According to a new report from the House Judiciary Committee, it was obtained by the New York Post, Department of Homeland Security partnered with Stanford University and other colleges to create a disinformation group to censor speech leading up to the 2020 election. So what they did is, the DHS, they formed a disinformation group at colleges simply so they could then send reports back to them at DHS. Hey, this college disinformation group just gave us a heads up on this post, and the DHS would act surprised and be like, really? Oh, we better look into that. We better get to the bottom of what's going on.
What a fraud.
But that's not even the half of it. From there, they would then take their government report, pass it along to big tech to give all three entities some type of plausible deniability as if this was like an organic thing. But that's not what it was. What it was election interference, because according to the reports, okay, these committees went out of their way to censor and restrict access to some of the most prominent Republican accounts out there. Big names like Trump or Hannity, Molly Hemingway, who comes on this show a lot, Charlie Kirk, who has his own radio show and is out there trying to lead a revolution with a curfew. He's a young guy, but he does fine for himself. But the point is, by the standards of Twitter, they were threatened by him and his ideas and his influence and his reach. So they went out and they restricted the reach of his account.
That's just how white folks will do you.
House Judiciary Committee found emails that showed months-long discussions, okay, with social media companies, including Facebook and Twitter, over a proposed misinformation portal. And what did misinformation ultimately constitute in the run-up to the 2020 election? Anything they disagreed with.
Correctamundo.
It wasn't a matter of, is this true or not? It was a matter of, does this help us or not? And just like the Hunter Biden laptop story, where every single media outlet killed the story and said it was Russian disinformation. We can't talk about it, you see. What did we find out the minute the election was over? That the Hunter Biden laptop was oh so real. So understand what they're doing here, and it's going on right now. We'll get into the manifesto, the tranifesto of that deranged nut down in Nashville who killed all the kids down in Tennessee, the transgender shooter. They wouldn't release that information to the public because it conflicted with the agenda they were trying to sell you. The one where trans people were under attack, everybody was out to get them. Obviously, a trans person walking into an elementary school and shooting everybody in sight kind of takes a little bit of the momentum, a little bit of the, tolerance and inclusion narrative away from that community at a time when they try to advance this fraudulent agenda that they're all under attack. What are we told again and again and again? Well, people like the Nashville shooter are lashing out because of trans genocide. But nobody's saying, go kill all the trans people and wipe them off the face of the earth. The only thing anyone is saying is that they want biological men competing against biological men, biological women competing against biological women, and kids who are not of the age of consent to have a chance to fully grow into their developed bodies before they decide to look for the nearest exit from said body. That is the official conservative position on trans people. Nobody says they don't have a right to exist, and nobody says get them. Okay, that's not going on. But on a moment where a shooter goes and, sadly, okay, murders people in an elementary school, young kids, okay, they go out of the way to shield that information because it's problematic to their agenda. That's what they were doing in 2020. Hunter Biden's laptop, problematic to their agenda. The fact that they reconfigured the way we voted in states like Pennsylvania in the weeks running up to the election allowed them to juice turnout and get the outcome they wanted in 2020.
It was stolen.
I don't know that it was stolen per se. I just do know we voted in a very unprecedented manner. And on top of that, we used big tech censorship, weaponized censorship, as a means of steering the conversation into parts of town that reflected more positively on the Democratic Party. And that's the end result of what you're seeing here. And I bring it up now, not because I want to sit here and dwell endlessly over the 2020 election, although I got to be honest, looking back on it, Maybe not the outcome, maybe not all the fighting, but looking back on the state of the world in 2020, man, gas was $2 cheaper. The border was shut. We weren't on the brink of World War III. Those were the days.
Biden is such a disaster.
It really is. But if they're going to get him over the top a second time, and there's a lot of debate about that, okay, there's going to be another war on information. There's going to be an effort to limit the reach of posts that are potentially damaging to the Democratic Party. It's one of the reasons Elon Musk bought Twitter. Okay, he's not doing a perfect job of running that app by any means, but the fact that he restored the speech rights of both parties was actually a gift to this country. Except everybody on the left went crazy, and they were like, this is fascism.
Democrats are so full of crap.
I'm like, if it's fascism, you wouldn't be allowed to have a voice in the public square. You wouldn't actually be criticizing it. Fascism is allowing everybody their speech rights, okay? That is the complete opposite of fascism, but it's how they use word salads to get their way. It's no different than the current co-opting of the word genocide. I keep playing you this Bill Maher clip, but it's a spot-on clip where he talks about how the people on the left who support the Hamas say they're doing so because they're standing up against a genocide. But the reality is nobody in Israel is trying to commit a genocide against the Muslim community. There are 2 million Muslims living in Israel. Okay, and they're not asking to leave, nor is Israel asking them to leave. And to be clear, if Israel wanted to wipe every man, woman, and child off the map in Gaza, they could do so in a second, okay, from a military standpoint, but that's not their goal. Here is Douglas Murray giving you the absolute truth on how they're manipulating messages. And I play it right now because this is part and parcel to what they're doing on social media. How you frame a conflict, how you frame an issue directly impacts how people consume it and decide to vote based on their opinion of said issue. So when you get out there and call something a genocide, a lot of low information people go, well, I clearly don't want to support the genocide. I guess I'll vote for the party that says it's a genocide so I can be on the right side of this thing. But the problem is, if you're looking for truth in this moment, you're not getting it by calling it a genocide. Here is Douglas Murray, clip 15.
We have to hit on the head the idea that the Israelis are committing genocide, which is rife out there. It would be the only genocide in history in which the population massively expanded during said alleged genocide. The population of Gaza has shot up in the last 18 years since Israel withdrew. You could say that they are extremely unsuccessful genocidists, or people who would like to commit genocide but haven't managed to for some reason. But none of the analysis of what is actually happening, and I and anyone else who has traveled through the region widely can tell you this, it is nothing like, for instance, what Bashar al-Assad has done to the Syrian people over the last 13 years. It's nothing like what has been happening in Yemen in the last decade. It is not anything approaching a genocide that is happening in the West Bank or Gaza. So why do they say it?
And we know why they say it. They say it because it manipulates the conversation. It makes their side seem like the more empathetic and appealing side. Just like they did when they yelled, defund the police. But the problem was yelling defund the police might have sounded empathetic in the summer of 2020, but got a lot of people killed in the summer of 2021 and the summer of 2022 because it was the dumbest idea in the history of the world.
That's true. That is true.
But if you were pushing back against that ideology in the summer of 2020, we now know they were limiting the reach of your posts. If you were pushing back against this false narrative that the vaccine stopped people from getting and spreading COVID, you were labeled a science denier, and they were diminishing the reach of your posts. Just the same as right now, in this moment, there are behind-the-scenes efforts being made to manipulate public sentiment. This is why you've got to call out stuff like this. Guys, the truth is, we're all in America entitled to believe whatever the hell we want, and we should. Okay, that diversity of thought is what ultimately does lead to the best ideas possible if, in fact, we're having an honest conversation. The reason the DHS limiting speech rights and collaborating behind the scenes with big tech oligarchs is such a losing proposition for all of us, it's because at the end of the day, a decision is made on behalf of our country, but it doesn't always include the best possible information. So, again, you might have won the election in 2020, but you wound up losing again in 2021, 2022, and heaven forbid 2023, because the world is screwed.
And I'm out here in the real world, and I know what's right or wrong or bullshit.
Jimmy Fallon.
Nice kid, but a little dumb.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work. Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
I'm Scott, the owner of Solid Fire Pits. When I began welding my custom-made fire pits for friends and family, I shared them on TikTok because I was just so proud of them. Check it out. That's beautiful. I posted every new fire pit design, and more people kept ordering, from 26 states and counting. Then on my birthday, I had my best sales ever. Now, how can the universe beat that?
Solid Fire Pits is just one of the 5 million U.S. businesses that rely on TikTok every day. TikTok sparks business.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of me.
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tuning in and listening to the news, hearing what's happening with local views across the country or in my town. I tune in to find out what's going down. Hey, hey. Local radio, local radio.
Reports from Osage Beach Fire also describe the scene as chaotic and indicate that there were at least 11 other people on the boat.
And we are getting word of a plane crash near the Grand Glazed Airport. According to air radio traffic, the plane apparently crashed towards the end of the runway.
Numerous witnesses at the scene indicate the firework exploded near the guests of the event, shattering glass in numerous vehicles and even setting off the airbags of a fire truck.
Local radio, local radio.
10-5 touchdown! And the Lakers are on the board!
4 years behind bars after pleading guilty to a charge of abandoning a corpse in Camden County.
In the next half hour, it's Captain Bob May with our weekly lake report.
Make sure you join us tomorrow. Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft and Representative Don Mayhew.
Well, when we've had a local emergency or something in our community, where do you turn for information? You don't turn to the out-of-town stations that are trying to send their crews down out of the metros. We're in a rural area. It's our local radio. It's our local reporters. It's people you know, and they're connected to the community.
Local radio, boosting our businesses into the sky.
Thanks for listening.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social on Wednesday, November 15th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on November 15th is sponsored by 4 Real Promotions and WFO Water Sports.
West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon all over this microphone. You talk about a shutdown corner. We are guarding this thing man to man. Having a grown-up talk about all things America. 888-788-9910 if you'd like to be a part of it. Dana Perino's coming by. Brian Brenberg going to be here as well. Two folks that are far too classy for this venue. But they will be here, and we will have a grown-up talk. That is what we do on the show, day in and day out. We were talking off the top of the show about a censorship effort being made by the Department of Homeland Security, and they're still trying to deny, like, we weren't censoring stuff. We were just recommending stuff that could be censored.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, no, the government didn't engage in censorship. Big Tech engaged in censorship. We just formed a censorship board and funneled them things that should be censored.
You are so full of shit.
That's what they did, man. It's not cool. I don't care if you're liberal. You don't want that happening. You want this country, okay? And this is where the team sport of politics is screwing us. Okay, the Constitution is not drawn up so Republicans can fight Democrats over who controls the government. The Constitution exists so the government doesn't control us. But when the government is out there manipulating your speech rights and limiting the reach of posts that run counter to their narrative, we're all getting screwed by the government.
I think he's got a point.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social on Wednesday, November 15th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on November 15th is sponsored by 4 Real Promotions and WFO Water Sports.
West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer, and we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case, and they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136. Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
Across America with your radio buddy, Jimmy Fallon. I will be your TV buddy this evening on the Ingram Angle with Laura Ingram in the 7 o'clock hour, getting the band back together. Thursday, you'll see me in studio with Sean Hannity for our live edition of The Hannity Show. And then I'm out on the road this weekend. Stanley Theater in Utica. Get some tickets. Come hang out with me and Kennedy. The world's on fire. You need a laugh. So I keep promoting all my stand-up. Like, I'm really excited to go do some stand-up on the road right now and just hang out with people and take the edge off, because it's just grim, man. A lot of grim stories out there. And, you know, the truth is, if you live in this country, okay, and you have perspective, you go, yeah, like, we're doing pretty good here. It's America. We got it good, and that's a reason to be happy. And as much as it sucks to know the world's on fire and the border's overrun and there's all this political infighting, the truth is you have a lot more excuses and reasons and justifications to be happy than you do to be, you know, beaten down.
He knows what he's talking about.
So I think stand-up is like good perspective, because you get an hour to just not care. And I think right now it's good to not care, because if you care, there's just everything you look at is a mess right now. It's every day when we're putting the show together in the morning. I know no one believes me, but we actually sort of prepare this show. Before we come on the air every day, we sort of have a plan.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Sort of. We have a plan. Like, we're like, all right, which disastrous front would we like to lead with? Is it the rampant government censorship trampling your constitutional freedoms? Is it the overrun border? Is it World War III? Today we get a reprieve from those in the first hour, and we get to talk about a transgender mass shooters manifesto. So congratulations. Here's a break. But the point is, when this is over, you will have every opportunity to come see some stand-up and have some laughs. And yuck it up and not be so immersed in all of this junk. But I always say, Fox Across America, it is our family meeting. And if it's going on in the neighborhood, we're going to talk about it at the dinner table. So I lead us through a lot of this junk. But if you want to chime in from your seat at the table, 888-788-9910. Nashville authorities right now are addressing this purported leak of portions of the Covenant school shooter Audrey Elizabeth Hale's manifesto. And she was the loony, 28-year-old who went into the Covenant school and shot everybody up, and, of course, took pretty copious notes in the run-up to that attack detailing why she was going to do it, okay? And essentially, in a roundabout way, although I do believe she was white, she had a serious issue with white people. Seems to have been a self-hating white person, if you will, who bought into a lot of the fraud of identity politics where you're taught to condemn people simply for the color of their skin. Okay, it's not about who they are personally. It's not about what their contribution to the community happens to be, or whether or not they're even of age, because sadly, 3 of the people she shot were 9-year-old kids. Okay, we have reduced life in the algorithm world we live in to a place where empathy is a brand, but it's not a character trait. We are so married to convenience now that it's become inconvenient to think. It's become inconvenient for some lunatics to prioritize human life if it contradicts with the worldview they've been sold. And this keeps happening, man. Okay? This person, according to 3 pages of the diary, okay, had a lot of leftist racial hatred targeting white people as privileged. Kill those kids was one of the ramblings. Those crackers going to private fancy schools with those fancy khakis and sports backpacks with their daddy's Mustangs and convertibles. That's what the person wrote. I wish to shoot you weak ADs with your mop yellow hair. Want to kill all you little crackers. Bunch of little F words with your white privileges. This person's also white, by the way. Okay, she also detailed her schedule for the day of the shooting, which she titled Death Day. She, he, they, it. I don't know what this thing is, but it doesn't deserve my respect. I'm not slighting transgender people. You do whatever you want with your body if you're above the age of 18. And even if you're below it, if that's what your parents want you to do, I don't know what to tell you. But the point is, if you go shoot a bunch of little kids, like, I'm done pretending that you are owed any modicum of empathy, consideration, or conversational respect. Okay, you're less than a person. If you're willing to go shoot 3 9-year-old kids and 3 faculty members and scramble all of this kill the white people stuff, again, I understand the whole take the high road thing, but at the same time, one of the reasons the world is as screwed up as it is because we're creating more empathy for the criminals and the killers than we are for their victims. Okay, we spend a lot more time talking about the killers than we do the victims. We've spent a lot more time in the aftermath of 2020 talking about making life easier for the killers and the rapists and the muggers than we have for the cops that are sworn to protect us against them, or heaven forbid, the victims, okay, who are being innocently terrorized by the rise in crime around the country. But the reason I bring up this manifesto is this is a 7-month-old shooting. And one of the things people will quickly point to is that go, wow, if a white guy walked in and shot up a bunch of stuff, you'd have the manifesto in 24 hours. That's actually true, okay, because that narrative of, oh, there's a gun, it's a white guy, we got to get rid of the guns, take away your rights, that fits with the agenda. Okay, a trans person who's been radicalized by the left, who keeps telling the trans community they're under attack, they're under attack, they're under attack. Here's a newsflash. Nobody hates you because you're trans. Okay, for the most part in society, in this day and age, black, white, gay, Asian, straight, Muslim, Latino, whatever you are, okay, we're living in a pretty integrated time. In fact, the most integrated and inclusive time the world has ever known. And at this point, the only reason anybody really hates anybody is if they talk on speakerphone in public. Okay, if you're one of those people, we all hate you. Nobody wants to be in line at Target listening to your conversation on speakerphone. But as far as your orientation, we don't really care. Okay, we don't. And we're definitely not out there calling for violence. Okay, and that's the part that's so crazy. We're told in this day and age that if you don't want biological men swimming against biological women, that's trans genocide. That's hate speech. That's violence. But the people who say that are on college campuses Chanting from the rivers to the sea, Palestine must be free, a chant that means and signifies the total elimination of the Jewish race. So it's like, if you don't want biological men swimming against women, that's hate speech. But, kill the Jews, that's a little complicated, all right? Hear me out here. There's a little more to the situation. No, there's not. That's the point. It's a scam. But they weaponize language and they weaponized information in a way to skewer sentiments in the direction they want them to go. Again, I made this point earlier. In the post-vaccine world, where the vaccine was now available, okay, if you remember, in the run-up to developing the vaccine, Biden and Kamala bashed the vaccine.
Let's just say there's a vaccine that is approved and even distributed before the election. Would you get it?
Well, I think that's going to be an issue for all of us.
If and when the vaccine comes, it's not likely to go through all the tests that needs to be and the trials that are needed to be done. When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up.
But you understand, those people then turned around and mandated the vaccine.
That's just how white folks will do you.
Mandated it. Who's going to take this thing? It's not likely to go through all the trials. When we finally get it, who's going to take it? Are you going to take it? What's the next thing he did? Made you take it. You understand? It's so transactional, and it's completely unmoored. And a lot of the positions being taken politically now are maybe politically expedient, but bad for the country. A good example would be the border wall. Both political parties voted for a border wall. They did it under George W. Bush. They did it under Barack Obama.
I don't see you doing any better in the booty department.
But understand, the minute Trump came down the escalator and was like, build a wall, they were like, that's racist. We should be building bridges and not walls. I'm like, whoa. You voted for walls, but do you get it? But politics is such a team sport now. Everybody can just conveniently, oh, no, this is what we're doing now. We change positions. Okay, and they just go along with it. And it's one of the reasons we now find ourselves in this scenario where that trans shooter, okay, felt that on some small scale they were entitled to the horrific behavior that they partook in. Okay, it's because in the reductive language of identity politics and oppression speech, this person, as a trans member of the trans community who was pretend under attack, was now justified, just the way Hamas is justified in beheading babies because Hamas is under attack. You see, they're being occupied. But here's a news flash. They're not being occupied. Israel left Gaza in 2005 and went back to the 1967 borders. So is Israel actually occupying Gaza?
The answer would be no.
No, nor are they committing genocide. Their population has grown by 2 million people. Okay, genocide generally has a way of lowering the population of a particular group. If they're committing genocide, they're really, really bad at it because the population keeps going up. But do you see where language is used to manipulate the behavior and actions of people? Folks out there in Congress, elected officials, don't want to condemn Hamas. They say what they're doing is justified because they're oppressed. And when you live in a world where people's emotions are their facts and you start whipping them up on an emotion that people out there are literally being killed and attacked and under constant threat, a lot of them do want to mobilize on behalf of a very negative emotion that they feel, where they feel like it's their turn to stand up for the marginalized. And that's what this idiot trans lunatic did down in Covenant and down in Nashville. Okay, this person thought it was avenging a trans genocide. That is very much not happening. It's not happening. But we now live in this world where your emotions are your facts. And if your emotions are negative, we've sold people on the idea that you are entitled to anything you need to do in order to turn those emotions positive again, even if it has to happen at the expense of someone else. Okay, and that's the part of the world that's, I want to say it's scary, but it's more frustrating to me than anything. And I know it's scary to say, but we really have created a country full of sociopaths. We really have. Okay, everybody's medicated. 60% of the country's on some type of a prescription. Everybody, on the left is being sold that they're under attack and everybody's out to kill them. Okay, if you're taking hormones in your body that don't naturally occur there, and then everybody around you who encouraged you taking those hormones is now telling you that everybody wants to kill you, and you're jacked up on all kinds of weird hormones and imbalances.
That can't be good.
No, and that's why you get something like what we saw down in Covenant. It's disgusting. but it's even more disgusting that we can't acknowledge what it is, and we can't move past it as a people because they hid the information in terms of what the shooter's motivations were. They didn't want you to know what the motivations were because that contradicts the narrative they're trying to sell, which is trans people are under attack. When are they going to get a break? And the truth is, if you're trans and you're listening, man, nobody supports your right to exist more than me. If you're over 18, do whatever the hell you want. It's America. E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. Who cares? Okay, that's the whole point of America. We're supposed to be free-range chickens. Okay, but we're supposed to be free-range chickens that are in on the joke. If you live in this country, you hit the lottery. You have American privilege. This is the most tolerant and inclusive place on the planet. There's no better place to be you than the place you happen to find yourself standing in right now. If everybody walks around with that perspective, we could all be whatever the hell we want. The problem is we're weaponizing false oppression for political gain. And it's taking a lot of the people who are off kilter, and in a lot of instances, it's motivating to act out on behalf of whatever they think that grievance is. Okay, and that's where we find ourselves down in Nashville. This shooter is very much a byproduct of the constant drumbeat of leftist rage and outrage and garbage of, everybody wants to kill you. Everybody wants to get you. Okay, and this person eventually acted out on it. And that's horrific. And I'm glad they're dead. Okay, but I really am, let down by the fact that law enforcement went to the extent that it did to keep this manifesto private, if only because it keeps us as a nation of acknowledging what the truth of this shooting was and figuring out a way to deal with it, maybe learn from it, maybe prevent the next one. But instead we got, the agenda, the agenda is a lot more important than the people. And that's the problem in the country right now. So, without getting all serious and dragging your Tuesday down even further, I think that's a lot of the challenge that we face when we get on the air. As we're trying to make this show a place where everybody can talk and agree and disagree and everything in between. But the problem is people are characterizing disagreement as hate speech. People are calling it, some type of call to violence. But the craziest part of all is the people who do that, the people who deploy that tactic are the ones supporting a terror group in Hamas. So it's the dumbest time there's ever been to be alive, okay? But seriously, if you're going to participate in political discourse, you need to put swimmies on your arms because you might drown in all of this hypocrisy.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS. The community calendar is sponsored by Mills & Sons Insurance, on your side because life happens.
The Sunrise Beach Little Theater will host a holiday extravaganza featuring the Lake Jazz Band on November the 18th. That's today's community calendar.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
There it is, Fox Across America. Back in action. It's Tuesday. Yay. It's so dumb right now, man. We try to be a radio port in the storm for you, the listener, because, everything is just, it's chaos, man. Everywhere you turn. We're looking out right now at this, law enforcement reaction to the story we just covered from the situation down in Nashville, and people are rightly outraged that this manifesto was actually censored from the public, man. This is, the point I'm always trying to make on the show, when you get on the air on this show, okay, it's every day. Everybody always says, we're all in this together. That's what they always say. Oh, we're all in this. Nobody means that. It's a good sweeping thing to say. But I'm actually I'm on the air. I'm trying to appeal to people that might not agree with me because in theory, we are all in this together. If you live in the same country, as the country goes, we go.
When you're right, you're right, and you're right.
So I'm trying to find people who don't agree with me and remind them hey, you're not my enemy. We still kind of live here. There's no version of this where the country, it works really great, but not for some of us, or it works really bad, but for some of us it works good. I understand we all have individual lives and individual situations we find ourselves in, but the better the country does as a whole, the better off we're all going to be. So I'm trying to find people who put, maybe country over party, if for no other reason than because putting party over country has us $33 trillion in debt, the border's wide open, and we're kind of on the brink of World War III right now. I don't know that we're going to get there, but you understand the status quo of doing business, which is, how can we take this news story and weaponize it against the people we want everyone else to vote against, ultimately costs us in the long run, okay? And that's what we're hearing here. So the Metropolitan Police Department down in Nashville, okay, issuing the following statement from their chief, John Drake. This is the chief, the Metropolitan Police Chief in Nashville. I am greatly disturbed by today's unauthorized release of 3 pages of writings from the Covenant shooter. So what is he saying? It's an unauthorized release, meaning they didn't want to release it. The police department is extremely serious about the investigation to identify the person responsible. We know who did it. They're on video doing it and getting shot for doing it.
In my opinion, that sucked.
But you understand, this is the police department, and there's no one more supportive of people who put on the uniform than me. Everybody in my family's a cop. I would have been a cop if it weren't for this thing called a background check. But understand this, okay? This is the police and the messaging of the police department at the highest level being manipulated because of the impact it'll have on public discourse as it pertains to politics. But the politics can't be more important than the people if you ever want to make progress, which is why I'm appealing to everyone, whether you agree with me or not, to at least hear me out in my good faith attempt to bring progress, because nobody else even cares.
With today's economic challenges, it's tough to keep a small business going and growing. Low credit scores, high interest rates, and lengthy application and approval processes can cause delays. Getting the cash you need when you need it fast is nearly impossible. Until now. Welcome to Swish Funding, the small business owner's friend that can put the cash back into your flow within 24 hours. How does $5,000 to $5 million in one day sound? If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need in your account today with no collateral. Even a low credit score won't keep you from the money you need. With Swish Funding, it's really that easy. Expanding, buying more equipment, hiring more employees? We've got you covered. Adding more inventory, slow cash flow, or even a last-minute large purchase for your company? No problem. Let our team get to work for you to keep your business going and growing through these tough economic times. Visit swishfunding.com now. That's SWISH funding.com.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
In August of 1970, New York attorney Bella Abzug, one of the most outspoken leaders in the growing women's movement, gave testimony on the Equal Rights Amendment.
We felt this transcendent joy, for woman's life has been imminent. As Simone de Beauvoir did, it has never been completely human because so few of us have.
Of the mother.
CBS's Jim Krasula is following the hotly contested race for governor in Kentucky.
He's campaigned in all of the 82 counties. He's been endorsed by Benny Thompson and Morgan Freeman.
I'm Jim Krasula. Kentucky Democratic Governor Andy Beshear is seeking a second term, facing off against a former law firm partner, Republican Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron, in one of the nation's most closely watched off-year elections. Cameron has criticized Beshear's pandemic restrictions, while Beshear has accused his challenger of trying to stoke divisions with an emphasis on transgender and social issues.
1 month after the terror attack that started the Israel-Hamas war, Israeli ground forces are now said to be inside Gaza City. CBS's Doug Williams is reporting today from Tel Aviv.
Dozens of children are believed to be among the hostages taken by Hamas 1 month ago.
At least let the children go. At least let the children go.
Thomas Hand is desperate for news about his 8-year-old daughter, Emily. She was at a sleepover when Hamas stormed Kibbutz Be'eri, killing more than 100 people.
CBS's Cammie McCormick reports the humanitarian situation in Gaza is not improving.
We are reaching a breaking point.
Hundreds of trucks have entered Gaza.
But the UN's Jens Lerke says they are not carrying the one thing that hospitals critically need.
None of them has contained fuel, which is still banned by the Israeli authorities.
And solar panels on one of Gaza's largest hospitals have been destroyed by Israeli airstrikes.
The Supreme Court today is weighing a challenge to the federal law that's designed to keep guns out of the hands of those cited in domestic violence orders. Solicitor General Elizabeth Preliger.
Guns and domestic abuse are a deadly combination. As this court has said, all too often, the only difference between a battered woman and a dead woman is the presence of a gun.
Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 65 points. NASDAQ is ahead 120, and the S&P is up about 12 points. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. A reminder to drivers who use Bagnell Dam on a regular basis when getting from point A to point B and back. The bridge part of the dam is going to be closed this coming Thursday. The closing will be to allow for Ameren, working under a MoDOT permit, to perform and hopefully finish some maintenance work within just a few hours. Message boards have been put up in advance to remind drivers of the closure and the need to find an alternate route for at least part of the day on Thursday. The dam will be closed around 8 o'clock that morning. Worst case scenario, it should be open by 2 p.m. on the same day. The State Emergency Management Agency is teaming up with the National Weather Service to promote winter weather preparedness. From this week, today through Friday, the goal of the Preparedness Week is to spread awareness about how to keep yourself safe during inclement weather with a different theme for each day of the week. Today we'll focus on winter weather terminology. Tomorrow we'll focus on ice safety. Wednesday we'll focus on snow safety. Thursday we'll focus on extreme cold, hypothermia, and frostbite. And Friday we'll focus on planning for snow, ice, and cold. You can find several tips to help navigate during winter and winter weather by clicking the link at krmsradio.com. A 64-year-old from Wildwood escapes with only minor injuries in a one-vehicle wreck on North Highway 5 near Sellers Road in Camden County. State troopers say it happened early Friday evening along Highway 5 near Sellers Road when the pickup driven by Michael Lance traveled off the right side of the road. Then Lance overcorrected, sending the truck back across and off the opposite side where it overturned. Lance was wearing a seatbelt and was treated at Lake Regional Hospital in Osage Beach. Lance also faces a pending DWI charge. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can email those to us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny skies this afternoon, a high of 80 degrees. South winds at 5 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low near 63. Wednesday, sunshine, a high of 80 degrees. Then by Thursday, partial sunshine develops. We'll see a high around 59. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 63.7. And the temperature at the studios is... currently, it's 77.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
There it is, and here we go. Back in action. Big hour coming up with Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Dana Perino is going to be here, a woman far too bright and classy for this program, but she will stop by nonetheless and have a grown-up talk with us about the 2024 election. We're also going to get into it. My man Brian Brenberg, host of the Big Money Show on the Fox Business Network, who will talk Bidenomics, campus protests, and all these donors who are tired of writing checks to a bunch of campuses that want to blow their people off the face of the earth. I mean, it would seem like a silly investment. And I say that as someone who's, Spent a lot of money on a lot of silly things over the years. I mean, if we're going to get technical, I'm not exactly an expert.
My hobbies are fast cars and fast women.
Okay, well, those are good hobbies. I don't disparage them. But 888-788-9910, the phone number for this hour of the program, technically speaking, every hour. That begins, middles, and ends with the same rule. I said every day, be a Republican, be a Democrat. Just do not, under any circumstance, be a... There it is. Especially right now, the world's on fire. Every headline is one's worse than the next. You just got to be cool. You know, you try to be a force multiplier of positive energy wherever you go, because your mood is going to impact the next person who's going to impact the next person. It's a Russian doll box of negativity if you're the guy who's just like, duh! You know, so you got to try to be cool. That's the point of the show. We don't really solve problems. We just kind of, I don't know, maybe like take the edge off, if that makes sense. That's kind of what we're going for. So in this hour, okay, what we get is a pivot to the campaign trail where Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, went out and endorsed Ron DeSantis last night.
There's a slob. There's a real slob.
Well, DeSantis got into this election with the most heat of anybody. He was the governor of Florida. He had a historic reelection margin. Increased his totals with Latinos. He won Dade County, which is like unprecedented for a Republican. They had a supermajority in the state legislature. They passed all kinds of good conservative principled laws that minimized the impact of the government on its citizens' lives, turned Florida into the fastest growing state in the country. Okay, DeSantis, by all accounts, was positioned perfectly to make a run for the White House. And then he entered the election. Started with that disastrous rollout on Twitter Spaces.
That was embarrassing.
And from there, it's just morphed into a series of, you know, listen, I thought he was good on the show. I genuinely enjoyed talking to him on this show. But I think a lot of his campaign appearances have kind of highlighted an inability to connect with the voters. And it's weird because they agree with him on policy. The problem is, in this multimedia day and age, you're not really running for president. You're running for class president. And you got to be out there, and you got to be loose, and you got to be having fun and everything in between. And I think his media appearances have created a liability. That being said, most of the Republican Party doesn't want Donald Trump to be the nominee again, partly because he's currently under 91 criminal indictments, and mostly because he is not a guy who is a establishment figure, who is part of the go-along, get-along status quo way of doing business in Washington. You don't have to like Trump. But it has to matter that he's the only president in the last 4 decades that didn't get us into a war. Like, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Peace through strength is a good thing. You don't have to like him, but you should appreciate the fact that we cut illegal border crossings by 80% because that makes you and your family safer. Okay? Again, you don't have to like the guy, but the outcomes need to be more important. And sadly, we're now living in this moment where we didn't like the crass tweets of Donald Trump, and we didn't, and that's fine. I didn't co-sign everything he tweeted, but the end result is the country you're now living in, where inflation hit a 40-year high, gas is $2 more a gallon, the border's wide open, and we're shipping all of our money out of the country to subsidize a war in Ukraine none of us are even talking about anymore.
Welcome to the Biden administration, home to the new slogan, America Last.
It's a hard thing to watch. But you understand, okay, life was exponentially better under Trump. The only thing that got worse under Trump, for real, was the power we gave politics over our lives. It became so much more contentious because, you know, everybody who hung out with Trump before he entered politics suddenly told you he was a racist, he was a bigot, he was a white supremacist. They said this on TV shows that had him all the time, like The View.
The View was awful.
Okay, but Trump was on The View all the time. He was on Howard Stern all the time, back when Howard fancied himself the king of all media. Okay, and Howard was a super relevant guy, and every word out of his mouth made headlines. You know, he's now become so whiny and woke and entitled that he's more like the Prince Harry of all media. But Trump, a guy who used to be on his show all the time, was now public enemy number one. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that he minimalized Howard's media imprint in a way that a guy with an ego the size of Howard's could never make peace with that in his day-to-day existence. So the only choice he had was to denigrate Trump's achievement.
That is correct.
Turn on the guy. So in his little lair, he could still be the omnipotent Superman that he wanted to be without having to acknowledge the fact that his regular guest on the show had eclipsed him by leaps and bounds. But people like the Clintons, who hung out with Trump all the time. Okay, obviously they were running against him, so there was a motivation. But a show like Morning Joe that Trump was on all the time, or never forget Saturday Night Live, a show Trump hosted before the 2020 election, only to win the election and have Saturday Night Live open the show with Leonard Cohen's spiritual hallelujah in response to Trump winning the presidency and them wanting you to believe we were all under attack.
That was absolutely dreadful.
Okay, understand that. Donald Trump had a show on NBC for 15 years. Okay, he wins the presidency. NBC goes out and dedicates an episode of Saturday Night Live to the fact that we're all oppressed now.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
It was performative hysteria. And I'm not saying it to make you vote Trump. I don't know where the hell this thing's going to go between now and election day. I'm just telling you there was a manufactured performative hysteria around Trump, okay, that really discolored the conversation in terms of what was happening in America on a substantive level. We had it good enough under Trump that we were able to pretend he was a Russian asset controlled by Vladimir Putin.
It was made up by these sick people.
And it's not to say Trump has done everything right in the aftermath of getting elected or getting kicked out of office. But the reality is, okay, going forward, one of the reasons he has such a hold on the party, on the vast majority of the GOP base, is people believe he wasn't given a fair shake. Was he pugnacious and crass and vulgar? All the time. Did he do a lot of things in the aftermath of the 2020 election you can't really co-sign if you don't have the proof? Absolutely he did. You don't want to be out there saying it's stolen without having the proof, because that doesn't make you the president. That just makes you a Democrat.
As I've been telling candidates who have come to see me, you can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
Whoa, it was stolen. I was told that was undermining faith in democracy. I was told that was treason. And it is, if a Republican says it. If a Democrat says it, they don't care.
Bingo, man, bingo.
But anyway, okay, as DeSantis is trying to close that gap with Trump, he's run into a small problem, one being his inability to connect with voters at the retail level. The other is Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is surging and is now ahead of DeSantis in a lot of these big state polls. In fact, there's polling out right now, the one we keep talking about, where Trump beats Biden in 5 out of the 6 biggest swing states. Nikki Haley beats Biden in all 6 swing states. Okay? That's not good news for Biden.
We choose truth over facts.
Okay, maybe he does. But the point is, okay, it's not good news. And it's not good news for DeSantis because he's no longer the main Trump alternative. But he has to win Iowa to have any shot of being viable into New Hampshire and the rest of the primary season. So yesterday they trotted out Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, who previously said she wasn't going to endorse anybody, and she endorsed DeSantis. Here's that endorsement, clip 31.
He is one of the most effective leaders that I have ever seen. This is a man who, when a hurricane struck his state, he cut through red tape and built a bridge in a matter of days. Now listen, I'm a governor that's dealt with disasters. That is incredible. Not only can he be strategic and have a plan together, he knows how to execute it. And at a time when the world is spinning out of control, that is what we should be looking for in a president.
Now, she's not wrong in that regard. We need competence. We need competency. We need effective leadership. We don't have either of those things in the White House right now. So as a Biden alternative, DeSantis is phenomenal. But again, the headwind he's running into is Trump is tremendously popular within the party. Okay, and Trump comes with a built-in storyline. He gets to be a Grover Cleveland in that he could serve 2 non-concurrent terms. And a lot of people want Trump to win in 2024 because they take that as a referendum that they stole 2020. I don't know that we'll ever get that physical admission, but I know there were enough things, unprecedented ways in which we voted in 2020 that create the appearance for a lot of people.
It was stolen.
I don't know that it was, but a lot of people are never going to trust the legitimacy of that election. that storyline, the fact that they do see Trump as a disruptor in Washington at a time when Washington is disrupting so much of our lives, is why everybody's going to have a really hard time beating him in the primaries. But the reason they continue to pursue it, the reason people continue to pour money into the DeSantis campaign and the Haley campaign, is not because they see them closing the gap on Trump, but they do see a world where Trump is at a very big disadvantage in the general election, where independent voters do care that he might go to jail. Okay? GOP primary voters don't care. Main reason why is they don't trust the DOJ anymore. They feel like our, Justice Department has been weaponized and politicized in a way that undermines everything they do. But Kim Reynolds spoke to that reality and told NBC she doesn't think Trump can win the general. Clip 32.
For those who criticize you and say, why are you endorsing a guy who's been slipping in the polls? Trump is 30 points ahead. What do you say to those critics?
I don't base my decision on polls. I take a look at who I believe is the right person for the right job. I believe that Ron is the right person for the right job, and I believe he's going to win.
Do you believe Trump can't win?
Yeah, I believe he can't win, and I believe Ron can.
Get her out. Get her out of here.
So Kim Reynolds saying she doesn't believe Trump can win. She believes DeSantis can. It's a tough sell. Okay, the thing they have going for them is if Biden's on the opposite side of the ticket, I think Barron Trump could win. Forget Donald Trump. I think any Trump could win against Biden right now as it's presently constituted. The problem is, the old adage in politics is that overnight is a lifetime in politics, meaning what the world you went to bed in and the world you woke up in could be two completely different existences, okay? And I think that's part of the challenge right now for the Republican Party is everybody's contrasting the potential nominee with Joe Biden, but any one of these moments now is a moment where we could wake up and Joe Biden's no longer on the ticket. Okay, they're not saying this publicly, but behind the scenes in Washington right now, there is a wild food fight going on to get him off the ticket because a lot of them look at the negatives. They look at the fact that he's losing in all the key swing states, and they don't see a path forward. That's what David Axelrod said, okay, yesterday. And that's something that, again, if David Axelrod is saying it, his proximity to Barack Obama leads a lot of people to believe that if David Axelrod is saying it, Barack Obama means it too.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Now, I can't put his views on Obama because I don't have a direct confirmation of that, but one guy is awfully close to the other, and he was, of course, a top advisor to Barack Obama. So understand that if David Axelrod is telling the media that Biden shouldn't run, you damn sure better believe he's telling Barack Obama the same thing.
Tell him like it is.
Okay, here is Axelrod, clip 23.
There's just a lot of concern about the age issue, and that is something that I think he needs to ponder. Just do a check and say, is this the right thing to do? Time is fleeting here, and this is probably the last moment for him to do that check, and it's probably good if he does.
So what is he saying to Joe Biden? Okay, we need some type of behind-the-scenes assessment. We need some type of breakdown. Here he is talking about the Obama situation, clip 24.
We had lousy polling numbers at this time in our campaign in 2011 when I was working for Barack Obama. But the two things that are different are that Obama was 50 and not 81. And we didn't have Donald Trump on the other side.
No, they were running against Mitt Romney, who was very beatable in his mom jeans. Okay, but again, Obama was 50. Obama was a fantastic public speaker. Whether you agreed with a word he said or not, he had a rock star appeal on the campaign trail and was willing to go out there and do as many rallies as he needed, okay, to connect with voters at a retail level and boost his support in the key swing states he needed to get back into the White House. Joe Biden has the public appearance schedule of a groundhog. Okay, he is a guy on the Monday after they defiled every monument in Washington and tried to attack the place who did just about nothing yesterday in his public schedule. He went and gave a speech about Amtrak yesterday.
I don't remember that ever happening.
But it did. So you understand he is a lot more limited, and that's why they're having these conversations. So yes, DeSantis is in a spot right now where he picks up a key endorsement, but he hasn't demonstrated any ability to close the gap. You know, you've got Trump out in the lead, but there's the possibility that he's facing, maybe a conviction of criminal guilt. Okay, Nikki Haley continues to surge, but the reality is any of them would beat Biden. But I think the fool's errand in trying to figure this out is that we very much are in a holding pattern until we decide that Biden is the guy these Republicans are running against. And at this point, I don't know that we've made that decision. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people do support him, but that many more people within the party do not. 76% of the country thinks we're headed in the wrong direction. Okay, 67% of Democrats didn't want him to pursue re-election, which leaves this whole thing hinging behind the scenes right now on the 33% of Americans that think Biden 2024 is a good idea.
If you like Biden so much, name 3 of his complete sentences.
It's the #1 show with humans and animals. Nice beaver.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I always have my radio on at work. News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
I'm Scott, the owner of Solid Fire Pits. When I began welding my custom-made fire pits for friends and family, I shared them on TikTok because I was just so proud of them. Check it out. That's beautiful. I posted every new fire pit design, and more people kept ordering, from 26 states and counting. Then on my birthday, I had my best sales ever. Now, how can the universe beat that?
Solid Fire Pits is just one of the 5 million U.S. businesses that rely on TikTok every day. TikTok sparks business.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GA.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Tuning in and listening to the news, hearing what's happening with local views across the country or in my town. I tune in to find out what's going down. Yeah, yeah. Local radio, local radio.
Reports from Osage Beach Fire also describe the scene as chaotic and indicate that there were at least 11 other people on the boat. With some
and we are getting word of a plane crash near the Grand Glaze Airport. According to air radio traffic, the plane apparently crashed towards the end of the runway.
Numerous witnesses at the scene indicate the firework exploded near the guests of the event, shattering glass in numerous vehicles and even setting off the airbags of a fire truck.
Local radio, local radio. 10-5 touchdown! And the Lakers are on the board.
4
years behind bars after pleading guilty to a charge of abandoning a corpse in Camden County.
In the next half hour, it's Captain Bob May with our weekly lake report.
Make sure you join us tomorrow. Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft and Representative Don Mayhew.
Well, when we've had a local emergency or something in our community, where do you turn for information? You don't turn to the out-of-town stations that are trying to send their crews down out of the metros. We're in a rural area. It's our local radio. It's our local reporters. It's people you know, and they're connected to the community.
Local radio, boosting our businesses into the sky.
Thanks for listening.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Dana Perino is going to be joining me in the next break. She is, of course, co-host of America's Newsroom, The Five, and the Perino on Politics podcast, which you, of course, can get and download wherever you get your podcasts. I do believe she's going to be down at the Patriot Awards next Thursday, November the 16th. We will confirm that when we get her into the studio. I'll be there down in Nashville. If you've never been, it's going to be a banger. Patriot Awards, pretty rowdy. Get to meet all your Fox pals. And more importantly, salute the brave men and women who throw on the uniform, which is a really cool thing to watch. I'll let her tell you about it when she gets here. At the very least, she was at last year's Patriot Awards. So she'll have a take. That I can confirm. But right now, it is you and me doing the damn thing on the radio, 888-788-9910. We'll try to get to some of your calls in a little bit. The big thing we've been reacting to today, man, it's DeSantis got a Kim Reynolds endorsement. People say that that's pivotal in the great state of Iowa. It remains to be seen. She is going to campaign with him in the home stretch before the caucuses. I'm going to get Dana's take on that. She knows a lot more about this stuff than I do. I'm not the White House expert. You see me on TV. I'm more of a Waffle House expert. I'm actually really good.
That boy is a P.I.G. pig.
No, ma'am. I don't. Stop it. Waffle House is the best. That's holding this country together right now. If it wasn't for Waffle House and Cracker Barrel, I don't know what we'd be doing right now as a country. It's the last common culture we have. So this bud's for you guys. But we'll get into it with Dana Perino, who makes a glorious, triumphant return. I can see her coming down the hall right now. She always rides in on an elephant. It's a big production. The cannons are firing. I'll be back in a second.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared soar during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon, and you've probably heard me mention this a time or two on the show in passing, but next Thursday, November 16th, is the Patriot Awards down in Nashville. And joining us now in studio, someone you will see there with the Five, the host or co-host of America's Newsroom, co-host of the Five, the host of Perino on Politics, Dana Perino in the house, and the crowd goes wild. Good to see you. Nashville, here we come, girlfriend. You
I'm
ready
so
to rumble?
excited. I love Nashville. I love Nashville. I love country music. I was a country music DJ.
Yes.
You might remember that.
Yeah, how about that?
It was minimum wage overnights.
Oh.
When I was a junior and senior in college.
When you do overnights in radio, they say you get paid weekly, very weekly.
Weekly.
Good night, everybody. I gotta go. All right, we'll see you in Nashville.
I love country music. I love the people there. But what I really love is that Fox cracked the code on the best award show of the year because you celebrate the Patriots of America. I didn't know what to expect last year when I went for my first time, and I was in awe of the production and the people that were gathered in the audience.
Yep.
It's such a fun vibe. If you can go to Nashville, you really should.
Mhm.
You really should go. It's worth it. And then spend the weekend.
Yeah, no, Nashville, first of all, is a great hang. Second of all, the Patriot Awards, it is unique in that it's the Oscars for camouflage.
Yeah.
People who put on the uniform. It should almost be like required viewing for the country because it gives you kind of perspective.
It makes you feel so good too about
Yeah.
people, and that's a great idea. We should have this in civics class. Remember, like Channel 1.
Mhm.
Remember that?
Old school Channel 1.
Yeah.
Come on, who wouldn't watch that?
We should put Patriot Awards in Channel 1. How do you think that Rashida Tlaib's going to like that? You're not going to like that. She's not going to like
That's the problem with Channel 1 is you would have like a percentage of the audience kneeling for the anthem. Then they'd get beat up. It'd be a whole to-do. The point is just buy a ticket and behave. Come hang out with your favorite Fox friends. It is very much a cable news petting zoo. You'll be at the Patriot Awards with us. You'll meet us. We'll hug it out. All the fun stuff goes on.
I have a special guest coming on the 5.
Whoa. This I did not know.
It's a country music singer. I'm a huge fan, and I'll leave it at that because I just want to make sure it's confirmed, but it should be happening.
That's amazing, though. All right, so yet another reason to be there because they can go to a live episode of The 5, can they not?
I believe so, yeah. They just have to get the tickets.
All right, and not heckle. Try not to heckle, folks. This is not...
I mean, you can heckle Jesse. It's fine.
He's into that. You can dish it out a little bit. But yes, if you're in the Nashville area, it is Thursday night, November the 16th. You'll see me open the show before I hand it off to Pete Hegseth for the live stream. It's the Patriot Awards. It's a banger. You have to be there. Other live event going on this week on TV. You co-moderated the last one. We're at our third GOP debate this week.
That's right.
Wow. Is it must-see TV, or do you feel like we're in a holding pattern right now?
I got to say, and I'm not just saying that it's because it's not a Fox debate. It's at a point in the campaign where you think, well, there's 5 candidates only. So that's great for the moderators and for the candidates. They'll have more time in order to interrupt each other and,
all the stuff.
Be mean, right?
The yo mama jokes, all the good stuff.
They'll either have more questions or they'll have more time to answer the questions. So I think the format could work a little bit better with fewer people on the stage. That's great. But the other thing that you have is that President Trump is still out there way in the lead, an enduring lead. And even though Ron DeSantis of Florida, he got endorsed by the governor of Iowa in a big deal. That's a pretty big deal, actually. She is extremely popular in Iowa. She said that she believes that Donald Trump cannot win a general election. So she went ahead and endorsed Ron DeSantis. Now, she had said she would not endorse anyone.
Yeah.
So that was a big boost, relatively speaking, for the DeSantis campaign, because they've actually been treading water ever since the debate in California. The person who has had some success since that debate is Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
So slowly but surely climbing up the ranks there. However, what DeSantis is saying is that, for example, in Iowa, DeSantis, if that is your first choice, your second choice isn't Nikki Haley.
Okay.
Your second choice is Trump. So I do think that in some ways that this debate is like, well, what else are they going to say? I think it's worth watching because somebody could have a breakout moment and you never know what could happen. But right now it looks a little futile.
Yeah, I don't feel the energy for this one. Dana Perino is in the studio, and I do know the Perino on Politics podcast has to be tracking the Nikki Haley momentum a little bit, if only because people now, what I find, my gauge here is obviously callers contribute to the fabric of the show, but it's off the air. And when I start to feel that people are taking notice of something, that's when I know someone has true momentum. And I've had unsolicited takes on Nikki Haley on the road lately, which is new. So that's a good sign for her campaign.
Yep. So she's steady as she goes, right? And one of her sayings is, never lost a race.
Hey.
Okay, so
the undefeated.
She is determined. There are some brutal ads running about her, but she just keeps going.
Well, that's the thing I wanted to ask you. If you live in Iowa, at some point you almost have to really start to resent these people. Like, I was in Iowa twice for stand-up in the past year. You cannot turn on a TV channel, on any channel. Like, you're watching Nickelodeons. SpongeBob goes to break, and they're like, Ron DeSantis, wrong for Squidward, wrong for the Krusty Krab. You're like, what? So I think at some point, it becomes this law of diminishing returns, but they sure are spending money on this.
Where else do you spend it, right? So if you had a national campaign, a national primary, then that would all be spread out across. But we don't. We vote in Iowa first and then New Hampshire. But I think that the real story here for me this week is Biden.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you.
And Biden is just in a world of hurt. Now, his campaign is saying, look, the fundamentals of our race are strong. He has so many legislative accomplishments. And at this point in the race, Barack Obama was written off in those swing states as well. And That's true.
Yep.
Okay, all things can be true. However, I don't think of Joe Biden as a Barack Obama character, right?
Yeah.
So on a terrible weekend of news, the only event he did yesterday was to give money to Amtrak.
And retell a fake story.
And I'm thinking you could do anything today. For example, why not call a cabinet meeting? The White House was just vandalized over the weekend.
Yeah,
Hundreds of thousands of Americans or dual citizens, whatever, they're marching against freedom and peace and the support of Israel. And the White House is vandalized. You've left the vandalism up there.
Yep.
Call a cabinet meeting. You have the power to convene. Say, everybody in their seats, 8 a.m., we're going to talk about this. But instead, he does an event for Amtrak, calls a lid at 3:30.
It was a weak look. We're talking to Dana Perino. I think part of the problem is they're really measured in how they condemn the protests because they know it's a faction of their party that doesn't agree with the sentiment. Like when you see his polling dropping.
I just learned of a new phrase.
Give it to me.
So Tammy Baldwin is a senator in Wisconsin. She's running for re-election, and it's going to be a tough fight. That's one of the swing states, right? So she's being confronted by a lot of her supporters right now because she supports Israel. Remember, she's a veteran.
Yeah, of course.
She supports Israel. And there's a lot of her supporters who are saying they are against that. They are against her. And it's called PEP, PEP.
Okay.
Progressives for Everything But Palestine.
That's a new wing.
Look, you got to read the fine print and find out what's going on in these Democratic races. And I thought, oh my goodness. Now, Joe Biden's a little bit out on an island. He's pretty much done the right thing on Israel so far. Pretty much. I caveat that a little bit. But now he's on an island, and can he hold strong? Can his support for our ally in its time of greatest need surpass his time of greatest need to pander to the progressives?
So this is the brilliant point of analysis, because in theory, no, I wouldn't bet my money on him. But at the same time, he has spent a lot of this presidency on an island in a beach chair. So
I like how today there was a headline that said, Joe Biden visits Delaware to talk about Amtrak. I'm like, visits Delaware, lives in Delaware.
You see how they're really packaging his public appearance schedule
he's doing stuff
with his non-appearance schedule. But I think that is the problem going forward. So this is the last thing I wanted to throw at you, and maybe you'll get into this in the Perino on Politics podcast. When I see David Axelrod questioning whether or not Biden should run again, it tells me Barack Obama behind the scenes is probably, maybe, perhaps. But the question I was going to ask is not whether or not it's Obama, it's whether or not they're having a behind-the-scenes food fight or not.
Oh, there's a behind-the-scenes food fight. But the thing that's amazing is so far they're keeping it very quiet.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love to see the text messages?
Oh, I would.
Like the private text change amongst the Democratic governors between Newsom and Whitmer and Shapiro, Cooper.
All
figuring out.
Every time he tells the Amtrak story, Newsom sends Whitmer a train emoji.
Yes, exactly.
He did it again. Oh, it's amazing. But that's the thing. We're going to read a book in 5 years that tells us what's really happening right now at the highest levels, and I'm sure it's fascinating.
Thanks for mentioning Perino on Politics. It is a great little podcast, short, 25 minutes, and get your top up of your needs. I have a lot of my friends who are moms listening, and I got a note today from a good friend about the episode we posted last night, and she said, I feel smarter. Great, that's what I want to do. I want to empower people to feel like they can get through lunch hour or cocktail hour with just a little bit of political knowledge. You don't need to know it all.
No, it works. You're kind of up to speed. You dig? No, that's the answer. And it's the reverse of this, because people always tell me they feel smarter after listening to me, but not because I've informed them. Just because they're like, well,
I feel smarter for being here.
Oh, you stop it. Dana Perino. Check out the Perino on Politics podcast and get down to Nashville next Thursday, the 16th. You'll see the 5 live. Rock and roll back after this.
This thing is going to become gargantuan when the Son of Man comes.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951, we're News Talk KRMS.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
At Simply Safe Home Security, your safety is the only thing that matters. That's why you get 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, because every home deserves to be protected. Right now, get 50% off the whole home security system named the best of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to save big today. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Hi, I can help whoever's
Cooper's overnight shipping company has to deliver the goods.
Ship these gifts to your grandkids.
They need a logistics manager to keep the wheels turning.
126 packages going to Toronto, Tuscaloosa, Montreal, and Minneapolis. Oh boy.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS. Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
Fox Across America with your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon. The motion in the House of Representatives to censure Rashida Tlaib may just go through. This, of course, picking up momentum. Why? Because John Kirby, yesterday on with our own Neil Cavuto, called out her comments by name. Now, he didn't signal her out by name, but Cavuto did ask Kirby about them. And he labeled these comments, these pro-Hamas comments, as irresponsible. And, you know, that kind of stuff does cause the political winds to blow in a different direction. Here is Kirby, clip 13.
What she said, though, was that the administration was supporting genocide.
Well, of course we're not doing that. And what is happening
in Gaza. Again, as terrible as all these civilian casualties are, and we know there's many, many thousands of them, we don't want there to be any. I don't want to minimize that at all, but you can't look at what is happening in Gaza and say that it fits the definition of genocide. And clearly, we don't agree with that description. We think that is an irresponsible way of describing this.
So he's saying, hey, it's irresponsible to describe this as genocide. And to be clear, I keep playing you a Bill Maher clip because I'm just trying to give you perspective beyond the stuff I hand you every day. Is, you know, what Bill Maher, to his credit, is doing. Bill Maher's a TV survivor. He's been on TV like 30 years, okay? He's a great political comedian. But at times, he has sensed the need to distance himself from the fringes in his own party.
They're crazy.
Okay, he doesn't want to be on record as being the guy who has to tell you men can have babies with a straight face, because he knows with all the fiber in his being that that's a scam.
Only girls can be the mommies. Only boys can be the daddies. Yes, sir.
So he doesn't want to align with that level of ridiculousness, so from time to time he will defy the party. Okay, he's defying some percentage of the party right now by offering clarification on what genocide means. Again, when it comes to Gaza, the population has grown by 2 million. Genocide is, of course, a disgusting exercise in trying to eliminate a population of a specific ethnicity. When it grows by 2 million people, that's not genocide.
I think he's got a point.
Yeah, the point is it's addition and not subtraction. And we're not supporting genocide. Nobody is, at least on the Israeli side of the conflict. They have 2 million Muslims living in Israel. But here is Bill Maher talking about how they're trying to repurpose the word genocide for, I don't necessarily want to say political gain per se, but to sway opinion to their cause. This is what they're doing at the big colleges. Clip 7.
I remember when the woke took over the word violence and things that weren't violent, or like words, that's violent. It's not violence.
Yeah.
Like words in a script, that isn't violence. It could possibly incite violence, but you could say that about a lot of things. Now they've done it with this word genocide. It has a very specific meaning, and they just throw it around willy-nilly. Homicide, to kill your fellow man. Fratricide, to kill your brother. Patricide, suicide. These all have very specific meanings on who we're killing. That's the side part of it. Genocide means you're trying to kill the entire race of people. Israel has never, if they wanted to, they could. They're not doing that. So this word genocide, it's got to stop.
And you know what? Give him credit for that, because he's telling you the truth. There are certain positions that are indefensibly stupid. Israel did not ask for this conflict. Everybody telling you we need a ceasefire, here's a newsflash. We had a ceasefire before Hamas paraglided into Israel and started killing people. But when they try to frame it as a genocide, this, fits in step with their whole worldview of oppressor and oppressed. Well, they're oppressed in Gaza, the occupiers, those big, stupid social justice terms. Okay, they do sway sentiment, but they're not supported by fact. It's like when people tell you, the cops are racist and they're indiscriminately killing unarmed people of color. Does anybody have stats to back that up?
The answer would be no.
No, their emotions are their facts.
Put up or shut up.
They can't. But where the Democratic Party is so divided right now, here's Jared Moskowitz from the great state of Florida, another Democrat, speaking to the truth of why Rashida Tlaib just might actually get censured in the House. It's clip 14.
Some debates don't have two sides. From the river to the sea means the destruction of Israel and everyone who's in it. Okay, just like Mein Kampf is not a coloring book, and the final solution means exactly what Hitler meant it to mean. From the river to the sea is calling for the destruction of an entire country. Period, full stop. And so, look, the Congresswoman has a First Amendment right. She can say whatever she wants. But at the same time, Congress has the ability to express their displeasure with a fellow colleague of ours calling for the destruction of a country.
So there you go. Okay, and that is a Democrat. And there's, fierce debate going on in the House right now over whether or not they're going to censure or throw off, committees. Of course, the response to that will be what? This is racist. It's because she's a woman. No, it's because she's openly supporting a terror group. When you say from the river to the sea, that is not something that's like a slogan that they got off a Hallmark card. Okay, that is something that a terror group chants from the river to the sea. Okay, means Gaza, means the entire state of Israel, means the entire West Bank. It means they're all gone. That's the point. And I'm not speaking on behalf of Hamas when I say that. I'm not putting words into their mouths. Okay, here is a senior Hamas official speaking through a translator on exactly what their aims are. Clip 6.
Israel is a country that has no place on our land. We must remove that country because it constitutes a security, military, and political catastrophe to the Arab and Islamic nation and must be finished. We are not ashamed to say this with full force. We must teach Israel a lesson, and we will do this again and again. The Al-Aqsa flood is just the first time, and there will be a second, a third, a fourth, because we have the determination, the resolve, and the capabilities to fight.
Garbage like you just makes me sick.
Okay, so Hamas is, no. We must remove that country. We are not ashamed to say this with full force. We must teach them a lesson. We will do this again and again and again. That was just the first attack. There will be a second, a third, a fourth, because we have the determination, the resolve, the capabilities to fight. They're going to wipe them off the map, okay? That's reality. They want a Jewish genocide. And when Israel defends itself, what are we being told? That's genocide!
I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit.
How could you not be? It's so stupid it makes your face hurt. Like I'm aching. I went to community college. I didn't even pay attention in class. And I find this to be intellectually exhausting because of just how dumb it is. But we will muscle through it as a team with Brian Brenberg in the next hour.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Fox News Talk.
Headline Rewind. 1981. President Jimmy Carter.
We have now reached an agreement with Iran which will result in the freedom of our American hostages.
I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
As of now, I am in control here in the White House.
It's off by an hour.
I don't know how to change it.
Yeah, no, we've looked at that 100 different times. It's probably supposed to be set by the atomic clock, isn't it?
I don't know, but I'm serious when I say we should get rid of daylight savings time.
Yeah, no, a lot of people have.
I can't stand it.
All right, I have 10 o'clock. Let's call this meeting of the Camden County Commission to order. If you'd please rise. Dear Lord, we come to you today, and we just thank you so much for the blessings that you've given this county and this nation, Lord. And we ask that you continue to watch over us, Lord, that you be within our deliberations today. And Lord, we just ask that you continue to watch over this nation. I know we're going in a lot of different directions, and Lord, we ask that you send the Holy Spirit and maybe guide us again, so that we can truly work for you again. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Roll, please.
Ike Skelton.
Here.
James Gohagan.
Here.
Don Williams.
Here.
And I would entertain a motion to amend or approve the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second. James.
Yeah, I know. I spilled my water.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And have we got previous minutes here? Have you had a chance to look at those? I entertain a motion to approve or change, whatever we need to do with them.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from 10:19.
Second. I already looked at it.
Already looked at me too. All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. All right, so we have had, okay. We've had some issues on a project out in the Big Bear area, so the folks of the property owner, oh yeah, if you would just mute or put your phones on stun or something. We've given this opportunity for folks to be able to come up here and let us know what's going on and voice your concerns. I know that most of you have probably spoken with Mr. Gohagan, Commissioner Gohagan, more than anything else. But before we get going, I would ask, I'm assuming all of you folks are with Big Bear, POA, okay. And do you all wish to say something? Do you have someone who's going to speak in your favor? Do a few of you wish to speak? By show of hands, just let me know who'd like to come to the microphone and say something. A couple of you? 3 of you? Okay, all right, very good then. I tell you what I think we're going to do is, without objection, unless Commissioner Gohagan, it is his district, has something else he sees a different direction to go here, I think we'll just go ahead and whoever wants to come up first can go ahead and sit down, state your name for the record, sign in please, and then since we've only got 3 of you that really want to talk, I mean, we're not going to take all day, but we'll give you some time. Go right ahead.
We got some information just to give to you.
All right, handouts.
Thank you. Handouts.
That looks significant.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know if you need an extra line. My name is Cliff Wisner. I'm obviously a resident of POA, but also the president of POA for this coming year. What we appreciate you allowing us to speak to you. As you stated, we have quite a few of our residents here. I'll just give you some names. The Cowans are here. They've been residents for 2 years. The Morrises are here. They've been here residents for 18 years. The Bistius are here, and they've been here residents for 17 years. And she is also the daughter of the original owner, so she's been residents for a long time. The Dunns are here. They're 24 years residents. Miss Ehlert's here. She's the newest resident, only 1 year. The Miners are here. They're 19 years. And also the Reuters, and they are 9 years. So we all have long-term residents here. All of them, I just, right up front, I speak, all of them would verify that none of them have had the flooding that occurred this summer before this happened. Our goal for you gentlemen is to provide you further information in hopes that you can get the developer to do more to avoid future flooding on our properties. So in your folder, there's a timeline that names the major dates that occurred. December of 22 is when MoDNR issued their permit, electronically issued the permit with a SWIP attached. Then in March of this year, the Camden County issued their permit. I've given you the permit number. Important part about that, it was a letter, and the letter is included in your folder. States the property will need to adhere strictly with the rules and regulations of the ULUC, which is the Unified Land Use Code, as well as MDNR's rules and regulations under sediment and erosion control. With the clearing of a hill of this nature, with homes all along the base, the concern about erosion control is of top priority. You can read the full letter, it talked about a stop permit and stuff, but that's the genesis of what we're about to talk about today. Terry and Gail came back from Florida for their summer stay here, and they immediately contacted Mr. Parker about lack of silt barriers other than the one at the top of the hill. So this is June 7th. And additional silt barriers, and when we're talking about silt barriers, it's just that plastic sheeting that's, you hang down or put down with posts.
That orange fencing? The orange plastic fencing?
No, just the black plastic that you buy at Menards.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Then my wife contacted Parker about the amount of clearing being done because it was wholesale clearing of the land. And Parker visited the site on July 11th and tells Ms. Wisner in a follow-up call that he is not concerned about the land clearing, stating that, quote, he's seen a lot worse. So we had our first flooding event on July 13th, and that was only 0.03 of an inch of rain, but we already saw sediment come across the roads and into the yard, especially our yard. So we filed a formal complaint that day with Planning and Zoning. So another 5 days go by, and July 18th, we have the second flooding event, 1.86 inches of rain, sediment across roads and yards. I'll show you some photos here shortly. Then 2 days later, a third flooding event, 0.5 inch of rain or thereabouts, sediment across roads and yards. The fourth flooding event was the big one, 3.87 inches. Homes were flooded for the first time. Our home and our home next door was flooded for the first time. 2 days later, MDNR and P&Z toured the community with community representatives, Osment and his engineer Shoreline, who prepared the SWIP. For those who, the SWIP is the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. That's part of the MoDNR permit. We finally have another flooding event on August 13th, a little over 1 inch of rain and more flooding in the homes and the yards. So 5 flooding events over a span of a little over a month.
Homes were flooded a second time?
Second time, yes, sir. Parker talks to Ms. Wisner and confirms that formal charges will be brought to the prosecuting attorney for violations after some investigation. We don't think that ever happened. August 23rd, Morris and Cowan filed their formal complaints with P&Z. Then county it's not until that day that the county provided us, we didn't know, we're ignorant of this whole process. And so the county provided the MoDNR, I think Commissioner Gohagan gave it to Terry Morris, gave the MoDNR permit in the SWIP for the first time. We had not seen that document, so we didn't even know what was involved in this whole process. And then on September 7th, the two of you toured the site, and it didn't seem that concerned, but we won't surmise how you were feeling. And then August 10th, MoDNR issues their inspection report, which includes 8 violations and 8 recommendations that he needed to fulfill. So that's the timeline. And I want to go through just the photos, or the next packet that you have is some photos of the, one is a schematic.
I have a couple of quick questions on the timeline. From the time Mr. Parker came out on 7/12 to 8/14, did the property owner prepare any type of mitigation against the flooding or to prevent any flooding or silt?
Put additional silt, plastic silt fences.
How about those booms or barriers?
No.
When were those put in? Do you know offhand?
Booms or barriers?
Well, the big
land booms, sort of like the little.
Oh, that's down in front of our yard, and that was done after the last rain. Well, there was one put in before the rain to help protect our yard specifically.
Some of them were on the hillside of the street, were they not?
The rocks and stuff were put in after the last rain.
So that was after 8/13?
Yep. We have not tested those yet. We don't know if those are going to do anything.
So from Mr. Parker's visit on 7/11 to on or about 8/13, there was no other mitigation done on that property to prevent flooding or erosion?
other than the silt fences, additional silt
They
fences.
did put more silt. When did they do the seeding?
That was done after August 13th.
Okay. All right, go on with your layout.
You know, you brought that point up, but anyway. So I've given you the site plan. The site plan is from the SWIP that Shoreline prepared, and showing you basically the area that was cleared, and you'll see it all going towards the north and northeast. And that's where the major clearing was done. And 7 of those homes that were in front of that got damaged. There are 2 to the east that were not damaged. The areas to the, I guess, the south, no clearing was done. Then on the other side of the road, there's a short area where a hill was built, basically to expand the top level. And that was where landfill was put in to extend out from the road, because right then the road went all the way down to the lower road. Landfill was put in to build additional space up top. And there's 2 of those 3 homes were damaged. I've given you the Ds where the homes were damaged. The homes to the north on the west side of the hill, no clearing was done, no damage. Homes to the east, where no clearing was done, no damage. In fact, there's 21 homes that surround the hill. 12 homes were below the disturbance of both sides. 9, he cleared the north and east facing slope to create lake view. 3, he put in the fill on the west side to create space on top. Of the 12 homes, 9 received damage. Plus, there's 1 condo that's not part of the community that was also received flooding, because on the west side, the water went down the hill that was newly created, went across the road, went down through Moore Hill, went through the parking lot of the condo and flooded 1 home. So of the 12, 9 received damage. The other 9 homes that were not part of the clearing received no damage, no flooding. So the photos that you have there after the site plan, one is the before, showing you how much undergrowth and trees were there. That's actually from our front yard. The one after, the next one, is from our front yard after the clearing. Then there's several photos of the sediment that came across the road over the various times on both Cub Lane and Bidberry Circle. We even had one of our front porch, the last flood when it really got bad. And that's silt and dirt and rock and stuff that came across the road through our flower bed and into our front porch.
Were most these on the flooding event from 8/1?
They vary. This one here, road damage on Cub Lane, is 720. So our point about that is that we kept contacting people about we're having problems with this. And it wasn't just one event. There were 5 flood events that occurred. Is this your front porch right here? That's our front porch. That's after the last rain. That's after the 5th rain.
Has there ever been flooding on that property previously?
There's always water that comes across the road when it rains. There's no doubt about it, but never flooding. And the water that comes across used to be clear because of what the forest did. The forest, if you bear with me, there's a letter after the photos.
Jim gave us a pretty good, I saw that in here, but that was very educational.
Yeah. A forest can handle up to 14 inches of rain a year, an hour. Grass can handle 2 inches an hour. Who knows what dirt can handle, but it can handle 2 inches, because that's what we had in front of us was dirt and rock. My belief is that the first 2 rains packed that all down. So when the subsequent rains came, it had nowhere to go but down, and fast. So I think of, we measured in, I'm just using my Callaway golf finder to measure the distance. We know there's a 60-foot drop from the top of the hill to the road in elevation, because that's on the site plan. It's 150 feet to get there. That's a 40% grade, or 40-degree grade down. So that on top of that, with that much stuff happening, it couldn't hold that water. And so we think that he both increased both the velocity and the quantity of water that came off the hill. Now, personally, we got the worst hit. We lost our yard, we lost our flower bed, we lost our house. The entire bottom of the house was flooded. So we have no flooring. So that's our problem that we're dealing with. Others have yard damage or home damage, but it's that part about how you can help us with your regulations about the land use code and specific things in that land use code that you could apply to help exert effort to get the developer who carries back there, the developer to do additional mitigation efforts to stop this from happening again. Because we don't think the grass is going to do it. It's just not going to be enough with that big a grade. So the person that knows the most about the land use code is Terry, because he's reviewed it extensively. So I'm going to let Terry take over unless you have questions of me.
I have none at this time. Do you?
No.
Mr. Williams?
No, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
You betcha.
Tell you what, also, if you wouldn't mind, just go ahead and, or who's next? Who wants to come up? Now, if you would, whoever wants to speak also, they can go ahead and sign in now, maybe while you're speaking even, and just kind of help get that out the way. But you can go ahead and, yeah, she can fill it out for you.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Go ahead and have a seat there, and please state your name just for the record.
Good morning. I'm Terry Morris. Thank you for hearing me. I'd like to introduce my wife, Gail. We've lived in Big Bear Estates for 19 years, and I went through the Unified Land Use Code and found some paragraphs that I thought were on point. So we've copied them. They're in your packet. I'll just start in the page order. First page is number 52 in the Land Use Code. The item number 2, sediment and erosion control, paragraph D on page 52, says all development activities are required to address the issue of sediment and erosion control regardless of whether or not a land disturbance permit was/is required. If a complaint is received concerning sediment and erosion control from drainage resulting from land disturbance and construction activities that is verified as a valid complaint, the administrator can require such corrective action as necessary to abate the complaint. Then the next paragraph, E, says vertical slope limitations. No single vertical slope created due to topological modifications within a development shall be allowed to span a height greater than 25 feet without providing a minimum of a 6-foot shelf, a footstep shelf. The following, and so then on page, the next page.
Can I just ask you a question while
Yes.
we're on E right there?
Yes.
Do you believe that what was done to that property actually changed the topographical modification of that slope?
I'm not sure of the definitions of that. It was cleared, and it's over 100 feet, and So that's a very significant slope, especially with the soil conditions that we have in this area, without any kind of mitigation. And whether that's, I was uncertain whether that fit the criteria for this paragraph or not.
And I didn't watch it being done. I don't know what it looked like before. I know that it was all cleared off, and that's why I kind of asked you to believe that, you know, with a dozer or something, did they actually change the slope or the height or anything above and beyond just clearing the vegetation?
My perception is they just scraped the ground,
Okay.
cleared the vegetation, and removed the trees and roots.
Okay.
So we have 100 feet without any stair steps.
Okay, go ahead.
Page 54, stormwater management. All developments shall be constructed and maintained so that adjacent properties are not unreasonably burdened with surface water as a result of such developments. And then under that 5, stormwater management, paragraph B, no development may be constructed or maintained so that surface water from such development are unreasonably collected and channeled onto lower adjacent properties at such locations or at such volumes as to cause substantial damage to such lower adjacent properties. And in the next paragraph, C, to meet the standards referenced in subsections 1 and 2, the base criteria for the design of a stormwater drainage system for any development shall be that the rate or velocity of post-development stormwater runoff shall not exceed the pre-development runoff rate or velocity. And then on page 55, under 7C, if the violation is determined to be a public safety issue, the county has the right but not the requirement to correct the violation. The cost of such abatement may be billed to the owner or owners identified in the violation by using a special tax bill against a property or properties involved. The tax bill shall be collected in the same manner as other special tax bills and shall be a lien on the property until paid. So those were were the sections that I highlighted in the land use code that I thought were on point.
Just a question on 5 Bravo, stormwater management. Do you believe that the stormwater was collected in a spot and specifically channeled?
I believe that the water, there was no ditches or berms that would necessarily channel the water. There was nothing to slow down the water or to retain the water.
And no retention ponds made with a drain that then took the somewhere?
Correct. Correct.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Do you have anything else to add, sir?
I just want to add one thing. My personal experience is in agriculture. Grew up on a farm in southwest Missouri. My brother and I have built over 1 mile of waterways on agricultural land in that area. And so we worked with the Farm Service Agency and the NRCS, which is National Resource Conservation Service. They work with the Farm Service Agency. They design the waterways. And they help us with the cost if we agree to follow their designs. And so on these waterways, the topography is much less severe than it is here. Much gradual slopes. We're talking about a 20-foot slope that would be a fraction of the 40 degree slope. And so they require us to use Kentucky 31 fescue seed because the water retaining characteristics of that sod is superior to others. And they require us to put a berm at the top of the waterway. So in other words, there's a waterway, which is a shallow V, and then there's a berm on either side that prevents water from going down the waterway for a period of 2 years while the sod is growing and filling in. And then at the 2 years, we pull the berms back, and then the waterway becomes the primary drainage for that area. So we're talking about a much less severe grade and length of slope. But they're saying they want 2 years for the grass to be established and the sod to form, and then that collects the water and allows for a gradual release of the water. And even with that, we often get some gullies in the center of the waterway, which we have to come back, remediate later with different methods. So I think, you know, where I'm at is comparing that to what's happening on the hill, and the idea that grass is going to slow down that water and retain it on the hill, or filter it so we don't get sediment on the road or in our properties. It just doesn't fit for me. Based on what I've seen in southwest Missouri, where there's less clay, less rock, more water percolation down into the ground, and much less velocity in the runoff. So, thank you very much for hearing me.
Absolutely.
I actually do have a question now. So if there was to be a berm or a waterway created, where would you put it on this?
I would put a series of them. I think it's going to take more than one. And you can't channel, there's nowhere to channel the water to unless you create a retention pond or a drainage system. But riprap will slow the water down, and slow water will not carry the rocks and sediment like fast water. And we've had water come down the hill before, but it's been clear and it's been slow. So we need to slow the water down, and I would use some berms or riprap. A collection pond and drainage. I mean, an engineer can tell you the right way to do it, but.
Right. I just figured you had a little bit of experience in that. You might offer a unique perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, who'd like to speak next? Did somebody down here wanted to speak, I think?
I'm number 4, Carrie's number 3.
Yeah, that would be best. Is that the sign-in sheet?
Yes, sir.
You just put it right down there, it'll be perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record and then what you have to say.
Okay, my name is Jacqueline Dunn. I live at 271 Big Bear. I have lived there for part-time since 1999. I am a retired teacher, and so I had the fortune to spend most of my summers while I worked as a teacher, and now that we go to the lake quite a bit. I have experienced, and of course at 24 years, all of the weather situations that we have all experienced. And I have to say that now I actually live in fear of what Mother Nature and the rains can now do to my home. Right now, I haven't been impacted. I'm one of the fortunate that have received no damage, and I honestly don't think I ever will, just because of the way water reacts to the least restrictions. I think that there's enough road work and elevation that won't let it come to my property. Maybe my neighbor won't be as lucky, and right now it's all luck. But I have to say that I still live in fear for my friends and neighbors as a result of the destruction of the hill. And I have no handouts. I just have my personal concerns and fears of now where I live at the Lake of the Ozarks, that it's always from now on, it's going to be different than what it was before the lake was, before the hill was touched. And it's going to always be that way. And so that's just a permanent feeling now that I have. And I just wanted to express that, and thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you.
Real quick question, please.
Please.
Aside from the water damage, or the alleged water damage, or the water, anything that's moving, right? Aside from that, do you believe that the owner of that property has the authority to do kind of on his property what he wants to do to some extent?
I'm sorry, wait a minute. The owner of the property, you talking about the owner of the hill?
Yes,
Does he have the right, not when it permanently or it affects the livability or the beauty or the rights of the way you purchased a home and you want to live your life? Does somebody that can affect your house have that right when it's destroying the people at the bottom of the hill? And is that what you're asking?
Well, again, if there was no water issue, there was never any water runoff issue, do you believe that
Oh,
individual?
okay, what you're saying is without water damage, if there were no water damage.
Correct.
You know, what I'm thinking is the trees were taken down to create a view for the people that are going to buy the homes at the top of the hill. It was to create a view. Is a view for 3 houses or whatever, however many that the law will allow him to build, does that view afforded to those 3 houses, is that more important than what might happen to the people at the bottom of the hill? I don't think so.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time.
I guess, can I be added to the podium?
Yeah, sign in and, sure.
I just want to, my name is Pam Wisner.
Yes, ma'am.
I live at 234 Big Bear Circle. I'm the wife of Cliff Wisner, who just spoke. I want to make it short, but I just want to make it clear that we have experienced a Category 3 damage to our home. We currently have 68 sandbags in front of our house. We have no flooring. We have our walls that are cut out. We have insulation taken out. So as the weather is turning and getting colder, our house is cold. We have no carpet. Our outside is ruined. Our landscaping in the front is ruined. The back is ruined. We can't go anywhere if there's a chance of rain because we have to be home with our new shop vac. And we can't fix anything until the hill is fixed. All of the contractors we've had out, the excavators, they're like, do not fix anything because it can just happen time and time again until there are erosion control methods in place on that hill. So when Jackie talks about being scared, we can't even live our lives there. He's pretty much ruined our retirement home. Well, he has ruined our retirement home. You know, we didn't ask for this.
How deep was the water inside your house?
Well, it depends, and Cliff could probably, I mean, we have a ton of photos from ServPro. They were there for over a month with, you know, we had fans, humidifiers. We couldn't hardly live in the house for a month because of the noise, trying to clear it out and then try to cut all the walls before it got all moldy. Maybe in the worst part, 3 inches.
I would, if I can speak, there's probably less than 2 on one level. Most of them seepage coming down from the foundation all along the front. Brought in muddy water, silt and muddy water, so it wasn't clear water. But
Gotcha.
then it came, and then it flowed down into the living room, and it was trying to get to the lake.
Yeah.
So it went throughout the house to try to get to the water.
But just an inch of water can do a lot of damage inside a house.
Yes, especially on the lower level.
Yeah.
Now, you guys are all in the POA, right? And is this property in the POA?
No.
No.
Not at all? None of it?
His property is not, the hill
That's
is
what I'm
not.
asking.
No, it's not. No rule, he doesn't have to follow our rules and
So the
regulations.
POA just kind of goes around that whole area
Yeah,
there?
we tried to
Yeah.
buy the hill, but that didn't work out.
Okay. All right. So then I'm going to ask you a question, if you would be willing to kind of speak for, maybe, if you're not, then somebody else might be willing to. What is the POA, or what are you folks asking of the commission today?
Well, I'll say something, but then y'all can, I think there's a lot of people who have, I know, would like to speak, but what I would like, because we are already just trying, the damage has already occurred to, 9 residents? Significant damage. And so we are waiting for his insurance to try to help pay for the damages that we feel like he caused, okay? So the existing damage, we can't do anything about that except hope that we don't have to pay $100,000. We're probably to the $80,000 to $100,000, just Cliff and I, which we can't really afford on our own. And so what we're looking, so that what's been done has been done. So what we're hoping is that we all can get our lives back and move forward and get our properties fixed. And then he fixed the hill properly with professional engineers coming up with an erosion control plan, not sheeting from Menards and a teenage girl putting it up. It'd be professionally done, and you know, we've had people come in. There has to be an irrigation system diverting the water down to the lake. Huh? A drainage system. You know, berms and rock and all of that, but everyone who we've had out, all the professionals say there needs to be a drainage system that diverts the water, and even Carrie told me that. Carrie said, well, you're going to have to put in a drainage system, that we're going to have to pay for it because of the clearing that has created, which I feel like since he caused the problem, he should be putting in his own drainage system to fix the problem. But there needs to be a drainage system. That's what they've been telling us, the excavators. And then it needs to go under our road, our community road, because he's also all of our road is a community road. It's not a public road, so we're responsible for that. We just had it resurfaced 2 years ago, and now it's damaged. So you need to take the drainage system across and under the road. We need to cut out all the trees between our houses. All the vegetation is what's going to have to happen, and culvert is going to have to be put in and taking the water all the way down to the lake, so that it doesn't funnel into the 9 homes that have been damaged.
How many years have you lived there?
7.
7.
So that's what we're hoping, is that someone has the power, because it'll be interesting to see what he has to say as to why he's not already fixing it. So I have no idea if he's planning on having professional erosion control, but that's what we're wanting to have done so we don't flood again.
And your home has never flooded before?
Our home has not flooded, no.
At all?
Not in, we've lived there 7 years, and no, it's never flooded.
Okay.
And our home, like the seller's disclosure statement, it said no flooding.
Okay.
Did the road ever look like this?
Never, never.
Did your front porch ever look like that?
Well, quite frankly, we would never have bought our home, and quite frankly, we're probably going to have to move once it gets, if he ever fixes it, if he ever agrees to spend any money to fix it, then we're probably going to have to move our retirement home, because it's very concerning, very scary, like Jackie said. No.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. No. Thank you.
I'd like to add a comment, if I may.
Quickly.
Clearly, the land use code says the burden of doing the drainage properly is on the developer.
Thank you. Yes. Does anybody else like to speak?
I actually
Anybody else?
do. I do have a question. So if he did come up with a drainage system with the POA, because he would have to cross over to POA grounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So have you guys had a discussion on working something like that out? No?
We have not had any discussions with him about it.
Okay, thank you.
Other than him originally saying, you're going to have to do that. Telling us we're going to have to do that.
So we've had the interior of 2 homes flooded, is that correct?
In one condominium.
So three residences?
And then the rest of them had yard damage.
Can you guys tell me, have any of those residences ever flooded before?
Ours hasn't. Theirs on, and they just owned theirs 2 years, but Sharon owned it for.
And there was nothing on disclosure, she was there about 30 years, wasn't she, or 20-something?
Some from the 80s.
Yeah.
And there's been no evidence of ever having any kind of water. And you see it in our house.
Okay.
And Sabine and Charity Olin owned the condo. We're friends with her parents, and they've owned it for 4 years since everything.
Okay. It's a little surprising. We had some massive flooding in 2015, I think it was. Caused millions of dollars of damage to our roads. All right, thank you.
Is that all you have? Is that all you have for right now?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Anything
all I
else,
got.
sir?
Where on this map is the condo? I don't think we ever got.
If you're looking at it, it'd be south.
Right here?
It says track C. There's a track C maybe.
Yeah, that condo's all the way over in this corner over here, isn't it, or something?
Yeah, down there.
It's over down in this corner.
It's off the map, because it's not part of our community.
So.
Is that the condo we're speaking when it said, did it have water in it?
I'm sorry?
You just now said one condo had water, is that what you're talking about, is over there?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's where that top of the hill was.
Where those rocks were?
Yeah, that rock, some of those rocks.
That's gonna be a real problem.
Those rocks. All right. Anybody else from POA like to speak? Because after this, we're gonna, okay. Mr. Osmond, would you like to speak? Please just, are you already Freddie signed in? Just state your name for the record, have a seat, and what do you have to say, sir?
My name's Kerry Osmond. Yeah, so the Wisner House, first off, did receive
Kerry,
some,
could you?
The Wisner House did receive some flooding in 2002, I believe, from the previous owners, which is documented in the POA minutes. I might be wrong on the year, but it was 01 or 02, something like that is what I was told from the prior secretary and president of the Big Bear POA Association. Now, Cliff is right. We did have one silt fence put up at the time on top because we weren't working on the area of the hillside facing north. At the time, we were clearing the top. We actually reduced the grade of the mountain. We'll call it a mountain because it's pretty steep. 8 feet we took off of that mountaintop. We didn't change or divert any water towards their homes, and we kept the grade as we were working where the water was always going, okay? As we approached down the hill, we built our silt fences as needed, as we are required to from DNR. So we did abide by the law as much as we could, and you know, it wasn't our intentions to create a flood in anybody's houses. The one over on Cub, you know, she blocked her drain. She's going to have a flood. She blocked it with landscaping. It was clearly evident it was put in that spring. That's what caused that one. We had put some silt fence barriers and sandbags in front of Cliff's house after the first event, which he then called me very upset and wanted it out of his yard to prevent this from happening. He said, that's not a solution. And I said, yeah, it is. It's going to keep it out of your house. I have it all documented on email. He made me take it out by the end of the day. At 5, I went over there again. He was right there next to me, and I said, hey, you sure you want me to take these? He said, yes, absolutely. Took them. Well, that night the rain came and flooded. As this flooding was occurring, I was noticing too on the Wisner home that there was nobody out there to try to even divert the water or the mud that was coming into their French drain that they have all the way across their property, because obviously they've had water problems in the past. Maybe the Wisners haven't, but the home was built, whoever built it put the speed bump in to divert the water to go between the houses, as it should. However, you know, of course the sediment collected. His drain, his French drain, wasn't adequate to take the sediment out because the holes were too small. Not that that's his fault, but yeah, it caused a problem. We remedied the problem as best we could. We cleaned up the neighborhood as best we could. So we did have some violations on the DNR. That is correct. Citations, what they're called. We got warnings. We've remedied the warnings. Very minor. We plan on moving forward with some development. We do have professional engineers working for us. I don't know why they think they're not professional, but shoreline management's been around for a long time. We will, when we present a site plan for what we plan to do there, we will have surface water mitigation involved in that. I've already talked to the engineers about it. We have hydroseeded the land with crown vetch, which is a very heavily rooted product, that grass that grows about 18 inches tall. Highway departments use it everywhere. It's coming in, and we used fescue, the 31 fescue he was talking about, and some Lishwain, I believe it's called grasses. We spent $15,000 doing that to mitigate the problem, which it has.
So you say shoreline? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you recall when about you did that, the hydro seeding?
We did the hydro seeding as soon as we possibly could. We didn't want to, we had to,
About?
yeah, August 11th, I think his date was correct. Maybe it was August 10th, I don't know. 7th, I don't remember what he had stated, but that sounds right to me. I didn't bring my notes. They're in my notes. We couldn't seed prior to that because the rains were still coming, and we, it would have washed our product off the hill. So we also provided irrigation for the hillside, which, by the way, it looks like a park now. It's really coming in strong. Of course, in October, it's really when it grows. The Crown Vetch will come in. It's starting to come in now. It's sprouting. It will be there in spring. So we plan on irrigating it in the spring as well. We also plan on building a 400 or 500 foot wall across the top of that to stair step it, as he mentioned in our guidelines that we abide by. We do want to build a nice facility up there for some homeowners or to move forward on that property.
So Shoreline's aware of all of their issues and is working to mitigate it?
Mm-hmm.
So you said a 400-foot long wall. Where is that going to be in relation?
On that, it'll be on that north side of that slope, about midway down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. About where that silt fence is, that middle silt fence.
I know where you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Which the deck post could bear off of, or, and then our water retention area would be there. However, the subdivision was built in the 70s, and it was just old cabins back in the day and gravel roads. There was no thought of storm water prevention and trying to mitigate the water when we have severe rains, as we did. I would beg to differ, and even the engineers from the insurance company were saying that those houses probably would have flooded with the amount of rain we had. That was their comment.
Whose insurance company?
It's actually mine. I made a claim on my general liability, even though I don't know. I'm hoping they cover it. However, groundwater is everybody's common enemy. It's something we all have to deal with. I did offer to help with the previous president. I can talk to him because Cliff's a little sore at me, of course, and our communication isn't very good right now. He asked me if I'd put in storm prevention for the neighborhood. I said absolutely not, and I said it's not my responsibility for the neighborhood to do that. Now, that it should have been in place, and I said I would gladly, at my cost, do it if the POA wants to entertain that. No one, I'm sure Pam wouldn't entertain that. She doesn't want me to do anything because we have kids doing our work, according to her. So, we're kind of at odds there of what's going on. I don't know what else to say about it.
But if you had storm prevention on your property that you were dealing with, you'd have to work with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, what we're going to do is just pretty much put it behind some walls and I don't think there's going to be any more events like we had with the silt runoff, of course. We'll have the rain events, which I advised Cliff that he needs to fix his house. The rain's obviously infiltrating his house. The houses I build, that doesn't happen. I mean, I inspected his house at the time. I could reach my hand under the sill plate and the concrete wall and buried it that far. There is absolutely no sill plate on top of that foundation. If there was, it's been gone or it's rotted from the previous. The way it's built is just, it's poorly built. the porch was put on when it should have been, a deck was put on where a cement porch should have been in place. And it was built at the level of the floor. Well, typically when you build things like that, you're going to get some water infiltration somewhere, somehow. You know, we try to always keep our steps down at least 2 inches to keep stuff like that from happening. However, the entrance of his house, where it was coming in at his house, was about 16, 18 inches down from the front door. Well, it was below the deck, which you couldn't see. And the driveway and the front porch and the entry of his house is all level at grade with the track drain in front of his entire property, which there exits to the lake. Which, in my eyes, that's where, you know, we don't want to change the path of that water. We want to make a solution to, like Pam said, dig a tube into the lake on their property, which I don't think will be needing to remove trees, a couple of drain boxes, the problem's solved. I think it's a fairly simple situation. They won't let me on the property, so I even during the event, I was cussed up one side down the other too, so I wasn't very comfortable being there. Rightfully so. I just kind of ignored kept my distance. Now, as far as fear for the neighborhood and living in it, there's no problems there. The water has not been changed or diverted towards anybody's home at all. I don't see that being a problem in the future, and the Crown Vetch will certainly be as active, according to my engineer, as the so-called forest that they talk about that was there. So I think that's about all I got to say. If anybody's got any questions, they can certainly ask.
I have a couple questions. The MDNR issues, have those all been resolved?
Yes, sir.
And those were just issued on October 10th?
Yes.
And have they been out to re-inspect and say, yep, it's been resolved?
Yes. Well, we've been in several meetings as well, telephone meetings, emails, and to be in. There were minor citations, like we didn't have a permit on the tract B of that land because it was less than. You don't have to have a permit. The law reads you don't have to have a permit if it's less than 1 acre. Well, it's a little more than 1 acre, but we didn't disturb any of that land. So they forced us, they said if you're using it to stockpile, as we did, some material, because we're going to bring some of that material back to, build our wall and yards and everything else that's going to happen over there.
Is that where some of the rock that have rolled down across that road, is that where that maybe came from? Is that stockpile?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There was some rock also farther up that from that hillside when we were out there, right where these roads come together. And you live down that one road there, don't you?
I do. I live at the end of Big Bear, which that was another story of 18 months trying to get my building permit because this same group of people was fighting me through that. So, I mean,
have we had any more rockfall issue?
No. We haven't had any sediment leave our site since that last 4.5 inches of rain that we had. We have been in good standing there. I've been monitoring the property. Of course I live there. I walk it. I drive it. I take care of it.
So we're not getting sediment on the road anymore?
None.
Well, I think Ike was asking him, there was a pretty significant boulder that had rolled down the hill.
Yeah, right about where that.
When we were doing it, we had a machine down there we had the road blocked off at times for safety's sake,
Yeah, I mean, me just personally, sediment and things of that nature, if that's going to get resolved, but big rocks, that can be. Mm-hmm. That can be very dangerous and really destroy somebody's property. I mean, the water does too. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But, just an inherent rock rolling off of something, it can be a problem. So I hope that you've checked that out and mitigated that and looked at those potential hazards.
Yeah, according to DNR, everything's looking pretty good.
Okay.
They suggested a few things on the last site meeting, which we took care of gladly. We've been in compliance. We're in compliance now, and we're 75% stabilized at the ground is, and their rule of stabilization is a little different than what we see. I mean, they throw a hula hoop on the ground, and that's how they judge their percentage rates of ground cover. So they can pick a spot where there's not growing very well, and as opposed to a spot that there is. But it's looking pretty good. It's coming in thick. I expect by spring it'll be knee high. And the
Crown
crown
vetch is very, very invasive and
it'll take over.
Yes, it will.
And it'll kill the fescue out. I mean, it's going to choke it out. Which we should never have to mow it. That's the idea of it. It'll look pretty. It'll flower. Yeah. It's going to be pretty. So, I don't know what else to say except sorry for the inconvenience. We're trying to get the insurance company to cover some of the losses. I don't think it's $100,000 loss like Pam's saying. According to the adjuster, it was 40 something, 48 maybe. I don't know. I just
semantics.
Yeah. And I think something needs to be made clear right now that the commission has no authority that I'm aware of that we can mitigate or repair any of those things or make any judgment on any of that damage or alleged damage in any manner, way, shape, or form. There's nothing we can do that I would be aware of to direct Mr. Osmond to do anything for y'all's properties. I hope you understand that. Now, any plans going forward with P&Z, maybe we'd have some authority over, but what has occurred, we have no, that I'm aware of, authority to fix any of those things. So, do you have any questions?
Oh, by the way, I offered them to buy it from me, and they've turned me down on multiple occasions. So if they truly want to block development, they can certainly purchase it from me. It's for sale.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Do you have any questions?
I just want to say, you see this over and over again here in the Ozarks. Anytime you're gonna do a development on a hillside or up on top of a ridge, it's almost impossible to do it without affecting the people below in some way. McCary, you've been around a long time.
Yes,
You're a good builder. You got a good reputation.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of surprised you let that happen, to be honest with you.
Hey, we couldn't control it. It was 4 inches of water in a 2-hour period, and
it was.
We tried. I mean, we even after each event we added more and more. Like they said, the rock dams were built, the lower. Everything. We bought more sandbags for his property because after the first event he cried uncle. And then he went and bought a bunch more. I mean, we helped him as much as we could where he would allow us. And then finally, I think he just threw in the towel and let it happen,
So well, I'm glad you got it turned over to your insurance company. Hopefully they'll provide a resolution to this and make these guys whole, take care of their damages, because flooding in a house is no fun to deal with, that's for sure.
No, and like I said, I'm willing to, help with the subdivision piping that needs to happen,
Right.
But I think it's a problem for all of us. It's not just a problem for me.
Right.
That's my take on it. So,
yeah. Well, and you're right. If you live at the bottom of the hill, anywhere, you're going to be dealing with water all the time.
Absolutely. I mean, when that event happened, it was all over town. I wasn't on properties that have been stabilized, just like you made the comment about the 15 storm, and properties that have been stabilized for 30 years, condo developments. It took rocks out like nobody's business, 2-inch creek rock. I mean, we got pictures all over town of the damage it caused. As a matter of fact, Governor Parsons made it.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago he declared it.
Yeah, we know what it did to
Yeah,
the
federal
roads.
emergency, yeah.
We know what it did to our roads.
That was kind of
Right.
a historic flood, it was.
So that's about all I got to say. Anybody got any questions?
Kerry, you said that DNR signed off on all the perceived violations, or
Actually, they don't sign nothing. They talk and they call, and then I send all the written responses to them, and then they review, and then they say, hey,
does
it's not
P&Z
their
Does P&Z have any of those? Does the county have any of that documentation?
I can get it to P&Z if you want me
Okay,
to.
that'd be great.
Yeah, I could just forward what I forwarded to them. It's basically a response letter and a few pictures. Basically, is what it's about, and a new permit, which for the track B we had to obtain.
Who have you been in contact with up there at DNR? Do you know offhand?
Tom Stevens.
Tom Stevens?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I have a question for Gary.
I'll be honest with you. We generally don't allow individuals to interact because it might be nice today, but it won't maybe be nice later. So we try to keep that. You're addressing the commission. So, okay. Anything else?
Not for me.
Any questions? Anything else?
Nope. Thank you.
Anything else? No. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You had something you'd like to say? Would you go ahead and?
Yeah, I would just like to say, you know.
Yeah, go ahead and sign in if you would, please. And state your name for the record.
Jim Cowan, Keowwn.
Please bring that mic over to you. Just bring it over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, Jim Cowan, Keown. You know, what is said about Cliff's damage, et cetera. The damage that happened to all the other houses was not only, you know, getting in the house. They got into my house, there's never been any flooding in my house. And I talked to the previous owner who was there forever. But the volume, the amount that can no longer be absorbed up on that hill like it was in the past is now coming down and doing tremendous damage. We have $39,000 worth of damage. And we only had just one event where, actually it got into the house twice at our house. But it didn't get into the house near as badly as Cliff's, but it had never been flooded before.
Sure.
Ever. But the outside damage was extensive, $36,000 worth of erosion. And that's volume, that's velocity. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, Rita?
No, I agree with him.
No.
All right. All right, so, as Mr. Williams said, you know, a lot of times, Commissioner Williams said, a lot of times when there's developments go on, things go awry. I hope that, you know, insurance companies and everything get this resolved for you all. Like I mentioned, we don't have any authority or ability to fix any of those things. Knowing that the Department of Natural Resources, because they're the ones that actually issue that permit, it goes through P&Z, and we do administer our portion of P&Z, but Department of Natural Resources has a much bigger stick, as it were, and they're the ones that really create the rules that we certainly have to follow as well. So if they have issued the permit on this track B, and they are in belief that erosion control has been mitigated, I'm not sure that we could go beyond their, I guess we could make it more restrictive, but then we get to the point where if we do that one place, we wind up doing it everywhere, and we wind up, you know, possibly thwarting development somewhere as well. So it's also a belief, at least of mine, I'm not going to speak for these guys, that, you know, it's your private property. And as far as clearing it, developing it, as long as you're within those rules, you know, it's your property to do that with what you wish. When anything does cause undue concern or damage to neighbors, then, you know, there's remedies for those things, and unfortunately, those remedies are out of our hands. So insurance companies involved, I'm hoping that you guys, and we'll work with everybody however we can, that you can get this, you know, water mitigation. I know they've got a plan, you know, that you guys can work together and make sure that it's properly channeled, moved, whatever it needs to be done. Just my personal belief, nothing professional at all, but once that Crown Vetch comes in, that'll be very helpful. I don't know what your water flow is going to be after that. I have no idea, but the rules speak for themselves, and I guess that's kind of when they're not going to be followed, then it'll have to be, you know, administered and enforced again. So I know we'll continue to keep an eye on the project, but that's about all I have, I guess. Anything else, sir?
No.
Nothing else. All right. Anybody else have anything they'd like to say at this time?
Well, thank you for listening to us.
Absolutely, and that's another thing too. That's why we came out and looked at things. We want to be involved with what's happening. We're going to take your concerns definitely at heart, and if there's something else that we can do in the future, we'll do that. Thank you all.
Thanks for putting together all this information. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. You put a lot of work into it.
All right, next item up, we'll give folks just a couple more minutes to clear the room. Hello, Representative Thomas, how are you today? Okay, perfect.
Just say I made the motion.
All right, next item up, October 2023 tax abatements. We've already done these, we just need to sign it off. Any needed a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the October tax abatements.
I'll second that.
We have a motion for a first and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Sign that, please, sir. Next item up, potential ratification of the employee handbook. So, my understanding, this thing's been around for some time, but it's never been ratified. Is that right? Is that right?
Well, we had originally passed it, and then we rescinded it because we couldn't get or come to an agreement on PTO and sick and comp time.
So in January, they reverted back.
Yeah.
Original vacation and sick time. The handbook was redone on the 18th of January, but it was never actually put out.
18 January of what?
2022.
Okay.
That's because trying to get all the elected officials to agree on anything is like herding cats.
Well, they agreed on everything.
Yeah, we
Wasn't ever put back out.
we had probably 6 months worth of meetings on that.
Yeah.
How long was it, Marty? Yeah, it was a long time. A lot of fighting. Very painful.
There's also a section, so this is before me. I've skimmed it. I ain't read the whole thing. I'll be candid. I mean, kind of to me, it's y'all's handbook. I know there was one section that I didn't like, and I think it's been removed, and that is the search of personal belongings.
Just being patting down physical searches of any kind involving a county employee must be conducted by law enforcement personnel. Took that out because it wasn't approved by anybody, so took that out.
And the way I kind of read that, it was just like, I mean, if somebody wanted to look in your purse or whatever, they could do that, and I didn't like any of that at all. So if it's county property,
Less is more, but nobody paid attention to it, so.
well, if it's county property, then yep, we can look through it anytime we want to. But if it's your personal property, I don't want to look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
I just really don't.
Exactly. We don't need to be doing that.
No. So that's
If
been
there's-
removed, yes?
Yeah, that's been taken out.
That's been taken out. All right, so,
If no one's going to be charged with a crime, nobody should be patted down.
yeah, listen, if you're charged with a crime, that's a different story, but whatever. Or under, so on and so forth, whatever rules of evidence are.
So does this still have the PTO?
No.
No, this reverts back to the sick time and the vacation time. And it puts a cap on the sick time, which
Whereas
wasn't
half
before.
paid out, because we got a guy right now, like 900 hours sick. And his argument was, the one that was published, he should be getting 100% of the sick time.
That we didn't switch over to PTO, ever.
I know.
So, but we reverted back. There's on December,
Sick time, you had to be here 10 years and it was paid out half.
How in the world would anybody ever get 100% of their sick time?
Yeah, really.
Why is,
That's
where is,
if you're going by the PTO section.
Oh, well,
That was gonna be converted and paid out, I don't know, I wasn't part of this whole thing, this is before me. This is just what I've heard, when you guys did the PTO, there was gonna be set standards for certain things.
Yeah, BSNA couldn't, apparently now it can, but during the time it never could
The way they wanted to do it was by.
calculate it.
In the system, it was gonna be so much manual work to try to keep track of it. That's when we reverted back to the sick and vacation.
so the PTO was never actually approved? And is there a provision in here for the, was it, PTO was approved
And
by the
then it
commission?
was rescinded
And then it was rescinded back.
because
to
it didn't work.
But then
Because
rescinded because
BSNA
BSNA
couldn't,
couldn't do it.
it created a separate bank.
Yeah, it was rescinded.
The problem that we're having is it was published on the website. You published that.
Well, that's before my time, so.
When
I
you
can't
publish
answer
that, it's a mistake. It's not that big a deal.
Okay. Yeah,
Melissa published it.
but it's published on the website.
Right.
Oh, well, no, I'm not, it's on, I'm just trying to
And-
figure out how we're gonna
I'm
deal
just trying to
with.
figure out what is the
Yeah.
actual accrual time, what do I need to tell them? Because I don't have a business, I don't even have a business.
I don't
So
need-
I only have what's online.
To me, we all need as elected officials, we need to get back together and we need to go through it ourselves. Hey, I'm sorry, but you're never gonna fix it.
Well, no, this is the
Hey,
one
I
that
don't
was,
wanna do it anyway.
this is the one that was redone in January but never published. And everybody approved it except for those two, that Crispin section. So, you can put this out, and then you guys can start that whole committee thing again, I guess.
All I can say is I'm glad I wasn't on that committee.
Well, if we've got something to go for, because I'll be candid with you, if it is in here to where people get half of their, here it is, right here, sick time. There is no, I don't tell, please somebody tell me of any employer in the state of Missouri that's gonna give you your sick time if you don't use it.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Do you know of any of those? I don't know of any of them. Why in the world, a long time ago, that's why it started in this county, right? But even 50%,
It was half after you've been here 10 years.
10 years. Is there any place in the country that you know of that does that? Why in the world are we?
They did it back then because they were paying like minimum wage. and
I,
they're trying to get
at that time, pay was pretty rough, and,
Great idea to help out with money.
Yeah.
all right,
They
we're
were trying
not
to
quite
do-
in that shape anymore today.
They were trying to do anything they could to entice employees to sign up for the county.
But what we are in a position of is big chunks of money like this really messing with, I mean, everybody's office. Everybody's office, you want better raises for your people, and I agree. We need some raises for some people possibly if we can do it in the future. I can't see us giving half a sick time if you've been here for 10 years. I know it's been a policy, but I can't see it going forward.
I can't either.
So if we need to sit down and revisit this thing and fix some of those things, and maybe that's what we need to do, and maybe the committee needs to be a lot smaller. Get 2 or 3 people to figure it out, and throw it to everybody else, and, because we've got a pretty good base that everybody agreed to for the most part, right? Am I wrong? For the most part.
It's been a long time since I read it, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, it's not been changed other than what, but for the most part, can we agree on that?
I'd like to read through it myself.
Can we agree on that one little part that we had something at one time, assuming this is it? If this is the document the majority of you agreed upon and actually was passed before it was rescinded, we could use that as a base, right?
The part that was rescinded was the PTO.
Somebody say yes. Huh? What?
The part that was rescinded was the PTO.
Right. Just the PTO? So the rest of it's in place, there's nothing else to talk about?
My statement at the time was the same thing I just said a little bit ago, less is more. And I remember making that statement even back then, less is more. So, yeah, don't put so much in it.
So Chris, we're at 50, right? Half of it.
Yes.
Because we got some guys who are on salary, so we gotta pay that out. So I just wanna make sure we're at 50%.
If they've been here 10 years.
All right, that is going to have to sunshine out. That's just gonna have to come to an end. I think, come on, guys. I mean, everybody, really. What would be all right, we're gonna have to figure out a day, a year, something, some way to make it equitable. That has got to end. We cannot continue to pay people half of their sick time.
We need to put the committee back together and you can be on the committee.
That's fine. That's fine.
James is out.
That's fine.
I'm out. I was never on.
I know you weren't ever on.
I got too many issues in my own life to take on something like that. Because trying to get all the elected officials to agree on anything is not good. But I agree, we cannot be paying out.
Well, it was mostly Caleb.
That's ridiculous.
Caleb's the one that wanted the frisking, and he wanted a established, what was that he tried putting in there? He said, recording him. Yeah, he said if you're an elected official and you record another one, you'll be removed. I wonder why he did.
Wonder why you said that.
We actually did pass an ordinance on that. Charlie
Hey, I'll be on the committee.
Is that right?
Tony,
We actually did pass an ordinance.
Tony was on every.
We do?
The salary commission.
Oh, yeah, the salary commission.
Don's going.
Yeah, Don's gonna, sorry, thank you.
They would probably told you we did pass an ordinance against recording people secretly. I think back when you were right.
Because you're gonna have to have the elected officials. Because the bottom line is, we don't have to follow that handbook.
When is the next, well, there you go right there. Ain't that something interesting? You don't have to follow the handbook anyway. So then we will make the arbitrary rules when it comes to HR and payroll and then be done with it?
We need to make those, yeah.
Well, but you don't have to follow it, so then we'll just make it.
Follow our employees do. Our employees do.
Oh. Oh.
We don't follow that. That was.
I don't understand. I get it. No, I get it. I get it to some extent. I get it.
Elected officials.
I hear you. I understand that. I understand that. I do get that. I argued that point for a city council member in Camden County. Yeah.
handbook that was in effect for a long time, which is probably the best ever, said the only way that handbook could have changed was by the committee. And that's where it ran all the way up until Kevin Lorraine, and this is the league.
What did he say?
Mrs. Wiggins, you don't remember Miss?
Oh, Wiggins, yeah.
Well, we could use some Tim Conway today. That'd be good.
Yeah,
All right, well.
Pat and Donnie were good friends.
All right, I tell you what, we'll,
We were the elected officials thought that HR should be under all the elected officials.
That's
We were in
insane.
agreement with that.
That's insane.
So,
You want to put it in any, let's say not HR, any office, and you want to give them a dozen different bosses?
Well, but
That's insane.
It puts them, it puts, and I'm picking on her because she's HR right now. And I said this, and James, I think me and James argued, agreed with me. But when you put it under 12 people, however many of them there is, you're giving them protection, but we can still do as a group. If HR does something wrong, and 10 out of the 12 people say, that's wrong, they already know it's wrong. But it also keeps one person or 3 people, no matter who sets up there, it doesn't matter who it is, that's putting a lot of pressure on a person to the HR person or payroll person. Because if the commission wants something done, or they don't like something, no matter who it is, and they don't do it, come on.
Well, I think that, I just think it's crazy to try to run any office by committee. I do think it would be fine as far as the HR rule, as far as HR rules and policies and procedures. I have no problem with those being set up by all the elected officials. I just think the day-to-day running of it is it's not a good idea to try to do it by committee. And now, you may not know this, but early on, soon after I got in office, we actually voted in a bunch of rules, like no commissioner has access to anybody's HR files. There's several others that are along those same. Yeah, you were. I knew what you were saying. I knew what you were saying, Marty.
In that position, no matter who the people.
Well,
It's a bad deal.
Well, HR should probably really, I mean, should have rules like a constitution. I mean, you come up with a set of rules that are incredibly difficult to change, and as long as those rules are being followed, so be it. Because, you know, a constitution provides for some stability, and to change those rules it's difficult to change the Constitution. That's why the federal government doesn't try. They just make rules and we follow them for some reason. To change the Constitution, to change HR rules should be very difficult. So if you want to look into that to where something's more concrete that's going to be more difficult to change or to get around, look at that maybe if you think there's an issue there.
Well, I'm not saying there's an issue, I'm just saying the HR, the only reason I said that initially in our meetings was because I couldn't see where, it wouldn't matter if HR was under the assessor's office and I'm the assessor.
Right.
That's not fair to everyone else. It puts too much pressure on that HR person. To me, the HR person should almost be like an elected official. They're their own boss, they have no ties to any of us, to the county itself, other than they're doing a job.
What about when it was just under the clerk?
Well, actually, it would, under the clerk, under the commission, under the assessor, the recorder, prosecuting attorney, it's the same
I
thing.
got you.
Yeah, I'm not leaving myself or as the assessor out, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. It just puts a lot of pressure on that person being under someone. I thought by all of us, it relieved the pressure somewhat. That's all I'm not saying there's no wrong doing it, I'm just saying it would relieve the pressure off that position.
I would almost see more pressure because now they have to kind of, not please, but
Get 12 bosses.
work with everybody. I mean,
True, but in that conversation that we had, like when me and James was, I don't know, we were discussing it. It takes, I don't care, you make the rules, it takes 11 of the 12 people to fire that person. It takes, I don't know if we can make our own rules like that, but I mean, it literally takes everybody.
What about day-to-day decisions? If they ask you, how should I handle this situation, or what should I say when I'm asked this, or
Worked out somehow.
which one of all you guys do they talk to, or do they have to talk to all of you?
Right. And I get it, I get it, there's issues with it.
See, that's what I mean, where I have no problem with everybody having a say-so on the HR rules and procedures, but I think the day-to-day authority over it should not be a committee, you know?
Well, and that may be just.
But honestly, really, the way it operates, we ourselves, even though it's under the commission, we really don't have much to do with it on a day-to-day basis. Pretty rare.
Shouldn't be asking the commission what to do.
Yeah, we don't, it hardly ever happens.
They
I mean,
shouldn't have to ask the elected officials anything
Right.
about, if they were over that, they shouldn't have to ask them because they are governed by HIPAA and whatever.
right, exactly. Yeah, a lot of it's state law.
What about a county administrator?
What, you got an extra $800,000 or so to set it up?
I think that's our jobs. I mean, honestly, and no, I mean, it's been brought up before.
Is it?
Yeah, I just don't.
A lot of
I don't
counties
think there's
have
a
them.
purpose to have 3 commissioners and then have an administrator. I mean, what do you have the commissioners for then at that point? Other than to say yes or no, I guess, but I think that's our jobs, and that's why
It'd make our jobs a lot easier, but it would be very expensive. You'd have to have at least 2 or 3 staff.
Well, those are something we can hash out going forward, if we need to look at that sort of stuff. I personally don't want to try anything totally new, this late in the year. We got budget coming up, we've got holidays coming up, we've got some loose ends in the commission that need to be tied up anyway. So if this is something we want to bring up after the first of the year and get into the HR stuff and maybe even deeper into this, I guess we can do that, because if paying out half of sick time for 10 years over, I think that needs to be removed. So that's evidently something we need to talk about.
Let me, so we keep going back to that, but this is something we were very specific on in the 1.1. I'm sure you guys remember us all. Yeah. So the policy and procedures were approved by the handbook committee and adopted by the county commissioners. These policies are not intended to be a contract between the county or any elected official and its employees, and does not create contractual rights for the employees. The county reserves the right to change any policy, procedure, or guideline in the handbook at any time. So that's 1.1, literally the first page. In absence of a written policy within an individual department or by a specific elected official, this handbook shall control. Should a conflict arise, the policy of, now this is the important part, should a conflict arise, the policy of the elected official or individual department shall govern. So we wrote that for a number of reasons, because basically it does boil down to, like, I mean, kind of what you said, Marty, that the elected officials don't really have to follow. If you want to have your own policy in your department, then that's going to stand over this handbook.
Yeah, they probably have a lot of policies that nobody else
They
has
have
to
their
follow.
own.
Absolutely.
They have their own handbook.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a policy on sick time? What does it say? Do you have a policy
By
that,
word, sir. I
No,
mean word by
hold
word.
on.
No.
Do you have a policy that's separate? Do you have a policy that's separate from what the county has?
Yeah, probably
Okay.
not on that sort of stuff, because that would be inconsistent.
So yeah, there was a lot of talk about this, but at the end of the day, the individual department or specific elected official they make the policy in their office. And you know, kind of like Marty said, it doesn't necessarily take precedence over the handbook.
So, all right, well, I'll tell you what, at this time, I guess, we will,
We've got the Virgie contract discussed. I mean, that's not going to be very long.
do we want to do it, do we want to do anything else with the handbook at this point?
I make a motion to nominate Ike to the handbook committee.
I'll second that.
Denied. All right, well, I'll tell you what, we'll work on that, and I'm not going to be able to. I've got to go up.
Don.
I've got to go to.
What's that?
The salary
to the
commission.
salary yeah. Yeah, I'll do it.
So just, I was going to be there. We put my mother in a nursing home a few weeks ago, and we've got some issues we're going to have to deal with. I'm going up there today to
Kayla.
deal with that. So, but anyhow,
Sorry.
we're not completely done yet either.
I just want to show her.
Oh, okay. So we'll leave it at this point. We'll move on to discussing the Verigy contract, unless there's anything else on handbook. Nothing? All right, Verigy contract. So Verigy had sent us an email wanting to know about final disposition and signing off on their final payment. It was discovered that there was a $180-something thousand payment that had not been released to them, and a $95,000 payment. These numbers are rough. And I guess I don't know why I didn't know the 182, but I told them that no problem, we'll get that paid. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go next door and sign that pay authorization when we're done here. The next issue then was, well, there's a $95,000 payment that, quite candidly, I intended on holding on to until they were absolutely, positively, completely done. Most of you probably know there's problems in wastewater still. We've got drywall and a leak and all sorts of other things. We discussed that with them in person. They said that they wanted to get completely paid, all 100% done, and then they would come do that work. I said, well, no, how about I give you half of it, and then when you're done, I'll give you the other half, right? Well, they didn't like that idea. So, Commissioner Gohagan brought up that, well, you know, past negotiations, this was going to be done, that was going to be done, and oh, by the way, you left this out, you left that out, and you left that out. Would you like to continue negotiations? I got a phone call this morning, and they would like to go ahead and complete the work that they've been asked to do for half payment up front and half payment when they're done. So I think we're going to be able to go forward with that and get things taken care of. And when they have actually fixed the wastewater, or the water in that building over there, then we should be able to say that we're done. So today's discussion really kind of was going to be, do we pay them out and trust them? Or do we find somebody else to finish the project and see if they want to go to court? This seems like a better idea because in the end, if we wind up in court, nobody wins that one. So we are going to, they're going to give us a date when we can get this thing done. Just for you guys, they were talking this morning that because they're going to have to cut holes in that concrete, they don't want to do it while we're working, so they're thinking, I don't know of a holiday we have coming up.
Monday.
Well, Friday is actually our holiday.
Yeah.
But they can't get into it that fast. You're not going to get a plumber here to cut those holes that fast. So then they suggested maybe a Saturday. So I'm sure we can get somebody to come in and supervise them on a Saturday. If they want to come down here and cut holes in that floor on a Saturday, we're not there, so be it. The drywall and the flooring, I think, can kind of be done while people are working. That's not that big a deal. But core cutting that concrete is going to be very loud and dusty, nasty, and all that good sort of stuff. So
Drywall gets pretty dusty.
well, that can get pretty nasty too. Maybe we can get it
But they're
down
only
on
doing
some.
like the bottom.
Yeah, just that bottom portion, But when they mud it in and sand it off, that might get a little nasty, so maybe we'll look for a Saturday to get that done too. But it appears as though that's the way we're gonna wind up going forward with the Verigy and be able to get that taken care of. So I'm doing everything I can to keep us out of court and still get done what we need to get done. That's all I can say. It's been a horrible process, I think, from day one, so if we can get it resolved, we'll get it resolved.
They definitely need to finish the job before they get the last payment.
Yep. Any other discussion on Verigy?
I'd just like to point out they haven't cut our expansion joints. They didn't put a clean out in front of wastewater like they're supposed to.
There's a whole list of stuff.
Yeah, there's a whole list of it. So I don't
like the idea, but I think those are going to be items that they would not do, and they'll let us take them.
It's in the contract, though. That's the thing. That's why they caved on that, is because I started pointing out the contractual obligations that they didn't fulfill. You know, and they, of course, they're going to bend on a $3,600 sump pump because, you know, the contract says all the concrete at the complex, and every time I nail them on that, we get what we want. It's kind of crazy. But they should have fixed those stairs at the Justice Center. I mean, I railed that guy that day on those stairs and said, hey, this is concrete. It's on the complex, and you need to fix it. And, well, we agreed to disagree on that one, but...
Well, looky here, you know, if you guys believe that, and people believe that we need to do something else, you know, if you think we...
Well, it's frustrating because we had a verbal agreement with them to, okay, you're gonna fix all this stuff, and we'll pay you half now, and then half later, and then they send their lawyers down to, I don't know, if that's the guy they're going to send to intimidate us, they sent the wrong guy.
Yeah, that is true.
So I'm done with Verigy. I mean, I'm done this back and forth. I want to see what they, you know, if they're going to stick to their word, because, you know, that gentleman that they sent down, the one that called you, he spoke a lot about a gentleman's agreement to get this work done, and then they come back with demands, which I don't think they're entitled to any demands until they actually complete what is stated in the contract. If they're going to go by the contract, then let's go by the contract.
Yeah, you know, I have noticed an awful lot of times that you'll have one side of Verigy want to be real tough, and then when it seems like somebody a little bit higher than them figures out what's going on, they tend to want to go ahead and do what we want to get done. So, look, if you guys want to
it's just been
take this farther, we can do it, or we can just do it. Because the 180 actually, I mean, that is due to them.
But even the half of the 90?
Yeah.
See, the way it's set up is they do A, B, and C, and then they get paid for that, you know? then they do E, F, and G, and they get paid for that. And it's like, so you're paying them in chunks. That's the way the whole thing is set up. But their last chunk, this 92,000, is, we told them you're not getting that till you finish the work.
Yeah,
Because once we do that, we got nothing. We've got,
And it was percentages of completion. So when a certain part was 30% complete, you paid out. Then that next portion was now 60% complete, you paid out. And then it was 100% complete, then it was paid out.
Yeah, it's 100% final completion, and that's why
Yeah, and the contract has no retainage. The
Yeah.
original contract had no remedies.
And that's crazy.
I don't disagree with you, but I can't change that now. So I think we're trying to solve something that we can salvage. If you guys want to say, nope, you need to complete all of these things and go to court, then I'll entertain a motion. If you don't and we want to fix it, then we can just fix it. Yes, sir.
You said it's a $3,600 sub fund?
Probably going to be a little more than that, but go ahead.
But I mean, if you give them $45,000, what's to say, like, you know what?
Well, then the other 45,000 we use to fix it and not give it to them, and wind up in court
I I mean, mean, they've already got, what, 3.89 million, something or other? I mean, what's 45,000 between,
that's
I
kind
understand
of,
that.
yeah.
I mean,
I understand that.
45,000 for a $3,600 job and then don't even do the job and walk away.
Well, it's the installation that's really gonna.
It's going to be more than $3,600, I assure you.
Pumps are cheap. I mean,
That's-
pumps like.
They also have to do the flooring, they have to cut the holes,
Do the drywall.
and the drywall.
That was
So-
the quote from Martin Plumbing for the pump, but not for the installation.
And when I mentioned it, I said, well, you guys have got insurance. They pointed out that our contract says we have to carry the insurance on the job.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, contracts are hard.
Well,
Gotta read them.
I'll leave it there. Yes, sir.
Well, as you say, on the expansion joints that you mentioned, if there's too much of a delay with the change in season.
Oh, yeah.
And cracks occur, that could make their obligation to remedy it if the cracks develop, even a greater, cost to them, I would submit, if you've taken that issue to them.
Well,
Yeah,
and those are something that we can annotate in the final sign-off, but you know what their argument was when we brought it up is their engineers
So we don't need them.
said they don't need them because of the distance and this other garbage they threw out at us. So again, we're at an impasse, right, as to whether they're gonna do it or not. So do we say, fine, I'll see you in court? Or do we figure out something, is it this way, if they said that our engineers doesn't need it and the concrete all cracks up and breaks up next year or during this season, do we have remedy to sue them for damage?
It's going to crack. That's too much concrete without an
That's
expansion
probably
joint.
true. That's
It's
probably
going
true.
to.
So-
The nature of concrete these last couple of decades is such that you've got to cut those joints.
So then my question is, do we argue it up front or do we argue it on the back end?
Thank you for holding their feet to the fire.
Well, at least to some extent, with nothing, we've got nothing. So on the last installment, when they wanted me to sign off being 100% complete, I just handed it back to them and said, no, I'm not gonna do that yet. So it's kind of what we've got, unfortunately. If somebody, if there's a better remedy, let me know.
Well, we've
I mean,
tried. We've tried quite a few times, and it's funny. I'm looking at this from April 2022. It's been a. Let me just read this so people understand what they were talking about. Virgie has been working with the maintenance staff and county auditor to design and price the county's wish list of repairs that was provided to us along with other items identified during various walkthroughs. This report summarizes the scope of work and cost for the identified projects. They go into a history of working with Camden County. They were originally called CTS. Virgie has completed 2 successful projects with the county over the years. One project was in the 2009, and the majority of it was upgrading the HVAC, roofing, tuck pointing at the Justice Center, which I think we all agree was pretty good.
CTS was a great company, but Verigy sucks. That's just what, when they changed to Verigy, they're not the same at all.
Yeah. And then the final is a project with Virgie means a single point of accountability with only one contact. I wonder who that was. We provide a turnkey, guaranteed not to exceed cost for the project, which means no Virgie initiated change orders. Lie. We design it and manage it on site, project manager that manages all the subcontractors. Another lie. We are fortunate to have several local contractors bid on the work as well as the preferred partners of the county. We were never consulted on that.
You know, back when they were CTS, they really stood behind their work, and they did the roof on the Justice Center, and we had 3 or 4 minor issues, but you could call them at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they'd have somebody here on site the next morning at like 9 o'clock working on the problem. They were great.
Contractor can tell you when an LLC shuts down and a new one forms.
There's a reason. Yeah.
It's typically because they got sued and disappeared, gone. That's the number one red flag.
And there is another issue. If we were to say, all right, we're not going to deal with you no more, we'll see you in court. It's
No,
an
I
LLC.
would like, personally, me, I want them to come to a public meeting. That's what I requested in the email, and, you know, well, you know, if they want money, they will.
How did they miss the roof on the Macleod building? That just wasn't.
That wasn't part of the contract.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They didn't assess that when they looked around and said, shit, this roof's 25 years old or whatever?
I guess Camden County didn't.
That's too bad.
There's another argument that they make in the contract that any subsurface issues are our fault, our problem. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, the unknowns.
Yep, the
person.
unknowns,
Yeah, that part of the contract is very predatory towards Camden County. Because they can say, oh, that was an unknown. They, you know, the contract
I've actually
says
seen one
remove all
like that before.
asbestos. But when they start pulling up the tile and they find more tile, they're like, oh, there's more, but that was an unknown.
This was not a pre-existing
Like,
subsurface.
well, what are you going by? Remove all the
But I
asbestos?
told them multiple
Prove
times
that.
with the one in our office, and wasn't gonna be abated until I kept just doing it, and there was.
Yeah, well, yeah, so that's a good example. Teresa had asbestos tile in her office, and
No, I knew it because it was part of, we'd been told we had asbestos. And then they were talking about that tile out in the lobby. Well, it flows right into our
Yeah.
office where the old lobby used to be, and I'm like, well, it's
and
there.
they basically said, we're not touching that, so we had to, I mean, we wanted to get all the asbestos out, but, you know, as far as meeting contractual obligations, there's not a lot they've done to meet that standard, in my opinion.
Like I said, if
Let's just see if they want to come to a public meeting. That would be, I don't know how you feel, Dawn. You want them here publicly, or you want to?
Yeah, we can get them to come.
All right, let's.
can't make them.
Although I've been away, I'd like to just see it over there. We're so close. I honestly don't like the idea of doing something up like it, because to me, you're treating the problem, or the symptom, not a problem. I need to find out why water's letting it down, not just
Well, Eddie, our maintenance man,
Yeah, he told us.
has been doing, by the way, everybody knows, anyhow, he believes that it's possible, the way the way that building is made and the way the floors are, that they cut through, because they had to open up that entire basement floor to put that piping in for the bathroom, that they may have actually dug through a footer drain. And if they did that, and I'm not a builder, I don't know anything about footer drains, I kind of get the idea. But if they did that, then is that water not able to shed all the way out of the building? Is it now backing up underneath that?
Well, they pulled out
Don't
like
know.
6 different drains, and one of them was those old terracotta drains. So they probably cut all kinds of drains out. You know, I'd like to get them here and, you know, question
All right.
them what we're doing here, because us paying them doesn't mean we're gonna get anything out of it.
All right. I'll attempt to get them down here for a public meeting. If a open public meeting like this doesn't work, we'll try a closed session meeting. At least then everybody gets, 3 of us can sit and talk to them. Whatever. We'll get them down here if we can get them down here.
What would we put that closed session under?
Oh, no, it would be a closed session, just a working session.
Oh, I was gonna say pending litigation.
Pending litigation, maybe. So,
All right.
all right, so we'll just leave that at this point. There is one issue of old business. Doggone it, Donnie wouldn't have walked out of the room just yet. He'll be right back. Okay, then. So the last little thing here, just some old business. The National Association of Counties is having their their legislative working session or legislative meeting in Washington, D.C. They do it every year. And I got something out of going to Texas. The county spent about, if I can remember correctly, about, drove about maybe about $2,000 or $3,000 sending me down there. And it's going to be probably close to that much going to D.C., $750 for the registration to NACO, and then $275 a night for a hotel room for, I think, 4 or 5 nights. And then air travel. So the question was then, shall we expend those funds to send me? I wasn't just going to do it without having to talk about it and see if we think that has value, and to go do it.
What can you say, if I may?
Yeah.
What can you say you gleaned from the last one you went to Texas?
That every member of that association is against the United States and wants to spend as much money as they possibly can in their districts. Almost. And the one, it's fascinating because the ones that don't, because I've talked to a few people and they're kind of like, yeah, I don't agree with some of this, but they don't stand up and say anything about it. I did, and I kind of got
A little following.
I got a little bit of a following, and I've also got a little bit of, this guy's an idiot. That's fine, because
They expose themselves.
They absolutely, yeah. Oh, yes. Quick story. I'm on the Environmental, Energy, and Land Use Committee, Steering Committee, and no, it is funny. Trust me. There was a lady from California that actually started crying and said that she believes that in the next year the oceans are going to rise 2 to 3 feet, and that all of her family is going to be killed.
I thought that happened 10 years ago.
That's
when they predicted it.
You can't make some of these people actually believe, and it's a part of them. I tried to throw some sense into the room, and you can see some people's, maybe. As they continue to spend $4, $5, $6, and $7 on gas in some of these states, I think people are starting to wake up a little bit, but to our energy use. But I don't know. So the question was, Don, do you, for you, are we going to send me to this thing in Washington, D.C.? I figure it's going to be another good $2,000 or $3,000, easy enough, to have me go to the legislative session in Washington, D.C. At least there, I can actually talk to lawmakers, what have you. I don't know. And maybe just going this first year, see what's going on, and then realize that, this is a complete waste of money and time, and then never do it again. I don't know. I'm not going to just make that decision.
If you want to go, I'm okay with that.
I'd say we take it out of
first year in
passport.
office, I quit going to all that stuff because it was just, the MAC meetings, NACO meetings, stuff like that. You've been to them.
Oh, yeah.
You know what they're like.
Oh, yeah.
It just seems like, to me personally, it just felt like a waste of time. I felt like could do a lot more and be a lot more effective back here at home than, than going to those things, the MAC meetings especially.
Well, I think I get a little more out of the MAC meetings because they are close. They're home state people, and I've made some good relationships with a few people, and I've been attending the Western District meeting, and that's where we got some more information about SB 190, and also when they talked to me about that at this last Western District meeting for Missouri Association of Counties, they liked the idea that Camdenton was leading the way, and they wanted to know from me a lot of things that we did and how to do it. And, also people came up to me and have talked about when these guys passed the Second Amendment Preservation Act and ordinance in the county, and they liked that idea. So I think there's a group that wants that leadership. That's what they're waiting for, and I'm not saying I'm that guy, but maybe I'll be that guy. I'll give it a shot, and see if we can't really turn some things around in Missouri. So
let's check and see if we have how much we have in our discretionary and passport, and then I don't have an issue. If you want to lead the charge on that, you're the man, because I don't think me and Don are interested in being a part of that.
No, I just never, any of those meetings I ever went to, when I got back, I never felt like I got my money's worth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you may feel differently. Like I said, I'm not against it. I just don't want to go myself. Like
I'm not,
James said, I'd rather.
I'm not
stay
saying
here.
we're getting our money's worth.
I definitely don't want to go to DC. We'll say that.
Yeah. Me too.
Well,
Me too.
Kind of looking forward to it, and not looking forward to it, so.
To the extent that you and elected officials throughout the thousands of counties around the nation develop a sense of helplessness and isolation, that's bad for liberty and freedom around the nation.
Mhm.
And seeing some things happen, even in some of our supposedly conservative-leaning, liberty-minded states. One that comes to mind is this damn carbon capture pipeline that they're building through southeastern counties in my native state of South Dakota. And Kristi Noem's sitting on her hands, not doing anything about it at the state level, let alone what some of these state senators and representatives are doing. To the extent that you can network with folks in Iowa, maybe Illinois, Indiana, these people being beat down, trying to separate themselves from northern, People's Republic of Chicago. If you can network with those in some ways, I would say that probably makes it worth it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll tell you one little quick story too. Met some individuals from Wyoming. I mean, conservatives, you ever want to be conservative, love America, God-fearing, the whole 9 yards. Come to find out, if they put wind power in their state and send it to California, they make bank. They got money coming in hand over fist. So you know what? They do it.
It's an economic thing.
It is to them.
Electricity's really high in California.
If it wasn't subsidized and government subsidized all that wind stuff, I would not care, but it's our tax dollars that don't even exist. So, all right, we'll check into that. Any other input, anything anybody wants to say? It's the end of the agenda items. Anything anybody wants to bring up? Seeing nothing at all, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
this 20 grand and I would pay it off as quickly as possible. Get it out of your, even if there's no interest, all of it, I would make that my number one goal. Just go ahead and get debt free, because when you free up that $500 a week, which is incredible. I mean, that's $2,000 a month that you then have to save more and save up for an emergency fund of 3 to 6 months of expenses in that money market account that you have with your $1,000. Just add to that after you pay off this debt. And then I would look to invest in retirement. So you have your Roth open, which is awesome, but I would put 15% of my income towards your Roth. If your job offers a 401k, do that. But these retirement type accounts, when you get to that point, it really is the best way. I know some of your friends probably do some single stocks and kind of play the market, but honestly, when you look at day trading overall over a long period of time, you end up losing money. There's so much risk in it. And, again, people are trained in this, and if that's like how their mind works, but even those people that are trained in it, it usually comes out as a loss leader. And so being able to put your money in something that is reliable, like good mutual funds, really is the best bet, Nathan. And if you start this early, it's amazing what can happen. If you go to RamseySolutions.com and look at our investing calculator there and just play with some numbers, like it's phenomenal starting at 21 at where you're at. I know you're not going to start today because I want you to get out of debt and get that emergency fund, but I mean, that's where you're heading, which is amazing. And so, yeah, I mean, if you want to buy a house too in the middle of that, I would do that. Save up a good down payment even before you invest. That could be your next step. But if you're not in a rush for that, if there's still, life is in limbo because of season of life where you're at or age, You don't know where you're going to be long term. Don't feel like you have to rush into that.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, I totally.
Sorry to cut you off, man. You are super wise. I heard something in you, and I want you to never, ever, ever lose this, okay?
Okay.
You have a $20,000 interest-free loan to your parents. You know
Correct.
that they want to float that because there's a little bit of guilt, a little bit of parent weirdness there.
Yeah, 100%.
You have a couple of buddies who are like, bro, dude, buy stocks. We're going to be billionaires. Dude, if we bought Tesla, And you recognize, dude, I don't even, eat the same food y'all eat because you're morons. And then you have a couple other buddies that don't have the heart of a teacher. They have the heart of a commission salesman when it comes to retirement. Bro, you need to put it in my, super fund. And so you're like, hey, wait a minute. You just make money every time I do this. You are so wise looking, following the rabbit down the hole. And so what Rachel just gave you was a map to unhooking yourself from all these other opinions and living a life that very, very, very few Americans live, which is a life of freedom and peace.
That sounds pretty good.
Mom, oh, honey, you don't need to pay us back this much. Mom, I'm not going to owe anybody any money, including you. Well, it's no interest.
Yeah,
I know, Mom.
Thing that I'm looking at now.
Yeah, dude. And it just changes Christmas, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. If they see me, showing up and I've got, a nice new coat, they're thinking, well, why isn't that money that's
Totally.
Get off,
Yes.
get it out. Yeah.
Oh.
And man, if you want to buy a house, buy a house. Bro, you're missing out on the new stock. Well, cool. I'm going to have a place to live, and I'll let you rent my garage.
Yeah, and the hard thing too, Nathan, to John's point, is this plan is not the exciting, flashy.
It's the least sexy plan there is.
Yeah, it's not going to be like, oh yeah, did you see this thing that happened this week? It's not. I mean, but it's the thing that is going to sustain you, because it not only helps put you in a better financial situation, it helps you, Nathan, the person, as you're going through this of delayed gratification, all of it. And people make really unwise financial decisions when they're greedy. And what's the other one?
When they're drunk, greedy,
drunk,
and looking for shortcuts.
Yes. So don't do that, Nathan. Play the long game, and you're being so wise at your age to do this. So thank you so much for the call. Thanks to all the guys in the booth to make this happen.
And Emily.
And Emily. Sorry, Emily. I see you, girl. John, thanks for co-hosting. And thank you, America, for listening. This is The Ramsey Show.
You want to know more about something you heard on the show today? Go to RamseySolutions.com, where you can get trusted resources our team put together just for you. Tools for money and more. It's all there at RamseySolutions.com. It shouldn't surprise you. Christmas is right around the corner, and it's my favorite time of the year. So we've got a surprise for you. The Ramsey Cash Giveaway is back! And this year it's sponsored by Ramsey Smart Tax. We're giving away a $500 prize every week and a $5,000 grand prize. Imagine what you could do with that extra cash. Just go to RamseySolutions.com/giveaway to enter, and keep entering every day to increase your chances to win. And we're not stopping there. Our $12 Christmas sale is back too, and you can find gifts for everyone. Save money and give the gift of hope with our best-selling books and tools as low as $12. Pick up a copy of Baby Steps Millionaires, The Total Money Makeover, just $12 each. And grab your favorite edition of Dr. John Deloney's Questions for Humans, starting at just $10. Shop the sale today at RamseySolutions.com/store. That's RamseySolutions.com/store.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks, and it is Election Day in dozens of states across the country, and one of the biggest issues is abortion. It's on the ballot in Ohio.
On the ballot, Issue 1, an initiative that would guarantee an individual's right to make and carry out one's own reproductive decisions.
Issue 1 is just not right for Ohio.
But voters are divided.
A vote no gives your personal medical decision over to the government.
Gabriel Mann with Ohioans United for Reproductive Freedom expects the vote to be close, but thinks the ballot measure will prevail.
We know that this is what Ohio voters want.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Rhode Island could elect its first black member of Congress today. Voters in Kentucky and Mississippi are choosing their governors, and state legislature seats are open in 2 states.
In Virginia, Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin urged people to vote with all 140 General Assembly seats on the ballot. He's looking for a GOP lock on the state house, but Virginia Democrats say giving Republicans full control will lead to rollbacks of voting rights.
That's CBS's Chanel Call. The Supreme Court's hearing arguments now on whether people under domestic violence restraining orders can have guns. Taria Stanley's an abuse survivor.
There's no doubt in my mind that if my abuser was able to get their hands on a gun, the stab wound on my chest that I look at every morning would have been a gunshot wound, and I would not be standing in front of you all today.
The White House says it does not support Israel's plan to control overall security in Gaza indefinitely. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
We don't support a reoccupation of Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces. We do think that there needs to be a healthy set of conversations about what post-conflict Gaza looks like and what governance looks like.
Calls for a ceasefire, meantime, are growing 1 month into the war. CBS's Doug Williams is in Tel Aviv.
Saadi Baraka has been a gravedigger for 40 years. He told CBS News that before the war, this cemetery used to bury 2 or 3 people a month. Now it's received over 6,000 bodies, more than half of them children. Let them kill Hamas. I have no problem with that, he raged. But why are they killing innocent children in their homes?
The CDC says syphilis is still surging. Reporter Alexander Tin.
More than 3,700 cases of congenital syphilis, a bacterial infection that spreads through sex and can be life-threatening for babies born to infected moms, were reported last year, according to new CDC data. That's the highest it has been in some 3 decades and is far above rates in most developed countries.
Many cases are also untreated, which can lead to lifelong medical problems. This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Late News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. An Eldon area man faces felony drug charges following a traffic stop Friday night at Route HH and Bagnell Dam Boulevard. Sheriff Tony Helms says a deputy stopped the motorcycle after observing several traffic violations and identified the driver as 31-year-old Casey Foster, who allegedly showed signs of being under the influence. A subsequent pat-down of Foster revealed 12.5 grams of cocaine, along with more than 60 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, 10 psilocybin chocolate bars, and a handful of vape pens. Foster is formally charged with second-degree trafficking of drugs and possession of a controlled substance. He was taken to the Camden County Jail and was being held on a $50,000 bond. The financial future is looking bright in the city of Osage Beach. That's according to Mayor Michael Harmison, who says a projected 4% growth rate for the new year ahead is almost a certainty, with a number of developments in the works, which of course also means the need for more housing.
We're going to have a lot of construction workers here, and they've got to have a place to live, and they're going to be contributing to the economy, and then they're going to bring their family down, and they're going to have their recreation.
Harmison also points to the collection of a 3% sales tax on adult-use marijuana and associated projects, which will also add to that bottom line. Otherwise, a recent job fair was held with several positions still available in the city. Find out more about the city's budget and employment opportunities by clicking the link at krmsradio.com. A quick meeting appears to be ahead tonight for the Camdenton Board of Aldermen. Only 2 topics, approving election procedures for April and a liquor license for a convenience store, are on the agenda, along with the usual monthly reports. Tonight's Board of Aldermen meeting in Camdenton begins at 6 o'clock in City Hall. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on Twitter and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunny this afternoon with a high around 80 degrees and light southeast winds. Tonight, clear with a low of 62. Wednesday, sunshine with a high of 80. Thursday, showers, much cooler with a high of 58. Friday, sunshine with a high of 60 degrees. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 82.
This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri. I'm Bill Pollock. There is a whole nother life that is living underground in Springfield, right under your feet. We'll find out about Springfield Underground. We'll learn from the University of Missouri about a new study on what employees desire from their superiors. And you learn something new every day. I'm just learning that pork steak was invented in Missouri. We'll learn the origins from the dining editor of St. Louis Magazine. There's a county on the northwest tip of Missouri where Lewis and Clark visited twice, and today residents want you to come and discover. Ashley Bird talks with one of those residents. She's with us now. Karen Brown, the founder of the Dusty Trails Cafe and Steakhouse in Rockport, Missouri.
Captured the theme, which was Lewis and Clark met Laura Ingalls Wilder on the Santa Calagon Trail, and to be able to feature wild game and feature foods with a modern twist that the pioneers would have taken with them as they traveled west.
Tell me how you pull that off. Can you, since this is for radio, can you describe some of the ways that you pull off that theme that you identified?
The first way that we capture the theme is just the decor in the restaurant. So there, it is very Western, very Wild West, kind of taxidermy artifacts, things like that. The second thing through the food is we have wild game features. We have a wild game burger. We do other things with wild game appetizers. This is not necessary. This is just kind of tongue in cheek, but we have wild game cheesecake, which was turtle cheesecake. So there's things like that we do that just kind of try to build on the Wild West.
How wild is this wild game? Is this something that Lewis and Clark would have eaten? How wild does it get?
So we've, very simple things like buffalo, elk, venison, duck, rabbit, goat.
Snake? You have snakes?
Yeah, and I guess Elizabeth is saying North American based, so we don't go off the continent. So we'll do fish, trout, salmon, catfish.
So at the Dusty Trail Cafe and Steakhouse, this is wild fare, and you're also trying to recreate sort of the ambience of walking into, I guess, like a tavern that Lewis and Clark might have eaten at. Is that sort of the feel?
I think Lewis and Clark probably sat around campfires most of the time, so there probably wasn't a nice, comfy, cozy booth in any bar in the West. So we want our spot to be very comfortable, and you can sit and visit. You can sit and have a drink. You can sit and have a meal. You can come in for an appetizer or dessert. You can be alone. You can bring a whole crew with you, and you would be comfortable any way you came.
Well, tell me about the decor some more, because I think I saw that there was a special bar design.
Yeah. So the bar is a covered wagon, and so the seats are around the exterior of the wagon, and the bartender is inside. So you kind of have to use your imagination, but the top of it is easily recognizable as a covered wagon, something that would have been traveling on the prairie back in the 1800s.
And how about the animals? You said there's some taxidermy in there. What are we going to see?
Oh, gosh. So I have a neighbor in Kansas City, and he was an avid hunter, and so I was able to purchased some pieces from his collection. So we have 2 deer. So we named them, of course, Lewis and Clark. We have a brown bear, a huge elk. The bear's name is Ted. We have a beaver, Justin. We have a coyote, who is Riley. We have a ram, a mountain goat, a turkey, a pheasant, pheasant, duck. We have some pelts. So I have an Arctic wolf pelt, some fox pelts.
So that is definitely reminiscent of what Lewis and Clark and maybe even Laura Ingalls Wilder would have seen while they were out there on the prairie. So has anyone ever asked to move away from one of those animals if they were eating that animal? You know, have they ever said, "I don't want to look at it while I eat it"?
Yeah, no. Most of the animals are on display either in the entryway when you come in, or they're on the walls far enough away from where you're sitting that you could still see them, but not feel like they're looking at you while you're eating.
Well, I also learned, and I want to say KETV in Omaha did a fantastic video on your restaurant, but also on Rockport too.
Yes, they did.
I want to give them props because that's part of where we saw this interesting story. And so part of the story is trying to restore Rockport and to make sure that people still come by there. It's a small historic town in Missouri that is losing population, but has lots of history, as I said. So that's just part of that. How's that effort going?
Well, I am not a part of the Restore Rockport committee or the people that are doing that. My effort, I guess, Restore Rockport, would just be in having a restaurant that would entice people to come from the big city to the small town, and realizing that they can't come, every week. But if a group of people ventured out, once a month or every other month from the city down to Rockport or to any small town, that would 100% help revitalize the small communities around. Because I guarantee you, all of us in the small towns go to the big city and do things there. So we do appreciate it when city folk come see us.
Karen Brown is the founder and co-owner of the Dusty Trail Cafe and Steakhouse. So for folks who might not know where Rockport is, I mean, it's near some larger cities, but in different states. So tell us where to find Rockport.
Sure. We are in the very northwest corner of Missouri. We are at the intersection of I-29 and U.S. Highway 136. It's exit 110. I like to tell people we're halfway between Omaha and Kansas City, although that's not exactly correct. We're about a short hour south of Omaha, 35 minutes from Nebraska City, 30 minutes from Maryville, Missouri, 10 minutes from Auburn, 35 or 40 minutes from Beatrice. Fall City's about 30 minutes away. Mound City's about 30 minutes away. So there's St. Joe's 45 minutes away. Yeah. So that's kind of a circle around Rockport out from us. Lincoln, Nebraska would be the east side of Lincoln is probably an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes away.
So I read that you're in Atchison County, right? And
yes.
There's 2 camping sites that were favorites, or at least sites that were used by Lewis and Clark. So you were holding true to that area, even though I'm sure your restaurant's far nicer, like you said, than they would have had to stay in. But this is holding true to that history too of that.
Yes. And I am a semi-history buff, but I believe, and somebody can correct me, that's a true history buff. But I think Lewis and Clark kind of got lost off of the Missouri River and ended up on the Nishnabotna River. And I think that's where one of the camping sites kind of is. So they did get a little bit off track. But as we know, they found their way.
They found their way. If folks want to find their way to the Dusty Trail Cafe and Steakhouse, Karen Brown, Is there a website they can go to figure out when to go?
Yes, the website is dustytrailsteakhouse.com. Also can find us on Facebook.
Karen Brown, thank you for joining us on Show Me Today, the Voice of Missouri.
Thank you so much.
Put a frog in boiling water and it'll jump right out. But put a frog in cool water and slowly heat it up, that frog will boil. As veterans, we tell ourselves the lie that we can handle anything. We let the water boil. You are not a frog. If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach. Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Missouri Veterans Home is a long-term, skilled care facility specializing in meeting the needs of Missouri's veterans. We have the opportunity to serve the veterans who have served so many others.
The nurses and the help that we have here, they're just such wonderful people.
Missouri's veterans homes are now accepting admissions. Visit mvc.dps.mo.gov.
What I remember most is the loneliness I felt, the separation from other people. At the end, drinking was no fun for me. Since I've started to attend AA meetings, the greatest gift is that I've become reconnected. I'm part of life again. I really like myself, and that's wonderful. AA is a miracle in my life.
Visit AA.org for more information and download the Meeting Guide app to find.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Beaches and
Welcome back to Show Me Today, the Voice of Missouri. A healthy atmosphere, positive growth at work, leadership, respect. It's stuff we all want in the workplace. Cameron Connor is with Justin Willett. He's the program director of the University of Missouri's Leadership Institute to discuss a new study on what employees desire from their superiors.
Why exactly did you see the need to conduct the study in the first place?
Yeah, so at the Novak Leadership Institute, this is the world's first center dedicated to strategic communication-based leadership education. So we believe that good communication is key to effective leadership and that principles of strategic communication can help leaders have positive and meaningful impacts on their employees, organizations, and communities. And many of these principles are ones that David Novak learned through experience. And now we at the Institute are testing them through research to show how and why they work. So this study in particular sought to understand whether and how leadership communication affects two types of workplace respect and three employee outcomes: job engagement, well-being, and resilience.
For the need for this specifically, what exactly, was there anything that I guess was happening in workplace culture? A big one that usually comes up is the pandemic for things that can impact workplace culture. What were some signs that maybe some research needed to be done and maybe some tweaks needed to be fixed in workplace culture?
Yeah, I think these issues are important no matter what's happening. But yeah, you mentioned the pandemic had quite an impact on the way people worked and interacted with their leaders and so forth. And so when we conducted the survey, it was in fall 2022, right? And that's when people were starting to kind of like mandatory stay at home was over, and you're trying to get back into what is the next kind of normal for workforce. So we thought it was a good time then to kind of assess how leader communication was affecting people's outcomes at work.
Through the survey itself, I guess give me some rundowns on that. What did the survey consist of? How many people participated? And what did you find?
So for the survey, we collected data from September 27th to October 6th, 2022. And overall, we had 1,512 participants. And so we asked them a range of questions about their leader communication, their job engagement, their well-being at work, and the respectful atmosphere at work.
Okay, Justin. Well, how about the actual findings of the study? Was there anything that was surprising?
What we found was leadership communication was not itself a significant predictor of the employee outcomes. However, it was a significant predictor of the two types of workplace respect. And those two were strong predictors of positive employee outcomes. So that was kind of a surprising result because we thought leadership communication would directly affect the employee outcomes of job engagement, resilience, and well-being. But what we found then is that workplace respect is the key, and the leadership communication works through respect to increase those employee outcomes. So both are important, but the respectful culture and the recognition are really key to driving employee outcomes. And leader communication just is a way for leaders to create that culture and share that recognition.
Respect itself. Can you give examples of what that would look like for a leader who is trying to acknowledge one of their employees?
Yeah, that can look like a lot of different things. And that kind of goes back to one of the other questions about what a new leader should do. And I mentioned they should get to know their people well. So when you talk about respect, especially in recognition, each person likes to be recognized differently, right? Some people might like a public display of recognition where others are around and kind of hear their leaders share, what that person did. Other people don't like that. They don't want attention. So they want recognition in a kind of more low-key way. So it's very important that leaders understand their people and what will be impactful for them, but really recognition is just, showing people respect for their contributions and their achievements. So, saying, I know that you've done something good and I want to thank you for that. And this is what it means to the company. That's really that direct respect and recognition. And then the workplace culture, really, that's just about making everyone feel included and respected because they're part of the organization. So that's just a general atmosphere. And those two together, those two types of respect, really are the ones that drive those positive employee outcomes.
What about, and it sounds kind of like a redundant question, but I think it's highly important to talk about it. And you've mentioned it a little bit as far as the mission with the Novak Leadership Institute, but can you really describe the significance of strong leadership and how basically, what reflects from the top will truly reflect on to everybody else that works around you?
Yeah, definitely. So we believe leaders are tremendously influential in organizations, and they help set the tone for the culture. If they can create a respectful and supportive culture, then employees are more likely to be engaged in their work and more satisfied with what they do. And then that, again, can trickle down to consumers, of the products or customers. All those things kind of work together, and leaders are kind of at the top of that pyramid. One other thing worth mentioning, we also do believe, leadership is not just a title, right? So anyone can use these kind of techniques, and good communication works for anyone, even informal leaders, that can increase kind of the supportive culture and outcomes for everybody.
Let's say someone is newly appointed into a leadership role, or to your point, they're more of that unofficial leadership role. Are there any sorts of helpful tips or information that you can give for anyone that's basically trying to up their leadership role?
Yeah, specifically for someone that's new, I think it's very important to get to know their team members. Now, it depends on what level they're leading at, right? They may not be able to meet everyone individually if they're at a high level and have many team members, but if it is manageable, to get to know people and understand where they're coming from, because we find one of the biggest predictors of employee success and outcomes is a leader who recognizes people for their individual contributions and achievements. And so that really requires understanding people, what motivates them, how to get them involved in a meaningful way and use their skills to further the not only the business goals, but their goals of where they want to go. So I think that'd probably be the top tip, is getting to know the people and understanding kind of how they work and what motivates them, so that that's kind of a positive relationship from the start.
And if you've tuned in late to this interview, no worries. Just search Show Me Today wherever you get your podcasts. This is Show Me Today, the Voice of Missouri. I'm Cameron Connor. We're here talking with Justin F. Willett. He's the program director at the Novak Leadership Institute for the University of Missouri. And this particular conversation is discussing the importance of leadership communication and how it impacts the entire workplace culture. How about how to basically play off of individuals' strengths and also work on their weaknesses to kind of show a progression and also kind of use that as an improvement or a benefactor to help the overall workforce production and culture itself?
Going along, it's kind of that idea of that leader-employee communication, knowing the employee and kind of understanding, again, where they want to go. Because oftentimes you'll have employees who kind of have an idea of what they want to do. Maybe they want to move up in the organization or use some other skills. So kind of learning that can help the leader understand how to best utilize that employee and maybe provide opportunities for them to do other things so they can grow. And of course, that clearly would lead to them being more engaged in their work as well. And so that's kind of a win-win, if you will.
So you have conducted this study. You have all this very helpful information and a lot of tips to point forward where some organizations need to go, or just have that helpful information. What about the next step? What do you plan to use this information for? Is there another step in the research that you plan to conduct, or is it something else?
Yeah, so the next study we're actually working on is also about leader communication. So that's kind of our theme, really: leader communication, respect, and recognition. So David Novak was big on recognition. If you recognize people for their achievements, that means more in some cases even than giving them monetary rewards. Like, people want to be seen for who they are and what they've done. So our next study looks at leadership communication for people who use flexible work arrangements. So, work remotely part of the time or hybrid, and to see how leader communication affects employee outcomes when they're not in the office all the time, which for many people whose work can be done from home or elsewhere, they're doing a hybrid arrangement. So we think this is important to kind of see how leader communication can help in those roles keep people engaged and doing well.
Okay, once again, this has been Justin F. Willett. He is the program director at the Novak Leadership Institute for the University of Missouri. Justin, thank you for hopping on Show Me Today, Voice of Missouri.
Thank you.
Planning a special event and not sure where to start? We can help. Hi, this is Lindsay with Bridal Cave. Our Thunder Mountain Park Event Center is perfect for weddings, receptions, family reunions, corporate events, birthdays, or any special occasion. Featuring an intimate mountaintop setting with a $1 million view of beautiful Lake of the Ozarks and accommodating up to 80 people. Make your reservation by emailing me at lindsay@bridalcave.com or call 573-346-2676. Make your special occasion exceptional at Thunder Mountain Park Event Center. Find out more at bridalcave.com.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
It's time for your insect education.
Fact 1.
Spiders and other pests are cold-blooded.
Fact 2.
They don't like to be cold outside.
Fact 3.
They're smart, and they can find the tiniest little hole in your house to get inside
where it's warm.
Back 4.
When they're warm, they breed. Now you have bugs everywhere. The facts are clear. You should call All-American Termite and Pest Control for an interior and exterior spray and live comfortably this winter. Call 346-4830 or visit their website, bugsfearus.com.
RJ's Family Restaurant salutes America's veterans and active military by offering them a free meal this Veterans Day. Mere words cannot discharge our country's debt to those whose sacrifices pay the price of freedom. To honor veterans and those now serving, show your military ID and enjoy a mouth-watering complimentary meal at RJ's Friday, November the 10th on West Highway 54 in Camdenton. Open for breakfast and lunch Tuesday through Sunday from 6 until 2. RJ's Family Restaurant, close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Fall is in the air. Check out the beauty of the autumn scenery from the climate-controlled comfort of Celebration Cruises. Board at the dam, cash bar, and food is available. Learn more at cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212.
Bulletin, do you want to go on our KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, Mexico? Seats are selling fast, and now you only have till the end of this month to book your trip. Well, we just made your choice easy. This station has been Apple Vacations' best customer for years. So, bingo! They just gave us a big discount to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. This resort is less than 1 year old, and it's north of Cancun in a new, uncrowded, exclusive area. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. This all-adult paradise, 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes air, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food. Even your tips are all part of this package. Now, the good part. The new price has been lowered to $15.29 per person. Ocean View rooms are a bit more. If you bought one of our trips at the higher price, you're going to get the difference back in cash. We want you to be happy, and we want you to join us to beat the winter blues in Costa Mujeres. Check out our radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. Or you can call Kim at Direct Travel at the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. Let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Welcome back to Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri. I'm Bill Pollock. All right, I have been waiting for this one to find out the origins of pork steak, which was invented right here in Missouri. Joining Marshall Griffin is St. Louis Magazine dining editor George Mahey.
A pork steak is basically a pork butt, a Boston butt is another term for it, that's been cut into steaks. And they're designed to be grilled or smoked, or you can just apply a lot of cooking methods to them. But apparently, there was some chatter, there was stories in the 50s that the pork steak was invented here. Apparently there was a guy that asked a local butcher to cut a pork butt into steaks that could be thrown on the grill. There was a local grocer who took claim to it, the Schnook family, who they said in the 50s they invented this cut for an inexpensive meat product that could be thrown on the grill. But, I think as people look back and do some research, the pork steak, this particular cut, really showed up in butcher shops around the turn of the 20th century. So they're a lot older than even St. Louisans claim. There was I think in 1901 in the Boston Globe, there was a pork blade steak advertised at 13 cents a pound. So these things have been around a long time, but, like a lot of kind of local culinary delicacies, St. Louis has kind of picked up on it, and I think we might be most famous for the cut. Everybody knows that St. Louis is synonymous with gooey butter cake and the St. Louis spare rib. There's a St. Louis style pizza, and certainly pork steaks comes in, right with them. They're very popular here, especially at the holidays. We always there's a joke in our family that when you see an ad for, quote, meaty pork butts, you know a holiday is right around the corner. That's how they advertise them here, and it catches a bunch of eyes.
I spent parts of my childhood in Missouri, although I'm not originally from Missouri, and I moved here, I guess, about 15, 16 years ago, and I wasn't really familiar with pork steak. When I first saw one and had one, I thought, oh, well, this is just another name for a pork chop, but that's not actually. What is the difference between a pork steak and a pork chop?
Different, they're cut from different parts of the animal. This is cut from the shoulder, which is called, oddly, the butt, B-U-T-T, and there's center cut steaks and there's side cut steaks, but in general, what you want to shoot for is, those that are aficionados say they need to be at least an inch thick. Anything thinner, it just doesn't do it justice. And there's a guy here that cuts his to 30 ounces. I mean, that's big. It's an inch and a half thick, I think. And he slow cooks his and reverse sears it, puts a little sauce on at the end. I should say he smokes it and puts some sauce on at the end and caramelizes that sauce. And this is a local barbecue pitmaster, and he serves it only with a fork because he says no knife is required. So you cook it low and slow and long, and a lot of that fat gets rendered, and it becomes pretty darn tasty. You can't rush it, though. I don't think it's something that works best on a grill. You need to render some of that fat and cook them properly, and that's the best way to enjoy them.
You're listening to Show Me Today. This is Marshall Griffin. We're speaking with George Mahey. He's the dining editor of St. Louis Magazine, and we are talking about pork steak. Now, one thing I've noticed, I have yet to see pork steak on a restaurant menu. Most of the time when I come across pork steaks, it's like local Lions Club groups or Boy Scout troops holding some type of fundraiser where pork steak is the main offering. Or, somebody who gets a pork steak in their grocery store and cooks it at home. Do you know of any restaurants that have pork steak on their menus? Am I just not going to the right ones?
Well, there's a couple, but I think the problem with pork steaks is it's a low and slow process. And if you don't sell them, it's just like any, smoked or barbecued item, they don't hold well. So I think that's the reason that you'll see, if you see them on menus, it might be the special of the day. It might be the nightly special, the weekend special. And there is a place called Beast Butcher and Block, which does have them on the menu. Really, that's his claim to fame. He sells this 30-ounce pork steak that he slow smokes. I think he dry rubs it first, slow smokes it, finishes it with some barbecue sauce to kind of caramelize the outsides, and he serves it only with a fork because he says no knife is required. So he has kind of made really brought pork steak to the forefront here. It's this monster cut. Plus, he sells a boneless variety at our new soccer stadium, and he sells the heck out of them. So you can get them at a number of places in town. There's another guy in town who used to sell them at his restaurant. It's called Sister City's Cajun, and I'm not sure if they're still on the menu there, but he would do the same thing, and he did one better than the other guy, and he said his are spoon tender because no fork or knife is required. You can cut them with a spoon. So, again, it's all in the cooking. You've got to cook them low and slow, and there's a lot of it's a very fatty cut, so it becomes very tasty when it's properly cooked.
And I've come to associate pork steaks with as a barbecue entree. Is that the norm, or is pork steak something you can have with pretty much any type of meal?
You can have it with pretty much any type of meal, but you really see them here at the holidays, at the summer holidays. When Memorial Day is coming around the corner, that's when you see the ads for pork steaks. And I mean, it gets as low as $1.99 a pound, so they're very, very economical, and they're kind of the standard for a lot of St. Louis barbecue, picnics. Again, though, it's best to smoke them. If you grill them, it's probably best to do an indirect or like 2-zone grilling, which, again, cooks them a lot slower. You don't have to marinate them because there's plenty of fat in them, but a dry rub, I think, does them justice.
If somebody, you touched on this a little bit, but somebody who wants to try cooking a pork steak but does not own a smoker, what's the best way to do it?
Well, if you don't have a smoker and you have a grill, you can do indirect grilling or 2-zone grilling where you're not grilling directly over the coals. It just slows down the process. You have to, there's a lot of fat in a pork steak, and you have to render that fat out, or it just, it's not a pleasant eating experience. So just cook them low, cook them slow, and the results are very pleasing. St. Louisans love these things, and like I said, it's kind of, you don't have a summer barbecue without hot dogs, hamburgers, some brats, and some pork steaks. It's not summer in St. Louis without them.
Is there a particular town which boasts of serving the best pork steak?
In St. Louis, you will see some pork steaks drift onto local menus, but again, it's more of a special item because, again, since they take so long to cook, when they're gone, they're gone. It's not something that will hold from day to day. So, I see them more as specials in restaurants and not as a menu item.
And that was George Mayhe. He's the dining editor for St. Louis Magazine. If you're tuning in late or want to hear more, subscribe to Show Me Today on Apple or wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
Discover the fascinating world of nature right here in Missouri with Discover Nature Notes. Have you ever noticed how food always tastes better when prepared and eaten outdoors? Whether you're cooking out in your backyard, a local park, or while camping on a gravel bar on the river, outdoor cooking offers a relaxing way to gather with family and friends and share stories and meals with the perfect backdrop. For your campfire cooking experience, it's best to prepare as much as you can ahead of time. To get ready, freeze and store foods in plastic bags, which will also help keep things cold in the cooler. And don't forget the aluminum foil to wrap meals for the coals or to cover grills. Foil wadded into a ball serves as a great grill cleaner too. The Missouri Department of Conservation offers recipes, outdoor cooking tips, and videos on our website. Discover more with the Missouri Department of Conservation at discovernaturenotes.com.
Learn more. If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health, suicide, or substance use crisis, call, text, or chat 988 for free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, trained crisis specialists will listen to your concerns, provide support, and get you the help you need. There is hope. The Lifeline works. For 24/7 confidential support, just call, text, or chat 988. A message from the Missouri Department of Mental Health.
They are our love bugs and companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life better. When we face unexpected challenges, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people and their pets. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6-seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Now is a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. It's your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. And the best part is, it's free. These sponsors make Lake Job possible. Keys to the Lake, Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp, All-Phase Heating and Cooling at the Lake, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, and JBEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting. LakeJob.com is created by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, and 98.7 The Cove.
Welcome back to Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri. There's a place called Springfield Underground, and when I first heard about this, I thought it was like a club or something, a nightclub. I'm like, what is this all about? But this is actually pretty fascinating. Storage underground, and joining us is Bob Newell. Bob, welcome. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me.
Explain to everyone what Springfield Underground is and how big it is and what its function is.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's a long story, but I'll try to keep it short. But the bottom line is this: this started as a limestone mine back in the late 40s. Basically, the Griesmer family, who owns the facility still to this day, was digging a farm pond and ran into a ledge of limestone, and one of the brothers was a road contractor, and they decided they could start to sell this crushed limestone for roads and construction projects. And it started there, and then just due to the growth of the city of Springfield, they actually went underground in the early 1950s and started mining the facility underground, which is a method of mining called room and pillar mining, which we still do to this day in a different property, which I can talk about later. But so the bottom line is we've been mining that property since the early 1950s underground, and we mined it all the way until about 2015. What's left when you go underground, you're basically, the road surface or the floor surface in the underground is about 100 foot underneath the surface. But you end up with these amazing warehouses and road network system that has anywhere from 26 to 42 foot ceiling heights, which is perfect for warehousing. And, the facility, we've got 3.2 million leasable square feet. That we have 21 separate buildings that we lease out to different clients for different purposes. We're heavily tied into the food network. About 70% of our space is refrigerated, and we get about 600 to 700 trucks in the facility every single day. So it's an extremely busy facility, extremely important to the manufacturing and distribution network in the region. So that's, in a nutshell, what we do.
Bob Newell is the Vice President of Development for Springfield Underground. I can never visualize or understand square feet. And so when we're talking 3.2 million square feet, put that into something that I might understand, like the number of football fields or number of Busch stadiums. How big is that?
The way I describe it the best I can is, we've got these underground warehouses. The smallest one's 80,000 square feet. The largest one's just over 400,000 square feet. And to put that in perspective, an average Walmart is about 180,000 square feet. So as you can imagine, these warehouses are massive. So that's the best way I can do to put it in perspective for you.
Yeah, well, that's a great way. By going underground, the things that I think of off the top of my head is just, from a landscape perspective, you're not polluting the eyes visually with a bunch of warehouses that are sticking up. You're able to store things underground. I mean, I think visually appealing for the Springfield area. That's got to be a plus.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And you got to think from a client standpoint as well. The difference between being underground warehouse as opposed to on the surface. You think about all the landscaping needs you have, the parking needs that you may have, the additional infrastructure costs you have to build, whereas these buildings are basically there in place. You're just putting up some walls and some offices and you roll from there. The biggest advantage, though, for our tenants is the resiliency in the underground. So just average temperature underground, or the ambient temperature underground, is 62 degrees. And that really doesn't fluctuate much, whether it's 104 degrees on the surface or if it's 20 degrees below. So for the most part, underground in those warehouses, 62 degrees, it's much easier for us to manipulate the temperature down from there. We have, like I said, 70% of the facility is refrigerated, but we've even got frozen facilities where we have a 0 degree freezer. We've got a 10 below freezer and a 20 below freezer. much easier for us to maintain that temperature and guarantee those temperatures for our clients. It's also, as you can imagine, a much safer place, much more secure place. You know, you don't have to worry about those things in the whether it be from a theft standpoint, a vandalism standpoint, but more importantly, weather. You know, this tornado proof. So there's you know, severe storms, et cetera. So there's a lot of benefits for our clients to be underground.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that too, because wasn't it an Amazon plant that from a tornado? I don't know if that was last year. Yeah. So, yeah, I was just thinking about that. Yeah. And I was going to ask you, Bob, about the safety. How do you protect this stuff? I mean, I imagine any would-be thieves would be pretty hard to get underground.
Yeah, it's a secure facility. We don't say that it's like extremely secure with our clients, but you know, it's protected access. You know, you've got to have a purpose to be in the underground, and you do have to check in with guards, and we've got 24-hour patrol service. But yeah, it is a controlled access facility. That's what we would say.
We're learning about Springfield Underground, basically warehouses for storage for companies. Is it just Missouri, or do you work with companies across the country?
Oh, the national companies. Yeah, so we're working with companies that are very, very large companies that use us for their distribution network or manufacturing. So our client base is quite large. You know, there's around 400 of these facilities across the country. So it's not like we're extremely unique, but I will say that the difference, and those of you who are in the Kansas City area there's a lot of these facilities in Kansas City, or several of these facilities in Kansas City. The most notable one would be Subtropolis, which is the Hunt Midwest property, where they've got about 8 million square feet underground. The biggest difference between us is our geology, the fact that we have extremely hard limestone in this area. That's why we can push our ceiling heights much higher. So it's much better from a manufacturing standpoint, whereas at Subtropolis, their average ceiling height's about 15 feet. Our lowest is 26 feet. So, and we go up to 42. So as you can imagine, from a warehousing standpoint, that is very advantageous for us.
Bob Newell is the Vice President of Development for Springfield Underground. Can you grow? Can you expand? Or have you kind of reached your limits with this limestone?
So we can. We're growing in a couple different ways. One, the facility actually has still square footage to grow. We haven't done it for a couple different reasons. One, we're not speculative builders. We don't build warehouses and hope they fill. We work with clients and kind of build to suit, if you will. So if the right clients came along, we would. However, the mine is so large that you kind of get back in areas where the access isn't wonderful. So we kind of feel like we're close to done at the Springfield Underground site. However, we have a very active mine on the west side of town near the Springfield Airport, where we're mining underground and in an open pit scenario. But we're a generational company, and we're going to continue to build out these warehouses. So it's a interim land use, is what we like to say. We're pulling out the material to sell for crushed limestone, for asphalt, concrete, the roads, all the construction, the products that are needed. But then we're developing these warehouses over time. So on the west side of town, we've got a mine that it's 30 to 40 years away from probably having legitimate warehouses. But when it's done, we could have upwards of 10 million square feet underground in that space. So that's how we're growing. We're developing a new facility that, we're going to use the current technology, and it'll even be a better facility in time.
Bob, any research or considerations of residential housing underground?
Yeah, we haven't gone there. I know it exists. We have not explored that. As the technology advances, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to consider, but we as a company have not gone down that path.
Yeah. Just real quick, talk about some of the technology now and how you see it changing in a few years that could kind of change the underground warehouse business.
Well, I think the biggest thing, if you were to go or look at a map of the Springfield Underground, or if you ever be able to tour the facility, there, when you're mining back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, you kind of have these twists and turns because you didn't have the technology to put up absolutely square walls and pillars. And so it's almost comical to look how the facility changed over the years. And now where we're mining on the other side of ground, the use of LiDAR and the technology that we can do you're building almost square rooms. That's what we call them, a room and pillar. So the pillars are roughly 30 foot in diameter, and then the rooms are roughly 50 foot by 50 foot squares. They're almost square walls. So that's when I say the technology, I mean the machinery that we have to use. Obviously, we're blasting out this material, but we're able to do it with such precision that the end product is so much better from a warehousing standpoint when it's a finished product.
You talked about weather and things like that, but any concerns with earthquakes, safety?
You know, we monitor it all the time. We still believe we're one of the safest facilities you could be in because of the hardness of our rock. But we have monitoring systems all the time that we know what's happening in and around us. And the studies would tell you that being in an underground mine and facility like ours, because of the way they're constructed, we're actually probably more safe than a surface building. So it's not a massive concern, but it's certainly something we continue to monitor literally daily.
Yeah.
We've got 3 engineers on our staff, and that's something we always monitor.
When you're walking around Springfield, you never know what's going on underneath you. There's a whole different world there. Springfield Underground, Bob Newell, the Vice President of Development. Thanks for joining us. This is Show Me Today, the voice of...
The Missouri Veterans Home is a long-term skilled care facility specializing in meeting the needs of Missouri's veterans. We have the opportunity to serve the veterans who have served so many others.
The nurses and the help that we have here, they're just such wonderful people.
Missouri's veterans homes are now accepting admissions. Visit mvc.dps.mo.gov.
Hey Jimmy, turn off the video games. Let's go play some ball.
I'm in the middle of my game. Can't we go later?
Come on, it'll be fun. It will be there when you get back.
Okay, but there's no way you're gonna win.
Why don't you grab some water and granola bars and then we'll see about that.
You can make a difference. Eat smart, play hard. And when you do, your kids will too. A challenge from USDA.
Discover the fascinating world of nature right here in Missouri with Discover Nature Notes. Getting outdoors in the fall offers more than just colors, scents, and crisp temperatures. It gives you an opportunity to connect to nature on the water, in the woods, a park, or even your own backyard. Study after study shows that you'll get health benefits from walking, jogging, hiking, or paddling. Healthy habits that can lead to toning, weight loss, plus stress and anxiety relief. Your bones and muscles will thank you. NDC's nature centers and conservation areas offer a variety of trails and places to enjoy the outdoors close to home. Be sure to check with your doctor for the best outdoor exercise for you. As the leaves fall, you'll notice more birds and other action in nature too. A great time to get out the camera and create memories, capturing great moments with friends, family, and even pets. Discover more with the Missouri Department of Conservation at discovernaturenotes.com.
If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health, suicide, or substance use crisis, call, text, or chat 988 for free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, trained crisis specialists will listen to your concerns, provide support, and get you the help you need. There is hope. The Lifeline works. For 24/7 confidential support, just call, text, or chat 988. A message from the Missouri Department of Mental Health.
Some people won't give you the real talk on drugs, but it's time we know the facts. Fentanyl is often laced into illicit drugs and used to make fake versions of prescription pills. You can't see it, taste it, or smell it. Suppliers mix fentanyl into their products because it's potent and cheap, and the dealer might not even know. Keep yourself and others safe by knowing the real deal on fentanyl. Get the facts. Go to realdealonfentanyl.com. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council.
All right, now I'm in the mood to fire up the grill and make some pork steaks later today. Hey, appreciate you listening. For Marshall Griffin, Ashley Bird, and Cameron Connor, I'm Bill Pollock, and we'll be back with you Wednesday for more great, entertaining stories from Missouri.
Show me today.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks. The polls are open for another few hours in states like Ohio, where voters are weighing in on a controversial abortion issue. Here's CBS's Chanel Call.
The proposal would only allow the state to ban abortion after viability, which doctors generally consider to be around 22 to 24 weeks, except when it's necessary to protect the life and health of the mother.
Another interesting race is in Texas, where the mother of a girl killed in Uvalde last year is running for mayor.
A year after the shooting at Robb Elementary, Kimberly Rubio was at the Texas State Capitol fighting for her daughter Lexi's legacy.
Did you look at images of children running for their lives and think, what if we had enacted stricter gun laws?
Rubio also lobbied for a federal ban on assault-style rifles. As mayor, she hopes to help Uvalde move forward from that day when her daughter, 18 other students, and 2 teachers were killed by an 18-year-old gunman.
That's reporter Chris Fox. In Washington, the Senate's debating the merits of the Merit Act.
The senators say it would effectively end college legacy admissions by changing requirements for school accreditation. It comes in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision in June to end the decades-long practice of affirmative action. Matt Piper, CBS News.
President Biden is reportedly urging Israel now to agree to a 3-day pause in fighting to secure the release of more Hamas hostages in Gaza. CBS's Linda Kenyon tells us so far those pauses have been happening for about an hour at a time.
White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. will continue to work for the release of all of the hostages.
We are going to continue to pursue every possible measure that we can to get those hostages released and to get those folks back with their families where they belong.
Adding it has been 1 month of anguish for their families.
Today does mark 1 month since the war started. Safety has always been number 1 for lifeguards in California, but now they're dealing with number 2.
This sound ought to be soothing. But not at Imperial Beach, where the water is full of bacteria, the kind you find in human and animal waste. There are foam balls along the shore where the water meets the sands, but they're filled with fecal matter.
This is probably the worst it's been.
Captain Jason Lindquist at Imperial Beach Marine Safety says the lifeguards on duty can smell it, and they get headaches or worse.
That's CBS's Allison Keyes. Thinking of retiring? Consumer finance analyst Beverly Herzog tells us forget palm trees and set your sights on Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
It had such strong scores when it comes to happiness, retiree taxes, and most especially healthcare quality. There's some excellent facilities nearby.
The U.S. News and World Report chose it as the top city to retire in this year. This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. It's that magical time of the year for hunters and trappers across Missouri, with one season continuing, another to open up this weekend, and yet another season to open up next week. Arguably the most popular season, the first shots will be fired this weekend on Saturday when the November portion of the firearms deer season opens and will run through the 21st. So far, statewide in 2023, there have been more than 65,000 deer harvested, with Franklin County leading the way with more than 1,600 harvested. In the Lake area, Benton County has reported 960 harvested deer, followed by Morgan with 853, Camden with 725, and Miller with $575. In addition to the firearms deer season opening up, the woodcock season opened up on October 15th and continues through November 28th, while it'll be open season starting November 15th and running through February 29th for striped skunks. 2023 continues to be a busier year in general for fire districts across the lake area. Osage Beach Chief Paul Berardi says that his district responded to 190 incidents alone during the month of October, resulting in an end-year figure so far of 1,888 responses, up 79 from the same time in 2022. Of the 190 responses, medical calls dominated with 134 responses. Osage Beach personnel also went out the door 7 times for public service assistance, 3 times each for electrical problems and malfunctions, combustible incidents, brush fires, and vehicle fires, and 1 response for a structure fire. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
What a journey it's been for Mizzou running back Cody Schrader, among the leaders in rushing in the Southeastern Conference, and coming off a game where he rushed for over 100 yards, averaged 5 yards per carry against the number 1 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, today we learn that Schrader is a semifinalist for the Burlsworth Trophy. This goes to college football's outstanding player who started his career as a walk-on, as Schrader did last year, transferring from Truman State University, where he was the single-season leader in rushing yards in Division II the year before. And then, of course, his career at a crossroads during COVID as he contemplated leaving the game of football altogether. What a magical run it's been, and Schrader certainly a chance to take home this award. Mizzou basketball winners last night over Arkansas Pine Bluff, 101-79. Much stiffer test, though, coming the Tigers' way on Friday as they take on Penny Hardaway's team from Memphis. And more college basketball news as Kansas head coach Bill Self has agreed to a new 5-year contract extension that's going to pay him some $53 million over the lifetime of the deal. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 81.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starn. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
There's been a stunning development in a years-long lawsuit between Calvary Chapel Church in San Jose and Santa Clara County. Now, the church is facing more than $1.2 million of fines for violating China virus restrictions. Pastor Mike McClure says they recently discovered the county had been secretly spying on church members, alleging they conducted unconstitutional surveillance and tracked its members on church property using cell phones. Now, according to the lawsuit, the county failed to obtain a warrant when they decided to geofence church members, a practice normally used for tracking bad guys. The pastor rightly asserted they are standing up not just for the rights of the church, but also the rights of religious people across the nation. Attorney Robert Tyler says tracking congregants is something you would expect in China, not California. It's not just un-American, folks, but it's ripped right from the pages of George Orwell's 1984. I'm Todd Stern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's the Ozarks Today on News Talk KRMS.
And good afternoon, 410 on News Talk, 1150 KRMS 97.5, 103.3. We are broadcasting from the Radio TV Center in Mid-Missouri. We are KRMS Radio and TV for this Tuesday afternoon, the 7th day of November. Hope you're having a good day so far, and we'll try to make it a little bit better as we go on for the next hour and 49 minutes. In the meantime, let's tell you what we have coming up on the program for today. Mike Konigsman, Lake West Chamber, talking it over with Guy Wayman earlier today. We'll do that at about 4:45. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll talk about that hybrid working, a mix of working from home and a mix of working from on location in your office. Apparently a more popular, growing in popularity as far as that kind of arrangement. And also, if we have time, we'll talk about gun accidents across the country, and we'll get some thoughts maybe from you as well as far as that is concerned. So we got a pretty good show as far as today is concerned. Right now, the in-studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab HD, no rain around the lake area. What you see is what you get, sunshine, and we are at 81 degrees. We had a high of 82 so far. That was just a little bit over an hour ago. Otherwise, the low temperature for the day so far, 56. That happened a little bit after 7 o'clock this morning. Again, sunshine, 81 degrees. It is election day around the country. As far as here in the lake area, I believe only 2 issues. They're both over in Eldon, approving a marijuana tax for adult use marijuana, and also approving a local use tax. So those are the only 2 issues, I believe, here in the lake area, both of them, of course, being in Miller County, and we'll have numbers for you either later tonight or first thing coming up in the morning. Election Day, International Merlot Day, National Bittersweet Chocolate with Almonds Day, and National Canine Lymphoma Awareness Day. Those are the recognitions. Let's get to the calendar and things that happened on this date in history. We will start back in 1944, 79 years ago today. President Franklin D. Roosevelt winning an unprecedented 4th term. He had argued during the campaign that it would be dangerous to change leadership during World War II.
What is the job before us in 1944? First, to win the war, to win it fast, to win it overwhelmingly.
Roosevelt died just 5 months later. 1954, 69 years ago today, Face the Nation debuted on CBS. Host Ted Koop welcomed Joseph McCarthy, the Wisconsin senator.
Face the nation. Through the eyes of this television camera,
Senator Joseph R. McCarthy, Republican of Wisconsin, with correspondents across the country questioning him.
1962, 61 years ago today, 2 years after JFK had beaten him in the 1960 presidential election, Richard Nixon lost a race for governor of California to Democrat Pat Brown. After the defeat, Nixon told reporters he was done with politics.
You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore because, gentlemen, this is my last press conference.
1991, 32 years ago today, Magic Johnson shocking the nation by announcing he would suddenly have to leave basketball due to his HIV-positive status.
Because of the HIV virus that I have attained, I will have to retire from the Lakers.
23 years ago today, 2000, election that was and then wasn't. Democrat Al Gore appeared to have won Florida and the presidential contest, but the network started backpedaling. Later that night, the networks gave Florida and the presidency to Republican George W. Bush, but pulled back again. Dan Rather was trying to keep score.
I have been to goat ropings and space shots, and I've covered presidential elections since the 1950s, and I have never seen anything like this. Take a good look, folks. You haven't seen it before, and you're not likely to see it again in your lifetime.
Just wait till 2020. Yeah, right. And a birthday cup for you 80 years ago today. Singing and songwriting legend Joni Mitchell was born. From her biggest-selling album, Court and Spark, this is part of her hit, Help Me.
When I get that crazy feeling, I know I'm in trouble again. I'm in trouble, 'cause you're a rambler and a gambler and a sweet-talking ladies' man. And you know you're loving.
Just to look at a few of the things that happened on this date in history, the 7th day of November. That brings us up to 4:16. It's the Ozarks Today. Hour number 1, we are back with a whole lot more coming up.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at stonebridgeseniorliving.com.
Now's the time to enjoy the sun, sand, and savings with Direct Travel, Travel Impressions, and the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Direct Travel has partnered with Travel Impressions to take you to some of the most elegant destinations the Caribbean and Mexico have to offer. Whether that's to Breathless Resorts and Spa, offering an adult-only beachfront playground, or Dreams Resorts, offering great options for adults and families. These beautiful and unique resorts offer all the enjoyment you're looking for on a vacation. And right now, you can take up to 40% off when you travel before March 30th of 2024. Plus, receive up to $200 in resort coupons. We also have some outstanding 4-night packages this fall to Cancun, starting at just $6.99 per person. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6-seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Are you ready to make a difference in a child's life? Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association is here to help you become a hero to a child in need. Every child deserves a loving home. You can be the one to provide it. We will support and guide you. Imagine seeing a child flourish under your care, their laughter filling your home, and their dreams soaring to new heights. Join Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association and become a beacon of hope for a child in need. Visit mofosteradopt.com.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
This is the Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
Coming up on 421 now on News Talk 1150 KRMS 97.5 103.3, broadcasting from the Radio TV Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we'll have Ray Miller from the Weatherology Office to tell us what is going to go on for the rest of the week here in the lake area. Quick reminder for you, the Sunrise Beach Little Theater holding its holiday extravaganza. It will be not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, November 18th from 7 to 9 p.m. Sunrise Beach Little Theater, located on North Highway 5 in Sunrise Beach. $15 at the door. They'll take cash, credit card, or check. Concessions available, BYOB allowed. For more information, you can call 573-374-0374. 573-374-0374. The holiday extravaganza, Saturday, November 18th, 7 to 9 p.m. Doors will open at 6:30, and it will feature the swinging sounds of the Lake Jazz Band. Again, Saturday, November 18th. If your weekends are packed with holiday parties until Christmas, you're not alone. How many holiday parties do you plan or do you anticipate attending this year? Well, according to a new survey, the average American will attend at least 5 gatherings. 3 out of 4 of us have plans for Thanksgiving dinner. 2/3 plan to attend a Christmas party. Slightly more than half of American adults say they already have a date for New Year's Eve. If we could skip one, 22% of us said that they would cancel Christmas dinner. Interesting. New research just presented at the American Heart Association Scientific Sessions in Philadelphia shows that people who use the drug or who use this particular drug have an increased risk of heart failure and other issues. CBS News correspondent Matt Piper with the details.
Dr. Robert Page II is with the University of Colorado and says many Americans think cannabis use is okay.
When I interact with patients, they always tell me, well, it's natural, so it must be safe. Well, That's very far from the truth.
New studies presented at the American Heart Association scientific sessions show older adults who use marijuana were at higher risk of both heart attack and stroke when hospitalized, and 34% more likely to develop heart failure.
We know acute use can lead to a drop in blood pressure, particularly when this is vaped or when it is smoked.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
It's only marijuana. 424 on KRMS. Ray Miller coming up. Get a good look while you can. Saturn's rings will be disappearing in 18 months. Sort of. Well, thankfully, just an optical illusion. Just like the Earth, Saturn also will tilt on its axis, except because it's so big, it takes longer to do it. NASA says by 2025, the rings will be on the same horizontal plane as we are, and since they're only 300 feet wide, they will appear as thin as a sheet of paper, and we won't be able to see them in their full glory again until 2032. And to rake or not to rake, that time of the year again, time to rake the leaves if you have them. They may be good looking and beautiful until they fall off the trees and onto your property. But do we really need to break our backs raking them all up? Naturalists saying not really. Fallen leaves can create mulch and even improve the health of your lawn. So put the rake away, or at least take the leaf blower out and aim at your neighbor. Unless you have an HOA, then of course you may want to check with them first. You ever see your neighbors do that? They get the leaf blower out, and instead of blowing them like down a hill or, blowing them into a pile to pick up themselves, they just kind of blow them over to the neighbor's yard. Because once they're on the neighbor's yard, they're not your responsibility anymore. 425 on KRMS, and yes, I do admit saying that, so go for it. Go for it. Get the leaf blower out and blow them onto your neighbor's yard and tell them early Christmas present from you. One more for you. Do you go to college sports? Do you tailgate? Maybe even for high school sports. Why not? But tailgating considered a rite of passage for some college sports, but the parking lot no longer the only place for people to have a drink. The new study from the AP Associated Press says 80% of all schools in major college football sell alcohol at their stadiums on game days. And it's helping out the athletic departments. North Carolina, for example, brought in $4 million in sales last year. And I didn't think it was any real breaking news that the college stadiums sell alcohol nowadays. But I guess maybe it's... maybe so. I don't know. 427, Ray Miller coming up right now in the weatherology office. And Ray, I don't know about you, but I don't think it's too much of a surprise that colleges sell alcohol.
It's been kind of a big deal. It depends on the college. There's some where they have the dry campus rules, so you have to do an exception for the football stadium if it's on the campus. That was a problem for KU a couple years ago when they wanted to start selling alcohol. So it's not quite as widespread as you might think. I think it's more widespread than it was 5 or 6 years ago. But, it's been kind of an issue for some of those schools. Well, that's when you just kind of put it up your sleeve and just kind of put your arm down and pour it into your soda pop and stir it up with your finger and enjoy yourself. Yeah. I don't think I think the statute of limitations has expired now. The fact that alcohol wasn't sold at the stadium was not an issue for those who wanted to consume it back when I was going to school. I'll put it that way. When my mom looked at me and my dad back in 1982 and said, "Why are you stirring your drinks up with your fingers?" All we could do was just shake our heads. And then she's like, "Never mind, I don't want to know." Anyway, be a pretty nice forecast just to sit outside and have a drink. Yeah, not bad at all. Clear skies tonight. Temperatures falling back to about 63. That's what our daytime high should be this time of year, so that gives you an idea of just how warm it is. Sunny again tomorrow, high temperature of 81 degrees. We will cool off on Thursday with cloudy skies and some showers around, a high of 59 degrees. Friday, sunny with a high of 61, and a decent weekend shaping up. Sunshine Saturday and Sunday, highs in the low 60s. A little bit warmer Monday, sunshine, high of 65. In the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Miller.
Thank you, Ray Miller. I'm going to go have a drink, and we'll do it again in about an hour.
I'll see you then.
Sounds good. Ray Miller in the Weatherology office. Right now, sunshine around the lake area. No rain showing up anywhere. Camden, Miller, Morgan, and/or Benton counties. We're at 80 degrees here at the lake. The lake level, 656.05. The river level below Bagnell Dam, 551.5. Truman coming in, 705.73. Surface water temp, 2 mile mark, 64.9. Average high and low for the day here in the lake area, 61 and 38. Record high 81, record low 0. Nada, zip, zilch. 5:07 p.m. will be official sunset today. Around 6:45, sunrise in the morning. Again, right now, sunshine, and we're back up to 81 degrees. Coming up in the next half hour, Mike Konigsman from the Lake West Chamber talking it over with Guy Wayman on the Ozarks this morning. How many Americans went to the ER with something stuck inside them? Don't know who came up with the idea to count, but nonetheless, according to a new analysis of Centers for Disease Control data, nearly 300,000 American adults wind up in the ER every year for having a foreign object in them. Microchips not included or identified on the list. Stuff like plastic swords, glow sticks, magnets, video game controllers. How do you get a video game controller stuck inside you? And not even just where you think. We're talking up the noses, in the ears, sometimes even swallowed. I guess maybe somebody got mad enough at you up the yin-yang. Foreign objects, the 9th leading cause of injury in America. All I can say is, wow. An anthropologist at a thrift store in Florida when they spotted a human skull in the Halloween section. Police did confirm it was not a prop and it was real. The store owner said it had been sitting in storage for years. With the skull being tested now, but cops say they don't think it's anything suspicious in nature. We just want to know, well, was it on clearance because Halloween was over, or was it full priced? 4:31 on KRMS. Time now for news.
CBS News Brief. Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin says he believes voters will flip the state today and give Republicans control of the legislature. When that happens,
I will support one bill that will protect life at 15 weeks, a bill that will have exceptions for rape and incest and when the life of the mother is at risk.
Israel's prime minister says there will be no ceasefire and its military will maintain security control in Gaza. The BBC's Paul Adams.
What the Prime Minister was saying was a recognition that when the fighting is over, whenever that is, then Israel is going to be, for the time being at least, in security, in military control of the Gaza Strip.
The CDC says babies born with syphilis are being born, at the highest rate in decades. Reporter Alexander Tin.
Similar to previous years, the CDC says that 88% of cases didn't get timely testing or treatment for syphilis during pregnancy. That could substantially curb rates of the severe infections in babies.
CBS News Brief. I'm Mon.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. 123rd State Representative Dr. Lisa Thomas, whose district covers parts of the lake area, will apparently face a challenge in the 2024 primary election. The challenge will come from lake area businessman Jeff Vernetti of Ballparks International and Vernetti's grocer fame, who announced on Monday his intent to run for the position that's been held by Thomas since she was elected in November of 2020. Thomas and at least Vernetti are now expected to go head-to-head on the August 6 primary ballot, with the winner appearing November 5th on the general election ballot. The first day to file as a candidate will be February 27th, with the filing period to close at the end of business on March 26. It could be a 1-2 punch of good news coming from MoDOT this week. Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says there's definitely light at the end of the tunnel for that bridge work along Route C in Miller County.
If you're commuting between Richland and Osage Beach, that's the bridge closures. We've replaced 2 bridge decks on Miller C, and we're getting ready to wrap that work up.
Optimistically, Miller County Route C could be clear sailing again for drivers by the end of this week or early next week. Rager also says the scheduled closing of Bagnell Dam to traffic this week for some routine work on Thursday is expected to take only about half a day.
Just be for a few hours. So for those that have to commute through there, highly suggest you use 242 and be prepared to go around.
And of course, with any MoDOT project getting done as planned will largely depend on the weather. 5 people find themselves on the wrong side of the Osage Beach Police for the week ending this past Sunday. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says a 32-year-old from Osage Beach and a 72-year-old from Richland were arrested, respectively, for alleged endangering the welfare of a child and domestic assault. 2 others were busted for driving-related offenses and 1 on a warrant out of Camden County. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit FurnitureAtTheLake.com.
What a journey it's been for Mizzou running back Cody Schrader, among the leaders in rushing in the Southeastern Conference, and coming off a game where he rushed for over 100 yards, averaged 5 yards per carry against the number 1 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, today we learn that Schrader is a semifinalist for the Burlsworth Trophy. This goes to college football's outstanding player who started his career as a walk-on, as Schrader did last year, transferring from Truman State University, where he was the single-season leader in rushing yards in Division II the year before. And then, of course, his career at a crossroads during COVID as he contemplated leaving the game of football altogether. What a magical run it's been, and Schrader certainly a chance to take home this award. Mizzou basketball winners last night over Arkansas Pine Bluff, 101-79. Much stiffer test, though, coming the Tigers' way on Friday as they take on Penny Hardaway's team from Memphis. And more college basketball news as Kansas head coach Bill Self has agreed to a new 5-year contract extension that's going to pay him some $53 million over the lifetime of the deal. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream. Get 300 megabit internet for $49.99 a month, including advanced Wi-Fi, and 1 unlimited mobile line free for 12 months. And when you add Spectrum TV, get a Xumo Stream Box free for 12 months. Spectrum One Stream. It's streaming simplified. Visit Spectrum.com for details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 81.
Planning a special event and not sure where to start? We can help. Hi, this is Lindsay with Bridal Cave. Our Thunder Mountain Park Event Center is perfect for weddings, receptions, family reunions, corporate events, birthdays, or any special occasion. Featuring an intimate mountaintop setting with a $1 million view of beautiful Lake of the Ozarks and accommodating up to 80 people. Make your reservation by emailing me at lindsay@bridalcave.com or call 573-346-2676. Make your special occasion exceptional at Thunder Mountain Park Event Center. Find out more at bridalcave.com.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat, or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511 Show Me Taxi, 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
Minutes now before 5 o'clock on KRMS Radio and TV. Coming up in a few minutes, Mike Konigsman from the Lake West Chamber of Commerce. Are you in the Christmas spirit yet? If not, KRMS Radio and TV want to help get you there, along with Celebration Cruises, Christmas on the Lake. It's an experience to benefit local charities starting November 24th and going until the end of the year. You can board this celebration at the dam and cruise for over 2 hours. Complimentary appetizers, live entertainment, a cash bar will be available. Reservations are required, so you can go to cruiselakeoftheozarks.com. cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212, 480-3212. If you have a home between the dam and the 4-mile mark on the first or second tier, and you can be viewed from the lake, you are encouraged to decorate and light up for the cause. Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, the celebration will cruise in front of your house to show off your Christmas decorating spirit. Shh, we're on the air in here. Quiet. Stop making all that noise. 98.7 The Cove playing Christmas music starting November 15th and will continue all the way through Christmas Day. A couple things for you right there, and I had one more, but I was interrupted in the studio and I lost it. So actually, it's coming up tomorrow. It is Grandparents Raising Caring for Children Support Group Meeting. Grandparents who raise and care for children, you have a support group meeting. If you would like to attend, it is at the Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association Regional Training Center. That's in the Old School Commons in Osage Beach. Tomorrow from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. They'll touch on physical, emotional, personal, and spiritual support. Physical, emotional, personal, and spiritual support. Breakfast, snacks, and lunch provided. You can RSVP by texting or calling 573-280-1659, 573-280-1659, or email fergfam2@icloud.com, FERGFAM2, the number 2, at icloud.com. And you, let's see, to reserve your seat by yesterday. I'll just give them a call, shoot them a text, tell them you're going to show up anyway, and just find out what happens. 441 on KRMS. Send all emails, Mike, M-I-K-E, Mike at KRMSradio.com if you want to lodge a complaint or a question or any other reason, but nonetheless. Hey, don't forget, seriously, this Saturday there will be some Veterans Day things going on around the lake area, including the Veterans Day Parade. It will begin at Osage Beach City Hall, and it'll go down to the Elks Lodge 2517 in Osage Beach, and it will start at 1 o'clock. That will be on Saturday. Tomorrow on the program, by the way, we have it confirmed. 2nd District Commissioner Don Williams from Camden County. He'll be talking to us during the program, just kind of doing a general update. We haven't had anybody in from the Camden County Commission lately, so we will welcome into the conversation Don Williams tomorrow afternoon, and we'll do that in the 4:40 time slot. It is 4:42 on KRMS. We'll take a break. When we come back, Mike Konigsman from the Lake West Chamber of Commerce, talking it over earlier today with Guy Wayman on the Ozarks this morning, right here on KRMS.
CBS Money Watch Uber drove the NASDAQ to its 8th straight winning session after reporting a big gain in rideshare bookings in the third quarter, with expectations for even stronger growth in the fourth quarter. The Dow and S&P 500 saw muted gains due to a sell-off in oil stocks led by Chevron and Exxon, as the price of oil dropped to its lowest level since July. The NASDAQ and S&P are now on their longest winning streaks since November 2021. The Dow gained 56 points to 34,152. NASDAQ up 121 points to 13,639. S&P higher by 12 points to 43.78. Oil plunged over $3. Jason Brooks, CBS News.
Temperatures getting low, but demand remains high? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lori Marine wants you to start thinking about boat winterization. Give them a call for your boat servicing or winterization needs. Lori Marine has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Message them directly on Facebook at Lori Marine. 4th generation, same great service, any job, big or small. Give Lori Marine a call, 573-374-6027.
RJ's Family Restaurant salutes America's veterans and active military by offering them a free meal this Veterans Day. Mere words cannot discharge our country's debt to those whose sacrifices pay the price of freedom. To honor veterans and those now serving, show your military ID and enjoy a mouth-watering complimentary meal at RJ's Friday, November the 10th on West Highway 54 in Camdenton. Open for breakfast and lunch Tuesday through Sunday from 6 until 2. RJ's Family Restaurant, close to home, yet far from ordinary.
There's no better time to enjoy the sun, sand, and savings with direct travel and travel impressions. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Soak up the sun and the savings with the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Indulge in the pristine beaches, exquisite dining, and unparalleled service at any one of the luxurious all-inclusive resorts, like the Zoetry Curacao Resort and Spa, Secrets Cozumel, and Breathless Cancun Soul Resort. Dive into savings with up to 40% off your stay and exclusive perks including a 25% discount on spa services, in-room champagne breakfast, and nonstop airport transfers when you book before March 30th of 2024. From the first burst of sunrise to the purple-pink sunsets, your sunlit escape awaits. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
.447 on KRMS Radio and TV for this Tuesday afternoon, Election Day. Just a couple of issues going on, being voted on in Eldon. We'll have the details for you later tonight or in the morning. Earlier today on the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman, Mike Konigsman from the Lake West Chamber of Commerce took the time to talk about things that are going on here in the lake area, and not a bad way to start the conversation earlier today, talking about the weather.
We've had such a beautiful weekend as far as weather-wise. Yesterday was absolutely gorgeous. Looks like
today's going to be another beautiful day as well. So, it's a good time to get out and kind of enjoy some of those outdoor activities. I got to get them done by about 5:30 though, because it gets dark pretty darn soon, doesn't it?
Boy, let's see. Our sunset today is it's getting closer to that 5 o'clock hour, and yes, it's getting darker earlier.
I know. How am I going to have my wife, take care of all the leaves that are coming down if it gets dark so early?
You know what? I got to be careful what I say, because I'll get emails or something from somebody.
Oh, I'll get in trouble. That's okay. My wife and I, we were out doing the leaves the other day, and our leaf blower, kind of bit the dust, and so I purchased another one yesterday over at our friends at Porter's there in Lori. And so, I told them that, I'm getting it just for my wife so that she has something fun to do this week.
That's right. You know what? I want to get her the latest I want to get her the best.
Exactly.
No hand-me-downs for my wife.
Exactly. Oh, we're both going to get in trouble. Hey, I do want to say, though, that we got some good stuff coming up this week. This is always a great week. It's Veterans Week. Veterans Day is coming up this weekend on the 11th, on Saturday. And, take a moment, not just yourself, but all those out there listening in, and just think about what our veterans have done for us over the last, 230-plus years. Our veterans are the ones that have provided us the opportunity to live in the country that we live in. Whether you agree with everything or not, whether they agree with everything or not, doesn't really matter. The whole point is that it's our veterans and our current active duty military who have provided us the ability to have those discussions and have those dissenting opinions and still live in a free country. So, take a moment, think of veterans, and also thank their families. Their families go through just as much as they do. So, it's all, one of those things where not everybody always thinks about the families, the wives, the mothers, the sons, the daughters. They are also impacted just as much as every veteran is. So, just take an extra moment or two, this week, especially on Saturday, and say thank you. As a veteran, I would sure appreciate that.
Do you have something special going on up there at the VFW post?
Well, we do at the American Legion post.
American Legion, that's right, man.
Yep. No, that's all right. Hey, I'm sure there's something going on over at the VFW as well. Because we got lots of veteran organizations here at the lake, and they all support our veterans wonderfully. But at the American Legion Post 624 in Sunrise Beach on Veterans Day, we actually have a free breakfast. Starts at 8 o'clock. Donations are welcome, but the breakfast itself is free. You can bring your veterans, bring your families, bring your friends. Come on out. Help us celebrate Veterans Day. At 10 o'clock, we have a Quilt of Valor presentation. Now, what that is there's an organization down there. It's a nationwide organization, but our local one that is coming up is based out of Springfield. And people get together, and they create a quilt to commemorate a veteran's service. And they're going to be honoring, I believe, 7 veterans this week with a handmade quilt to recognize and thank them for their service here at the American Legion Post. And then at 11 o'clock, we have our veterans ceremony. We have a speaker. We're going to talk a little bit about how, life as a veteran or, different things have impacted us. And then, just say thank you to our veterans. We also have local law enforcement and fire departments, I believe EMS way out there, helping support us as well. And this is all, something that the public can definitely come out and join us and help support our veterans.
Absolutely.
So like I said, I really enjoy this week. It's a great week, and it kind of makes you think a little bit too.
Yes, it does. It kind of puts things in perspective when you think back about what these veterans gave for our country.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and it's been different for each type of time of service as well. What happened back in the 60s and 70s during Vietnam is completely different attitude, thought process, and reaction as it is today with the our veterans that went through like with the war on terror and Afghanistan and stuff. So times change, and just thinking about how those young men and women, because they are all young men and women when they go in, how they've been impacted and how they've and also how they've grown. how they've supported our country and supported, our communities. Because I can tell you what, you get a veteran involved in some of your community activities, they're going to be one of your best volunteers, your best workers. There's no doubt.
Okay, what about the Christmas parade?
Hey, we do have a Christmas parade. That's coming up the 25th of November. That's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So you have your Thanksgiving, you eat all that food, you go out shopping on Friday, Black Friday, then you want to do something fun and just relaxing, come on out to Lori. We're going to have a parade. It's a lighted Christmas parade, so it starts about 6 p.m. It will be dark out there, but we will have lots of floats, lots of entries already coming in. They'll be lit up, and just have a good time there for the lighted Christmas parade.
Okay, and what else is on your docket this week?
Well, next week we've got our networking social on November 14th. That's from 5 to 7, and that's over at the Tavern at Trails End, and that is co-sponsored by Amazon Hub. And I know John and Sherry over there at the tavern. They're looking forward to it, and they always, do a good. They always do a good job of supporting activities and stuff like that. The food is great, and they're great people. So, excuse me. The other thing I want to mention to all of our Tri-Chamber business directory. And so if there's any changes or if there's anything you want to make sure you get in there, you'll let us know at the chambers, whether it's the Lake Area Chamber, Kansas.
All right. Boy, I'll tell you what, you got a busy chapter going up there.
We do. And I actually want to do a quick shout-out to 3 of our newer members. Nick Ferris, he's with Edward Jones, just recently joined us. Westside RV Park in Sunrise Beach, David Keevan is the owner of that. And then Unleash Your Amazing, Tammy Ebright. So I just want to welcome our new members to the chamber, and we are always excited to have new members. We're always excited to work with our current members. And if you ever have a question or if you ever have anything that you want to talk to the chamber about or see if the chamber can support you on, please don't hesitate to give us a call. And with that, how do you get a hold of me?
You go to the Lake West Chamber website, and they give you a call at your phone number.
Exactly. And our Lake West Chamber website is lakewestchamber.com. Pretty easy. And then our phone number is 573-374-5500. So give us a call or check out our website, and we love to work with the community, love to work with our business members all throughout the community, and truly anything we can do, if we can do it within our purview, we will do it to help support our lake area.
Absolutely. We'll catch you next time, Mike.
All right, Guy, you have a great day, sir.
KRMS Radio and TV and Celebration Cruises presents Christmas on the Lake. This experience benefiting local charities starts November 24th and goes through the end of the year. If you have a home between the dam and the 4-mile mark on the first or second tier and can be viewed from the lake, you're encouraged to decorate and light up for this charitable cause. Reservations are required for Christmas on the Lake. Go to cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212. Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agriculture news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
Nothing like hitting the microphone button and then you have to sneeze. 4:58 on KRMS. Coming up in hour number 2 today, we'll be talking about hybrid working arrangements. Those of you who may have started working from home part-time during the pandemic and still doing that, along with a little bit of work in person at the office. Have a special report on that. We'll also talk about the Great Resignation being over, and we'll talk about gun accidents, assuming we have time, and we should have time, because there are some headlines as far as gun accidents are concerned, and I think, we'll let you decide on them coming up, because I think not all of them are really valid for what they're trying to say or pass along to us. So you hear the music, which means we need to go. CBS News, followed by local news, weather, and sports. Hour number 2 of the Ozarks Today coming your way next. No rain showing up Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton counties. The sun going down, sunset coming up here in about 8 minutes. Otherwise, we are still at 80 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Stick around. It's KRMS Radio and TV, the Ozarks Today. We return in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks. It's Election Day in dozens of states across the country, and CBS's Michael George is following some of the big races for us.
Voters flocked to the polls in Ohio with the future of abortion rights in the state on the line.
I'm of an age that I know what happens if you can't do this legally. So it's like a no-brainer for me.
But opponents say the measure, known as Issue 1, goes too far.
So it's incredibly dangerous and concerning that this would be within our Constitution and there's nothing we could do about it.
Gubernatorial races are also happening in Kentucky and Mississippi today. Virginia and Pennsylvania have state legislature races, and Rhode Island's filling a congressional seat. The White House confirms more civilians are getting out of Gaza as the war marks a somber milestone. Reporter Paul Adams is with the BBC.
Israelis, meanwhile, have been marking 1 month since the attacks of the 7th of October, in which around 1,400 people were killed. There was a minute's silence in Tel Aviv, where a giant table was set for 240 people, the number of hostages, Israelis and foreigners, still being held inside the Gaza Strip.
Meantime, investigators haven't ruled out hate crimes charges in the death of a Jewish protester near L.A. Ventura County Sheriff Jim Freihoff.
During the investigation at the scene, deputies determined that the altercation with Mr. Kessler, he fell backward and struck his head on the ground. What exactly transpired prior to Mr. Kessler falling backward isn't crystal clear right now.
So far, no arrests have been made. The Supreme Court heard arguments today in a gun rights case involving those with domestic violence restraining orders. Solicitor General Elizabeth Preligar.
Guns and domestic abuse are a deadly combination. As this court has said, all too often, the only difference between a battered woman and a dead woman is the presence of a gun.
Super fog caused another deadly pileup near New Orleans.
One person died and at least 8 others were hurt in a series of accidents on Interstate 10 on the eastern edge of New Orleans. Drivers suddenly found themselves in thick fog and smoke from a marsh wildfire.
CBS's Jim Kursula reports 7 people died in similar circumstances 2 weeks ago. Scientists unveiled the first pictures from Europe's Euclid telescope. It was launched 4 months ago from Florida and now shows us a shimmering collection of galaxies. And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned Republicans today against cuts to IRS funding.
Playing politics with IRS funding is unacceptable. Cutting it would be damaging and irresponsible.
On Wall Street, the Dow added 56 points. This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: the Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team strikes again, reporting 3 more felony arrests. Sheriff Norman Dills say 29-year-old Tabitha Klein was arrested on a charge of first-degree endangering the welfare of a child. 55-year-old Terry Moorfield was arrested on charges of unlawful use of a firearm, and 41-year-old Scott Johnson was arrested on a Montauk County charge of possessing a controlled substance and on a probation and parole warrant for absconding. The financial future looking bright for the city of Osage Beach. That according to Mayor Michael Harmison, who says a projected 4% growth rate for the new year ahead is almost a certainty, with a number of developments in the works, which of course also means the need for more housing.
We're going to have a lot of construction workers here, and they've got to have a place to live, and they're going to be contributing to the economy, and then they're going to bring their family down, and they're going to have their recreation.
Harmison also points to the collection of a 3% sales tax on adult-use marijuana and associated products, which will also add to that bottom line. An Eldon area man faces felony drug charges following a traffic stop Friday night at Route HH and Bagnell Dam Boulevard. Sheriff Tony Helms says a deputy stopped the motorcycle after observing several traffic violations and identified the driver as 31-year-old Casey Foster, who allegedly exhibited signs of being under the influence. A subsequent pat-down of Foster revealed 12.5 grams of cocaine along with more than 60 grams of mushrooms and psychedelic chocolate bars, along with a handful of vape pens. Foster is formally charged with second-degree trafficking of drugs and possession of a controlled substance. He was taken to the Camden County Jail. He's being held on a $50,000 bond. And it's almost deer hunting season across the Show Me State. The November portion of the firearms deer season will open up this weekend, and it runs through the 21st. So far, statewide, there have been more than 65,000 deer harvested. Franklin County leads the way with more than 1,600 of them. In the Lake area, Benton County has the most with 960. Morgan has 853. Camden has 725, and Miller has 575. More news at krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
What a journey it's been for Mizzou running back Cody Schrader, among the leaders in rushing in the Southeastern Conference, and coming off a game where he rushed for over 100 yards, averaged 5 yards per carry against the number one team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, today we learn that Schrader is a semifinalist for the Burlsworth Trophy. This goes to college football's outstanding player who started his career as a walk-on, as Schrader did last year, transferring from Truman State University, where he was the single-season leader in rushing yards in Division II the year before. And then, of course, his career at a crossroads during COVID as he contemplated leaving the game of football altogether. What a magical run it's been, and Schrader certainly a chance to take home this award. Mizzou basketball winners last night over Arkansas Pine Bluff, 101-79. Much stiffer test, though, coming the Tigers' way on Friday as they take on Penny Hardaway's team from Memphis. And more college basketball news as Kansas head coach Bill Self has agreed to a new 5-year contract extension that's going to pay him some $53 million over the lifetime of the deal. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Wow, that was a great band.
I agree. Glad we came out tonight, but now I'm hungry, and it's almost 11.
We can go to Lake Billiards and Sports Bar. Their kitchen's open till 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends. We've got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, I saw them featured on the Damn Food Tour. The food looks great. Siri, where's Lake Billiards and Sports Bar?
Lake Billiards and Sports Bar, located at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Billiards Sports Bar, serving lunch, dinner, and late-night dining 7 days a week.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology Forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny, with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 79.
Make plans to meet friends and family at the Inn at Grand Glaze for a traditional Thanksgiving feast on Thanksgiving Day, 11 till 2. Turkey, ham, stuffing, delicious sides, and desserts. Adults $25, seniors $20, kids $15. And children under 3 eat free, offering beautiful views of the lake. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Visit theinnatgrandglaze.com. Reservations recommended for Thanksgiving. Call 573-348-4731.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
A ceremony.
Number one.
Since my job is and has been for 19 years protection of the public and the visitors of the district, I feel the public needs to be aware.
We think that there's plenty of ignorance to go around.
Trust me on that. 34 years, I've made a career out of pursuing public officials who misbehave.
We're going to have to put an iron fist on some of this stuff.
The aircraft departed approximately 10 minutes prior to the event.
Some of the best experts in the United States and world put this together.
In the perfect sense of the word, there'll be no out-of-pocket expense other than our labor, but time will tell that, of course.
You can't force people to come on the radio and talk.
A bigger commitment to news.
I expect them to continue to do the great job they always did. I don't have any doubts that they will.
50% of it is mental.
Since 1951, a trusted source for daily local news. The Ozarks Today.
5:11 on the Ozarks Today. News Talk 1150. KRMS 97.5 103.3. Broadcasting from the Radio TV Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS Radio and TV. Right now, nothing showing up as far as any rain is concerned in the Lake area, Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton counties. We're down to 79. We started at 81, down to 79 right now. Coming up this hour, hybrid working arrangements. We'll fill in the cracks with more. We'll also take phone calls if you have any as well. 573-302-7000. We're going to start out this hour taking a look at a CBS News in-depth report. It's entitled, Football Meets Politics at Eagles Pregame Tailgate. Don't really think of NFL and politics as bedfellows, but nonetheless, CBS taking a look with that report.
I'm Tony DeCopel. Two of America's great passions, football and politics. Why? Because it's Election Day, and we are 1 year away from the 2024 election when Americans are going to decide a whole bunch of stuff. On the Senate side, 33 seats up for a vote. Also, who controls the House? 435 seats, all of them up for a vote. And, of course, whether Joe Biden will continue to occupy the White House. A CBS News poll out this week shows that Americans, they are not thrilled with the direction of the country. In fact, almost 3 out of 4 people say things are going badly right now. But who's got the fix? We joined the crowds tailgating outside Sunday's Eagles-Cowboys game in Philadelphia, hoping to learn something about that other great American contest, the one to lead the country.
The first thing to know is we, too, came for the beer pong. Oh, yeah! And for the cornhole. And you better believe we played a little parking lot football.
You think the Eagles got a shot today?
But we also came for something else.
How
how are you feeling?
Amazing!
About the 2024 election? How are you feeling about the 2024 election? And one thing was very clear.
Go Birds!
Most of these football lovers. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about the 2024 election? 11.
Oh, election?
Like most Americans, are not at all loving the race for the White House.
I'm nervous. I'm really nervous.
In fact, walking through Lot F with 2 hours to kick off and exactly 1 year until Election Day, we found just about every political emotion.
Scared. I'm scared.
Sadness. Except excitement.
Stressed. Stressed out.
Why?
Because of the candidates.
Yeah, there are some Trump supporters eager for a rematch.
We need a serious change, and God help us all if we don't get that serious change.
You want Donald Trump back in the White House?
Hell yeah.
But even among Republicans and folks who lean right, Trump exhaustion or even exasperation is real.
It is embarrassing to the United States what Donald Trump actually put on Twitter.
In between rounds of beer pong, Matt Palage hit on a common Republican theme.
As long as Sleepy Joe's not sleeping in the office no more, I'm happy.
And yet listen to his endorsement of another Trump presidency.
I don't like Trump either. At least he's awake. He knows where he's at, so.
Under other tents, Democrats and people who lean left had their own problems with Trump, but also with Joe Biden. And that's bad news for the White House.
So I wouldn't vote then if it was those two.
If it was those two, you wouldn't vote? When we huddled with Jake Goldstein and Jason Kitchen between throws, and after getting a new drink, they told me they're dreaming of a third option.
I voted for Clinton in 2016 and Biden in 2020. And if I have to, I'll vote for him again in 2024. Yeah, that's the problem. I feel like I have to.
For them, Biden's age-related ability is a serious factor.
There are people that can pull the job off in their 80s.
Yeah.
He's not looking like one of them.
And many Democrats are pounding the drum for a younger, more diverse candidate.
So when you see change within the system just by face, you're going to see that this can inspire more people, just overall the world, and how they, I guess, balance their viewpoints.
For Republicans, meanwhile, Donald Trump's many challengers barely rated a mention as they rattled off reasons they support the former president. What is the number one issue driving the border? The border?
We need to give America back to America.
Okay.
We're way too far away from being Americans.
And what about Trump's 91 felony indictments?
Help me understand why that doesn't concern you.
They can pick dirt on anybody or anything. It's bogus. I just think it's bogus, that's all.
But as we catapult into 2024,
Who wants a Jello shot?
the feeling most seemed to share was perhaps best summarized by Meredith Fitzpatrick, who, while preparing to see one game, compared the 2024 presidential race to another.
You know when you play Scrabble?
Yeah.
And you just throw all your tiles back and you start over? That's how I feel.
What does that mean exactly?
Scrabble, if you don't have any words to make, you just throw them all back. And then you can take 7, and that's your turn. I feel like this is our Scrabble year.
You want to just clear the deck of all the candidates and start fresh.
Here Come the Mummies are coming to Regalia Resort. Saturday, November 11th. Catch a whopping dose of original undead funk at the ultimate costume party. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. The world's preeminent undead funk ambassadors. Here come the Mummies.
Experience the ultimate in dining at Bentley's. Open Tuesday through Saturday. Enjoy custom cuts of prime rib, succulent seafood, split crab legs, and hand-cut steaks. Savor the flavors with a glass of aged wine from our extensive wine list. First-class service and an English atmosphere is Bentley's, the perfect destination for a night of sophistication. Call Bill for reservations today at 365-5301. Treat yourself to Bentley's, the ultimate dining experience.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Alarms Plus offers easy-to-use home security systems. Choose your favorite way of disarming the system, such as facial recognition, Bluetooth from your cell phone, 4-digit code, key fob, or the award-winning Alarm.com app. Visit LakeAlarmsPlus.com for frequently asked questions, client testimonials, and more. Lake Alarms Plus is experienced, caring, courteous, and there's no pushy salespeople. Serving the entire lake area and surrounding communities. Lake Alarms Plus, 573-569-3038.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
.519 on the Ozarks today. Ray Miller coming up in the weatherology office in just a few. Remember last year when workplaces could not keep good employees? And now they're having the opposite problem. People are not quitting. The Great Resignation is over. Global staffing firms say that people are more likely to stay in their jobs right now simply because of the economy. In fact, executives say that job turnover just about back to pre-pandemic levels, and hiring levels dropped a lot in October. Kind of interesting how the story is doing a 180. .520 on KRMS, News Talk 1150, KRMS 97.5, 103.3. Election Day, couple things going on over in Eldon. That is pretty much about it here in the lake area. International Merlot Day, M-E-R-L-O-T, Merlot. National Bittersweet Chocolate with Almonds Day. You have to have the almonds in there. Otherwise, it's just National Bittersweet Chocolate Day, and that would be incorrect. National Canine Lymphoma Awareness Day. Those are the recognitions as far as today is concerned. Don Williams, 2nd District County Commissioner, Camden County, coming your way tomorrow during the program. We'll talk to Don at about 4:40. Otherwise, that's all that is on the agenda or on the schedule right now. We've got a couple feelers out, but nothing been replied to as of yet. So we will have that for you probably pretty much coming up when we get to it tomorrow. 573-302-7000 or live, L-I-V-E, live at KRMSradio.com. Let me check the emails right now and see if anything has come in during the show. As of about a half hour ago, we didn't have anything as far as today is concerned. All of a sudden, man, we are getting a lot of scam and junk mail lately, but nonetheless, let's see what else. Nothing else as far as anything current. So we will close out the email as we wait for Ray Miller in the weatherology office. If we have time after Ray Miller, we might play a report from Sean Hannity on Fox News, talking about these new polls for Biden, or disastrous new polls for Biden, showing that Trump has a lead in almost every swing state. If you haven't heard that, Sean Hannity will have the details and whether or not the media is in a panic because of that. Of course, we're still a year out, so who knows? Anything can change on the drop of a dime, and this is just one poll, and who knows what the next poll will say. Ray Miller in the weatherology office with a look at our forecast. Ray?
We'll see clear skies tonight and mild temperatures, 63 degrees with south winds at 5 to 10. Sunshine tomorrow, another warm day, high of 81 with breezy southwest winds. That's the last warm day, though. We'll cool off quite a bit on Thursday. Showers with a high of only 59 and breezy north winds. Friday, sunshine with a high of 61. Saturday, sunny and 62, and Sunday looks sunny with a high of 64. In the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Miller.
Thank you, Ray Miller. We'll do it again tomorrow. In the meantime, one more report from you coming up here in about 15 minutes. Right now, the lake level, 656.05. The river level below Bagnell Dam, 551.5. Truman, 705.73. Surface water temp, 2 mile mark, 64.9. Average high and low for the day today, 61 and 38. Record high 81, record low 0. Sunset was officially 15 minutes ago at 5:07. Sunrise in the morning right around 6:45. Right now, 79 degrees. Is the media in a panic because Trump is ahead in the polls? Sean Hannity takes a look at it.
Welcome to Hannity, and tonight, terrible news for Joe Biden. Hysteria and disbelief is now once again spreading all across the Democratic Party. With just 1 year until the 2024 presidential election, Biden is losing it to Donald Trump in nearly every single swing state in the country. Look at this New York Times poll. Trump is now up by 4 in Pennsylvania, 5 in Michigan, 5 in Arizona, 6 in Georgia, and he's up by a whopping 10 points in the state of Nevada. Now, by the way, Kamala Harris fares even worse in a hypothetical matchup against Trump, but that's not all. A new ABC News poll finding 76% of Americans now believe the country is headed in the wrong direction under Biden. What about the other 24%? What are they thinking? Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Now, if these numbers hold, Biden won't just lose, he would get blown out. And needless to say, the mob, the media, they are in a complete state of meltdown and panic. Watch for yourself.
New York Times has a poll out this morning showing that Donald Trump is leading in 5 out of the 6 big battleground states. Now, presidents have come back in the past, Ronald Reagan, Barack Obama, but this is tough news for Joe Biden.
Look, this is a wake-up call. This is frightening for not just the Biden White House, not just for Democrats, but for anybody who fears what a return to a Trump presidency would mean. He can win. The New York Times poll is not the first one to say this. He can win.
So some Democrats seemingly are starting to wake up. Former top advisor to Barack Obama, David Axelrod, is all but begging Joe Biden to step aside. On X, he questioned whether Biden's re-election bid is good for the country. Meanwhile, Biden fanboy Billy Crystal, he tweeted, quote, "It's time to pass the torch to the next generation. It's time for Biden to announce he won't run in 2024. Now, more and more Democrats are now coming forward to state the obvious. Joe Biden is a failed president who is not up to the job. I challenge any of you out there to tell me one thing that he has done, one policy success he has had. He is weak, he is frail, and we all know he's a cognitive mess. And today, as per usual, Biden struggled to simply communicate. Take a look.
Take a seat if you have one. And if I say you don't like, don't jump, okay? A fully electrified trains on this corridor emit 83% less greenhouse gases, by the way, than driving your car. One of the things I convinced President Ladd when I was vice president, I convinced the president to do, provide money for high-speed rail.
Mumbling, bumbling, stumbling. At one point during the speech, Joe once again treated the crowd to one of his favorite tall tales. Just to boot. Take a look.
I won't get him into complete trouble. Let's tell his first name. He was number 2 in seniority at the time, Angelo. And Ange came up to me as I walked in. He said, "Joey," and he grabbed my cheek. He said, "Joey, baby." And I said, all this stuff, because that's published in the newspaper, that I had traveled 1,200,000 miles on Air Force planes as vice president. They published that on a regular basis. He said, I won't quote him exactly, but he said, "Big deal, Joey." I said, "What's it mean, Ange?" He said, "Look," he said, "we just had the retirement dinner up in Newark." He said, "You know how many miles you traveled on Amtrak?" And I said, "No." He said, 1,000,000, I think it was 320,000 miles.
Now, the story has been debunked, and it's not true, but that did not stop Joe from recounting his fake adventures on Amtrak, not once, but actually twice today. In terms of both competency and results, Biden is the single worst president in the modern era. Now, the only election pitch from Democrats in 2024 is Donald Trump, if he's the candidate, is very scary. Now, to bolster this message and keep Trump off the campaign trail, the weaponized justice system of Joe Biden has gone to war against one man, one family, and one organization. 91 felony indictments and other civil charges in several different states and jurisdictions, all perfectly timed to impact the 2024 election, even though these charges could have been filed years ago. Now, of course, these are all heavily Democratic districts or jurisdictions. In other words, the jury pool will hate Donald Trump and Republicans, and the odds are very high that any prominent Republican cannot receive a fair trial, at least in my opinion, in New York or D.C. or Fulton County, Georgia. The only real chance for fairness would be post-conviction when the verdicts are appealed. Case in point, New York's unprecedented civil fraud trial against Donald Trump. It was brought by New York's Democratic Attorney General Letitia James. Remember, she campaigned on getting Donald Trump. And the judge in the case, this guy, Arthur Engoron, is also a devout Democrat who clearly hates Donald Trump. And today, during Trump's testimony, the judge basically imploded, screaming at Donald Trump's legal counsel, quote, "I beseech you to control him if you can. If you can't, I will. I will excuse him and I will draw every negative inference that I can." At one point, the judge loudly proclaiming, quote, "No, I'm not here to hear what Trump has to say." I'm like, what are you there for? Shouldn't he want to hear from every witness? Apparently not. But really, why would the judge care what Trump has to say when he's already made his mind up? This is the same judge that valued Mar-a-Lago at only $18 million and sticks by the valuation, even though everybody and their mother said, you can't be more wrong. If you want a 2-acre vacant lot on the ocean in Palm Beach, a block away from Mar-a-Lago, yeah, there's one available. The empty lot, all dirt, no home, listed for a whopping $200 million. Another 2-acre plot of land nearby, listed at $150 million. It's only dirt. There's no house on it. Meanwhile, Mar-a-Lago is an iconic 60,000 square foot mansion with 58 bedrooms, 33 bathrooms, located on 20 acres of prime Palm Beach real estate with a unique position on both the Intercoastal Waterway and the beach, and meaning the ocean. That's about, 10 times the amount of acreage compared to the empty 2-acre lot down the road being sold empty for $200 million. Now, one Palm Beach mansion nearby, which is a third of the size of Mar-a-Lago, with a tenth of the land, that sold for $170 million. A third of the size, a tenth of the land, $170 million. I know it sounds nuts, but that's what the prices are down there. Anyone with basic math skills or an abacus, if you're old like Joe, can easily value Mar-a-Lago at close, if not more than $1 billion. But the judge is not willing to do the math. He's that abusively corrupt and biased. He won't correct his mistake or even listen to Palm Beach real estate professionals. His mind was made up before the case was even underway. The lifelong Democrat just determined to punish Donald Trump, regardless of the truth and facts. This is what we see in case after case against Donald Trump. This is what happens when you have a weaponized Department of Justice, when our justice system is used as a political weapon, when we are criminalizing political differences. Yet Trump is still clobbering Biden in almost every battleground state in spite of all of this, and for arrests and for arraignments. Democrats, they may be needing a plan B.
In the meantime, the TV talk show host getting in on the conversation as well. Guest host Sarah Silverman on The Daily Show saying that she hopes the president uses it as a literal wake-up call.
A new poll shows Joe Biden getting trounced by Donald Trump in almost every single swing state. Don't panic. It's still too early to say Biden will definitely lose. He could absolutely die in his sleep instead. I'm just saying, this is really scary for liberals. And I mean actually scary, not like they took Hamilton off Disney Plus scary. But you know what? I'm going to be honest. I like a scary poll number. Puts a little fire under your tuchus. This is a wake-up call to Joe Biden. I mean, no, really. Joe, wake up.
28 minutes before 6 o'clock. Time now for news.
CBS News Brief. Voters have another hour before polls close in Ohio to decide whether to enshrine reproductive rights. Kevin O'Neill's in Columbus.
Issue one, pretty much. I've always been pretty liberal, so trying to keep abortion legal.
It's the only state considering the issue. Michigan Democrat Rashida Tlaib got emotional on the House floor today while voicing support for Palestinians in Gaza.
We are human beings, just like anyone else. My city, my grandmother, like all Palestinians, just wants to live her life with freedom and human dignity we all deserve.
She's the only Palestinian American serving in Congress. Reporter Paul Adams is with the BBC in Tel Aviv.
Israel says its grip on Gaza City is tightening. The army says it's taken control of a Hamas stronghold and is fighting its way deep into the city.
CBS News Brief, I'm Monica Ricks.
Lake News now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. It could be a 1-2 punch of good news coming from MoDOT this week. Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel for the bridge work along Route C in Miller County.
If you're commuting between Richland and Osage Beach, that's the bridge closures. We've replaced 2 bridge decks on Miller C, and we're getting ready to wrap that work up.
Optimistically, Miller County Route C could be clear sailing again for motorists by the end of this week or early next week. And then, of course, there's the closing of the Bagnell Dam Bridge to traffic on Thursday.
It'll just be for a few hours, so for those that have to commute through there, highly suggest you use 242 and be prepared to go around.
And, of course, with any MoDOT project getting done as planned will largely depend on the weather. 2023 continues to be a busier year in general for fire districts across the lake area. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says that districts responded to 190 incidents alone during the month of October, resulting in a year-end figure so far of 1,888 responses, up 79 from this same time in 2022. Of the 190 calls, medical calls dominated with 134 responses. Osage Beach personnel also went to the doors 7 times for public service assistance, 3 times each for electrical problems and malfunctions, and 1 response for a structure fire. 123rd State Representative Dr. Lisa Thomas, whose district covers portions of the lake area, will apparently face a challenge in the 2024 primary election. The challenge coming from lake area businessman and owner of Ballparks National, Jeff Vernetti, who announced on Monday his intent to run for the position that's been held by Thomas since her election of November 2020. Thomas and Vernetti are expected to go head-to-head in the August 6th primary ballot. The winner will appear on the November 5th general election ballot. And a 15-year-old girl from Versailles was injured when the bicycle she was riding on Morgan County Route C was hit by the passenger side of a mirror in a passing pickup truck. The Highway Patrol says the 36-year-old driver of the truck tried to avoid the bicycle when it happened. He was uninjured. The teen suffered minor injuries and was treated at the scene. Next news at the top of the hour, breaking news at once. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit furnitureathelake.com.
What a journey it's been for Mizzou running back Cody Schrader, among the leaders in rushing in the Southeastern Conference, and coming off a game where he rushed for over 100 yards, averaged 5 yards per carry against the number 1 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, today we learn that Schrader is a semifinalist for the Burlsworth Trophy. This goes to college football's outstanding player who started his career as a walk-on, as Schrader did last year, transferring from Truman State University, where he was the single-season leader in rushing yards in Division II the year before. And then, of course, his career at a crossroads during COVID as he contemplated leaving the game of football altogether. What a magical run it's been, and Schrader certainly a chance to take home this award. Mizzou basketball winners last night over Arkansas Pine Bluff, 101-79. Much stiffer test, though, coming the Tigers' way on Friday as they take on Penny Hardaway's team from Memphis. And more college basketball news as Kansas head coach Bill Self has agreed to a new 5-year contract extension that's going to pay him some $53 million over the lifetime of the deal. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Here Come the Mummies are coming to Regalia Resort. Saturday, November 11th. Catch a whopping dose of original undead funk at the ultimate costume party. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. The world's preeminent undead funk ambassadors. Here come the Mummies.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 79.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's radio court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Have you tried the deep dish pizza at Lake Billiards? It's incredible. So are the wings, sandwiches, and baskets. I bet you thought it was just a pool hall. Lake Billiards does have the best tables at the lake and an 8-ball tournament every Wednesday night with cash prizes. But I'll tell you, the food is great and they serve it late. It's probably the last kitchen open in town every night. I bet you didn't know Lake Billiards offers free pool from 11 to 2 when you stop in for lunch, or that you can find a full menu and order online for pickup or delivery at lakebilliards.com. Come by and find out what else you don't know about Lake Billiards at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute. Looking to pick your next favorite destination? One unusual metric? Rodents. The results are now in for which U.S. city has the most rats. So the next time you're traveling to Chicago, you might want to be on the lookout. The Windy City was the most rat-infested city in the U.S., followed by Los Angeles, New York, Washington, D.C., and San Francisco. Some smaller U.S. cities made the list as well, including Hartford, Grand Rapids, Greenville, Spartanburg, and Rochester, New York. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute.
Temperatures getting low, but demand remains high? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
This is the Ozarks This Afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
In studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab HD, no rain anywhere around the lake area. 78 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Coming up tomorrow on the program, Don Williams, 2nd District Commissioner, Camden County. In the meantime, did you hear about the thief that was caught at the auto shop in Akron, Ohio? Well, there's been a rise in thefts up there in Akron. So when they caught a guy breaking into a car in their junkyard, they sent him airborne, literally. They picked up the car in a forklift, kept it off the ground until the cops got there. After the forklift was lowered, the guy admitted to stealing copper. He was charged with trespassing and possessing criminal tools. You could really call him a shoplifter. I don't take credit for it. It was right there on the script. Anyway, 5:42 on KRMS. As the pandemic eased, you might expect or might have expected employees who had been working from home to head back to the office. As it turns out, that really did not happen. Instead, a modern work style now, a blend of commuting part-time and working part-time remotely from home, is becoming the new norm. Correspondent David Pogue talks with experts and technologists about who is benefiting from the new work style and who is it hurting.
So Sunday morning, but Monday will be here all too soon. For millions of us, that used to mean heading to the office until the pandemic hit, forcing those who could to work from home. As David Pogue shows us, it's an option many workers continue to embrace, even demand.
Until the pandemic, most office workers went into the office 5 days a week. During the pandemic, they mostly worked from home. So as the pandemic eased, you might have expected that they'd go back to the office 5 days a week. That's certainly what Jamie Dimon expected. He's the CEO of America's largest bank.
We want people back at work, and my view is sometime September, October, it'll look just like it did before.
As it turns out, the workers rush back to the office full time never happened.
What they really like, most people, is working from home 2 or 3 days a week, because that saves on the commute time. It gives them more time with kids and family. It gives them more personal autonomy and how they organize their day. Even things as small as I can have the temperature at the temperature I like.
Stephen Davis is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford. He and his co-authors surveyed 30,000 Americans about work. And what they said is hybrid hits the sweet spot.
Most people really, really like it. So that kind of broke the norm.
Of course, not all kinds of workers can work remotely. Even so, at this point, about a third of Americans are working on a hybrid schedule, and that number is expected to grow as more employers go hybrid.
We believe that the future of work is hybrid, for sure. That's going to be the modern work style.
Kelly Steckelberg is the Chief Financial Officer of Zoom. Yes, that Zoom, the company whose video chat software helped make remote working a thing in the first place. The company now expects its own local workers to come into the office 2 days a week.
So we have product and engineering, for example, comes on Mondays and Wednesdays. Sales and marketing come on Tuesdays and Thursdays because we don't have enough space any longer to host everyone at the same time.
Oh, so you are, in effect, saving money on office space.
We are saving money. We have actually downsized our space during the pandemic. We closed some of our offices.
Bringing the company's workers back after the pandemic, even 2 days a week, was an adjustment at first.
We're all human, right? We don't like change. Once they've been doing it for a few weeks, they remember how great it is to see their friends and colleagues in the office, and they like it more.
Of course, less time in the office means less time for new hires to learn the company culture, and less time to mentor younger workers.
You have to be a little bit more deliberate about that. And that's what we had to do during the pandemic. I would just schedule a 15-minute catch up. Hey, how are you? How is your life going? Those I make sure that I continue to schedule those video check-ins on a regular basis.
So if hybrid work is so great, how come we weren't using it before? One big reason, technology. Video programs like Zoom, messaging programs like Slack, and collaboration tools like Google Docs.
If the pandemic had struck 20 years earlier, it would have been infeasible to have the same kind of shift to work from home.
Wow, I mean, there aren't many things to be grateful for with the pandemic, but that it waited until 2020, okay. That's one of them.
That's one of them.
Before the pandemic, there was also a stigma about working from home. How could bosses know that their workers weren't just goofing off? The boss can't observe what the workers are doing. To what degree are managers installing monitoring software on their remote workers' machines?
Most workers dislike the intrusive quality that every keystroke and where I'm looking on my computer screen and how often I'm sitting down is being monitored.
They dislike that,
do they? They dislike that, yes. So what works better is evaluating people on their performance rather than trying to watch exactly what they do.
So this was something that we developed over the last 2 years.
At Zoom headquarters, workspace executive Alana Collins showed me some of Zoom's new products for hybrid work. There's an off-site receptionist who can cover multiple floors or even buildings. Are you the building-wide receptionist?
I am. How can I help you?
Oh, I'm expecting a huge crate of Skittles. Can you arrange to have that delivered to my desk?
I absolutely can.
Thank you. Love your work. And there's a system for reserving a desk on the days you come to work. Or a conference room. Yeah, that's my kind of meeting. 2 people. All right.
You could select the time right here.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I believe in long meetings.
And this will immediately change to red, letting everybody know that I have that meeting room all day.
But hybrid doesn't always mean 2 days a week. There are many flavors of hybrid work.
We identify 22 weeks a year, and we say we would like folks to try to be in person those weeks.
It's 3 days a week, but only every other week, kind of?
Generally, we would like them to be in person, a minimum of about 25%.
At the Ohio headquarters of Smucker's, the company famous for jams and jellies, CEO Mark Smucker has developed a hybrid version of hybrid.
Our attrition is down, and our productivity has improved, and folks really seem to like it. We have been able to attract new talent from multiple geographies.
Geographies like San Francisco.
I have my dream job. It's based in Ohio, working with people that I really like working with, but I have my dream life and, my family in California.
Smucker's marketing executive Nicole Massey works from her West Coast home most days, but spends 6 days a month in Ohio.
You have to really think about, what am I going to do this week when I'm in the office or versus what am I going to do when I'm remote? Because in order to get the best of both, you have to be intentional about it.
So let's see. The hybrid employer gets improved morale, better productivity, lower real estate costs, and the ability to hire from beyond the local area. The hybrid employee gets more time with family and community, less time commuting, and the ability to control the thermostat. And the planet gets cleaner air, because less time commuting means less polluting. This is starting to sound like a win-win for all parties. I mean, who loses in the hybrid arrangement?
Oh, there's some losers. If you go to downtown San Francisco, you'll see the losers.
It's true. In the top 10 U.S. cities, office attendance is about half what it was before the pandemic. With so few people coming downtown, everything is collapsing. The price of real estate, tax revenues, and transit ridership. And think about all the restaurants, bars, and hotels. Many have shifted schedules or even closed. The last time America's work life shifted so dramatically was during the Great Depression, when Franklin Roosevelt signed the 40-hour work week into law. Now, after the upheaval of the pandemic, Stanford's Stephen Davis is confident that the 5-day in-person work week is history.
I think we're close to the new normal. There's more choice for people now, and that's why I think it's a good thing. People have more flexibility, more personal autonomy in how they want to organize their lives.
CBS Money Watch.
Uber drove the NASDAQ to its 8th straight winning session after reporting a big gain in rideshare bookings in the third quarter, with expectations for even stronger growth in the fourth quarter. The Dow and S&P 500 saw muted gains due to a sell-off in oil stocks led by Chevron and Exxon, as the price of oil dropped to its lowest level since July. The NASDAQ and S&P are now on their longest winning streaks since November 2021. The Dow gained 56 points to 34,152. NASDAQ up 121 points to 13,639. S&P higher by 12 points to 43.78. Oil plunged over $3. Jason Brooks, CBS News.
Temperatures getting low, but demand remains high? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Make plans to meet friends and family at the Inn at Grand Glaze for a traditional Thanksgiving feast on Thanksgiving Day, 11 till 2. Turkey, ham, stuffing, delicious sides, and desserts. Adults $25, seniors $20, kids $15, and children under 3 eat free. Offering beautiful views of the lake. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Visit theinnatgrandglaze.com. Reservations recommended for Thanksgiving. Call 573-348-4731.
The Community Calendar is sponsored by our veterinary at the lake. Visit lake.vet. The Sunrise Beach Little Theater will host a holiday extravaganza featuring the Lake Jazz Band on November the 18th. That's today's Community Calendar.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
I've never won an Academy Award. Can't act worth a damn. Can't sing, can't dance, can't do much of anything.
Especially being president. 5:52 on KRMS Radio and TV. As we wind down this program for today, Tuesday, November 7th. It'll all start up again in the morning, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Yours truly with the Ozarks this morning. Guy Wayman on assignment. Then we'll have Tony Herman from 9 till 11 with the with the morning magazine. And then yours truly will be back with the Ozarks Today tomorrow. The Ozarks Today tomorrow from 4 to 6 p.m. We'll do that for a couple days, and then Guy will be back on Friday, or we will hunt him down like a rabid dog. It is 5:53 right now, 77 degrees here at the lake. No rain showing up on the radar. Let's finish the hour talking about guns and injuries caused by people using guns. Not injuries caused by the guns, but by the people using the guns. And we'll start off with a story, a study showing that the number of kids taken to ER because of gun-related injuries in the U.S. has doubled since the pandemic. A new study showing that until 2020, there are about 18 kids taken to hospitals per month for firearm injuries. By 2022, the number is jumping to 36. Two-thirds of the visits were in disadvantaged neighborhoods. Experts say part of the problem is that more people purchased guns during the pandemic. Never mind that two-thirds of the visits were in disadvantaged neighborhoods. In the meantime, CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reporting on what's being called gun accidents and other pandemic-related health crisis.
Emergency departments treated twice as many children for firearms-related injuries during the pandemic. That's according to new research led by Dr. Jennifer Holman, a pediatric emergency medicine physician in Chicago.
We're decades behind where we should be in understanding why these injuries are occurring and how to prevent them.
Federal funding for research into firearms injuries was blocked for nearly 25 years. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
Okay. 573-302-7000. Dr. Holman, pediatric emergency medicine physician, saying in that cut, quote, "We are decades behind where we should be in understanding why these injuries are occurring and how to prevent them." End of quote. What's wrong with that? We're decades behind where we should be in understanding why these injuries are occurring and how to prevent them. Can we beg to differ with the good doctor? Why are the injuries occurring and how can we prevent them? It's not rocket scientist, good Dr. Holman. I will not sit here in this seat, in this studio, and be so arrogant to say that all law-abiding gun owners do it the correct way. Storage and keeping firearms out of the reach of children. That's where tougher penalties and continued awareness comes into play, but not taking firearms away or adding more laws on the books that criminals, by the way, they don't follow them anyway. But why are the injuries occurring? Another wonderful concept, which will not take care of gun-related deaths altogether, but can minimize the criminal element. Good guy, good gun. Oh, what a concept that is. More people carrying guns concealed to minimize and put a stop to some of these happenings out there in society. Cannot prevent everything from happening. Oh, here's another wonderful concept. Hold the parents accountable. Hold the parents accountable if little Johnny or Susie gets a hold of a gun, a loaded gun, in their house and brings it to school and shoots people up, or brings it to the park and shoots people up. Hold the parents responsible, as did the state of Illinois, or at least Illinois Circuit Judge George Strickland, An Illinois father pleaded guilty on Monday to multiple counts of reckless conduct for helping his troubled underage son obtain a gun that the latter used to kill 7 people at a 4th of July parade in 2022. It does not say how the father helped the troubled underage son obtain the gun, whether he bought the gun and just kind of left it out on his nightstand in the bedroom or whatever the case may be. But anyway, bottom line, the circuit judge, George Strickland, sentencing Robert Crimo, C-R-I-M-O, Jr., to 2 years of probation, 2 months in custody of the Lake County Sheriff, as well as 100 hours of public service. Yes, okay, that does not bring back the 7 people from the 4th of July parade. The father of the accused shooter also ordered to surrender his firearm owner identification card and any ammunition. So, let's see. That father held accountable. Why can't more adults and parents be held accountable for when their kids grab a firearm and go shooting up a school or a hallway or a park or whatever the case may be? Maybe then we will cut down on some of the carnage that's happening. Again, we will never be able to prevent it. Never be able to prevent it. It's going to happen, but we can minimize. Hold the parents accountable and allow for a good guy, good gun. More firearms out there where the criminals don't know, and the criminals are question whether or not they could go into a certain area, certain school, certain retail outlet, going, I wonder who might have a gun around here. I might not be able to get away with my life here. I don't know. What do you think? We don't have time right now to take the calls and comments, but if you have any, save them for tomorrow. We will come back and talk some more about it. Again, what's that saying? Good guy, good gun? Coming up on 6 o'clock, 77 degrees. You have whatever kind of night you would like. We're back tomorrow, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
Voters head to the polls in an off-year election.
The top issue on the ballot is abortion rights.
Marking the attacks that have led to war.
30 candles were lit to symbolize 30 days since the deadly Hamas attacks in Israel.
At the U.S. Supreme Court,
a major case on gun rights and domestic violence protection.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Key races have been underway nationwide on this election day. CBS's Michael George says abortion is on the ballot in Ohio.
Voters flock to the polls in Ohio with the future of abortion rights in the state on the line.
I'm of an age that I know what happens if you can't do this legally. You know, it was like a no-brainer for me.
Ohio voters are considering an amendment to the state constitution that, if approved, would guarantee women have the right to an abortion. But opponents say the measure, known as Issue 1, goes too far.
Kentucky and Mississippi are electing governors. In Mississippi, Democrat Brandon Presley is challenging Republican incumbent Tate Reeves.
I'm proud of the campaign we ran. I think Mississippians are ready to turn the page, ready for a breath of fresh air.
Virginia's GOP Governor Glenn Youngkin looks to gain control of the state legislature.
I believe that we're going to hold our House and flip our Senate.
1 month ago today, Hamas launched terror attacks that Israel says killed more than 1,400 people. The Gaza Health Ministry says the death toll there has surpassed 10,000. CBS's Charlie D'Agata was embedded with the Israeli army in northern Gaza.
Gunners kept lookout as we crossed the desert scrubland of northeast Gaza until we reached Beit Hanun. As we arrived, the sound of ongoing gun battles could be heard nearby. The city had an estimated pre-war population of more than 60,000 people. Looking around, it's hard to imagine anyone lived here at all.
Axios reports President Biden is urging Israel's prime minister to agree to a 3-day pause in fighting to help secure the release of more hostages. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The proposal discussed between the U.S., Israel, and Qatar would allow for the release of 10 to 15 hostages. An Israeli official says Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been more open to smaller pauses of about an hour at a time.
Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib addresses the House chamber on a censure resolution against her for her rhetoric about the Israel-Hamas war. The only Palestinian American serving in Congress says Palestinians are not disposable.
We are human beings, just like anyone else. My city, my grandmother, like all Palestinians, just wants to live her life with freedom and human dignity we all deserve.
The House is expected to vote tomorrow on whether to censure Tlaib. Now this.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: the Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team strikes again, reporting 3 more felony arrests. Sheriff Norman Dills say 29-year-old Tabitha Klein was arrested on a charge of first-degree endangering the welfare of a child. 55-year-old Terry Moorfield was arrested on charges of unlawful use of a firearm. And 41-year-old Scott Johnson was arrested on a Montauk County charge of possessing a controlled substance and on a probation and parole warrant for absconding. The financial future looking bright for the city of Osage Beach. That according to Mayor Michael Harmison, who says the projected 4% growth rate for the new year ahead is almost a certainty, with a number of developments in the works, which of course also means the need for more housing.
We're going to have a lot of construction workers here, and they've got to have a place to live, and they're going to be contributing to the economy, and then they're going to bring their family down, and they're going to have their recreation.
Harmison also points to the collection of a 3% sales tax on adult-use marijuana and associated products, which will also add to that bottom line. And it's almost deer hunting season across the Show Me State. The November portion of the firearms deer season will open up this weekend, and it runs through the 21st. So far, statewide, there have been more than 65,000 deer harvested. Franklin County leads the way with more than 1,600 of them. In the lake area, Benton County has the most with 960. Morgan has 853. Camden has 725. And Miller has 575. More news at krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 75.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin, our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. I notice all the networks pretty much shooting video out of Gaza, the people who are moving south, displaced from their homes. I haven't seen a single video of the Israelis who've been forced to move out of their homes on the northern border with Hezbollah, 500,000 Israelis. Why is that? Interesting. When you're president of a country or prime minister, and you're a free country, and you're surrounded by enemies, your number one job when you're attacked is to defeat that enemy. Everything else is secondary, including Joe Biden's political interests and his campaign and his base. And I'm noticing, America, more and more as each day goes by, that the Biden administration, through the usual media, CNN, Washington Post, MSNBC, the New York Times, and all the rest of them, are now talking about the ouster of Netanyahu, that he can't survive, that he can't last. They want to move him out, bring in some left-wing flunkies like Ehud Barak, who tried to overthrow the duly elected Netanyahu government for a year, because this is what they want. Now, what's interesting is, in my two shows on Fox, the monologue that I gave Saturday has received an enormous amount of interest, and people keep talking to me about it as they come up to me. And some of you may not have heard it. I don't normally do this because I only have 3 hours, and 3 hours means about, what is it, Mr. Producer, 40 minutes an hour, give or take. But I thought I'd play part of it for you now, and then after the bottom of the hour, the final part. And maybe you can see what people are talking about as well. So this is from last Saturday, opening statement, Life, Liberty, and Levin on Fox. Go.
I want to talk about casualties. Do you think 100,000 civilian deaths in 1 year is significant? Oh, it's massive. When you consider we lost about 59,000 men and women in the Vietnam War, when you consider we lost over 50,000 in the Korean War, it's a lot of people. Those were combatants, not civilians, not citizens. So let me ask you a question. When a president of the United States keeps a border open intentionally, the southern border, and upwards of 100,000 young Americans, aged 18 to 45, die every single year that border is open from fentanyl, almost 100,000 American civilian casualties. Well, what kind of president is that? Is that a man who gives a damn about human life? Is that a man who's compassionate about the American people? Is that a man who wants to protect the American people? Absolutely silent. He doesn't even talk about it. While his flunky, the Secretary of DHS, keeps testifying that the border is secure or we need comprehensive immigration reform. And I'm not even including the inhumanity, the other inhumanity that's taking place on the border, the sex slaves, the children sold into sex slavery, the rapes, the murders, the other drugs coming across, drug cartels with ties to the communist Chinese who use techniques like ISIS coming into our country. They now have a foothold in every major metropolitan area and every one of our states. What kind of a president is that? He's a president that should be impeached. That's a high crime. Doing that to your own country? 100,000 civilian deaths a year, probably more. We just had the FBI director testify that the FBI now controls enough fentanyl, illegal fentanyl, that it is acquired to kill 270 million Americans. 270 million Americans, and the border's still wide open, given what's going on in the Middle East? Can you think of another country that has an open border? Any? Can you think of another president or prime minister or dictator or monarch who would leave a border open like that so its own people are suffering and dying? We're talking about potential terrorist attacks. We're going to have them. We all know it. You can't have millions of people coming in here, not vetting them, not even know who they are and where they're going, and assume that the people who want to blow us up, the people who took down the towers, the people who've hit us over and over and over and over again, that all of a sudden they're going to somehow respect the rules of law, or they're not going to sneak across the border. Biden knows it. Harris knows it. The Attorney General knows it. The FBI director is sitting right next to Mayorkas, and he wouldn't even point the finger and say, you need to secure that border. No, he couldn't even bring himself to do that. Why am I telling you this? Because Joe Biden doesn't give a damn about American civilian casualties, as he goes on about civilian casualties in Gaza, as he talks about a humanitarian ceasefire. You know what a humanitarian ceasefire is? It's appeasement. It's appeasement in stages. But appeasement in stages is appeasement. The Israelis cannot afford to lose a war when their very survival is at stake. Ask Hamas. They keep announcing we're going to keep at it till they're destroyed. Ask Hamas's rioters, protesters, the Hamas network. You see them in the streets. You hear the professors. You see the college students. You even see the media. What do they say as they spew the propaganda of the enemy? As they spew the propaganda of the enemy. The Democrat Party is a problem. The Democrat Party is a party without a soul. It's a party without principle. It's a party without morality. That's why the Democratic Socialists, a.k.a. Marxists who hate America, that's why the Hamas Nazi-supporting individuals in our country, they're all Democrats. They have representation in Congress. They have representation in Democrat Party organizations. They have representation in the Democrat media. They're not Republicans. They're not constitutional conservatives. They hate us. But I want to talk about civilian casualties because they're trying to now force Netanyahu to resign. MSNBC and Biden and the other, he's weak. He's weak. No, it's Biden who should resign. He should be impeached. A high crime that he's committing against the people of the United States, just the southern border alone. But I want to give us a little bit of history here that I'm sure is not being taught in our schools. The Civil War. The siege of Vicksburg was one of the most tactically important victories for the Union in the American Civil War, writes Aaron O'Neill at Statistica, as it helped give them control of the Mississippi River, while cutting off a major supply line for Union forces. When Major General Ulysses S. Grant's Union troops tried to take the fortress by force in mid-May 1863, they were twice pushed back with heavy casualties. Instead of sending his men to try a third time, Grant had a different idea. He encircled Vicksburg, the second most important military manufacturing city in the Confederacy. One side, the Mississippi River, he sent his massive gunboats. The rest of it, often on a hill, he surrounded it. And what did he do? Night after night, day after day, relentlessly. He prevented anyone from leaving, and he prevented anyone from going in. No ingress, no egress. Citizen, non-citizen, it didn't matter. The inhabitants survived for about 40 days before running out of provisions. They couldn't get any food. Many reports claim the starving inhabitants, mostly citizens but also military, had to resort to eating dogs and rats in order to survive. Dogs and rats. Some people starved to death. Most were malnourished. It was a horrendous scene. Vicksburg. Was Abraham Lincoln a war criminal, or was Abraham Lincoln one of our greatest presidents in American history? And let me ask this question. Israel needs to fight to survive. Hamas has said it wants to destroy them. Hamas is backed by Iran. Hamas is backed by Hezbollah. Hamas is now backed by Russia and China. This tiny little Jewish state with 7 million Jews up against it. Do they have a right to fight to win? Not if you listen to Joe Biden. A humanitarian ceasefire? So you can provide food and medicine and fuel that the enemy, Hamas, steals? There's evidence. They're stealing fuel from the hospitals. They're using their people as fodder. The Israelis aren't doing it. The enemy's doing that. But, of course, the American media are all in. Was it really okay for the Israelis to go after one commander who helped lead the slaughter of their people with all the casualties that occurred? Do you think that would have been asked during the Civil War? So here's my question. Abraham Lincoln, in my view, the second greatest president in American history, George Washington I. Do we revere him? You bet we do. Why? Because he defeated the South, he kept the Union together, and he ended slavery. Well, let me ask you something. 700,000 casualties, 50,000 citizens died. Now, I know it's not as much as the open border that Biden has, with 100,000 Americans dying every year, but 50,000 were killed. Was it worth the battle to keep the nation together and to end slavery? Well, most of us think it was. You see, Lincoln didn't agree with a two-state solution. It was one country, no two-state solution. He could have easily negotiated for a two-state solution. He said, no, it's the United States of America. That's number one. Number two, slavery. Slavery was barbaric. Do we agree? Democrat, Republican? All of us agree? Yes. 700,000 casualties. So when the Israelis fight for their lives, for their survival, is that okay? No. No, they're the aggressor. No, they're the occupier. No, they need to be obliterated. And so they keep trying to pull Netanyahu back. They keep trying to pull the IDF back. Well, it seems to me, if it was good enough to fight, and it should be, and it was, to end slavery, well, it's good enough for the Israelis to fight for their lives and their very survival, and against this whole notion of a two-state solution, which would be their final solution. You want to hear another one? How about the Battle of Atlanta? By 1864, General William Tecumseh Sherman had come to believe that a Union victory required not only defeating the Southern armies, listen, but also destroying the South's physical ability and psychological will to continue the war. This was also the case in World War II. World War II is often called the war against civilians. Dresden, Berlin, London, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, all aimed, partially military, but all aimed at destroying the will of the people to support these regimes. All of them. And we were involved in them. Big time. Atlanta, a transportation industrial center and symbol of Confederate strength, made a prime target. So what did Sherman do? Well, he marched through Atlanta like crap through a goose. Soldiers set fire to the city, culminating when the troops set much of the downtown area ablaze during the last night in the city. Sherman had carefully studied census records to make sure his troops could live off the land before leaving Atlanta and to maintain his supply line. The Union soldiers raided farms, destroyed cotton fields and mills, slaughtered livestock, burned properties where they met resistance, and took as much food as they could carry. During the occupation of Atlanta, Sherman wrote to city officials there, "War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it." Years later, he shortened this sentiment during an address at the Michigan Military Academy. War is hell. And we've always viewed it that way, and we've always fought it that way. Two of our greatest presidents, Lincoln and then later Grant, viewed it that way. We would not have this country. We would not have ended slavery if we didn't fight the way we fight. We would not have won World War II and defeated Hitler in the Third Reich, Tojo, the Japanese emperor, and Imperial Japan. We would not have defeated Mussolini and fascistic Italy. We would not have destroyed those concentration camps and all the rest of the brutality that the Axis powers were involved in had we not fought to win. To win. That's our perspective. That should be our perspective.
Now that I'm back live, that covers some of the areas we've discussed before, and there's another piece of it that I want to play for you after the bottom of the hour, since the next segment will be too short. But Biden and the Democrat Party and his Obama advisors are such ruthless thugs that they're trying to push out Netanyahu. They've given the word to their media. You can see it, you can read it, you can hear it. Because they want a pliable Ehud Barak type or Lapid type. Who'll do what they want. Who'll do what they say. And what a disaster that would be. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
I have to tell you something that speaks to the very core of our values as Americans. About a veteran-owned company on a mission to make a real difference in the lives of our military members. And of course, I'm talking about our great sponsor, Pure Talk. Our veterans gave everything to protect our nation, and Pure Talk understands the sacrifices they've made. Now, they've set an ambitious goal to eliminate $10 million in military debt by Veterans Day. But they can't do it alone. They need your help. When you switch to Pure Talk's lightning-fast 5G network, they'll donate a portion of every new order to this noble cause. And you can make a real difference just by choosing superior cell phone service. And Pure Talk's plans start at just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, pound 250, and say the keyword Mark Levin to make the switch. Let's show our unwavering support for our veterans, fantastic phone service, at an affordable price. Dial pound 250 and say Mark Levin to switch to Pure Talk today. It's the right move. It's the American way.
Minute with Mitch is brought to you by Lick Billiards Grill and Sports Bar, featuring free pool from 11 to 2 with the purchase of a lunch and a full menu until 11:30 on weekday nights and even later on the weekends.
It's time for a Minute with Mitch as we take a moment to discuss football with a play-by-play voice of the Kansas City Chiefs. It's presented by Hy-Vee, the proud official grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, this is the much-anticipated bye week for the Chiefs. It's been a whirlwind, and after going through the past 3 weeks, it's got me thinking if we're headed for another major change in the NFL calendar. The Chiefs lost to Denver a couple weeks ago. Okay, credit the Broncos, but the following week we went to Germany. The NFL loves these international games, but all 3 teams this year who played on the road the week before they went international all lost. And since the advent of the 17-game regular season in 2021, 4 of the 6 teams that traveled before their international game lost. Distractions? Maybe. It looks like there ought to be 3 bye weeks, one before every Thursday night game and one before and after the international game. And the regular season would go 20 weeks with the Super Bowl played on the last week of February. It just might be the thing to do on this Minute with Mitch. Make your next tailgate tail great. Go Chiefs! With help from Hy-Vee, proud sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. This football season, find all of your tailgating needs at your local Hy-Vee. From chips and beer to the freshest meat and seafood in town. The culinary pros at Hy-Vee take all of the guesswork out with pre-made dips, snacks, and more. And don't forget to stop by the bakery for a wide assortment of sweet treats. Tailgating has never been easier with help from your local Hy-Vee. Also remember, your local Hy-Vee is the place to find the highest quality beef, hand-selected and sourced from family farms throughout the Midwest. When it comes to beef, Hy-Vee goes the extra mile to bring affordable, tender, and delicious flavor to every tailgate and grill out. Stop into your local Hy-Vee to find Angus Reserve, Choice Reserve, and Prime Reserve beef options for your next gathering. Hy-Vee, proud sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow, that was a great band.
I agree. Glad we came out tonight, but now I'm hungry and it's almost 11.
We can go to Lake Billiards and Sports Bar. Their kitchen's open till 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends. We've got plenty of time.
Oh yeah, I saw them featured on the Damn Food Tour. The food looks great. Siri, where's Lake Billiards and Sports Bar?
Lake Billiards and Sports Bar, located at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Billiards Sports Bar, serving lunch, dinner, and late-night dining 7 days a week.
Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. So when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to the following. CarShield offers protection plans starting as low as $100 a month with flexible month-to-month coverage, no long-term contracts, and options to fit everybody's budget. They have repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, and you have your choice of ASE-certified mechanics. They have a price lock guarantee. This is big, meaning the price will never go up, no matter how many claims you file or even as the mileage on your car increases. That's a big deal. Call CarShield today, 800-898-6155, or go to carshield.com/Levin. That's /Levin to save 20%. That's 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin to save 20%.
Mark Levin.
Ooh, he sounds like he's tall.
On the Mark Levin Radio Show.
It's a short segment and a perfect time to remind people who are listening to this program. If you haven't voted yet and you live in Virginia or Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky, a very close race, and some of the other areas of the country, you owe it to your family, to your community, to the country to do it. Nobody's asking you to go to war. You're being asked to vote. In Virginia, which has been a state I've lived in for over 40 years, Loudoun County, where I've lived for over 20 years, it is essential that you folks get out to support your sheriff, Chapman, your delegate candidate, Higgins, the Senate candidate, Segura, and the chairman for the county commissioner slot, Katz. But all over Virginia, you know what's going on in your county. Just get out and vote. Nobody's asking you to do anything more than that. A lot of Americans can't vote today. They don't have anything to vote for. There is no election in most of the states. There's an off-year election. This is the time you catch the Democrats sleeping and bite them in the ass. Same with Kentucky. You have a very close governor's race. Very close. Very important. Mississippi, you have a very close governor's race. I don't know why, but you do. And there's races in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Ohio, you have a very important ballot question. So when in doubt, go vote. That's all you have to do. Send a message to the nation. I'll be right back.
When you call Consumer Cellular's customer support to discuss our affordable and flexible phone plans, it's like you're calling the Declaration of Independence or a hot dog at a baseball game. Because Consumer Cellular's customer support is based entirely in the United States. And Consumer Cellular's customer support agents are from where you're from, the same small town that you're from, the one that stretches from California to Maine, Minnesota to Corpus Christi, Texas, the one that cares about its neighbors and lights fireworks, legal ones, in the street. So the next time you want to make a phone call that feels like an American flag waving at an air show at magic hour, give us a call. Even if it's for no reason at all except to exchange barbecue sauce recipes like a couple of Americans. Or make jokes about Canadians. LOL, just kidding. We love Canadians. They're our neighbors. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social on Wednesday, November 15th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on November 15th is sponsored by 4 Real Promotions and WFO Water Sports.
West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Says action now. A radio sensation that's sweeping the nation.
As feisty as ever. Please welcome
Mark Levin. Mark Levin, America's think tank. And you can call him at 877-381-3811.
I've got about another 5 minutes of this monologue. I'll tell you what's interesting, and I'm going to play it shortly. You can see when I delve into these things, I'm not regurgitating or repeating anything that anybody else has said. I'm an independent thinker. This is what I do, while other people are out doing whatever they do in between their times on radio and TV. But this is what I do. And I've also talked at some length now over the past few weeks, few months on this program, but a few weeks on Fox and elsewhere, about the real Islamophobia, where it's occurring, how Muslims have killed more Muslims than anybody else has killed Muslims, how Arabs have killed more Arabs than anybody else has killed Arabs. And it's starting to resonate on Fox and talk radio, and it's very, very important that it does. And so here again, Saturday, the last 5 minutes of my opening statement. Go ahead.
All these calls for the state of Israel, slow down, be careful, don't hit the school, don't hit the hospital. And here we have terrorists, desert rats, hiding among their people. And the Israelis, the only army on the planet that's supposed to fight a war humanely, that's supposed to fight a war and pick out the enemy from the citizen, even though they're wearing the same things, and the enemy knows this and is purposely hiding among the citizens. Joe Biden says he's very concerned about the Palestinian citizens. He's not even concerned about the American citizens. What happened to those Americans in Afghanistan? Hundreds of them left behind. He doesn't even talk about them. They're there because of him. Blinken doesn't even talk about them. Getting the hostages back. I think Biden made it a little more complicated when he handed $6 billion over to the Iranians. I don't want to hear that it wasn't our money. The South Koreans wouldn't have released it without our say-so. They held it back with our say-so, and that money's there for a reason. The Iranians already said they'll do whatever the hell they want to do with it. And the spigot's still wide open. $1.5 billion a week going to the Iranian Nazi regime that's funding Hamas, that's funding Hezbollah, that's funding the Houthis, that's funding the attacks on America. Funding the attacks on America. And he says he's very concerned about the civilian deaths taking place in Gaza. Not Texas, not New York City, no. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the worst president in American history. He's causing wars. He's going to cause a disastrous terrorist attack, one or more in this country. He's caused all kinds of harm, and I will say death in our own country already, American citizens. He left citizens behind in Afghanistan. He is a complete and unmitigated disaster. But the Democrat Party has a problem, much bigger than the Republican Party. The Democrat Party, as I've written it, not only hates America, but what is the Democrat Party? The Democrat Party is basically an unprincipled organization that seeks power for those who run it. And that's why you can have in the Democrat Party overwhelming number of Jewish voters, overwhelming number of Muslim voters, overwhelming number of voters who will support and are Hamas versus an overwhelming number of people who support Israel, voting for the same candidates. How can that be? Well, let me ask you. The climate change Marxist fanatics who are destroying our ability to produce oil and coal and natural gas, steel and aluminum, who are hollowing out the industrial heartland of our country, how can the Democrat Party represent working class Americans, union and non-union, and at the same time represent the psycho-radical left sitting in their office buildings or their Ivy League school offices dictating how they're going to destroy the industrial heartland? How is it that they both vote Democrat? Because they have a corrupt media, a propagandist media with demagogic hosts. The New York Times covered up the Holocaust, and now it is the mouthpiece for it, is the propaganda wing of Hamas in the United States. Same with our big networks. Same with so much of the American media. That's how the Democrats get away with it. That's how Biden gets away with it. And at the same time, they call Republicans and conservatives racists. In fact, here we have an article from CNN. White House announces national strategy to combat Islamophobia. Tell me something, ladies and gentlemen. Where are all the marching Jews demanding the obliteration or elimination of Muslims? Where are they? What city are they in? Where are all the universities and colleges promoting Islamophobia? Or are those Jewish students running in the libraries and in the attics, locking themselves up, fearful for their own lives and violence? Where are all the pro-Israel, pro-Jewish professors, tenured professors, going on and on about how the Muslims are occupiers overseas? But there is Islamophobia, and it's horrific. It's horrendous. It's just not in the United States. It's in the Muslim and Arab countries. More Muslims are being slaughtered and have been slaughtered by other Muslims than anybody else and anywhere else on the face of the earth. And it's going on as I speak. Whether it's Yemen, whether it's Iran, whether it's Iraq, Syria, murdered over 500,000 of its own people, Muslims. The Palestinian Authority murders its own people. Hamas murders its own people. Hezbollah murders its own people. It's Muslims slaughtering Muslims. White House announces national strategy to combat Islamophobia. Now, why have they done this? Two quick reasons. One, because part of their base is very upset that Joe Biden gave a speech that he's standing with Israel, which, by the way, he's not. He's doing as little as possible. Mark, he's giving them arms. Every president has provided them with arms. But he's also provided their enemy with $70 billion. Let's see. $3.4 billion versus $70 billion. Seems a little out of whack to me, doesn't it, you, America? But it's even more than that. Their base, as I said. But the Democrat Party has no soul.
Now, that was Saturday. Today is November 7th. So that was November, let's see. Let me count backwards. 7th, 6th. That was November 4th. I want to read something to you. We've got a lot to cover this evening. In Blaze Media, former Muslim shares viral conversation with his father, dismantling the narrative blaming Israel for genocide by Chris Inlow. And this is in today's Blaze, but this conversation between father and son occurred on November 5th, the day after my monologue. That monologue has resonated a lot, without attribution, of course, but the issues that I've raised have been regurgitated, and that's a good thing. Author Harris Sultan went viral over the weekend for sharing a story about a conversation he had with his father that destroys the narrative accusing Israel of a genocide against Palestinians. Across the world, pro-Palestinian activists accuse Israel of genocide. They claim Gaza is an open-air prison and that the Israeli military kills Palestinian civilians, women and children included. We're seeing this all day today on cable. All day today on cable. These claims, unfortunately, even circulate in the halls of Congress, with Representative Rashida Tlaib accusing Joe Biden of supporting a genocide. Of course, she is an anti-Semitic, anti-American reprobate. Enter Sultan, a former Muslim who wrote a book about his experience leaving the Islamic faith. In a recent conversation with his father, whom Sultan described as a so-called moderate Muslim, Sultan explained that his father asked why he is, quote, supporting this genocide, unquote, against the Palestinians. After explaining that he empathizes with suffering, Sultan showed his father a photo, which his father immediately assumed came from Gaza. But Sultan explained, quote, the photo is actually of a Yemeni child pulled from the rubble resulting from a Saudi bombing in Yemen. The photo served to prove an important point. The world is outraged because Israel is defending itself from Hamas terrorists, but is silent when Muslims kill their own, which is, of course, my point you heard on Saturday. Quote, I pointed out that Israel has allegedly killed 7,000 Palestinians. Now, the reason he says allegedly, and the media are running with this, of course, we know now the Gaza Health Service, because I exposed this, is controlled by Hamas. And they put out whatever numbers they want. They have no independent sourcing for this. Well, the Saudis have killed at least 150,000 Yemeni Muslims. Some estimates suggest up to 300,000, he wrote. How can we call the current conflict a genocide when what the Saudis did is hardly even discussed by Muslims? Sultan explained in his viral post, don't get me started on 200,000 Muslims killed by Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Then Sultan recounted what he told his father when he expressed disagreement with Muslim violence. How convenient, he said to his father, nearly 500,000 fellow Muslims, 500,000, have been killed by other Muslims, and by the way, it's more than that. And you didn't even know about it, Sultan remembered. Yet when Israel retaliates against a terrorist organization that has killed, raped, and maimed 1,500 of its citizens, the whole Muslim world reacts. This anecdote illustrates an indicting fact, Sultan explained, after telling his story. The outrage against Israel for defending itself from Hamas, he pointed out, quote, seems to have less to do with preserving Muslim lives and more to do with the religious fantasy of hostility toward Jews. Sultan, it appears, is a one-man wrecking ball destroying the genocide narrative. In recent days, he has pointed out that Gaza's population has quadrupled in the last 60 years. Quadrupled. Which prima facie makes the claim that Israel is guilty of genocide or ethnic cleansing mere propaganda. Reminded people that Hamas's leaders live luxurious lives, and we talked about this last night, while Palestinians in Gaza are subjected to abject poverty, and highlighted how the Western world, which claims to care about Gaza, never protested when exponentially more Muslims died in other Middle East conflicts. Very, very, very important. I've explained this. This gentleman has now explained it. Others are starting to pick up some of the slack and put things in actual context. The fact is the Muslims slaughter Muslims, that Arabs slaughter Arabs, that there was no marching in the streets about any of it, as I explained. Any of it. People marching in the streets now. They don't talk about who's funding these protests. They're not just happening. The Hamas network in our country, as I explained on Fox and here, has tens of millions of dollars for this and has been planning this. Soros front groups, NGOs, millions of dollars promoting this stuff. And I can go on, and that would be why, if you go to Media Matters right now, you'll see the endless attacks on Fox, on conservative talk radio, on conservatives generally, who are defending Israel and taking on the Hamas Nazi terrorists, which apparently Media Matters supports. If they don't, they have a funny way of showing it. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Planning a special event and not sure where to start? We can help. Hi, this is Lindsay with Bridal Cave. Our Thunder Mountain Park Event Center is perfect for weddings, receptions, family reunions, corporate events, birthdays, or any special occasion. Featuring an intimate mountaintop setting with a $1 million view of beautiful Lake of the Ozarks and accommodating up to 80 people. Make your reservation by emailing me at lindsay@bridalcave.com or call 573-346-2676. Make your special occasion exceptional at Thunder Mountain Park Event Center. Find out more at bridalcave.com.
Get 11% off everything now at Menards. Owens Corning pink foamular insulation panels have superior moisture resistance for interior and exterior applications and are the first line of defense against heat loss through basement walls. Look for the pink panels and save. Right now, get 11% off on all insulation products at Menards. Good through November 12th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded. Bulletin, do you want to go on our KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, Mexico? Seats are selling fast, and now you only have till the end of this month to book your trip. Well, we just made your choice easy. This station has been Apple Vacations' best customer for years. So, bingo! They just gave us a big discount to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. This resort is less than 1 year old, and it's north of Cancun in a new, uncrowded, exclusive area. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes air, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food. Even your tips are all part of this package. Now, the good part. The new price has been lowered to $15.29 per person. Ocean View rooms are a bit more. If you bought one of our trips at the higher price, you're going to get the difference back in cash. We want you to be happy, and we want you to join us to beat the winter blues in Costa Mujeres. Check out our radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. Or you can call Kim at Direct Travel at the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. Let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Hey, folks, as you know, our free speech is under a multi-front assault. If you've been listening to my radio program, well, you'll understand the grave threat big tech censorship poses to our republic's founding principles. At Blaze Media, we are the very first conservative media company to remove big tech's intrusive ads on our news website. Yes, it's a gamble, because Blaze Media now relies 100% on you, our dedicated listeners and readers. We've rolled out a membership tier for Blaze News. Stand with us and join the front line in defense of truth. Subscribe to Blaze News today and become a beacon in the battle against censorship. Just go to levintv.com right now. That's LEVINTV.com. And for a limited time, get $36 off and get access to everything on Blaze Media, including yours truly, of course. And support us in this fight with promo code Levin Plus. That's LEVINTV.com. Promo code Levin Plus. LevinTV.com. Promo code Levin Plus. Help us stand up against big tech.
What good is it to be a genius if you can't even go out on a school night?
On the Mark Levin radio program.
You've seen the headlines, right? Third highest deficit in history. $2 trillion this year. Digital dollar sparks uncertainty. We're living in a disastrous time. But gold is still gold. It's still the old reliable. It has been for thousands and thousands of years. It's weathered many storms. Republics have fallen. Empires have fallen. Currencies have died. But gold always survives. And so it's tangible. It's real. Listen, if you have an IRA or a 401k, you should really learn about the benefits of a gold IRA from Augusta Precious Metals. This is their strongest suit. That is gold in IRAs, physical gold. Diversifying with physical gold, not certificates. This is where I've bought my Canadian gold coins, which, as you know, I like to have because you can use them both as an investment and commercially. Should all hell break loose, which seems to be happening. And you can get a free guide to gold IRAs, a free guide from Augusta Precious Metals today. Here's what you do. Text Levin to 68592. That's Levin to 68592. Levin to 68592. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Text data, message rates may apply, performance varies. Consult your financial professionals before making investment decisions and get risk disclosures at AugustaPreciousMetals.com. You know, ladies and gentlemen, NBC and MSNBC are among the two worst pro-Hamas news outlets in our country. Well, what else would you call them? Well, that's what I call them because that's what they are. Over at MSNBC, there's a guy by the name of, let's see, what is his name, Mr. Producer? We have the audio there. Mehdi Hassana. We played this video several weeks ago and talked about it. And do we have time now, Mr. Producer? And this is a guy who's a primetime host on the weekends. Primetime host at MSNBC. Cut 21. It's hard to hear. This is something he said several years back. And but this is what's in his mind, his heart, and his soul. Cut 21, go.
And of course, the kafirs, the disbelievers, the atheists who remain deaf and stubborn to the teachings of Islam, the rational message of the Quran, they are described in the Quran as, quote, a people of no intelligence. Allah describes us. Not of no morality, not of no belief, a people of no intelligence. Because they are incapable of the intellectual effort it requires to shake off those blind prejudices, to shake off those easy assumptions about this world, about the existence of God. In this respect, the Quran describes the atheists as cattle, as those who go into craft and do not stop and wonder about this world.
Cut 22, go.
All of these ulama unanimously agree that at the very minimum, if Yazid was not a kafir, then at the very minimum, he was a fasiq, a transgressor, a breaker of Islamic laws, a corrupt individual, a tyrant, a killer, a drunkard, a dog lover, a music lover, a homosexual, a pedophile, a sexual deviant, someone who slept with his own mother, astaghfirullah. These are their views of these ulama in their books, not my view.
He also used to be with Al Jazeera. And now he's with MSNBC. He's been for a little bit. How could you possibly dismiss all this? They actually twist my word, were from weren't, to protect Wolf Blitzer from his leftist reporting, from his hostility to Netanyahu, his hostility to what the Israelis are trying to do to defend themselves. You don't have to twist this guy's words at all. This guy's fully out of the closet. He's full-throated. There's nothing confusing about it. And there are no stories about this guy. None. None. And this is MSNBC. He apologized, of course. But he's still an Israel hater. It's like the New York Times hiring the Palestinian who praised Hitler just a few years ago. Not more. Not once. Twice. They moved him off when they got hot, and they brought him back when it wasn't hot anymore. MSNBC has serious problems. Al Sharpton long history of anti-Semitism. I don't even know if he's ever apologized for it. Has he? And he's not alone. I'm going to have a guest this weekend on my Sunday show, Life, Liberty, and Living. And it'll be a guest from the fantastic media watchdog group that watches the reporting about the Middle East, camera.org. Like the word camera? Camera.org. It's going to be fantastic. We'll be right back.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Polls are closed in Ohio where residents have voted on whether to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. CBS News estimates that Ohio issue 1 is leaning yes. In Kentucky, CBS News estimates the race for governor is a toss-up between incumbent Governor Andy Beshear, a Democrat, and Republican Attorney General Daniel Cameron. CBS's Torian Small in Louisville.
I talked to Daniel Cameron's campaign, and they said that they are very optimistic. They said voter registration numbers are looking up in Republicans' favors, and we've seen Cameron go on the trail and go after Andy Beshear's record, but really pushing him further to the left.
Virginia voters are choosing who controls the state legislature. The launching of attacks by Hamas reaches 30 days. CBS's Charlie D'Agata was embedded with the Israeli army in northern Gaza.
That city, 60,000 people, and nothing really was left standing. And we're talking about a pretty populated area. And when I spoke to the commander, I said, why was it necessary to go so big? He said, well, you know, it is a tactic, and we've seen it ourselves in places like Fallujah and Mosul. They're trying to level the playing field to take away from militants any kind of ambush opportunities. Most importantly, to take away the IEDs, you know, those homemade bombs, which were everywhere.
Outside of the U.S. Supreme Court today, advocates on both sides rallied as justices heard arguments in a case that pits gun rights against a federal law that seeks to protect victims of domestic violence. In Washington, D.C., police arrest 21-year-old Amir Lavon Merrill, who they say had a rifle at a park near the Capitol. CBS's Nicole Killian.
Authorities say there was no threat to the congressional community, but the incident follows another one this week where U.S. Capitol Police confiscated a pair of Glock handguns after 2 suspects crashed a stolen vehicle into a barricade.
I'm very concerned about the heightened
threats against members.
The investigation is still ongoing. Police are trying to figure out how Morell may have gotten the gun. He faces a warrant and several charges, including having an unregistered firearm.
A lot of people are still waiting for their direct deposits to go through after a glitch in the system last week. CBS's Matt Piper reports.
Up to 900,000 Americans have had issues with their direct deposits since payday last Friday. It's an issue with the payments company, the Clearinghouse, and some of its customers at Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Chase have not seen their money still.
They still are, among the largest banks in the country and have millions of customers.
Banking consultant Bert Ely.
How did this problem erupt in the first place? Was there, in fact, some kind of hack that created it?
The Clearinghouse calls the mess a processing error. This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News now.
I'm John Roker, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. It could be a 1-2 punch of good news coming from MoDOT this week. Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel for the bridge work along Route C in Miller County.
If you're commuting between Richland and Osage Beach, that's the bridge closures. We've replaced 2 bridge decks on Miller C, and we're getting ready to wrap that work up.
Optimistically, Miller County Route C could be clear sailing again for motorists by the end of this week or early next week. And then, of course, there's the closing of the Bagnell Dam Bridge to traffic on Thursday.
It'll just be for a few hours, so for those that have to commute through there, highly suggest you use 242 and be prepared to go around.
And, of course, with any MoDOT project getting done as planned will largely depend on the weather. 2023 continues to be a busier year in general for fire districts across the lake area. Osage Beach Fire Chief Paul Berardi says that districts responded to 190 incidents alone during the month of October, resulting in a year-end figure so far of 1,888 responses, up 79 from this same time in 2022. Of the 190 calls, medical calls dominated with 134 responses. Osage Beach personnel also went to the doors 7 times for public service assistance, 3 times each for electrical problems and malfunctions, and 1 response for a structure fire. And a 15-year-old girl from Versailles was injured when the bicycle she was riding on Morgan County Route C was hit by the passenger side of a mirror in a passing pickup truck. The Highway Patrol says the 36-year-old driver of the truck tried to avoid the bicycle when it happened. He was uninjured. The teen suffered minor injuries and was treated at the scene. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Here's a special announcement to hunters. Wives and girlfriends love the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. She will appreciate one of the 3 specials good for November at Doe Camp, like the Get Out of the Rut package with rejuvenating coffee bean massage, then a vitamin C facial, or the Radiant Eyes Beautiful Brows with tint and lash lift, or the Happy Hoof Bliss package with deluxe foot massage and pampering pedicure. It'll make your hunting trip outstanding. Don't wait. Get your Doe Camp certificate now.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology Forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 73.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. I want to get into this phony special counsel in Washington, D.C., and a few of these other issues as well. But before we do, I'm not done with MSNBC. Unfortunately, I can't spend my entire week on these media outlets, but I will hammer them in bits and pieces. I was talking about MSNBC, and there's a piece by David M. Lipman, media and education research analyst at the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting and Analysis, or CAMRA, as reported by the Jewish News Syndicate. And the headline is, MSNBC host Ali Velshi's rabid, reckless, anti-Israel rant, filled with false statements, exaggerations, and outright inaccuracies, yet MSNBC still makes excuses for him. And, of course, he's still there. On April 30, 2022, MSNBC host Ali Velshi delivered a long rant against the Jewish state that was as dishonest as it was rabid. The monologue was riddled with false statements and exaggerations that betray Velshi's willingness to twist the facts to fit his preferred narrative. This is MSNBC. During this segment, he claimed the map of the Palestinian Authority, sometimes described as Swiss cheese, has been carved up by Israel over the past century. While the Palestinian Authority did not exist until 1994, a mere 28 years ago, or now 29 years ago, so the reference to the past century is erroneous. Furthermore, the PA was created under the Oslo Accords, a mutual agreement between the State of Israel and the Palestinian Liberation Organization. It is under these same agreements that the current map of the PA's various levels of autonomy was agreed to via negotiations. To claim that Israel carved up the territory controlled by the Palestinian Authority is false. It's a lie. The map on territorial changes that entailed an Israeli transfer of 40% of Judea and Samaria to Palestinian Authority control, for the most part under so-called Area B status, were drawn and agreed to in negotiations between the two parties and implemented. Indeed, Velshi himself acknowledged that the demarcation of the borders in this way is entirely legitimate. He stated, "It's not illegitimate to change borders as long as it's done through negotiations." Well, it was, you idiot. He went on to claim that Israeli settlers live on, quote, illegally occupied Palestinian land, unquote, and that, quote, forcibly occupying another territory is illegal. Even if one considers the territory occupied, it is not considered illegal. Indeed, occupation is provided for in international law, the Fourth Geneva Convention. CAMRA has had this error corrected on numerous occasions by outlets like CNBC, the New York Times, The Independent, and Bloomberg. The claim that Israeli settlers live on Palestinian land is also incorrect under the Oslo Accords, and he goes on. But I would even go further. They're not settlers. Any more than Native Americans are settlers on the land in which they were the indigenous peoples. You can't be a settler if you're an indigenous person on your own land. Judea and Samaria are Jewish land and areas going back 4,000 years. And so he goes on about this guy, Velshi. He called Israel the leading occupying force in the world. This MSNBC clown. Now, what metric did Velshi make this statement in terms of land area? Western Sahara is 10 times the size of the entire state of Israel, including all the disputed territories. In terms of length of time, China's occupation of Tibet preceded Israel's capture of the territories by more than a decade and a half. In response to CAMRA's request for corrections, MSNBC made various excuses for Velshi's disconnect from factual reality, such as that he didn't in fact make factual assertions, he spoke in shorthand. Now this guy's another Israel hater, and I call him out by name. Hey, look, folks, I don't care who you are, what your faith is, could be Jewish, what your parents went through, what your children go through, what your aunt goes through, what your background is. If you're on air and you're saying certain things, or if you're a reporter for a newspaper and you're writing certain things that are intended to make a statement, intended for public digestion, you don't get a pass. You don't get a pass. Nobody gets a pass. It needs to be addressed. MSNBC, Al Sharpton. It's incredible. Why does MSNBC hire all these people? And there's more of them. Why does it do that? NBC's no better, but you even have Andrea Mitchell. She's horrific. Absolutely horrific. In the way that she asks questions, then flops a question mark on the end of them. She doesn't really want questions answered. She's asking the question in a way to get the outcome that she wants. That's what she's doing. Here's another one. Times of Israel. Ooh, who could it be? Let's think of the lineup there. Could be any of them. MSNBC host, this is from June 9, 2018, but ladies and gentlemen, they're all over the place. Joy Reid criticized Jews, Ariel Sharon, and old blog posts. Embattled MSNBC host Joy Reid embattled my foot. Published posts on her now defunct and deleted blog mocking a lavish bat mitzvah, criticizing the late Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon and suggesting the U.S. had no stake in the terrorist threat from Iran. The 2006 posts on the Reid Report, criticizing bar and bat mitzvah celebrations and addressing Iran, were first reported by the Daily Caller. They did a fantastic job. Wasn't first reported by CNN and Jake Tapper, assuming he was there. He was at ABC before that. Certainly not by Media Matters. Media Matters doesn't mind anti-Semites and bigots as racists, as long as they're Democrats. Mr. Producer, you went on that site today. Did you see any attack on Rashida Tlaib? Nothing. Why? Because they're a Soros operation, that's why. They follow other reports since December about a series of controversial posts on her log, shuttered log now. Reid, who was the weekend host of MSNBC, AM Joy, now, of course, she's been promoted to a prime time slot weekly, has since apologized for posts considered homophobic. She has this in common with the president of Media Matters, by the way. Another promoting a 9/11 conspiracy theory, and an illustration superimposing Senator John McCain's head onto the body of the 2007 Virginia Tech shooter. Can you imagine, Mr. Producer? You see how they broom the past of these people, and they're sorry, oh, they didn't mean it, oh, they were young, and then they're back? You damn right I'm going to keep calling this out. Iran's president may be nutty, she said, but to my knowledge, he hasn't said he wants to destroy America. Mohammed Ahmadinejad has called for the destruction of Israel. Perhaps for Charles Krauthammer and other neocons, there's no distinction. But there certainly is a distinction for me, for American taxpayers, and for the United States military, which is pledged to only defend the U.S. Israel has a quite well-armed military of its own, don't you know? Daily Caller also found a post apparently written in response to the lavish 2005 bat mitzvah party of Amber Rittinger, daughter of entrepreneur Lauren and J.R. Rittinger. Quote, how does the modern Jewish teen spend her bat mitzvah, she asked, according to screenshots obtained by the Caller. Answering a no question, Reid wrote, why with Herb Gotti and his soon-to-be rudderless label icons, Ashati and LaRue, plus Amarin. About $500,000 of your parents' cash, that's how. Oh, and you use the night to launch your own clothing line, too. Bling, bling. The bat mitzvah featuring the performers named in Reid's tweet was widely reported and ridiculed in the Jewish media at the time. But in addition, posts obtained by JTA, which is a very left-wing Jewish site, contemptible in many ways, nonetheless. Reid addresses media coverage of Judaism in Israel and expresses both political and personal distaste for Sharon, who at the time of her writing was hospitalized. He was dying from a stroke. For Israelis, she wrote, the qualities that provoke dread in bleeding hearts like me clearly elicited a sense of safety and stability. I've never been a fan of Ariel Sharon. He remains, in my mind, a rather thuggish figure, eternally linked to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, which by rights should have driven him from public office. And it goes on. Reed expresses more personal distaste, personal attacks. In a blog post about President George W. Bush, his 2006 State of the Union speech, Reed wrote, "You gotta love the Jew cam." The Jew cam? "You gotta love the Jew cam," she wrote, "that seeks out Joe Lieberman like a laser-guided missile every time anyone mentions the word Israel." Reed also references, quote, "a black guy cam that finds John Lewis at any mention of civil rights, an Obama African cam, and the Laura Bush cam." When asked for comment on Reed's blogs, an MSNBC spokesperson sent a previous statements from Reed and the network about her log. In her statement, Reed expresses regret. They always express regret, don't they? The anti-Semites, the American haters, they always express regret. And so many of them wind up at Comcast, on MSNBC, or on CNN and other places. Unbelievable. We're going to tackle this part of the time on Sunday when we have the great former ambassador to the United States from Israel, Ron Dermer, and also a top person at camera.org, CAMERA.org, that can give you chapter and verse about CNN, MSNBC, Washington Post, New York Times, and all the other contemptible, phony news platforms. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Smashing.
Tuning in and listening to the news, hearing what's happening with local views across the country or in my town. I tune in to find out what's going down. Hey, hey. Local radio, local radio.
Reports from Osage Beach Fire also describe the scene as chaotic and indicate that there were at least 11 other people on the boat, with some
and we are getting word of a plane crash near the Grand Glaze Airport. According to air radio traffic, the plane apparently crashed towards the end of the runway.
Numerous witnesses at the scene indicate the firework exploded near the guests of the event, shattering glass in numerous vehicles and even setting off the airbags of a fire truck.
Local radio, local radio.
10-5 touchdown! And the Lakers are on the board!
4 years behind bars after pleading guilty to a charge of abandoning a corpse in Camden County.
In the next half hour, it's Captain Bob May with our weekly lake report.
Make sure you join us tomorrow. Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft and Representative Don Mayhew.
Well, when we've had a local emergency or something in our community, where do you turn for information? You don't turn to the out-of-town stations that are trying to send their crews down out of the metros. We're in a rural area. It's our local radio. It's our local reporters. It's people you know, and they're connected to the community.
Local radio, local radio, boosting our businesses into the sky.
Thanks for listening.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
America's colleges and universities today are less concerned with critical thinking than with indoctrination. But I'm happy to report there is a college where students debate ideas openly and honestly, where they pursue truth together with their professors, and where America's great heritage of liberty is studied and revered. My favorite college, Hillsdale College. As stated in Hillsdale's founding document in 1844, Hillsdale's original mission was to offer the kind of serious liberal arts education needed to preserve the blessings of civil and religious liberty across the country. And this mission continues to guide Hillsdale College today. And you can learn a whole lot more at levinforhillsdale.com, Levin for Hillsdale.com. There you'll find a short video, it's just over a minute long, showing how Hillsdale's work, not only in Michigan and Washington, D.C. campuses, but across the nation, is effective in defending American liberty. Take some time to watch today at levinforhillsdale.com. That's Levin for Hillsdale.com.
About you, but I am planning to scream and run.
He's back on the Mark Levin Radio Show.
Here's Netanyahu on ABC's World News Tonight, last night, with David Mier. Cut 4, go.
I think there's the question of a ceasefire. The president himself has said that a ceasefire would be a surrender to Hamas. It would be a victory for Hamas, and you would no more have it than you would have a ceasefire after the Al-Qaeda bombings of the World Trade Center.
I know the Biden administration has also said now is not the time for a ceasefire. What they're proposing is a humanitarian pause. There will be no pause?
Well, there will be no ceasefire, general ceasefire in Gaza without the release of our hostages. As far as tactical little pauses, an hour here, an hour there, we've had them before. I suppose we'll check the circumstances in order to enable goods, humanitarian goods to come in, or our hostages, individual hostages to leave. But I don't think there's going to be a general ceasefire. It's not that I don't think. I think it will hamper the war effort. It'll hamper our effort to get our hostages out, because the only thing that works on these criminals in Hamas is the military pressure that we're exerting.
You see, Biden has a totally different agenda. We've talked about the ideological, really suicidal agenda of Blinken and Obama to weaken Israel and empower Iran, and they are still pursuing that. Notice this administration still has not enforced the oil sanctions on Iran, even though they're now shooting at our soldiers. It's shocking. Absolutely shocking. Netanyahu, cut 5, go.
But there is daylight here on this notion of a humanitarian pause.
Now you see how they just keep pushing a humanitarian pause. They even use the language of the Obama administration. ABC, CNN, the Washington Post. It's like a conga line. It's like the Rockettes of the press, dancing across the stage at Radio City. This is what they're doing. A humanitarian pause. What's humanitarian about the pause? When you're trying to defeat the enemy, they all admit the Hamas is bad to the Palestinian citizens there, but only Israel's standing up to them and trying to defeat them. Humanitarian pause. This is what he keeps saying. Humanitarian pause. Humanitarian pause. Not once does he say, how fast do you think you can mop this up? Humanitarian pause. Not once do they ask, how many IDF soldiers are you willing to risk? Humanitarian pause. Go ahead.
But there is daylight here on this notion of a humanitarian pause. You don't agree with the Biden administration on that?
We agree that we have to provide humanitarian assistance.
Almost 700 18-wheelers have gone in so far the last week. Have you ever seen a war fought this way, America? Ever? As bad as our presidents have been in fighting wars, we never did that. Never. Go ahead.
It with our American friends and with President Biden. We'll do whatever we can. We don't want to give Hamas the opportunity to endanger our soldiers. We saw that until we started the ground action, there was no pressure on them to release hostages. What we see is the minute we started the ground action, there is pressure.
And they're still shooting missiles into Israel, are they not, Mr. Producer? They're still shooting missiles into Israel. So humanitarian pause? Don't you love the Marxist propaganda that these buffoons use? Chapter 4 of my book, by the way. The Democrat Party Hates America. Here we have John Kirby. You know what? Let's take a break. Then we'll jump back in. We'll be right back. Oh, excuse me. I have 2 minutes. 7:26 is a hard break. Oh, okay. Well, let's take a break now. We'll be right back. All right, let's go to John Kirby. Cut 8, go.
Now, she's also talking about history here and how things ended up the way they did in Gaza and the West Bank. And I think that the history is obviously long, it's complicated, it's complex, and it's good for all of us to remind ourselves of how we got here. But it's also important to remember that
this guy's a flunky. He gets paid to say stupid things. I don't know how he ever became an admiral. For which Navy? But they put him in these slots because he's a propagandist. Media like him, likable guy. I already said there can't be a two-state solution. Because Hamas, the PLO, they're caliphates. That's what they support, a caliphate. That's what Iran supports. That's what the Muslim Brotherhood supports. Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, caliphate. They're fighting over a caliphate. They're not going to be limited to the borders of a country. They say this themselves. So why do we have to hear stupid John Kirby all the time saying stupid things just because they wind him up over there in the White House and push him out front? I'll be right back.
I'm Scott, the owner of Solid Fire Pits. When I began welding my custom-made fire pits for friends and family, I shared them on TikTok because I was just so proud of them. Check it out. That's beautiful. I posted every new fire pit design and more people kept ordering, from 26 states and counting. Then on my birthday, I had my best sales ever. Now how can the universe beat that?
Solid Fire Pits is just one of the 5 million U.S. businesses that rely on TikTok every day. TikTok sparks business.
Folks, if you're on the run but want to hear more about the topics I cover and the guests I interview on your own time, go to youtube.com/@MarkLevinShow and check out my new dedicated channel. It's really cool, and I know you're going to love it. You'll find my daily show in its entirety, my special episodes about elections and captured moments, when I talk about everything from constitutional law to changes in our society that impact your lives. That's youtube.com/@MarkLevinShow, youtube.com/@MarkLevinShow.
Bulletin. Do you want to go on our KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, Mexico? Seats are selling fast, and now you only have till the end of this month to book your trip. Well, we just made your choice easy. This station has been Apple Vacations' best customer for years. So, bingo! They just gave us a big discount to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. This resort is less than 1 year old, and it's north of Cancun in a new, uncrowded, exclusive area. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. This all-adult paradise, 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes air, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food. Even your tips are all part of this package. Now, the good part. The new price has been lowered to $15.29 per person. Ocean View rooms are a bit more. If you bought one of our trips at the higher price, you're going to get the difference back in cash. We want you to be happy, and we want you to join us to beat the winter blues in Costa Mujeres. Check out our radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. Or you can call Kim at Direct Travel at the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. Let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI bath and shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free, no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Levin is back on your radio. You can call us now at 877-381-3811. And the Liberal contact number is 877-381-3811.
Of course, the unexpected happens when we least expect it. That's why it's unexpected. But that's why you have to think about things like life insurance in advance. So many people put off getting life insurance. I don't understand it because they think they can't afford it, or it's too complicated, or they don't want to deal with medical exams. Well, all that has changed with Ethos. Ethos makes it easy for you to get the term life insurance coverage you need the modern way, fast and hassle-free. Just go online, answer a few simple health questions, and in just 10 minutes, Ethos will provide you with a policy and estimate of what it's going to cost. You can get up to a $2 million term life insurance coverage. Some policies start as low as $1 a day. No unnecessary doctor's visits, no complicated forms, all online. Very easy, right? Take the hassle out of getting life insurance. Don't let the unexpected leave your family without financial security that they clearly are going to need. Take my advice, folks. Get your free personalized quote today at ethoslife.com. That's ethoslife.com. 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 All right, I want to bring you up to speed a little bit. They have the goods on Biden, but they always have. We're not hearing anything from Meritless Garland, as you well know. This is from the Daily Wire. The White House dismissed a request by House Oversight Chairman James Comer seeking proof of President Joe Biden providing a loan to his brother, James Biden, amid concerns that the commander-in-chief may have profited off his family's influence peddling schemes. Robert Sauber, special counsel to the president, wrote back to Comer on Friday in response to a letter from October 26. that sought documentation underlying a $200,000 check James Biden wrote to Joe Biden that was labeled as a, quote, loan repayment in 2018. The letter concerns a financial transaction between two family members, says this special counsel. Nothing special about him. At a time when both individuals were private citizens, Sauber stated curtly in his reply. Comer, who's leading a corruption-focused impeachment inquiry against Biden, is trying to get more information about a $200,000 check dated March 1, 2018, which he said bank records showed James Biden issued from his personal account on the same day he received the same amount of money from AmeriCorps Health, LLC. That company, according to Comer, was going through bankruptcy proceedings to which James Biden was, quote, representations that his last name Biden could open doors, and that he could obtain a large investment from the Middle East based on his political connections, unquote. Comer insisted his committee has no record supporting the claim. All right, let me slow down. I have my own information supporting the claim. Is there a loan document? That's what they want to know. Even a one-page loan document? If there's not, then that's a lie. That's number one. Number two, if there is a loan document, was it provided that Joe Biden had to pay any interest? Because if Joe Biden doesn't pay any interest, and the IRS tells you what the minimum amount of interest is on a loan, then it would have been a gift to Joe Biden, and it should have been reported as a gift to Joe Biden. That's number two. Number three, my big bugaboo. Joe Biden's family members are representing foreign entities, foreign governments, under FARA. Neither his brother, nor his sister-in-law, nor Hunter have signed up as agents. And that was used against some of Donald Trump's closest supporters and confidants. It never really had been used before, but they used it now against some very good men. Paul Manafort, I think they used it against Roger Stone, but whomever. 200,000. But Mark, Biden's not representing these interests. Biden is benefiting from these interests. He knows he's getting his money from Hunter and Joe and Jim. He knows they're not FARA registered agents of foreign governments. And so what does that make Joe Biden? A conspirator to violate FARA. And this is on top of the phone calls and the meetings and the golf outings and the dinners and all the rest as it piles up. There's also another check, $40,000. Same thing, pretty much, $40,000. And, of course, he gets protection from Jamie Raskin, who's a complete reprobate. Anything Donald Trump did was impeachable and should have sent him to prison for the rest of his life. Raskin, who's used to these Stalinist-like inquiries since his father was a huge fan of Stalin. And as they say, he's a chip off the old block. He definitely is. But I have a different question that's not being asked, and I don't get it. Once again, where's the special counsel? There is enough information here. We call it a predicate. There's predicates everywhere. They're flying around like mosquitoes. Predicates everywhere. And yet no special counsel appointed by meritless Garland. He doesn't even show his face. That threshold was met a long time ago under the regulation, and they will not appoint one. And speaking of special counsel, Jack Smith. Jack Smith is on the loose. He is rogue. He is Stalinist as well, of course. The nature of the beast over there in the Democrat Party. He's demanding a broader gag order on Trump, even though the existing one is pathetically unconstitutional. And he's now making filings because there was a very smart filing, very smart by the Trump lawyers saying, hello, everything that Donald Trump did while he was president was protected. You can't now go back and say, that's not executive privilege after the fact, and go after a president for things he did, which we believe they argue is constitutional and legal, and so do I. But now, because he's a private citizen, say that protection for that period of time and the things you did during that period of time are no longer protected. And so Jack Smith writes basically an op-ed piece for the New York Times and the Washington Post because the guy's basically an idiot. He's basically a schlub, but he's got the power and the tools of the federal government. He says, well, this is a different situation. No president has ever done anything like this. Hey, idiot. It's executive president. Don't give me this no president crap. Joe Biden's doing it as we speak. He's a crook. Oh, and also, Smith says, and by the way, Smith operates after one of the Obama judges strips President Trump of his attorney-client privilege protection. Remember all this? We still haven't seen that secret opinion by that Obama pathetic, phony judge who had been the chief judge of the D.C. district. Of course she would be. We haven't seen that. So he's stripped of attorney-client privilege. He's stripped of his First Amendment rights, which means he's stripped of due process. And his lawyers are told they have to prepare for a trial in 4.5 months despite millions of pages of documents. So he's stripped of his Sixth Amendment rights, the right to effective representation at counsel. So there they violated the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and the Sixth Amendment, and they're interfering with a presidential election. So tell me, who should be on trial here? Who's running an insurrection here? Biden, Garland, who's clearly in the witness protection program now, Smith, and Chunkin. They're the ones running an insurrection. It's dressed up as a courtroom. It's dressed up as justice. It's none of those things. I've explained this before. They create a Potemkin courtroom. Oh, this will be used, believe me. A Potemkin courtroom where we have this judge who's not really a judge. He's a hack. We have this prosecutor who's not really a prosecutor. He's a nut. And where one day we may have a jury of the president's peers. If you were a Democrat, since 94% of the people in Washington, D.C. voted against Donald Trump. Isn't this sickening? I think it's sickening, Mr. Producer. Do I owe you anything, by the way, before I keep plowing ahead, because I'm getting my second wind here. Not that I need one. And then, of course, now there are photos of the crackpot elected Democrat judge in this civil case who already ruled before Donald Trump even walked into the courtroom, or his lawyers did, that Donald Trump was guilty as charged. It's just a matter of figuring out how much he owes and whether he can do business in New York. They do these things right in front of the Klieg lights, right in front of us. And it's, oh ho, hem ho, who cares? Oh hum. It's shocking. And it's going on all over the country. And by the way, they're trashing that judge again in Florida. All the usual Marxist operations like Salon. Real commie operation. But more. Because the judge is a real judge. She's playing it straight by the book. And she's making decisions on motions. She's not having... take a look at this Chunkin. She insists that this trial be held before the general election. She insists it be held during the primaries. The first date is a day before Super Tuesday. All intentional. And then she tells Trump to shut up. So here you have a presidential candidate who's told to shut up. Can't defend himself. Can't attack the prosecutor. He's running for president, so they're doing everything humanly possible to cripple him. But you know what? Here's the thing. Many Americans are onto it. But here's my concern, and I mentioned this to you months ago. They want him to have that scarlet letter of convicted felon. Remember that? And you even have them talking about it now, the Democrat Party pro-Hamas media. That's what they are. If you're not against Hamas, then you're pro-Hamas. Can't be partly against Hamas, use their statistics, use their propaganda, and then pretend you're a straight shooter. You call them as you see them. No, you're not. You're pro-Hamas. It's like saying you're, look, I'm calling them as I see them with the Nazi Germans. Yeah, no, you're pro-Nazi. But the point is this. They want that scarlet letter because the media say it's one thing, they don't like Biden. They might vote for Trump, but if he's convicted felon, it's going to be very difficult for some of these people to vote for him. So that's the game plan. That's the game plan. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Have you seen the headlines lately? Third highest deficit in history. Digital dollar sparks uncertainty. We're living in an unpredictable world, but gold is still gold. It's weathered many storms. My gold gives me peace of mind. It's tangible. And I'm a firm believer in owning gold. My favorite gold company? Augusta Precious Metals. Why? Let me tell you something. They're top of the top. If you have an IRA or a 401k, and you want to diversify with physical gold, you can learn about the benefits of a gold IRA from Augusta Precious Metals. They're outstanding. Get a free guide to gold IRAs from Augusta Precious Metals today. Text Levin, L-E-V-I-N, to 68592. That's L-E-V-I-N to 68592. Again, Levin to 68592. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Text data and message rates may apply. Performance varies. Consult your financial professionals before making investment decisions and get risk disclosures at AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
The Mark Levin Show is on the air.
I am ready to start the show.
We have our buddy Ted Cruz on next hour, by the way. Let's talk about AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. As you know, the economy is a disaster. Everything's expensive if you can find it. But AMAC can help you and your family discover a lot of significant savings, which is why I want to bring them to you. They've been a fantastic sponsor, and they've been a sponsor for a good reason. The people who join AMAC benefit from what AMAC does. You can save from 10 to 65% on cell phones and plans, health and wellness products, vision, dental, prescription drugs, travel and lodging, movie tickets, food and dining, and more. Go to amac.us/mark. That's amac.us/mark. Savings alone will more than pay for your subscription multifold. The subscription is really de minimis. And they're able to do this because they represent over 2 million people. So when you do things in bulk, you can create enormous savings for those people. So go to amac.us/mark. With prices on the rise everywhere and for everything, AMAC is your family's connection to financial what? Sanity. I think that's what I would call it, financial sanity. What's more, AMAC offers an advisory service for Social Security and Medicare that's designed to help you better understand these critical programs and answer any questions you may have. And as many of you know, this is open period for Medicare, so you might want to check it out. Join amac.us/mark. Stand in solidarity with me, over 2 million conservative patriots, by joining AMAC today. They're the conservative alternative to the AARP, and I would argue far superior. That's amac.us/mark, amac.us/mark. The Association of Mature American Citizens. Better for you, better for America. One more time, amac.us/mark. Well, you know, I hadn't known about this until somebody sent this to me from Breitbart this morning. Jim Jordan, censorship org, Election Integrity Partnership, was created at the Department of Homeland Security Agency's request. Now, this is really unbelievable. The police state is here. Jordan has released further evidence of the collaboration between the federal government and private institutions to censor the First Amendment protected speech of Americans, including new files that show that the infamous Election Integrity Partnership, you understand this is in my book, The Democrat Party Hates America, which targeted social media posts for censorship during the 2020 election, was created at the request of the Department of Homeland Security under Joe Biden. And one of the examples of the censorship machine in action shared by Jordan is a request to censor a tweet by President Trump, including a link to a Breitbart news story. The Election Integrity Partnership is a consortium of 4 organizations: Stanford Internet Observatory, Atlantic Council's Digital Forensics Research Lab. Oh, it sounds so professional. The University of Washington Center for an Informed Public. Representative Dan Bishop, in a hearing of the House Homeland Security Committee earlier this year, played a clip unearthed by the Foundation for Freedom Online showing the Atlantic Council casually discussing the EIP's, quote, partners in the government, most particularly those at DHS. Okay, so who were they monitoring? Who were they trying to squelch and censor, Mr. Producer? Well, let's take a look at the list here. Looking at the list. News outlets targeted by the EIP included Breitbart News, Fox News, The New York Post, Epoch Times, as well as the social media accounts of prominent conservatives Charlie Kirk, Tom Fitton, Jack Boasbiek, Mark Levin, James O'Keefe, and Sean Hannity, among others. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. I'm sure Jake Tapper is going to be very upset about this. Wolf Blitzer, too. Andrea Mitchell. Joe Scarborough. I'm sure they're all going to be saying this is outrageous. So this show and my social sites were targeted for censorship, among others. Other folks, other conservatives, by the federal government through a third party. This is why I still and will consider Elon Musk a hero. He's lost money on Twitter, a lot. But he's one billionaire who puts his money where his mouth is. And he didn't need all the headaches. The left loved him. Conservatives didn't really know anything about him. And here he is under federal investigation now by the Southern District of New York and Maine Justice. Why? Because he hasn't fallen in line with Biden and the Democrats. That's why. The police state is here. The police state has been here. You know, folks, if you haven't gotten your copy of The Democrat Party Hates America, go look at the comments on Amazon. I'll be right back.
Attention. This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. CBS News projects that Democrat Andy Beshear wins another term as Kentucky governor. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, says the question is, can a Democrat win in a deeply red state in the general election?
This is the kind of thing where you say, okay, if a Democrat can perform well in a state where Donald Trump won by a wide margin, well, maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's onto some kind of formula for the Democrats.
CBS News estimates that Ohio Issue 1, which would amend the state's constitution to protect access to abortion, and Issue 2, legalizing marijuana use for adults, are both leaning yes. In Philadelphia, CBS News projects Democrat Sherelle Parker wins the race for mayor, the first woman to hold the office, and CBS News projects Democrat Gabriel Amo wins the special election to represent Rhode Island's 1st District in Congress. Israeli troops are now inside Gaza City as airstrikes continue throughout the besieged enclave. It comes 1 month after Hamas launched the deadly attacks in Israel and took hostages. The Gaza Health Ministry reports over 10,300 deaths. CBS's Charlie D'Agata traveled with the Israeli army during its assault on northern Gaza.
We crossed the desert scrubland of northeast Gaza until we reached Beit Hanun. The city had an estimated pre-war population of more than 60,000 people. Looking around, it's hard to imagine anyone lived here at all.
I know that the military objective is to destroy Hamas, but you destroyed everything.
Yeah, because look, Hamas is using infrastructure. I mean, just 10 minutes ago, we had a serious battle with a group of Hamas inside the school.
Former Meta engineer Arturo Behar tells a Senate subcommittee that not enough is being done to address the harmful effects of Facebook and Instagram on teenagers. Behar says in his own home,
my 14-year-old daughter joined Instagram. She and her friends began having awful experiences, including repeated unwanted sexual advances, harassment. She reported these incidents to the company, and it did nothing.
A common veterinary drug used by American pork farms could soon be pulled from the market. CBS's Matt Piper.
The FDA says there are concerns that Cardabox could pose a cancer risk in humans who eat hot dogs, sausages, and other foods made from animals given the drug. It's added to feed given to pigs to combat infections and help fatten them up. But there have been probes and warnings for nearly a decade. What's not clear is why the FDA did not move to pull Cardabox sooner after a 2016 warning, which came years after other countries moved to curb use of the feed ingredient.
This is CBS News.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. An Eldon area man faces felony drug charges following a traffic stop Friday night at Route HH and Bagnell Dam Boulevard. Sheriff Tony Helms says a deputy stopped the motorcycle after observing several traffic violations and identified the driver as 31-year-old Casey Foster, who allegedly exhibited signs of being under the influence. A subsequent pat-down of Foster revealed 12.5 grams of cocaine along with more than 60 grams of mushrooms and psychedelic chocolate bars, along with a handful of vape pens. Foster is formally charged with second-degree trafficking of drugs and possession of a controlled substance. He was taken to the Camden County Jail. He's being held on a $50,000 bond. 123rd State Representative Dr. Lisa Thomas, whose district covers portions of the Lake area, will apparently face a challenge in the 2024 primary election. The challenge coming from Lake area businessman and owner of Ballparks National, Jeff Vernetti, who announced on Monday his intent to run for the position that's been held by Thomas since her election of November 2020. Thomas and Vernetti are expected to go head-to-head in the August 6th primary ballot. The winner will appear on the November 5th general election ballot. And 5 people find themselves on the wrong side of the Osage Beach police for the week ending this past Sunday. Lieutenant Michael O'Day says a 32-year-old from Osage Beach and a 72-year-old from Richland were arrested respectively for endangering the welfare of a child and domestic assault. 2 others were busted for driving-related offenses and 1 had a warrant out of Camden County. Osage Beach police also conducted 49 traffic stops for the week and responded to 16 traffic accidents. Next news in 1 hour, breaking news at once. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Rod's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 73.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. These books that I write, they really do last the test of time. They're not about me. They're not hit and run. They're not written by ghostwriters. And those of you who've purchased the book and read it, particularly on Amazon, and left your comments, we're at 5 stars there. We've been at 5 stars there for, let's see, almost 2 months. I want to thank you very much. There's really nothing else I can say, I don't think, to encourage people to do what they haven't done. If they haven't purchased a copy or gotten the audio or the Kindle yet, Thanksgiving's coming up. It's the perfect book to hand to a friend or family member to persuade them of the wrongness of their party if they are still Democrats. I think it can have a huge impact on the upcoming elections, presidential, congressional, and senatorial. And I think especially Chapter 4 will be effective in explaining the use and abuse of language, how totalitarian regimes have done that. I did an enormous amount of research on this, and there are certain common threads in all of it, how they change words, how they basically eliminate words, how they change the meaning of words and phrases. And that's why when you ask them, what's a woman, they won't tell you what a woman is. Or that's why they talk about misinformation as a way of destroying free speech. That's why when they talk about a humanitarian pause, that's not what they mean. They mean appeasement, and they don't want Israel to win. And the media use all these tricks at the Democrat Party, and what Biden does as well. And this is how they advance their agenda. They conceal what they really mean. So they say the border is secure. No, it's not secure. Well, we need comprehensive immigration reform. Joe Biden is a very effective liar, not because he's smart, because he's practiced. That is, he's been doing it for decades. And so it's very important to unravel all this, which I do in Chapter 4. And I explain this in Chapter 4. In Chapter 2 is an essential chapter, particularly for understanding how Democrats have treated black Americans from the day of slavery to today. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 together are absolute killer chapters. And they explain how the Democrat Party has abused and exploited black people. And those chapters explain how the Democrat Party has abused and exploited Jewish people. It's doing the same to Asians and Hispanics. Those are 2 very, very important chapters. And the first chapter lays out the case that really the fundamentals in the Democrat Party are not that different than the fundamentals of other parties, autocratic parties, whether they be in Russia, whether they be in China, and what have you. It's just a matter of degree. It's just a matter of level. But the mindset is similar. It's a very, very important chapter, the first chapter. And so I get into that as well. And I only mention this now because the holidays are coming up. It's probably your last chance to get it at 45% off. If you want a signed copy, you can go to Premier Collectibles. Can we put that up on our social sites, their link, Mr. Producer? I've been meaning to do it. Premier Collectibles, they only have a few thousand left out of, I think I signed 10,000. And those are perfect gifts for Hanukkah and Christmas and Thanksgiving as well, and you can get them right away. They're beautifully packaged. And that's the only way you're going to get signed copies at this point, because I'm not doing any more signing events. Chapter 5 is crucially important. Goes through nuts and bolts on immigration and the destruction of the citizen. Because that's what's going on the southern border, the destruction of the American citizen. And then, of course, Chapter 6 is the war on the nuclear family, which we've talked about. Chapter 7, the war on the Constitution. And Chapter 8 really is what they've been doing to Trump. If you have American Marxism, which really lays out the entire premise for the modern-day Democrat Party. And you have the Democrat Party Hates America. They're really two volumes. If you have the one, you really kind of need the other. If you have American Marxism, then the Democrat Party Hates America is volume 2. They fit hand in glove. One picks up where the other left off. So American Marxism lays the entire philosophical issue from beginning to end, how they've adjusted, manipulated Marxism to apply it to various aspects of our country, Americanism. Who did it, when they did it, why they did it. And then, when you get the Democrat Party Hates America, you can see how this is a corrupt party, how it is a autocratic party, in many ways a totalitarian party today even. I mean, I just read a piece where they're censoring and monitoring, among others, me, and other conservatives, and other conservative organizations. You know, a few years ago, this would have been a shocking scandal. Today, it's acceptable because the media have thrown in 100%. The media are into this American Marxism, and they are Democrats. So if you have a copy of American Marxism, I want to strongly encourage you to get a copy of The Democrat Party Hates America and put them side by side on your shelf. Alexis de Tocqueville, when he wrote Democracy in America, he actually wrote 2 books, 2 volumes. So when we talk about Democracy in America, the book, it's actually 2 volumes. And so when I wrote American Marxism and now the Democrat Party Hates America, these are really 2 volumes. 2 volumes. And if you read American Marxism and you read the Democrat Party Hates America, you will have knowledge for the ages. There's no question about it. And you will be the Thomas Paines, and you will be able to spread the word. At Thanksgiving, at Christmas, at Hanukkah, anytime, anywhere. Ideas do matter. You see it in the streets. Bad ideas, evil ideas, spreading throughout the country. We need good ideas. American ideas spreading throughout the country. That's our role. That's your role. That's my role. So I want to encourage you, not implore you, encourage you, that if you have a copy of American Marxism, go to Amazon or any major bookstore. Don't go to Barnes & Noble. They're hiding it. Go to any major bookstore, any major warehouse store. But if you want to get it right away, go to Amazon, 45% off. You're not going to find that in many places. The Democrat Party Hates America. If you're traveling over Thanksgiving and you're going through the airports, don't bother going to Hudson. They've never carried this book in any significant way. Another censorship operation like Barnes & Noble. They don't deserve your business because it's a censorship operation to keep you from reading this book. But it won't work. The only thing right now keeping you from getting this book might be you. But we have the signed versions for the holidays, and we have the 45% off version at Amazon.com and all the major bookstores and warehouses. So I want to strongly encourage you to grab your copies. We'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience experts to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Stock up on pet supplies from Menards and save 11% on everything. Come check our great selection of pet food and wildlife supplies. Chicken Soup for the Soul is a dog food made with real beef and quality ingredients. It provides well-balanced nutrition for supporting happy, healthy pets. Right now, get a 13-ounce can for just $2.49 after 11% off. Good through November 12th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam, and Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Liberals line up for a smackdown. Free government cheese from Mark Levin.
It's always a pleasure to have our buddy Senator Ted Cruz on the program. Ted, how are you, sir?
Mark, I'm doing terrific. Great to be with you.
Well, it's a pleasure. And Ted has written a killer book, Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America. Now, by now, Ted, you've probably done about 30 interviews and your head's about to fall off your shoulders. I've been through this. But that said, you have the ability to explain things like few others. So explain to everybody why you wrote this book in the first place.
As you know, the very first interview I did was with you Sunday night on your show, and we spent the whole hour talking about it. And it's a book. I wrote this book really to explain what in the hell is going on in our country. So many millions of Americans, so many millions of your listeners are looking around at how did things get so insane, so extreme, so quickly. And this book is designed to explain that. And it focuses on how the radical left has seized the major institutions of our nations. It starts with the universities, and I call the universities the Wuhan lab of the woke virus. They are where the virus was created, they're where it's mutated, and they're where it's spread to other institutions. And then each chapter focuses on a different institution. So it goes from universities to K through 12 education, and with the garbage of critical race theory and transgender extremism being forced on children. From there, it goes to journalism and the radicalization of the corporate media. From there, it goes to big business and big business being turned into the woke enforcers of the left wing. From there to big tech and the rabid censorship from big tech. From there to entertainment, the most dangerous of all of them, Hollywood, movies, television, music, sports. And from there to science and the corruption and politicization of science. And what the book endeavors to do is, number one, explain how and why the radical left, the cultural Marxists, seized control of each of these institutions from inside. But number two, even more importantly, it lays out specific practical steps, a battle plan for how we take these institutions back.
The book is Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America, and we'll get to this issue of how we take these institutions back in a moment. I thought one of your most compelling chapters was on the media and the role of the media. I mean, we're supposed to have a free press. I mean, the press is free to do what it wants, if that's what they mean by a free press, but it's not really a free press, is it?
It is no longer, and I opened the book by contrasting where things were a decade ago, and I focused initially on CNN. Look, a decade ago, CNN, they aspired to be journalists. If you asked them what they wanted to do, they would say they want to present both sides of an issue. They want to be fair and balanced and objective. And they tried to do that. Now, they were terrible at it. They leaned left. But a decade ago, when I was first elected to the Senate 11 years ago, I used to go on CNN once a week. I'd regularly go on CNN. In 2017, CNN had 3 town halls with me and Bernie Sanders, 90 minutes each, debating free enterprise versus socialism. And they were, I think, CNN's highest-rated programs that whole year. That's back when CNN was actually operating as journalists. When Donald Trump became president, Trump broke the media. He shattered their brains. They hate him so much that they no longer view their role as presenting both sides of an issue. They are advocates. They are propagandists. Today, if CNN has a panel, it's 5 people discussing how Donald Trump is the devil. That's the only view that is acceptable, and they're obsessed with it. You know, you take something like the rabid pro-Hamas protesters that stormed the White House this weekend, that put graffiti that defaced monuments all over D.C. If you watch CNN, never happened. If you watch MSNBC, never happened. ABC, CBS, NBC, did not happen. Why? Because they view their role as being advocates. And I got to say, that's terrible for America. We need a functioning press corps. And by the way, and I explain this in the book, the corruption of journalism is a huge part of why Democrats have gotten so radical and extreme, because they can vote for ridiculous extreme positions and rest calmly serene that nobody in the media will report on it, none of their constituents will know about it, and so they're never, ever held accountable for anything they do.
And that is a great point. And you look at CNN, you look at MSNBC, despite what's going on in the Middle East, Ted Cruz, which is horrendous, what was done to the state of Israel, now Israel's trying to defend itself. Whatever the Biden administration comes up with, they support, like this phrase, humanitarian pause. Yep. All through the weekend, they were using that phrase. Netanyahu's doing an interview on ABC's Sunday show, and the host there keeps saying, are you going to support a humanitarian pause? So they just sit there and push even the language of the Democrat Party, no?
They absolutely do, and they're not just the Democrat Party. They are the left wing of the Democrat Party. So they push everyone to the left. And you look at Israel, and this is something that I've outlined at great length on my podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. The Biden administration has undermined Israel literally every day from the beginning of this war. This war began 1 month ago today, on October 7th, with the worst mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust. And the night the attack was happening, the Biden State Department tweeted out calling on Israel not to retaliate and saying violence solved nothing and there should be no military retaliation. This is as Hamas is targeting civilians, murdering civilians deliberately, raping women and little girls, murdering infants, killing 1,400 Israelis, and the Biden State Department at 3 in the morning, as this is ongoing, is urging Israel, do not retaliate, do not strike back at the terrorists, just allow your citizens to be murdered. Now, at 3 in the morning, I blasted that on Twitter, and I said whoever wrote this should be fired, whoever approved it should be fired. They deleted it within the hour. The next day, Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, tweeted out again that he just talked with the Turkish foreign minister, and they were urging a ceasefire. Now, mind you, they don't mean Hamas should stop being terrorists. They don't mean Hamas should release the hostages. They mean Israel should stop killing terrorists. Again, I blasted that tweet. Again, they deleted that. That was the next day. Now we have Joe Biden going to Israel and Tony Blinken going to Israel. And what are they saying? Ceasefire, humanitarian pause. What they're saying is Israel do not kill terrorists. And the media are actively complicit in this. And in fact, the media is part of Hamas's strategy. They know that when they use Palestinian human shields and Palestinian women and children are killed, that the useful idiots in the media will use that fact to demonize Israel. And so Hamas is counting on the radical left-wing bias of the American media.
And Ted Cruz, when we come back, by the way, the book is Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America. Mr. Producer, let's put it on all my social platforms and link it to Amazon. And by the way, you need to tell Regnery to start printing some books, brother, between you and me. When we come back, my question is going to go beyond this. Colleges and universities and what's happening in our streets. We'll be right back. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. So when you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to the following. CarShield offers protection plans starting as low as $100 a month with flexible month-to-month coverage, no long-term contracts, and options to fit everybody's budget. They have repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, and you have your choice of ASE-certified mechanics. They have a price lock guarantee. This is big, meaning the price will never go up, no matter how many claims you file or even as the mileage on your car increases. That's a big deal. Call CarShield today, 800-898-6155, or go to carshield.com/Levin. That's /Levin to save 20%. That's 800-898-6155. Or go to carshield.com/Levin to save 20%.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com.
Bulletin. For the month of November, select 2022 through 2024 Silverado LDs are available for qualified buyers at 1.9% for 30 months.
Bulletin. Do you want to go on our KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, Mexico? Seats are selling fast, and now you only have till the end of this month to book your trip. Well, we just made your choice easy. This station has been Apple Vacations' best customer for years. So, bingo! They just gave us a big discount to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. This resort is less than 1 year old, and it's north of Cancun in a new uncrowded exclusive area. We'll leave leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. This all-adult paradise, 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes air, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food. Even your tips are all part of this package. Now, the good part. The new price has been lowered to $15.29 per person. Ocean View rooms are a bit more. If you bought one of our trips at the higher price, you're going to get the difference back in cash. We want you to be happy, and we want you to join us to beat the winter blues in Costa Mujeres. Check out our radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. Or you can call Kim at Direct Travel at the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. Let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
Original Butcher.
Good looks, charm, smarts. It all adds up to the Mark Levin Radio Show. Mark Levin, the thunder on the right. Call in now. 877-381-3811.
We're here with Senator Ted Cruz. Before we go on, Ted, tell us about this election you have coming up. People don't realize you're running for re-election, and you're in a hell of a race.
I am. I'm running for re-election in 2024, so a year from today, and it is going to be a massive battle. My last election, re-election in 2018, was at the time it was the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history, and we were outspent 3-1. Money flooded into the state of Texas. The Democrats more than doubled Democrat turnout in the state of Texas, and we won by less than 3 points. We won by 2.6%. It was an incredibly close race, and given that, Chuck Schumer has already made clear that I am his number one target in the country, and they are going to flood the state of Texas. They're going to spend more than $100 million trying to beat me. And their likely nominee is a guy named Colin Allred. He's a Democrat congressman who his first 4 years in the House voted 100% with Nancy Pelosi. He literally did not deviate on a single vote. And by the way, you want a clear distinction on what's happening with Hamas and Israel? At the beginning of the Biden administration, I led a group of 17 senators urging the Biden administration, don't send hundreds of millions of dollars to Gaza because it will end up in the hands of Hamas and be used for terrorism to murder Israelis and murder Americans. At the same time, 150 House Democrats, including Colin Allred, sent a letter to the Biden administration saying, please do send hundreds of millions of dollars to Gaza, even though it will be used to fund Hamas and fund terrorism. And the Biden administration itself concluded, in its own words, there was, quote, a high risk that the money would be used for terrorism by Hamas. Under normal anti-terrorism laws, you can't send the money, but the Biden administration waived U.S. anti-terrorism law because their left-wing politics mattered more than avoiding terrorism. And so literally the death squads in Israel were, as a practical matter, funded by the Biden administration, and my likely Democrat opponent urged them to do that, and he's going to have $100 million. So I will say, I hope that everyone listening buys the book, but I hope you also go to tedcruz.org, tedcruz.org, and sign up, volunteer, and make a contribution, because we're in one heck of a battle.
Mr. Producer, let's put that as well on all the social platforms, if you would. And if you can help, ladies and gentlemen, I know Ted would appreciate it. We've backed Ted from day one before anybody else, and we cannot lose him on election night while we're watching election returns, and all of a sudden Texas elects this radical left-wing kook Democrat and replaces him, the most effective, certainly one of the most effective conservative senators in my lifetime. All right, let's get back. Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America. You can get it at Amazon.com, any major bookstore or warehouse store, for that matter. Our students, people in the streets, pushing anti-Semitism, embracing terrorism. What's that all about, Ted Cruz?
Well, it is all a manifestation of cultural Marxism. It's what this book is all about. And what I explain in the book is Marxism. What Karl Marx laid out is a worldview that views the society as a fundamental conflict between oppressors and victims. And Marx put it in socioeconomic terms. So the oppressors were the owners of capital, and the victims were the proletariat, the working class. And his solution was a violent revolution of the proletariat using government force to overthrow the oppressors and forcibly redistribute the wealth and power to the victims. Those Marxists I describe in the book became professors at elite universities in the United States starting in the 60s and 70s. There it mutated, so it wasn't just Marxism based on socioeconomic class. It became critical race theory. Same view of conflict, oppressors and victims, but this time based on race. Then it transmogrified to gender and gender identity and sexual orientation. And you know, just a couple of weeks ago, I was meeting with a very, very successful tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley who has historically leaned left. He's been a Democrat. And he was asking me, he said he was horrified by the rabid anti-Semitism on the left, whether the squad in the House or these crazed anti-Israel protesters on college campuses threatening Jewish students. And he was asking, where the hell did this come from? And I explained, I said, listen, in the modern extreme left, Jews are coded as oppressors, and Palestinians are coded as victims. And so accordingly, the cultural Marxists, they are rooting for the Palestinians to engage in violent revolution, the violent overthrow of their oppressors, the Jews. And it's why you see organizations like Black Lives Matter openly cheering on the Hamas terrorists. It's why you see 35 student groups at Harvard putting out a ridiculous, bigoted, anti-Semitic statement that every murder, every rape, every atrocity carried out by Hamas terrorists is 100% the fault of Israel. That is the conclusion of this rabid Marxist ideology, and it underscores the need. We've got to take these institutions back.
It's incredible. And if we can't take them back, shouldn't we at least start defunding aspects of them?
Yes, yes, yes. Cut off the money, and one of the best things we're seeing is we're seeing donors at major universities cutting off millions of dollars, saying if you are going to breed a bunch of rabid anti-Semites, if you're going to refuse to protect your Jewish students. Look, I saw a video at Harvard, my alma mater, of a Jewish student walking along being surrounded by these rabid anti-Semites harassing him, threatening him. And where the hell is Harvard University? Anyone who does that to any student ought to be expelled immediately. And yet these university administrators are so woke that they're not willing to protect the safety of the Jewish students on campus.
By the way, Ted Cruz, am I wrong? Because I'm doing the radio show. Did the Democrat governor win re-election in Kentucky?
It certainly looks like it. I don't know that they've called it, but according to the New York Times right now, he's at 52.7%, and Daniel Cameron's at 47.3%, which is really heartbreaking, particularly given I don't know how that happened in Kentucky. That's disappointing.
Well, isn't he a Mitch McConnell protege?
He is.
Isn't he exactly the kind of candidate from a philosophical point of view that Mitch McConnell wants to run in every state in the union?
Look, it is certainly the case that Mitch McConnell believes that the way you win elections is with lukewarm candidates, with candidates who don't stand for anything. And I don't mean this to be critical of Cameron. I like Daniel personally, but Mitch's approach is he wants Republican candidates who stand for nothing, and that the only thing they campaign on is, well, Democrats are worse than we are. I think that's a disastrously failed approach.
But my point is, you're right, because Trump won Kentucky by over 20 points.
Yes,
and this gentleman who seemed to have all the credentials is attorney general and so forth, and he loses. And this is prototype. This is a prototypical candidate. Nothing personal to the man, not at all. But this is the prototypical candidate that Mitch McConnell wants running in every state. And then he blames the Tea Party, or he'll blame Donald Trump, or he'll blame somebody else when they don't get the victories that they insist on. Why doesn't he ever get behind the conservatives rather than whining all the time? That's just me. You don't have to answer that.
It's a massive problem. I emphatically agree, and I'll tell you, it's one of the reasons why I need the help of your listeners in my race. So in 2018, while I'm facing the most expensive Senate election in U.S. history and being outspent 3-1, that cycle, Mitch McConnell's super PAC spent $300 million supporting Republicans nationally. You know how much he spent in Texas? Zero. Not a damn penny. And I was in a race I won by less than 3 percentage points. But frankly, our leadership would rather a Democrat than a Republican who actually stands up to leadership and fights for conservative values. And it's why my base of support, look, I would not be in the Senate, Mark, without you. And when I ran in 2012 and no one thought I had a prayer, you would have me on the radio and you would say, we're doing a Levin surge. And I'd sit there on my phone and I would get an email for every online contribution, and my phone would just explode with thousands of contributions that people would go to tedcruz.org. It was powerful, and your voice is desperately needed.
And we're going to do that again when we get a little closer to this, because you're going to need the money, and you're not going to get it from a lot of these people in the establishment. And you're exactly right. McConnell and his ilk would rather purify the Republican Party, purify it, than be in the majority. And then when they fail, because the American people, I'm going to be honest, particularly Republicans, are more conservative than much of the Republican leadership. They want some action. They want some, undoubtedly. And they just play too much footsie, the establishment, with the bureaucracy, with the lobbyists and all the rest, and people have had enough of it, particularly conservatives and Republicans. Well, I want to congratulate you on this book. It's fantastic. Again, I want to encourage you folks, go to Amazon.com, or if you're going to go to Costco or one of those places, they'll have his book. But if they don't, it's not hard to get it. You can go to Amazon.com. The book is Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America. Absolutely superb. It's got Senator Cruz's wisdom in there. And he does have solutions in there, and I'll let you read the book to find them out. But I think you're going to really like it. It's in plain English. It's very understandable. It exposes a tremendous amount. And you might say at this point, well, what's the point? What's the point? Ideas. That's the point. The Constitution is an idea. The Declaration's an idea. Marxism is an idea. We've got to confront them on ideas. Correct, Senator?
absolutely right. We've got a battle to take it back. And look, the book is optimistic. The chapter on K through 12 education focuses on Loudoun County and the teenage girl who was sexually assaulted in the bathroom by a boy wearing a skirt, a girl's bathroom. The school district denied it. They said their ideology mattered more than protecting the kids. And, in fact, they threw the father of the teenage girl. They arrested him. Mm-hmm. But moms in Virginia rose up, and we flipped Virginia from a blue state to a red state. That's the power of empowering and people. And I walk through in every chapter how we take these institutions back, whether it is buying media outlets, whether it is Elon Musk buying Twitter, or whether it is standing up to woke corporations and holding them accountable. From Bud Light to Target, we're winning big victories. And so I just want to encourage everyone, please go to your bookstore, go to Barnes & Noble, go to Amazon, buy the book tonight. And by the way, it makes a great Christmas gift for a family member or friend. And I'll say the book is designed to be fun and readable. It's not an abstract academic book. It's not dry. It's war stories. It's interesting. It's fun. And you will put it down knowing much more about how to fight to save our country.
Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America, Amazon.com, anywhere books are sold. Well, not anywhere. Sometimes they don't sell our books, but you know what I mean. Senator, God bless you, and thank you, my friend. Be well.
God bless you, and I think you're right. The comic book store doesn't carry it.
That's correct. All right, take care. Which is, I better not come up beyond there. All right, Mr. Producer, where are you taking me here? I'm trying to find... Why don't we take a break, and I'll return. We'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Let's talk about AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Folks, these are trying times. Everything is expensive, but AMAC can help you and your family discover some savings. You can save from 10 to 65% on cell phones and plans, vision, dental, prescription drugs, travel and lodging, movie tickets, food and dining, and more. Go to amac.us/mark. The savings alone will more than pay for your subscription. With prices on the rise everywhere, AMAC is your family's connection for financial survival. What's more, AMAC offers an advisory service for Social Security and Medicare that's designed to help you better understand these critical programs and answer any questions you may have. Stand in solidarity with me and over 2 million patriots by joining AMAC today at amac.us/mark. That's amac.us/mark. The Association of Mature American Citizens. Better for you, better for America.
Just
pathetic.
He's funny.
Get off the phone, you big dope.
And you always learn something. Mark Levin is on the radio.
Rather than rejecting conservatism, these rhinos, they're throwbacks to Gerald Ford. That's what they are. Nothing personal against Gerald Ford. They're throwbacks to Chris Christie, to Chris Sununu. They may be able to work it through in a particular state here and there, but they do not represent a movement, predictable principles, create enthusiasm and motivation for our voters, or for any voters. I'm just being honest. And you cannot win majorities this way. Mitch McConnell's been around too long. He tried to destroy the Tea Party. He's tried to destroy MAGA. He voted for and supported Gerald Ford over Ronald Reagan. How wrong can you be, ladies and gentlemen? Your home is so much more than the place where you live. It's an investment tool. You can put that tool to use and access your equity as cash to pay off high-interest debt. Did you know your average credit card rate is hovering around 29%? Holy mackerel. If you're not paying that debt in full every month, those fees are adding up. It's like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. You simply can't let that happen. You're not going to survive it. Which is why you need to look at your spending, your finances, your debt. Better yet, let American Financing do it for you. They're the best of the best. I know from my own personal experience, as do other family members and Mr. Producer. This is a family-owned mortgage lender. They're not a bank, so you can trust that you're important to them. There's no pressure, no upfront or hidden fees. So if you start today, you may be able to close in as fast as 10 days and start getting that massive debt behind you. Maybe even delay 2 mortgage payments. Folks, they're saving homeowners just like you an average of $700 a month. That's over $8,000 a year. That can be life-changing. Call American Financing now. They're there. 888-900-1828. 888-900-1828. 888-900-1828 or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
All right. Can I bring another important issue to you? Well, you've heard me talk about Preborn. It's a very, very important organization. Very, very important. Why? Because they know how to save lives. That's why. And Preborn does that every single day. Let me tell you how. Here's some good news. We talk about Preborn a lot. It's because we believe in their mission, and we know you do too. And who wouldn't want to help rescue babies and help mothers in crisis? Preborn is reaching into the hearts of women by allowing them to hear the heart of their babies and introducing them to the heart of God. And it's a divine connection that could help double a baby's chance at life. We know this as a matter of fact. Every day, Preborn's network of clinics resources about 200 babies' lives, rescues them. But it doesn't stop there. They offer mothers maternity clothes, doctor visits, and the help they need to choose life. Now, that's good news. would you help us, please? Please help by supporting Preborn. Your gift of just $28 for a free ultrasound could be the difference between the life and death of a child. It's that important. All gifts are tax deductible, all of them. They go directly towards saving babies' lives. So, $28, or if you can afford more, be as generous as you can. You should be proud of doing this. It's a wonderful thing you're doing. Just dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, say the keyword baby, or go to preborn.com/Mark. That's preborn.com/Mark. I'd intended to get to some callers today, and we'll do our best to do that tomorrow, because I know you've got a lot on your minds out there. And I want to, again, tell you, if I don't tell you enough, and I think I do as much as I can, how I appreciate you folks in the audience, particularly at times like this, when it seems like the world is collapsing around us, when some of us can't even sleep at night, we're so upset about what's taking place, especially in our own country, as well as in other countries. This is where we come together. This is where we are. We are the nation's town hall meeting. And I want to salute all of you and all of our heroes, all of you. And thank you and God bless you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. CBS News projects Ohio voters approve a ballot measure to enshrine the right to an abortion in the state constitution. Voters in Cleveland.
I believe in life. It's the most helpless human being there is, and there's no defense, and it bothers me.
I think a woman should have the right to choose what they want to do with their body. I don't think it goes into anything as crazy as the other side is saying it does, so I voted yes for that issue.
Also, CBS News projects Democratic Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear will win re-election. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The Beshear brand in Kentucky is so strong, of course, because his father once served as governor as well. They have a good reputation there for moderate Democratic politics.
President Biden has congratulated Governor Beshear. U.S. Supreme Court justices have heard arguments over a law enacted by Congress 30 years ago, which blocks access to guns for those placed under a domestic violence protection order. CBS's Jan Crawford.
This case came about from Texas. A man who was under a restraining order for threatening to shoot his ex-girlfriend was later found with guns in his apartment. So he is challenging that federal law, saying like he has a Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, and he was never convicted, not yet anyway, or wasn't even indicted.
1 month ago today, Hamas launched terror attacks in Israel that Israel says killed more than 1,400 people. The Gaza Health Ministry says that over 10,000 people there have been killed in Israel's war on Hamas. CBS's Doug Williams in Tel Aviv.
Saudi Baraka has been a gravedigger for 40 years. He told CBS News that before the war, this cemetery used to bury 2 or 3 people a month. Now it's received over 6,000 bodies, more than half of them children. Let them kill Hamas. I have no problem with that, he raged. But why are they killing innocent children in their homes?
The Air Force wants to keep wind turbines from getting too close to nuclear missile silos. The military says turbines are a hazard for helicopter crews that have to fly low and fast when sight alarms sound. Smash and grab burglaries are becoming even more brazen in the San Francisco Bay Area, especially at one convenience store. KCBS's Matt Bigler.
Surveillance video shows the backhoe scoop smashing through the windows and then pulverizing an ATM.
I would just say that's mind-boggling.
Patrick Moody was shocked but not surprised by the brazen break-in.
This economy right now, like everybody in need of money, and they trying any and every way to possibly get money.
Thieves fled just before police arrived, leaving behind the backhoe and a $70,000 repair bill.
Nearly a dozen tuberculosis cases have been linked to a Northern California casino in the past 5 years. Health officials are encouraging workers and visitors of the California Grand Casino in Pacheco to get tested. This is CBS News.
You don't need a job platform, you need a hiring partner. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credits.
Lake News now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team strikes again, reporting 3 more felony arrests. Sheriff Norman Dills say 29-year-old Tabitha Klein was arrested on a charge of first-degree endangering the welfare of a child. 55-year-old Terry Moorfield was arrested on charges of unlawful use of a firearm. And 41-year-old Scott Johnson was arrested on a Montauk County charge of possessing a controlled substance and on a probation and parole warrant for absconding. The financial future looking bright for the city of Osage Beach. That according to Mayor Michael Harmison, who says a projected 4% growth rate for the new year ahead is almost a certainty with the number of developments in the works, which of course also means the need for more housing.
We're going to have a lot of construction workers here, and they've got to have a place to live, and they're going to be contributing to the economy, and then they're going to bring their family down, and they're going to have their recreation.
Harmison also points to the collection of a 3% sales tax on adult-use marijuana and associated products, which will also add to that bottom line. And it's almost deer hunting season across the Show Me State. The November portion of the firearms deer season will open up this weekend, and it runs through the 21st. So far, statewide, there have been more than 65,000 deer harvested. Franklin County leads the way with more than 1,600 of them. In the lake area, Benton County has the most with 960. Morgan has 853. Camden has 725. And Miller has 575. More news at krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Here's a special announcement to hunters. Wives and girlfriends love the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. She will appreciate one of the 3 specials good for November at Doe Camp, like the Get Out of the Rut package with rejuvenating coffee bean massage, then a vitamin C facial, or the Radiant Eyes Beautiful Brows with tint and lash lift, or the Happy Hoof Bliss package with deluxe foot massage and pampering pedicure. It'll make your hunting trip outstanding. Don't wait. Get your Doe Camp certificate now.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 63 and south winds at 5 to 10. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday with a high temperature of 81 degrees and breezy southwest winds. Showers Thursday, much cooler, high of 59. Friday, sunny with a high temperature around 61. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 64 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 71.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next?
Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who'll keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. Welcome to the Tuesday night edition of the program. It's Election Day in a bunch of states across America. We're going to talk about the election results all night long. Our phone number, 833-4825-337, 833-4-VALDEZ is the phone number. And some of the results that have come in, the big one in Kentucky, Daniel Cameron was defeated by incumbent Governor Andy Beshear, and we have a quick clip of audio from Governor Beshear. Listen to this.
Thank you, Kentucky! Tonight, Kentucky made a choice. A choice not to move to the right or to the left, but to move forward for every single family.
That's a Democrat Governor Andy Beshear. He wins re-election in Kentucky, while the Trump-backed Republican AG Daniel Cameron, who is terrific, by the way, just wasn't able to take him on, and he would have been the state's first black governor, but incredibly outspent. I think there was something like $40 million or something like that I just saw that was put into this race. So I think it really was an issue of dollars and cents. Governor Beshear painted Mr. Cameron as a radical, kind of what the Biden talks about you and me and so many of us, mega extremists, whatever else they decide to call us. So that's kind of how that went that way. And in Ohio, another stinging defeat for the pro-life movement, lamentably. We have the abortion measure that was on the ballot in Ohio also passed. Two ballot measures. The first will highlight the right to reproductive care, as they labeled it, including access to abortion into the state constitution. The second will legalize recreational marijuana use. Both amendments require 50% thresholds after voters rejected a measure this year to raise that threshold. We've also got competitive races all over the place. There's abortion issues, or I should say abortion